Damned yellow-skinned monkey, still practicing. What good will it do? Your skills are as pitiful as a dog. The harsh taunts reverberated through the training room of Manchester United's youth academy. Wang Long clenched his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his chiseled cheeks. In a fit of rage, he forcefully struck the soccer ball against the wall, producing a dull thud that echoed his boiling fury. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, a day meant for family reunions, he found himself alone in this frigid training room, pouring out his sweat while enduring the despicable mockery of teammates steeped in racial prejudice. Outside, a gentle rain washed over the somewhat gloomy Manchester sky. At this moment, Wang Long, a Manchester United U16 player hailing from the east, felt more despondent than the dreary weather. 6 years prior, he had accompanied his father, Wang Ziwan, from China to the UK. With remarkable talent, he had passed the assessments of 3 prestigious youth academies, Chelsea, Crystal Palace, and Manchester United, ultimately choosing to fulfill his childhood dream with the Red Devils. Back then, he was heralded as the football genius from the East, and on a U10 pitch, he shone like a rising star, radiant and full of promise. However, as time passed, it seemed he had fallen under a curse. The brilliance that once captivated many faded away, and the physical advantages he once boasted had vanished. He resembled a shooting star, brilliant for a moment, then swiftly falling, gradually surpassed by his peers, becoming indistinguishable from the crowd. Tomorrow marked the assessment for Manchester United U16. If he failed, he would be mercilessly eliminated, and the glory of his past would dissipate like smoke. In the training room, a massive television screen displayed the ongoing Asian qualifying matches. Initially, it showcased a match featuring the Neon team, but for some inexplicable reason, the scene abruptly shifted to the match between the Chinese team and Vietnam. Wang Long, who had been training, halted his movements, his gaze fixated on the screen as an inexplicable unease surged within him. This match was crucial not only for him, but for Chinese football as a whole. Halfway through the first half, Wang Long ceased his training, stunned by the catastrophic unfolding of events on the screen. From the moment the channel switched to the China-Vietnam match, a sense of foreboding enveloped him, causing his stomach to churn. Now, that apprehension had materialized into reality. 3 goals, 3 heavy blows, the final whistle blew. The glaring score on the training room's big screen read, China 1, Vietnam 3. 3-1. You lot couldn't even beat Vietnam? Oliver's piercing laughter echoed throughout the Manchester United training room, bouncing back from the rain-soaked windows. Stan Khan, his ever-loyal sidekick, cackled like a hyena, fueling the flames of mockery. Hey, Wang Long, it seems your national team is as pathetic as you are. Utterly disgraceful. Oliver had joined Manchester United U10 6 years ago alongside Wang Long, both playing as forwards. Back then, Wang Long's dazzling talent had made Oliver feel overshadowed. Yet, as time flowed on, Oliver matured, and Wang Long's invincibility waned. Their positions within the team had reversed. Oliver now took pleasure in oppressing Wang Long. While Wang Long still possessed technical skill and occasional flashes of brilliance, the stability, drive, and absolute dominance he once had were all lost. He was no longer the person he once was, haunting the hallowed grounds of Carrington Academy like a specter, eternally chasing the memory of a boy who once seemed destined for greatness. Tomorrow was the U16 assessment. If he succeeded, he could remain. If he failed, he would be cast aside, another forgotten talent swallowed by the ruthless elimination process of professional football. Ignore them, Wang Long murmured to himself, fists clenched, his knuckles stark white against his skin. He longed to explode with rage, to scream, to wipe the smug smiles off their faces. But what would be the point? They were right. He was indeed failing. He was drowning in a sea of mediocrity while they sat on the shore, hurling stones at him. Turning away from the screen, those mocking youths, and the weighty expectations, Wang Long headed towards the locker room. Just focus on tomorrow, he whispered, his voice barely audible amidst the raindrops' percussion. Wang Long collapsed onto the bench, feeling as though the weight of the world pressed down upon him. He pulled out his phone, scrolling through the online comments regarding the match. It was a vortex of negativity, a digital echo of his own emotions. One comment read, "A person who falters at critical moments." Another exclaimed, "Is there no one left in China? Look at this embarrassing display." The barrage of negative feedback intensified the burden of tomorrow's assessment, presenting an insurmountable obstacle that Wang Long felt he could never overcome. The silence of the locker room was shattered by Oliver and Stan Khan, their faces flushed with a mix of anger and mockery. They had anticipated some sort of reaction, even if it was anger, as long as it provided material for their amusement. Wang Long's silence only fueled their fury further. "Hey, are you deaf now?" Oliver taunted, his voice echoing off the tiled walls. 3-1. Think about it, Wang. Recalling the recent online disparagement, a primal and intense fury surged through Wang Long's veins. "Shut up." Oliver, he spoke sharply, his voice brimming with suppressed rage. That was precisely the reaction Oliver had been waiting for. Before Wang Long could finish, Oliver's fist, imbued with a nauseating force, struck Wang Long's chin. The world exploded in a blinding wave of pain. He staggered backward, his ears ringing, his mouth filled with a metallic taste. Suddenly, a peculiar, almost intangible voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have been selected. You have acquired the football entry system." Wang Long shook his head, attempting to dispel the haze of pain and confusion. Was this some sort of prank? He lifted his head, his vision still blurry, then focused on Oliver. Above Oliver's head, in the dim light of the locker room, 3 distinct white squares flickered. He blinked. They remained. At that moment, the system's prompt chimed again. The entry system allows the host to see everyone's football abilities and levels, summarized in the form of entries. The ability levels are determined by the color of the entries. Rank from low to high is white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red. Wang Long glanced at Oliver and his entourage, discovering that they each bore only white entries above their heads, some with merely a single white entry. The system grants the host the ability to continuously grow stronger. With each victory in an 11-a-side match, the host can choose to receive either a random entry reward or plunder opponent's entry reward. The task system is triggered randomly. The system's prompt continued. 3 identical entries can be upgraded to a higher-level entry of the same name. Plunder entries? Upgrade entries? Wang Long's heart began to race. Attribute entries. If this system were real, that he gazed at the 3 white entries above Oliver's head, a daring idea slowly took shape in his mind. "Hey, did I knock you silly with just one punch?" Oliver's mocking voice broke through. Wang Long silently withheld his response. Seeing that there was little amusement left to extract, Oliver sneered. "In tomorrow's assessment training match, let me personally kick you out of Manchester United. Of course, you must first pass the physical and technical assessments. Ha ha ha." Oliver departed with his entourage, leaving behind a cacophony of raucous laughter. Wang Long gazed intently in the direction Oliver had vanished, his eyes brimming with a fierce determination. Chapter 2. Stunning mini yet cast aside by Manchester United the following day, the Carrington training ground basked in glorious sunshine, the verdant pitch teeming with vitality. It was assessment day for the Manchester United U16 team, and a group of young athletes clad in red training kits eagerly awaited their turn. The air thick with the scent of youthful exuberance and fresh grass. Among them stood Wang Long, inhaling deeply. The events from the previous day had exhilarated him throughout the night, and he was now impatient to test the system's prowess. As he surveyed his surroundings, he activated his expert-level observational skills. Most players were adorned with white labels above their heads, with no more than 4 in total. Wang Long himself bore 3 labels: expert-level observation, precise through pass, and agile turn, which placed him in the upper tier among his peers. However, he pondered that perhaps this was due to the nature of his attributes. These labels were all skills pertinent to midfielders, while he had primarily played as a forward, resulting in his lackluster performance. The system truly did not deceive him. A wave of excitement washed over him as he felt he was on the verge of soaring to new heights. At that moment, a chorus of gasps erupted among the players. REIT. Caesar. Following their gaze, Wang Long beheld 2 figures approaching from a distance. One was a dark-skinned, robust youth, while the other sported a mane of golden curls. Both donned Manchester United U18 jerseys, the prodigious talents from the United Youth Academy, REIT and Caesar. It was said that these 2 had already ascended to compete in the U18 league. Upon closer inspection, Wang Long noted that the duo boasted 4 labels, 2 green and 2 white, which elevated their status significantly. Truly, they were stars of the future. Wang Long sighed inwardly, realizing the vast chasm that separated him from such prodigies. Just then, A new wave of astonishment swept across the field. My goodness, James Whites. What is he doing here? A casually dressed, short-haired youth sauntered over. It was none other than the heir apparent of Manchester United's youth program, James Whites. The previously confident REIT and Caesar's expression shifted slightly, evidently wary of the young prince. Wang Long quickly glanced at James White's labels and was taken aback. 1 blue, 2 green, and 2 white, 5 labels in total. The prominent blue label read, Midfield Transformer. This was simply extraordinary. Wang Long lamented internally. What a dire situation this was. Just then, the shrill sound of a whistle pierced the air, breaking Wang Long's stupor. 3 coaches appeared on the training pitch. Accompanied by a middle-aged man in a suit, who bore a striking resemblance to Oliver. Could he be his father? The suited man cast a meaningful glance at Wang Long, sending a shiver down his spine. Wait a moment. Wang Long suddenly realized that the coaches also had labels. Counterattack Tactics Expert, 442 Formation Master. A spark ignited within him. It appeared the system held many more functionalities yet to be explored. All you 16 assessment players, gather. A coach's booming voice interrupted Wang Long's thoughts. As Oliver passed by, a cold smirk graced his lips. Wang Long, I hope you remain this composed during the assessment. Wang Long shrugged nonchalantly, choosing not to engage. The assessment commenced in earnest. The first segment was a physical fitness test, which Oliver completed effortlessly, earning a B rating. He shot Wang Long a triumphant glance. As if to say, you really think you can compete with me? Wang Long remained unfazed. Indeed, the fitness test was Wang Long's Achilles heel. It was evident that at his age, Asian players often lagged behind their white and black counterparts. As anticipated, he barely passed with a C rating. Oliver nearly burst into laughter upon seeing the result. See? Ha ha ha. Is that all? Off you go back to your banana-growing land. Wang Long rolled his eyes, uninterested in his taunts. In the subsequent technical evaluation, Wang Long displayed astonishing prowess, executing various intricate maneuvers with fluidity, earning nods of approval from the coaches. Ultimately, he garnered a B rating 2 whole levels above Oliver's B-. Oliver's face turned a shade of fury, gritting his teeth as he spat. Consider yourself lucky. During the practical assessment, you will witness true strength. Wang Long shrugged. Bring it on. I fear no one. As the practical assessment teams were announced, Wang Long hesitated for a moment before approaching the examiner. Coach, I wish to play in midfield. The examiner scrutinized him with a hint of skepticism. Are you certain? Midfield demands the highest level of skill and awareness. Wang Long nodded resolutely. I am certain. The examiner, observing the determination in his eyes, ultimately acquiesced. When the team assignments were revealed, Wang Long found himself placed in Team B. He glanced at his teammates and noted that the strongest among them was a brown-haired forward boasting 4 white labels: Beginner's Zone Awareness, Beginner's Ghostly Infiltration, Accurate Shots in the Box, and Stamina Expert. Not too shabby, at least he had a solid ally to rely on, Wang Long mused. The other teammates, however, only possessed 2 to 3 white labels, rendering their abilities rather mediocre. Come on, everyone, let's give it our all. Wang Long clapped his hands to rally their spirits. At that moment, Wang Long noticed Oliver striding toward them, a sinister grin plastered on his face. As he contemplated the implications of Oliver's smile, the results for Team C were announced. To his dismay, 2 familiar figures emerged, the black prodigy RAT and the golden-haired Caesar, both of whom had been promoted to the U18 team and were now competing in the U16 assessment. Even more absurdly, Oliver was also assigned to Team C. An ominous premonition washed over Wang Long. With the teams finalized, they began drawing lots to determine their opponents. Wang Long observed as Oliver sneakily approached the coach, whispering something in his ear. The coach initially appeared reluctant but ultimately nodded in resignation. The draw results were revealed. Team B would face Team C. Wang Long's adversaries were none other than Oliver's squad. REIT and Caesar boasted 2 green labels each, REIT with powerful left foot shot and header in the box, while Caesar held wing breakthrough and excellent defensive support. Wang Long glanced at Oliver, who wore a malevolent grin, and a sense of dread enveloped him. The original plan had been to draw an average team, utilizing the reading function of the label system to exploit weaknesses, thereby magnifying their advantages. But now, facing these formidable opponents with their green labels, was that plan even feasible? His teammates' faces drained of color, resembling wilted eggplants. The brown-haired forward plopped down on the ground, muttering, "We're finished. We're going to get absolutely crushed." The whistle signaling the start of the match blew. Oliver, wearing a wicked grin, lunged towards Wang Long, intent on devouring him whole. Wang Long, discerning Oliver's labels, identified his left side as a weakness. Seizing the opportunity, he executed a swift change of direction, effortlessly bypassing Oliver's defense. Following up with a precise through pass, he sent the ball darting behind the opposing defenders. The brown-haired forward, comprehending the cue, surged forward to face the goalkeeper, coolly slotting the ball into the net. Magnificent! Wang Long and the brown-haired forward exchanged a celebratory high-five. The latter stared at Wang Long in astonishment, exclaiming, "That pass was simply divine." Meanwhile, Oliver stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. How is this even possible? "It is merely the beginning," Wang Long murmured. Suddenly, an elderly man with silver hair, clad in a trench coat, rose from the sidelines. His sharp gaze fixated on Wang Long, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. He softly remarked, "Interesting." As it was the opponent's turn to attack, the ball found its way to the feet of the African prodigy, REIT. "Here it comes," Wang Long thought to himself. REIT indeed lived up to his description, effortlessly using his beast-like physicality to shove aside the defenders, leaping high to unleash a powerful left-footed shot. Bang! A resounding strike echoed as the ball found the back of the net. 1-1 all square. Immediately, Wang Long's team initiated their offensive. However, Caesar from the opposing team executed his skill. Excellent defensive support, akin to a cheetah, snatching the ball away from Wang Long's defenders, swiftly countering and passing to REIT. REIT again showcased the potency of his powerful left foot, scoring once more. The score stood at 2-1, with the opponents comfortably taking the lead. The flicker of confidence ignited in Wang Long's teammates was swiftly extinguished, leaving them deflated like punctured balls. Oliver, in particular, laughed boastfully. "Haha, Wang Long. Weren't you supposed to be impressive? Why the silence now? Is this all you can do?" His mocking tone dripped with sarcasm. Wang Long paid no heed to Oliver's taunts, his mind racing as he analyzed the opponent's skills. REIT and Caesar were undeniably formidable, yet their abilities were relatively one-dimensional. REIT relied too heavily on his left foot, while Caesar's defensive prowess was primarily in ground interceptions. With targeted defense, victory was not out of reach. "Mitchell, keep an eye on REIT's left foot. Meave, as soon as Caesar approaches, release the ball immediately, don't hold on to it. And everyone, stay alert, don't allow them to play high balls." Wang Long commanded his teammates calmly. Indeed, after restricting REIT's left-footed shots, his attacking threat diminished significantly. Caesar's defensive support also became ineffective due to timely passing from teammates. On the contrary, Wang Long identified a flaw in Oliver's defense once more. With a burst of acceleration and a swift change of direction, he deftly maneuvered past Oliver, delivering an exquisite through ball. His teammate, understanding the cue, easily found the back of the net. 2-2, level once more. Oliver's expression resembled one who had just swallowed a fly, staring incredulously at Wang Long. How could this be? He had exerted himself in defense, yet still. Wang Long had breached his guard. Wang Long pressed on, continually utilizing the skill system to analyze the opponent's weaknesses, repeatedly bypassing Oliver's defense and delivering precise passes. His teammates grew increasingly confident, and ultimately, the score settled at 3-2. Wang Long's team emerged victorious. At that moment, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. On winning the match, please select your reward, random skill reward or plunder opponent's skills." Without hesitation, Wang Long chose to plunder the opponent's skills. A series of skills materialized before his eyes, yet the 4 green attributes appeared grayed out. Could it be that one cannot select skills of a higher level than their own? However, Wang Long had no intention of choosing green skills. He glanced at Oliver's 3 white skills and, without a moment's thought, opted to plunder Oliver's right foot bicycle. Feeling as though his right foot had become significantly lighter, Wang Long cast a satisfied glance at Oliver, who wore a look of utter dismay, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his once proud right foot had been rendered ineffective. The coach and spectators at the sidelines were captivated by Wang Long's quick thinking and remarkable performance, applauding enthusiastically. Even James Vitz, the heir of Manchester United, observed Wang Long with keen interest, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Teammates excitedly surrounded Wang Long to celebrate. REIT and Caesar, however, wore expressions of disbelief. They had anticipated an easy match, never expecting to lose to an unknown team, particularly to the unassuming Wang Long. He, especially, gazed blankly at the field, as if questioning the meaning of life. As for Oliver, his countenance was darker than one who had just consumed something foul, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness. He glared at Wang Long as though wishing to devour him whole. It seems this lad possesses some intrigue. The elderly man in the trench coat observed Wang Long, a knowing smile gracing his lips, before turning to his assistant, instructing, "Go, investigate his background." Wang Long's A score in the practical assessment left his fellow teammates envious. "Wang Long, you are truly remarkable," exclaimed a brown-haired youth, excitedly clapping Wang Long on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. "Basic skills, nothing to make a fuss about." Wang Long maintained a facade of calmness, though internally he was ecstatic. The coach meticulously organized all players' assessment results and respectfully presented them to a middle-aged man in a suit who bore a striking resemblance to Oliver. The man glanced at the list, his brow furrowing slightly as he pointed at Wang Long's name, inquiring, "What does this say about?" The coach straightened up immediately, launching into an elaborate account of Wang Long's outstanding performance during the assessment, detailing how he turned the tide and led the team to victory, how he precisely analyzed the opponent's weaknesses and executed exquisite combinations. However, the more the middle-aged man listened, the darker his expression became. Finally, he slammed his hand on the table, interrupting the coach's praises. "What you've said has no bearing on me. I only care about results. I want players who can bring victories to Manchester United, not those who merely rely on petty tricks, especially not a yellow-skinned monkey like you, understand?" Wang Long stood there, stunned, as if struck by lightning. His teammates murmured in protest on his behalf, and the two talented players frowned at the middle-aged man. James Vitz even rose to confront him, seemingly prepared to argue. Oliver's face bore a triumphant smirk at Wang Long's predicament. At that moment, the elderly man in the trench coat stood up, interrupting the discussions. "Players whose names were not called, come to my office later, especially you, Wang Long." If I recall correctly, the old gentleman regarded Wang Long with a benevolent smile. Chapter 3. The unexpected turn of events in Lisbon. Sir Alex. A voice echoed through the previously cacophonous stadium, instantly silencing the crowd, leaving only the sound of drawn breaths. The teammates who had just been rallying for Wang Long now stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with excitement. Even the two prodigious players set aside their discontent, their expressions morphing into elation as if they had just met a celebrity. Wang Long was well aware of who Sir Alex was. He was the legendary manager who had steered Manchester United to 13 Premier League titles, 5 FA Cups, 4 League Cups, and 2 Champions League trophies. Truly the father of the Premier League. The fact that he had garnered the attention of such a figure felt surreal to Wang Long, the man who had announced the results. A middle-aged figure clad in a suit turned ashen upon seeing Ferguson, his face reflecting his dismay as if he had swallowed a fly. With a scoff, he turned to leave, an air of defeat surrounding him. Before departing, he summoned Oliver, who shot Wang Long a venomous glare as he exited. "Players who were not selected. Follow me," Ferguson stated calmly. Wang Long trailed behind the group of disappointed players, mirroring their steps, though the old man was slight of build and walked with some slowness. His presence emanated an indescribable strength, akin to a formidable mountain that inspired both comfort and reverence. They arrived at Ferguson's office, a spacious yet remarkably simple room devoid of lavish decor, save for a wall adorned with photographs and trophies. Each image captured a moment of glory for Manchester United, each trophy gleaming with the brilliance of victory. As Wang Long's gaze traversed the wall of honors, he felt a profound sense of awe. Ferguson began recounting the passionate history of Manchester United, pointing to the photographs. He spoke of the legendary tales from Old Trafford, the rebirth of the Busby Babes, and the emergence of the golden generation of '92, his eyes sparkling with nostalgia as he relived those illustrious moments. Wang Long was entranced, feeling as though he had been transported back to the golden era of the Red Devils. Ferguson, with a playful demeanor, stroked his non-existent beard and continued his animated narrative for quite some time. Eventually, his tone shifted, and he sighed. In recent years, it and Oppos, better not to dwell on it. Everyone understood. Manchester United and Oppos' performance had indeed declined, while their city rivals, Manchester City, had risen to prominence. Children, Ferguson and Oppos' tone grew grave. "I know you are all disappointed, but life is fraught with challenges. I have reached out to several other clubs for you, not in England, but all promising teams. Would you be willing to consider this?" Most of the young players expressed their eagerness, for playing professional football was the dream of many. However, a few, whose abilities were less impressive and who were reluctant to stray too far from home, began to hesitate. All right, Ferguson interjected, clapping his hands. "Alaric, come in." A bald, middle-aged man entered. It was Ferguson's secretary, Alaric. "Please read the list," Ferguson instructed. Alaric nodded and began to announce the names of the rejected players and the recommended clubs. Most were offered opportunities with youth academies in the Portuguese Premier League and the German 2. Bundesliga, while a select few with higher ratings, yet unexpectedly rejected, were directed towards the youth academy of Eintracht Frankfurt. "All right, everyone, go home and discuss this with your parents. If it works out, we will have someone reach out to you." Ferguson waved his hand, signaling the end of the meeting. Once the others had departed, Ferguson called Wang Long back. He scrutinized Wang Long, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light that made Wang Long's heart race. "You remind me of someone," Ferguson began slowly. Wang Long's heart skipped a beat. Was he about to be reprimanded? Park Ji-sung. Wang Long was momentarily stunned. Park Ji-sung? One of the most significant midfielders during Ferguson's era at Manchester United. Although today was his first time playing in midfield, receiving such commendation filled Wang Long with pride. "You." Ferguson paused, his gaze deepening. "You possess the potential to become a star." Ferguson's voice rose suddenly, startling Wang Long. "So, are you interested in playing in Portugal?" "Portugal? Yes, absolutely," Wang Long replied without hesitation. His father had brought him to England for football. How could he refuse Portugal? Ferguson appeared to have anticipated this response, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. He picked up his phone and dialed a number, speaking openly in Wang Long's presence. "Hello, how have you been? Long time no see." "Haha, I'm quite well too. Here's the thing, I have a young lad with great potential, reminiscent of Park Ji-sung from years past. I'd like him to come and try out with you." "Yes, please nurture him. He will undoubtedly flourish in the future." Ferguson's voice resonated with the affection and expectations of a mentor, while the voice on the other end, though inaudible, was filled with respect and enthusiasm, akin to a disciple receiving wisdom. "How does that sound?" "No problem then. Let us make it official. I'll send over the details." "Wonderful. Let us share a drink next time." "All right. Take care. Goodbye." After hanging up, a sly smile crept across Ferguson's aged face as he patted Wang Long's shoulder, his tone turning serious. "Young man, discuss this with your parents and prepare diligently. This is merely a trial opportunity. It does not guarantee success. Moreover, the team you will join is no ordinary team. The competition will be fierce." As Wang Long exited the office, he felt as though he were walking on air, buoyed by excitement. The Portuguese League? Which team would it be? Benfica? Porto? Or perhaps... Wait, the thought struck him, and his heart raced with exhilaration. He sprinted home, nearly wishing he could take flight. Dad, I have incredible news." Wang Long burst into the room, startling his father, who nearly dropped the remote control while watching television. They were staying in a modest yet warm temporary accommodation in England. "Son, what's all the commotion? How did the assessment go?" His father's face was filled with anticipation. "Manchester United. Well, how should I put this? I didn't team make it, but..." Wang Long paused dramatically, savoring the suspense before exclaiming, "I'm going to Portugal for a trial." His father was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "Portugal? Well, that is something, I suppose. It's better than nothing." Wang Long grinned. Although he hadn't secured his spot with Manchester United, perhaps this unexpected twist of fate was a blessing in disguise. He clenched his fists, confident that with this system, as long as he could play, he would eventually return to the Premier League, and then he would make the Manchester United management regret their decision. The following morning, the shrill ring of the telephone jolted Wang Long from his dreams. On the other end was a voice with a slight Portuguese accent, shaking him wide awake. "Mr. Wang Long? I am from the Youth Academy of Sporting Lisbon." A week later? So soon? Wang Long hung up the phone, feeling more exhilarated than if he had won the lottery. Sporting Lisbon. Indeed, it is the birthplace of his idol, Cristiano Ronaldo's dreams. After securing a visa and purchasing a flight ticket, under the meticulous guidance of the ever-cautious Mr. Wang, Wang Long set forth on his solitary journey to pursue his football aspirations. The sunlight in Lisbon shone particularly brightly, and from beneath the wing of the aircraft, the city appeared as a vast island resting on the earth, with its buildings arranged like carefully placed blocks extending towards the horizon. Sunlight poured down, and countless glass facades reflected dazzling light, resembling stars that had fallen to the earth, weaving a magnificent web of brilliance. Upon disembarking, Wang Long was immediately captivated by the rich foreign ambience. As he pondered how to reach his reserved hotel, two imposing men in black suits and sunglasses approached him directly. gesturing for him to enter a nearby black luxury vehicle. A chill ran down his spine. Could he have stumbled upon a human trafficking ring? Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to flee, a lavishly dressed middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle, his face beaming with a warm smile. "Mr. Wang Long, please don't be alarmed. We mean no harm. My employer wishes to meet you." Wang Long's gaze was drawn to a glimmering golden title above the man's head. Gold medal football agent. A golden title. And a football agent at that. This was the first time Wang Long had encountered a golden attribute, especially on a mysterious stranger. His curiosity swiftly eclipsed his fear. Taking a deep breath, he confidently entered the vehicle, fully aware that a gold-titled agent must represent a player of star caliber. Noticing Wang Long's composure, the agent's eyes shimmered with admiration. The car meandered through the bustling streets of Lisbon, finally halting before an imposing mansion. Following the middle-aged man into the estate, Wang Long felt as though he had entered a luxurious kingdom from a dream. The grand entrance was crafted from intricately wrought iron, with a crest atop the door glistening in the sunlight, as if narrating tales of past glory and legacy. Stepping into the hall, he found himself upon a floor laid with rare Italian marble, each slab bearing unique veining, as if nature had meticulously painted a masterpiece. Above, an enormous crystal chandelier sparkled like a constellation of stars that had descended to earth. When illuminated, it radiated light, casting resplendent shadows upon the walls. Surrounding the hall were exquisite oil paintings by renowned artists, each worth a fortune, with their landscapes and figures seemingly whispering the allure of art. This mansion exuded an almost suffocating air of opulence from every corner, deepening Wang Long's curiosity about its owner. The agent led Wang Long to a lavish reception room, instructing him to wait for a moment. Before long, a hearty laughter echoed from the corridor, growing nearer. Wang Long looked up to see none other than the idol he had longed to meet, Cristiano Ronaldo. "Haha, so you are Wang Long? That old chap Ferguson has sung your praises endlessly," Ronaldo exclaimed, opening his arms wide in greeting. Chapter 4. Idle Encouragement. Clouds ahead, the resounding laughter of Cristiano Ronaldo resonated in Wang Long's ears, causing a buzzing sensation in his eardrums. He sprang up from the sofa in a fluster, nearly toppling the exquisite coffee table beside him. His idol, right before him in the flesh. Wang Long felt his heart race like a drum, his palms moist with sweat, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to utter a single sound, merely gazing blankly at Ronaldo. Resembling an awestruck fan meeting his idol for the first time, filled with excitement and anxiety. Ronaldo, draped in a white towel around his neck, had beads of sweat glistening under the chandelier's light, evidently just finished with training. He seemed accustomed to Wang Long's reaction, waving his hand with a hearty laugh. "Don't be nervous, young man. Sit down, let us chat." Wang Long, as if awakening from a dream, cautiously took a seat opposite Ronaldo. Though his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the 5 gleaming red entries hovering above Ronaldo's head. Holding his breath, he strained to decipher the first entry, godly discipline. The subsequent 4 entries remained obscured, with a system prompt indicating, no permission to view. "You're from China, right?" Ronaldo casually picked up a bottle of mineral water and took a generous swig. "I remember visiting China a few times. The fans there are incredibly passionate." He began to recount his experiences in China, his tone light and humorous, devoid of any superstar pretense. As he spoke, Wang Long gradually relaxed, the tension dissipating. The figure who dominated the football field with godlike prowess was surprisingly amiable and genial in private, filling him with anticipation for his upcoming journey with Manchester United. Ronaldo set down the water bottle, his gaze piercing as he addressed Wang Long, by the way, regarding the current situation at Manchester United. His smile vanished, his tone turning serious. "Manchester United is no longer the club you envision." He sighed, a hint of helplessness flickering in his eyes. "Last year, I attempted to return to assist Sir Ferguson, you know? But," he chuckled self-deprecatingly, "they swept me out the door." Wang Long was taken aback. He hadn't expected Ronaldo to speak so candidly about this experience. The current Manchester United, alas. Ronaldo shook his head, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. "It's beyond saving. However, Sir Ferguson is still holding on, with his Firestarter project." Confusion filled Wang Long's heart. Could this be related to why the old man had sent him to Sporting Lisbon? Ronaldo waved his hand, his tone regaining its earlier exuberance. "You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on playing your best." After saying this, Ronaldo stood up and patted Wang Long's shoulder. "Come. Let me show you my training room." He led Wang Long to the basement of the villa, flipping a switch that illuminated the entire space instantly. Wang Long was astonished by the sight before him. This was no mere training room, but a miniature fitness center. A plethora of advanced training equipment sprawled before him. From strength training apparatus to cardio machines, everything one could imagine. Treadmills, spin bikes, rowing machines, each gleamed with a metallic sheen, exuding an aura of technology. Wang Long's attention was drawn to a closed room in the corner, its door secured with a combination lock, appearing shrouded in mystery. "What is that?" he asked curiously. Ronaldo followed his gaze, chuckling. "Inside are high-tech training devices, such as hyperbaric oxygen chambers and cryotherapy units." He paused, looking at Wang Long intently. "If you can secure a starting position on the U18 team, I'll reward you with a session there," Ronaldo encouraged. Giving Wang Long a reassuring pat on the shoulder, "Young man, train hard and never give up. In Lisbon, if you face any difficulties, feel free to reach out to my agent." "I will, Mr. Ronaldo," Wang Long exclaimed, his fist clenched in determination, igniting a fierce spirit within him. At that moment, an elegantly dressed middle-aged man entered, his suit radiating an aura of wealth, with meticulous tailoring and a flawless hairstyle showcasing his distinguished status. He nodded slightly to Ronaldo before turning to Wang Long with a professional smile. "Hello, Wang Long. I didn't get the chance to introduce myself earlier. I am Jorge Mendes." Wang Long's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. Mendes, the illustrious super agent. He stood right in front of him. Wang Long felt his heart race anew as he stammered, "And Mr. Mendes, hello." No wonder there was a shining golden agent entry beside him. Ronaldo clapped Wang Long on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "All right, young man, work hard. I must head to training. I can't afford to slack off at 40. With that, he turned and strode towards the training area, his agile silhouette brimming with vitality, seemingly unaware of fatigue. Wang Long gazed at Ronaldo's retreating figure, filled with admiration. Even after achieving such success, Ronaldo maintained unwavering discipline and a deep passion for football. That was the true essence of a superstar. Ronaldo approached the latest model of a smart treadmill, expertly setting the parameters before beginning to run. As he ran, he monitored the electronic screen on the wall displaying various data, including heart rate, stride frequency, and calorie expenditure. He focused intently on regulating his breathing and pace. "I hope you don't let the old man down," Ronaldo thought as he watched Wang Long depart. Mendes approached Wang Long, smiling. "Mr. Wang Long, please follow me." Mendes guided Wang Long through the corridor to the Villa's underground garage. A sleek black Mercedes S-Class was parked quietly, its body gleaming with understated luxury under the lights. Mendes personally opened the car door for Wang Long, gesturing for him to enter. Feeling somewhat reserved, Wang Long settled into the plush leather seat, which offered unparalleled comfort. Mendes joined him, pulling a business card from his suit pocket and handing it to Wang Long. "Mr. Wang Long, here's my business card. If you require assistance while in Lisbon, do not hesitate to contact me." He paused, adding, "Of course, if you manage to play in the first team, I can provide you with the finest representation. With your talent, I know it won't take long." Wang Long accepted the card, his fingers tracing the embossed gold lettering, a whirlwind of emotion swirling within him. He was acutely aware of Mendes' esteemed position in the football world. To gain the favor of such a renowned agent was a dream for countless players. Yet, his immediate concern was whether he could establish himself in the Sporting Lisbon U16 academy and eventually play for the first team, a club competing at the highest level, including the Champions League. Mendes seemed to sense Wang Long's hesitation, smiling as he firmly placed the card in Wang Long's hand. "Young man, be confident. Sir Ferguson chose you, which signifies your immense potential." He patted Wang Long's shoulder before instructing the driver, "Take Mr. Wang Long back to the hotel." As Mendes watched the Mercedes drive out of the garage, a knowing smile graced his lips. Sir Ferguson's eye for talent has never been wrong. With the sound of the car door closing, the vehicle slowly departed from Ronaldo's opulent estate. Wang Long gazed out of the car window at the receding scenery, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. As he traversed the bustling city, he soon arrived at the hotel he had booked, conveniently located near the youth training facility of Sporting Lisbon. After depositing his backpack and taking a brief respite, Wang Long promptly donned his athletic attire and made his way to the hotel and Oppos's gym. Tomorrow, he would partake in a trial with Sporting Lisbon. He was determined to seize every moment and fortify his skills. On the treadmill, sweat cascaded down Wang Long's face as images of Cristiano Ronaldo's athletic prowess and powerful strikes flooded his mind. He could almost feel the motivating force of his idol propelling him forward. Meanwhile, at the training grounds of Sporting Lisbon and Oppos's youth academy, the atmosphere was strikingly different. A young man with dark skin and curly hair stood at the edge of the field, His brow furrowed and his gaze dark as he scrutinized the players engaged in practice. Beside him stood a man in a suit with blonde hair, his eyes glinting with cunning. That Ronaldo actually managed to bring someone in. The dark-skinned youth spat through clenched teeth, his voice thick with anger and resentment. Indeed, sir. The suited man replied in a hushed tone, and it is said that Sir Ferguson is particularly attentive to that lad. Humph. Ferguson? He's past his prime. This is our era. The young man scoffed, abruptly raising his right foot to strike a nearby football fiercely toward the goal. The ball traced a perfect arc, soaring over half the field and finding the net with precision. The players in training seemed unfazed, continuing their drills without a glance in his direction. Go. Summon Abu and Kali. The dark-skinned youth commanded the suited man, his tone cold and resolute. I want him to understand that this is not a place he can trample upon at will. A sinister smile crept across his lips, his eyes glimmering with malice. The tall and robust Abu, along with the shorter Kali, quickly approached the dark-skinned youth, standing before him with deference. Brother, what is your command? Leaning in, the young man whispered a few words into their ears, and both Abu and Kali displayed expressions of excitement laced with cruelty. The burly Abu thumped his chest with determination. Grinning menacingly, rest assured, sir. This matter is in my hands. In the hotel gym, Wang Long had just completed a set of strength training and was preparing to continue on the treadmill when his phone rang. It was a call from his father. Hello. Father, have you arrived back in the country? Wang Long inquired. Knowing that his father had returned due to the significant expenses incurred by his pursuit of a football career in Portugal, after sharing the day and Opos' events with his father and exchanging a few pleasantries, he ended the call. Wang Long recognized the pivotal nature of the trial scheduled for the following day, uncertain of the expectations Sporting Lisbon had for U16 players. He needed to be fully prepared. A wry smile played on his lips. Having only booked the hotel for one night, there was no turning back. He had to succeed in the trial and secure a place in the Youth Academy's dormitory. Chapter 5. Direct Access Without Training. Provocation from the black players. On the following morning, the sun of Lisbon bathed Wang Long, dispelling the remnants of slumber. Filled with aspirations for the future, he stepped through the gates of the Sporting CP youth training camp. He had anticipated a rigorous selection process and a demanding evaluation. Yet reality proved unexpectedly simple. He was directly signed and welcomed into the U16 team, transitioning from a discarded talent at Manchester United to a favored recruit at Sporting CP. Wang Long couldn't and Opos' help but chuckle. The whims of fate were ever so unpredictable. Guided by the staff, he arrived at his dormitory, currently occupied solely by him, thus sparing him the complexities of social interaction. After organizing his belongings, he took a brief respite before venturing out to explore. The facilities were reminiscent of Manchester United's training camp, well-equipped and surrounded by a pleasant environment. Ultimately, he found himself on the training field, surveying his future teammates. What greeted him was a sea of white tags, most players adorned with only one or two, while a rare few boasted 3 or 4. Not a single green tag was in sight. It seemed that even amidst trials, he should glide through effortlessly. Relieved, Wang Long commenced his warm-up routine. Dribbling, passing, shooting, each movement flowed seamlessly, as if instinctive. However, as he immersed himself in the rhythm of training, an unsettling gaze pierced through his concentration. He glanced up to find a group of black players observing him with ill intent, led by a towering figure who brandished 5 white tags. An inexplicable hostility permeated the air, tightening Wang Long's chest. He was uncertain of how he had offended them, yet he had no desire to incite conflict. Silently, he retreated to the far side of the training ground to continue his practice. Sweat soaked his jersey, and his breath quickened, yet Wang Long dared not relent. He repeatedly honed various techniques, striving to enhance his abilities. He understood that in this fiercely competitive realm, only through relentless improvement could he secure his place. Suddenly, a football hurtled towards him from a distance, aimed directly at his face. Instinctively, he sidestepped, the ball grazing his cheek before crashing into the net behind him. Hey kid. A provocative voice rang out. How did you get in here? By connections? Or through the back door? The tall black youth spoke disparagingly, a scornful smile gracing his lips, while his 2 companions chimed in with mocking laughter. Wang Long chose to ignore the baseless provocation, focusing on his training. He silently retrieved the ball, preparing to continue. What's wrong? Lost your voice? Can't speak? The black youth pressed on, blocking Wang Long's path, his tone increasingly arrogant. With a build like yours, do you really think you can make it at Sporting CP? You best scram. A surge of anger welled within Wang Long, his fists clenching, ready to retaliate. Just then, a whistle pierced the tumult of the training ground. A fit middle-aged man clad in sportswear approached, his presence commanding attention. Marked by a single blue tag, defensive counterattack specialist. "You must be Wang Long," he stated, his tone calm. "I am Matty, the head coach of the U16 team. Welcome to Sporting CP." Wang Long nodded, suppressing his fury, offering a brief introduction and greeting to the coach. Matty patted Wang Long on the shoulder before blowing his whistle to call the players together. Once assembled, he addressed the team. "This is our new member, Wang Long. I hope everyone will support one another and improve together." Sparse applause followed, and as Wang Long scanned the crowd, he noted a few friendly faces. Yet most players appeared indifferent, some whispering and pointing at him. Seemingly accustomed to such scenes, the coach waved his hand for silence. "All right, let's begin the practice match. Wang Long, you'll join in as well, so everyone can witness your skills." Wang Long nodded, eager to gauge his teammates' abilities compared to those at Manchester United. "Kid, we'll see your true colors on the pitch." The tall black youth shot him a menacing glare before turning to join his team. Wang Long disregarded the taunt, quietly taking his position, ready to confront the challenges ahead. At that moment, a young man of Asian descent approached, hesitating before finally speaking. "Hey, brother. Be careful of those black players on the field, whether they're opponents or teammates." He paused, lowering his voice. "If you can endure, just endure. They hold considerable influence." Wang Long was taken aback, asking, "What is your name?" The youth's eyes flickered as he replied softly, "Song Pala, from Thailand." He forced a bitter smile. "One of the most talented youths of my generation in Thailand, yet now, just an outsider." Wang Long nodded in understanding, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Song Pala." He recognized the good intentions behind the warning. He truly wished to avoid trouble, though that did not signify fear. He didn't want to trouble Cristiano Ronaldo, but that did not mean he lacked support. "Rest assured, I'm aware," Wang Long assured, patting Song Pala's shoulder. A glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The whistle blew again, signaling 10 minutes until the match commenced. Wang Long approached his team, which included both black and players of other ethnicities. He scanned the group, a slight smile forming. This would be intriguing. The team's abilities were varied, with most players displaying only 1 or 2 white tags, akin to undernourished seedlings. Compared to the level at Manchester United's academy, it was a stark contrast. However, one blonde youth caught Wang Long's attention. This goalkeeper possessed 4 white tags. 3 related to goalkeeping skills, quick reactions, expert saves, decisive charges, alongside a particularly striking tag, accurate long pass. Even at Manchester United's academy, few goalkeepers exhibited such a comprehensive skill set. Wang Long mused, "This lad possesses potential." Meanwhile, beyond the training camp's wire fence, a youthful and beautiful girl observed the proceedings with keen interest. Her name was Ming Ming, with flowing black hair and bright eyes shimmering with a passion for football. Beside her stood a robust young man adorned with a vivid dragon tattoo on his arm. Zoj, look, another Asian face. When did another Asian player join Sporting CP's academy, besides Song Pala? "I'll ask Uncle Mike where he is from later," Ming Ming inquired, pointing at Wang Long with curiosity. Zoj followed her gaze, smiling slightly. "Miss, don't rush. We'll find out soon enough. Young Leo will also play in today's match. This may be his last game in the U16s. With his talent, he should have moved up to U18 long ago. Besides Leo, the rest of the players aren't particularly noteworthy." Ming Ming's tone carried a hint of disappointment. "Zoj, should we go watch Benfica's U16 matches in the future? I've heard they have 3 gifted young players. Though they can't compare to little Leo, they're certainly better than these players." All right. "We'll do as you say." Mississippi's Wagu gazed affectionately at Ming Ming, saying, "However, if you wish to witness a high-level match, I can procure VIP tickets for you to a game at the Stadio Jos Alvalade." He added dismissively, "What's the point of watching these inexperienced players?" Ming Ming shook her head, her eyes brimming with anticipation. While the matches of renowned stars were undoubtedly thrilling, those players had already reached their peak. It was far more compelling to observe these young athletes as they gradually ascended to greatness in the world of football, just like Cristiano Ronaldo, who emerged from this very place. One wonders if this venue can produce another talent of his caliber. The tattooed man, affectionately referred to as Wagu, gently patted Ming Ming's head, his gaze suffused with tenderness. On the training ground, the opposing team was also organized. Wang Long was assigned to the midfield, while a tall young man of African descent was positioned directly opposite him as a defensive midfielder. The young man bore a sly smile, whispering, "Are you ready to face your nightmare, kid?" Wang Long merely cast him a fleeting glance, remaining silent. He flexed his ankle, a glimmer of cold determination flashing in his eyes. The match commenced. Chapter 6. On the field, strength prevails. The sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the official commencement of the match. Wang Long's gaze swept over the opposing players, quickly assessing their capabilities. Apart from the towering African player Abu, who bore 4 white attributes: defensive wall, defensive awareness, stamina master, and ball protection ability, there was another African forward with an equal number of basic attributes. The rest of the opponents were merely mediocre, possessing only 1 or 2 inconspicuous traits. A subtle smile crept onto Wang Long's lips. To him, these adversaries seemed exceedingly weak. After all, he had led his team to victory against Manchester United and Oppos as prodigy, who flaunted green attributes. These white ones appeared child and Oppos as play in comparison. As the ball rolled to Wang Long's feet, he deftly nudged it aside, evading the advancing forward. Abu charged at him like a small mountain, attempting to seize the ball with his robust physique. Anticipating this, Wang Long skillfully flicked the ball through Abu's legs with a quick maneuver. Abu, turning clumsily, could only watch Wang Long's graceful retreat. Wang Long's speed was electrifying as he surged across the field, executing a sudden stop followed by a sharp turn, outmaneuvering a defender. Instead of shooting, he utilized his attribute, precision through ball, delivering a surgical pass that sliced through the opponent's defense. A white forward on his team, understanding the cue, sprinted forward and scored with a swift push. 1 o'clock. The coach on the sidelines brightened at Wang Long's display. Truly, he was a player recommended by Cristiano Ronaldo. Abu, incredulous, widened his eyes, unable to fathom how easily Wang Long had evaded him. Clenching his teeth, anger ignited within him as he muttered a curse. Receiving another pass from a teammate, Wang Long again opted for a personal breakthrough. Facing Abu's defense, he feinted, causing Abu to shift his weight, then executed agile turn to slip past him. Abu fell awkwardly to the ground, left behind. Wang Long advanced into the penalty area, coolly passing to a teammate as the goalkeeper charged forward, only to see his teammate sky the ball. Having been outmaneuvered twice, Abu began to acknowledge Wang Long's prowess, calling upon a defender to assist him in containing the threat. The two shadowed Wang Long closely, pressing forward the moment he gained possession. Sensing the pressure, Wang Long recognized the opposing team had come prepared. He attempted several breakthroughs, all thwarted by their tight defense. Realizing he needed a new approach, he scanned the field, observing his teammates' positions and the weaknesses in the opposition's defense. The two towering center-backs, strong yet slow to pivot, contrasted sharply with his lightning-fast right winger, who possessed commendable footwork. A plan formed in Wang Long's mind. As a defender closed in, he opted not to confront directly but instead executed a delicate feint, creating space before activating expert observation and delivering a pinpoint pass to the right winger. Sprinting forward, he positioned himself for a return. The right winger, understanding the intent, surged down the flank and delivered a precise cross into the penalty area. At that moment, the attention of the two center-backs fixated on the striker, who, instead of shooting, deftly flicked the ball back to the now open Wang Long. In that instant, an excellent opportunity for a shot presented itself. Without hesitation, he struck decisively, the ball soaring in a perfect arc into the top corner of the net. He did not celebrate but turned and strode back to the center, his gaze icy as it met Abu's. This was just the beginning, Wang Long murmured to himself. As the halftime whistle blew, his team led 2 o'clock. On the sidelines, Ming and Zoj exchanged glances at the score. This Asian newcomer appeared formidable. Xiao Liu might have found a rival. Indeed strong, but compared to Xiao Liu, there's still a gap. Xiao Liu is capable of securing a starting position in U18, not to mention his brother, Zoj remarked with a faint smile, seemingly more confident in Xiao Liu. Entering the locker room, Wang Long patted his teammates on the shoulder, his tone relaxed. Let's maintain the same intensity as the first half. Victory is within reach. He surveyed the group, his eyes landing on several African players. They exchanged glances, then silently lowered their heads, not uttering a word. A flicker of doubt crossed Wang Long's mind as he recalled Song Para's words, "Beware of the blacks, even if they are teammates." He furrowed his brow, pondering the meaning behind that statement. On Abu's side, he rallied his teammates. "Stay alert for the second half. If this continues, you will regret it." Abu roared in fury, his teammates bowing their heads, unwilling to contradict him. As the second half commenced, Wang Long's suspicions quickly materialized into reality. Within mere minutes, his African center forward squandered an exquisite assist, delivered with precise power and angle, a chance so clear that even a grandmother could finish it, yet the African brother missed entirely. Wang Long cursed under his breath, stifling his anger as he continued to orchestrate the offense. However, the nightmare had just begun. The two African defenders seemed lost in a daze, their eyes vacant and movements sluggish. Faced with the opposing forward's onslaught, they stood as immobile as wooden posts, watching as the opponent launched a shot, bringing the score to 2-1. Wang Long's heart sank, a chill coursing through him. He finally comprehended the implications of Song Para's warning. Minutes later, a nearly identical scene unfolded. The African defenders again failed to mark their men, allowing the opponents to equalize at 2-2. Wang Long spun around, fixing a fierce gaze on the African players, who showed no signs of remorse, their heads bowed, avoiding his eyes. Fury surged within Wang Long as he prepared to confront them, but just then, Abu approached, a sinister grin on his face, taunting, "How does it feel, kid? This is just the beginning. You thought victory was guaranteed? You were sorely mistaken." Wang Long suppressed his anger, recognizing that now was not the time for recklessness. Continuing to bicker with these African teammates would only exacerbate the situation. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the other players, seeking a solution to the dilemma. The coach observed the unfolding drama with a furrowed brow, opting for silence. Outside the field, Meng Meng and Zode shook their heads at the scene, lamenting the ineptitude of the teammates, noting that the Asian players seemed unable to carry the team. Meanwhile, on the field, Wang Long's mind raced. Suddenly, he noticed his goalkeeper, Andre, looking at him with a helpless expression. An idea struck him. The goalkeeper possessed excellent long passing ability. He knew what needed to be done. Wang Long dashed toward his own half, raising his right hand to signal the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, Andre, intuitively launched a powerful kick, sending the ball tracing a perfect arc that landed precisely at Wang Long's feet. Abu charged forward once more, this time opting for a clever approach rather than attacking directly. He attempted to block Wang Long's path with his body. However, Wang Long seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, executing a deft turn to slip past Abu's grasp. As Abu lunged to trip him, he missed entirely and tumbled awkwardly to the ground. "Is that all you can do, resorting to such petty tricks?" Abu seethed in humiliation. Wang Long ignored him, passing the ball to the right winger. The right winger, in perfect sync with Wang Long, executed a wall pass, and they seamlessly performed a series of 1-2s, once again tearing through the opposing defense. Wang Long advanced towards the edge of the penalty area, drawing the attention of multiple defenders. He noticed the languid black striker standing idly in the penalty box, seemingly uninterested in contributing to the attack. A sly smile crept across Wang Long's face as he devised a plan. He feigned a shot, deceiving both the goalkeeper and defenders, before suddenly redirecting the ball to the left side of the penalty area. The black striker remained oblivious, failing to react as the ball sailed past him and landed at the feet of the left winger. Unmarked, the left winger effortlessly slotted the ball into the open net. 3-2. Wang Long had once again turned the tide in favor of his team. Instead of celebrating, Wang Long turned to the group of black players, his gaze icy. "If you wish to avoid being caught by the coach for match fixing after the game, I suggest you continue your charade." The black players, intimidated by Wang Long's commanding presence, lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. In the ensuing match, Wang Long completely took control, utilizing his exceptional skills and awareness to repeatedly dismantle the opposing defense, creating numerous scoring opportunities. He began to target the opponent's weaknesses, formulating specific defensive strategies, and sure enough, the opposing team failed to cross the halfway line again. Under Wang Long's intimidation, the black players began to take the game seriously, no longer daring to slack off. Ultimately, Wang Long's team triumphed with a score of 5-2. The coach outside the pitch had already risen to his feet, watching Wang Long with an excited expression. With Wang Long's addition, the gap left by Xiao Liu's promotion to the U18 squad was effectively filled, instilling confidence in the coach for the second half of the U16 league. Outside, Zogo observed Wang Long's handling of the situation with amusement. "I take back what I said earlier. This Asian player indeed possesses the ability to rival Xiao Liu. No, it is Xiao Liu who can only aspire to match him, yet his value will never compare." Ming Ming's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Wang Long. "Zogo, contact Uncle Mike immediately. I must know everything about him at once." This was the first time Zogo had seen her so anxious. She had been this excited when she first witnessed Xiao Liu play. Nevertheless, Zogo wasted no time and promptly reached out to Uncle Mike. Meanwhile, Abu glared at Wang Long with a scowl, muttering some harsh words before storming off the pitch in frustration. Wang Long paid him no mind, turning instead to the traitorous players. "If there is a next time, Regardless of your circumstances, should you dare to engage in match fixing, I will report you to the management without hesitation. The players lowered their heads, unable to meet Wang Long's piercing gaze. Wang Long chose not to say more, heading straight to the locker room. At that moment, the system suddenly prompted him to select a reward. Upon examining the available entries to strip, he felt a strong desire to penalize the opposing player named Abu, but the entries were all defensive in nature, which he found unappealing. Moreover, Wang Long's immediate priority was to upgrade his core white entry to green. Thus, he opted for a random entry as his reward. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the green entry midfield metronome. Wang Long was taken aback to draw a green attribute on his first random entry. He suddenly regretted using the entry stripping feature against Oliver during the Manchester United match. The stripped entry, right side step over, had yet to find an opportunity for use. Suddenly, the locker room door was kicked open with a crash. Abu burst in, accompanied by a gaggle of followers. A sinister grin plastered across his face as he fixed his gaze on Wang Long. Wang Long sensed impending trouble and instinctively glanced around. Damn, there are no cameras. Chapter 7. A confrontation in the locker room. The door to the locker room was forcefully kicked open, and Abu, accompanied by a group of ruffians, surged in with ill intentions, encircling Wang Long. With a sinister grin, Abu pointed menacingly at Wang Long, declaring, Big Brother Leo wants to formally challenge you. He has decided to personally teach you a lesson on the field, so you can comprehend who the true leader of the Sporting CP U16 team is. After a brief pause, he arrogantly added, However, before Leo can discipline you, I must first collect some interest for the humiliation you caused me in front of him. With that, Abu and his gang approached menacingly, their fists cracking ominously. Wang Long sighed inwardly, realizing that a beating was inevitable. Just as the situation became dire, a thunderous voice erupted at the entrance of the locker room. Stop. Coach Marty entered, his face ashen, accompanied by Song Para. Upon seeing the coach, Abu and his cohorts instantly donned sycophantic smiles and stammered, Coach, we were just joking. Coach Marty scanned the room with a gaze as sharp as a blade, his tone frigid. Joking? It's one thing to engage in petty antics on the field, but to cause disturbances in the locker room is utterly unacceptable. I am aware that young Leo possesses remarkable talent, and we may tolerate some of his antics within reason. But you must understand, he is just a young player, not a bunch of useless fools like you. Pointing at Abu and his associates, he bellowed, Now? Immediately return to the field for an extra hour of training. Should anyone dare to transgress again, I will not hesitate to recommend your expulsion. Abu and the others quickly apologized, fleeing in a disheveled manner, resembling lost dogs as they stumbled over one another. Coach Marty approached Wang Long, concern etched on his face. Wang Long, are you all right? Did they hurt you? Wang Long shook his head and replied, I'm fine, coach. Thank you. He understood that despite the numerous issues within the team, there remained a baseline of decency. At least there were principled individuals like Coach Marty, bringing him a sense of warmth in this unfamiliar environment. That's a relief. Your calm demeanor further impresses me, young man from the East, Coach Marty remarked, patting Wang Long on the shoulder with appreciation. I have high hopes for you. Do not let these off-field antics distract you. Focus on your game, and I will handle the rest. With that, he turned and exited the locker room, embodying an undeniable authority. Song Para was about to follow the coach out when Wang Long called out to him. Song Para, thank you. Wang Long expressed sincerely. If it weren't for your timely warning to the coach, I might have. He hesitated, leaving his gratitude unspoken but palpable. In this strange environment, Song Para's presence felt like a candle, warming his heart that had long been frozen at Manchester United. There's no need to mention it. Song Para replied with a shy smile. We are teammates. It's only natural to help one another. He paused, seemingly wanting to say more but hesitating. Wang Long noticed his indecision and inquired, By the way, Song Para, who exactly is Leo, the person Abu mentioned? Song Para's expression grew grave instantaneously. He glanced around the empty locker room and then at Wang Long, his lips moving as he let out a deep sigh. After a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and divulged the truth. It turned out that Leo, as referred to by Abu, was the currently recognized prodigy of the U16 team, already earmarked for the U18 squad and set to ascend to higher competitions. However, Leo possessed a fatal flaw. He harbored a narrow-mindedness that could not tolerate the presence of other talented players, even those who stood on equal footing with him. Song Para was a prime example. As the most promising midfielder of the new generation from Thailand, he had been sent for further training. initially basking in glory until Leo's arrival. Leo's talent was indeed exceptional, overshadowing all other prodigies in the U16 team. Yet, he was not satisfied. He leveraged his influence to rally black players, forming cliques to suppress others, while he was wary of the intricate connections among local white players. Newcomers from other regions suffered the consequences. In his youthful arrogance, Song Para had once triumphed over Abu and his gang on the field, only to face a severe beating off the pitch as retribution. Wang Long now noticed that 4 white descriptors hovered above Song Para's head: agile sprite, ball control expert, forward specialist, goal sense. Judging by the titles and their quantity, it was evident that Song Para possessed considerable skill for his age. Song Para continued. The antics of Abu and his cohort are merely trifles. The coach can manage them. However, the true menace is Leo. Not only can he defeat you on the field, but the forces behind him can leave even the coach powerless. After a moment's hesitation, Song Para decided to confide in Wang Long about a past incident. One night, while he had ventured outside the base for some supplies, he was confronted from behind by someone brandishing a knife. The assailant warned him not to anger Leo, or the next encounter would not be a mere warning. Wang Long observed the lingering fear in Song Para's expression and recognized the gravity of his words. He realized that compared to Leo's threats, Abu's behavior was trivial. However, a thought occurred to him. He had the backing of Cristiano Ronaldo. If faced with such off-field issues, he could reach out to Mendes, confident that Mendes' influence would render resolution effortless. Gratefully, Wang Long said to Song Para, "Thank you for sharing this with me. But it and Appos, it's best if you keep your distance from me in the future. While I am not afraid, I wouldn't want you to get caught in the crossfire." Just then, the door to the locker room was kicked open once more, producing a deafening bang. A notably short yet exceptionally muscular black youth swaggered in, exuding an air of arrogance as though he were the master of the domain. Following him was a middle-aged man with blonde hair, hands in his pockets. Appearing indifferent to the scene, Wang Long regarded the black youth, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. The youth cast a glance at Song Para, his brow furrowing slightly, before turning his haughty gaze upon Wang Long, disdainfully declaring, "I heard an Asian prodigy midfielder has arrived and even defeated Abu-S lot. Are you that Asian player?" His tone dripped with contempt and provocation. Wang Long remained unfazed by the youth's bravado, responding with measured confidence, "You must be Leo?" His eyes bore no hint of fear, only a trace of amusement. As their gazes clashed, an electric tension permeated the air, igniting a silent duel of wills. Leo let out a scoff, preparing to speak, only to be interrupted by the middle-aged man behind him. "Wang Long, regardless of who recommended you, in the sporting CPU16 team, you must tread carefully." Leo's demeanor shifted noticeably at the man's words, his gaze toward Wang Long now tinged with disdain. Slowly, Leo spoke, "Let us have a match. I intend to shatter your pitiful fantasies on the field." Chapter 8. Rallying teammates, preparing for battle indeed. "You are as arrogant as Abu described." Leo sneered, a hint of disdain in his tone. "You are quite impressive, so I shall refrain from further pleasantries. This week, you may choose any teammates you wish. We shall engage in a friendly match. I intend to demonstrate that even among geniuses, there exists a disparity." Wang Long cast a glance at his companion, Song Para, and noticed his pale complexion, eyes brimming with trepidation. It seemed that Leo was indeed not to be trifled with. Wang Long pondered this internally while scrutinizing Leo closely. Suddenly, he noticed a green label floating above Leo and Appos' head, long-range shot. This revelation astonished him, as he had not observed such labels among Abu and Appos' group previously. Although Wang Long felt a surge of curiosity, he maintained a facade of composure, locking eyes with Leo resolutely. "Very well, I accept your challenge," Wang Long replied calmly. "As for my teammates, I will procure them myself." Leo smirked condescendingly, "Suit yourself. However, I advise you to recruit some formidable players. If you gather only the likes of those around you, the defeat may be quite humiliating." He cast a dismissive glance at Song Para. "Right, Song Para? You, worthless as you are, dare to oppose me?" Leo's gaze turned menacing as he fixed his stare on Song Para, who averted his eyes in submission. Observing this, Wang Long immediately stepped in front of Song Para, shielding him from Leo's fierce glare. "Does Song Para's situation concern you? If you are so eager to seek your demise, let it be this afternoon. I have encountered many geniuses of your caliber at Manchester United." Wang Long and Appos' tone was assertive, his eyes filled with provocation. Upon hearing this, Leo's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Haven't you been cast out by Manchester United? What qualifies you to mention them?" This remark struck a nerve with Wang Long. Being expelled from Manchester United, while justified, remained a sensitive wound for him. His fists clenched, knuckles whitening, veins bulging on his forehead. You. He gritted his teeth, forcing a single word through clenched jaws. A middle-aged man with yellow hair behind Leo stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Leo, pointing at Wang Long. Kid, mind your words. Our young master Leo is not someone you can provoke. Song Para gently tugged at Wang Long's sleeve, whispering, Wang Long, let it go. Let us not stoop to his level. Wang Long inhaled deeply, striving to quell the fury within him. He shook off Song Para's hand, fixing a cold stare on Leo, enunciating each word. This afternoon, I shall reveal to you who the true genius is. With that, he turned and strode away. Overestimating oneself. Wang Long stormed past Leo, who stumbled back slightly before taunting, Don't you dare chicken out this afternoon, Manchester United reject. Seeing Wang Long leave, Song Para followed suit, head bowed. The middle-aged man with yellow hair leaned closer to Leo, whispering, Master, should we send someone to warn him? You are about to ascend to U18. It would be best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Leo shot him a glare, scoffing, Do you truly think I could lose to him? He is merely a castaway from Manchester United. The man chuckled nervously. Of course, Master, with your prowess, it would be an effortless victory. I just believe it unnecessary for you to get involved personally. A cruel glint sparkled in Leo's eyes as he smiled wickedly. He possesses some skill. Enough to defeat Abu and his crew. Most importantly, he is a protege of Cristiano Ronaldo. I relish the thought of crushing his kind beneath my heel. Ha ha ha. Leo laughed maniacally, and the yellow-haired man joined in with a sinister chuckle. Song Para caught up with Wang Long, cautiously inquiring, Wang Long, were you truly in the Manchester United Youth Academy? Wang Long sighed, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Indeed, but I have since been eliminated. Upon hearing this, Song Para and Apo's eyes sparkled with determination. Count me in for this afternoon's match. I play as a midfielder and shadow striker. Wang Long recognized Song Para and Apo's talent, feeling a surge of hope at the prospect of having such a formidable ally. Yet, he hesitated, asking, Are you certain? I fear Leo may retaliate against you. Song Para gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. No worries. I have endured for too long, fearful of Leo's retribution off the pitch. However, I can simply avoid the youth academy from now on. I refuse to let my journey to Portugal for skill development end in cowardice, achieving nothing in the years to come. All right, you are in. Wang Long patted Song Para's shoulder firmly, a smile of approval illuminating his face. Song Para scratched his head, somewhat sheepish. I can also rally a few others who are discontent with Leo. Their skills may be average, but the more, the merrier. Absolutely. Wang Long readily agreed, recognizing the urgency of assembling a team. His tone shifted to seriousness. Considering Leo's reputation in the academy, few would dare to confront him openly. At that moment, Wang Long recalled a player, the perpetually sleepy goalkeeper, Andre. If he could persuade him to join the ranks, their chances of victory would increase significantly. Wang Long searched the training ground but could not locate him. Eventually, he found Andre in the cafeteria, devouring an impressive mound of fries, ketchup smeared around his mouth, resembling a gluttonous little hamster. Wang Long observed Andre's messy eating, his lips quivering, yet he mustered the courage to greet him. Andre. Hearing his name, Andre looked up, his face lighting up upon spotting Wang Long. Come, join me. He gestured to the towering pile of fries with pride. Wang Long gazed at the greasy meal, swallowing hard before asking, How did you manage to snag this, considering it's past mealtime? Andre chuckled, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. You are new here and unaware of the situation. My father is the chef for our youth team. If you ever want extra food, just let me know, and I'll arrange it for you. Wang Long forced a smile, thinking to himself that it might be best to keep his distance from this fellow to avoid temptation from his father's culinary delights, which would jeopardize his fitness regimen. After some casual banter, Wang Long broached the subject. Andre, are you interested in participating in this afternoon's friendly match? Our opponent is Leo. Wang Long anticipated Andre would hesitate, but to his surprise, Andre readily agreed. Sure, no problem, he exclaimed, grabbing another handful of fries and mumbling. I'm not afraid of him. Wang Long was taken aback, cautiously probing, Are you certain? Leo. He is. Andre interrupted, unfazed. What of him? His brother grew up devouring my father's creamy pasta. His brother? Wang Long was perplexed. Yes, not many know this, but his brother played for Sporting Lisbon before transferring to AC Milan, commonly referred to as Little Leo. Wang Long was stunned. realizing that the brother of AC Milan's star player was indeed Leo. No wonder Wang Long found Xiao Leo's appearance remarkably familiar. Astonishingly, he is his brother, which explains his audacious demeanor. Yet, why did Xiao Leo target him so ruthlessly upon Wang Long's arrival? Initially, he suspected that it was Oliver orchestrating this, considering Oliver's family could easily expel him from Manchester United, and one would expect profound connections within a closely knit team like Sporting Lisbon. To his surprise, it turned out not to be Oliver, leaving him utterly perplexed. Andre observed Wang Long's astonished expression and smiled lightly. Are you scared? Although I am uncertain why Xiao Leo has taken such a disliking to you from the outset, I have found that Brad insufferable for quite some time. This afternoon, I will gather 7 or 8 players who are unafraid of Xiao Leo. I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, Andre stood up, patted his belly, and left behind a multitude of empty plates as he sauntered away. Wang Long gazed at Andre's retreating figure, murmuring, Am I scared? No, I am exhilarated, Andre. Exiting the cafeteria, his emotions were a tangle. He looked up at the sky, which was clear and bright, the sunlight almost blinding. An inexplicable thrill surged within him. He was determined to triumph in the afternoon's match. He turned towards the dormitory, intending to rest and gather his strength for the challenge ahead. Upon pushing the dormitory door open, a voice greeted him. Hello, I am your new roommate. Chapter 9. The Arrival of New Allies. A Fierce Battle with Leo, Part 1. As Wang Long pushed open the dormitory door, a tall figure nearly filled his entire field of vision. The sunlight illuminated his chiseled features, casting a brilliant smile across his face. Hello, I am your new roommate. The boy's cheerful voice echoed in the room. Hello. Wang Long momentarily froze before returning a friendly smile. I am Wang Long. Edgar Mata. The new roommate extended his hand, and the two clasped hands firmly. A whirlwind of questions swirled in Wang Long's mind. Why had a new roommate suddenly appeared? I just transferred from Braga, having been specially recruited into the U16 team of Sporting Lisbon, Mata explained casually. Specially recruited? Wang Long's heart raced at the thought. Could he be another privileged player? He could not help but scrutinize Mata closely, and what he saw made him gasp. 2 dazzling green attributes, iron wall defender, and powerful right leg. Alongside 2 white attributes, stamina expert, and right leg block, glimmered above Mata's head. This talent was undeniably on par with the frontline twin stars of Manchester United's U16 team competing in the U18 league. A bold idea flashed through Wang Long's mind. Mata, there's a friendly match this afternoon. Would you like to join? Absolutely. Mata replied without hesitation, as if a game was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. The two began to chat casually, and time flew by until the appointed hour arrived. At the training ground, Song Para was already warming up with a few others. Wang Long scanned the area. Aside from Song Para and a stout boy with brown skin boasting 4 attributes, the others had only 2 or 3 white attributes. By observing the attributes, Wang Long deduced that the stout boy played as a center forward. Hey, guys. Wang Long greeted enthusiastically, introducing Mata to everyone. The group did not pay much attention to Mata, but they curiously scrutinized Wang Long, with the stout boy directly asking, Are you really from the Manchester United Youth Academy? Indeed, Wang Long confirmed. Those simple words seemed to inject a surge of confidence into the group of youths who had long been oppressed by the likes of Leo. Indeed, although they hailed from a small nation, each one was a prodigy in their own right. Wang Long thought of his homeland, Huaxia. Even if he had been cast aside by Manchester United, he remained a dazzling figure among his peers. At that moment, a group of white players approached, with Andre leading the way. Andre, Wang Long called out from a distance. Andre grinned widely, revealing a set of pearly whites, and clapped Wang Long's shoulder heartily. Wang Long. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you, ha ha ha. His hearty laughter resonated with the surrounding teammates. Andre surveyed the group, his expression turning serious. Come, let me introduce you. This is Wang Long from Huaxia, the miraculous midfielder I told you about. I didn't expect him not only to possess extraordinary skills but also to have the audacity to challenge Leo. We're all tired of being pushed around by Leo, and we fear no influence behind him. Regardless of the outcome, we must not show weakness. The U16 of Sporting Lisbon is not solely dictated by Leo. Andre's voice rang out with conviction. He then proceeded to introduce the others to Wang Long. Wang Long noticed that the players Andre brought were formidable. Aside from Andre himself, who had 4 white attributes, 3 others shared the same distinction, and one slender boy with black hair and blue eyes possessed 3 white attributes, stamina expert, defensive ability, wing cross, and a green attribute, wing speedster. Wang Long was taken aback, It seemed the U16 training at Sporting Lisbon indeed harbored hidden talents. The black-haired, blue-eyed boy curiously regarded Wang Long. Andre introduced. This is Patran, a winger, also one of the two U16 prodigies famed alongside Leo. He missed the last training session due to family matters. Patran nodded slightly at Wang Long as a form of greeting. Wang Long then introduced Mana to everyone. Since Andre and the others were already acquainted with him, further introduction was unnecessary. Taking a deep breath, Wang Long looked around the group, his voice steady. Brothers, I know we have been oppressed by Leo's gang, harboring a sense of injustice. Today is our chance to prove ourselves. We must make them realize that the U16 is not solely under their command. We must show them that we are the future of Sporting Lisbon. Wang Long's voice rose with fervor, igniting a fire within each teammate. Indeed, let's show them our strength. The teammates echoed his sentiments, their eyes ablaze with determination. Songpara regarded Wang Long with a complex expression. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Coach Matty stood at the sidelines, a whistle in hand, his expression grave. They're here, Mata whispered, casting his gaze towards the entrance of the field. And strode Leo, leading a group of players, swaggering confidently. Each of them stood tall, their gazes sharp, exuding a formidable aura. Yet, Wang Long felt something amiss. These players seemed unfamiliar, unlike the usual U16 teammates he encountered. Andre, who are these people? Wang Long inquired softly, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Andre's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes locking onto the newcomers, his lips pressing into a thin line. A teammate beside him gasped, trembling, how can it be them? This is against the rules. Following their gaze, Wang Long's pupils dilated in shock. The group before him boasted an overwhelming array of attributes. The least among them had 5 white attributes, and aside from Leo, 4 others possessed green attributes. This lineup was more extravagant than the starting roster of the U16 team. They are from the U18 second team. Andre gritted his teeth, articulating each word slowly. Though they are the second team, their age and experience overshadow us. Their strength is far superior. A chill surged through Wang Long from his feet to the crown of his head. The U18 second team? Leo had resorted to such underhanded tactics. Leo, what does this mean? Wang Long bellowed, striding boldly towards Leo, his eyes ablaze with fury. You dare bring U18 players for a friendly match? Do you have no shame? Leo smirked contemptuously, raising his hands in a feigned innocence. The rules do not state that U18 players cannot be involved. Besides, I am about to be promoted to U18. They will soon be my teammates, so what's wrong with some early practice? Wang Long trembled with rage, his fists clenching tightly. He knew Leo was arrogant, but he had not expected him to be so despicable. Leo cast a dismissive glance at Wang Long's teammates, sneering. What? Are you afraid? If you're scared, just admit defeat and save yourselves from an embarrassing loss later. Admit defeat? In your dreams. Wang Long shouted defiantly. Even if our opponents are from the U18, we will never back down. Football is unpredictable, and anything can happen. Moreover, I have the system as my secret weapon, capable of revealing the opponent's strengths and weaknesses. Even if there is a disparity in strength, I will give it my all and will never concede easily. The two teams stood poised for confrontation, the air thick with the pungent scent of impending conflict. Coach Marty had been summoned to act as a temporary referee. He surveyed the tense figures of Wang Long and Leo, letting out a resigned sigh. You are both prodigious talents of Sporting Lisbon, invaluable assets to the team. It is imperative to maintain an atmosphere of mutual support and harmony. Noticing the continued stoicism of the two, he sighed again, signaling the players to prepare for the match. Wang Long personally selected the most suitable candidates from his side, assembling the strongest lineup possible. Yet, even this formidable arrangement appeared feeble against the opposing U18 second team, akin to a flickering firefly challenging the brilliance of a full moon. On the sidelines, Long Meng and brothers was sat attentively outside the field, keenly observing the unfolding drama. Brothers Hua, I never expected him to be from Huaxia. And his name even contains the character Long. Do you think if I introduced him to my father, he would be pleased? Long Meng blinked her bright eyes, her voice laced with excitement. Brothers Hua pondered for a moment before responding. Miss, our leader is currently preoccupied with territorial matters, and it would be best not to trouble him with such trivialities. He paused, then shifted his tone. However, should he lead the team to victory against Leo's U18 second team today, he would indeed demonstrate the potential and value worthy of our investment, especially as he is of Huaxia descent. A sharp whistle sliced through the air, marking the commencement of the match. Chapter 10, New Recruits Arrive. Fierce Battle with Leo, Part 2. The whistle pierced through the tranquility of the field, marking the official commencement of the match. The ball was skillfully exchanged among the opposing players, weaving a tight net that thwarted all attempts by Wang Long's team to apply pressure. The opponent's coordination was breathtakingly seamless. Each pass was impeccably timed, always finding the gaps, rendering Wang Long's interceptions futile. After several failed attempts to penetrate their defense, the opponent seemed to lose patience, with the defender sending the ball back to the goalkeeper. The goalkeeper made a slight adjustment, aimed for the front line, and unleashed a powerful kick. The ball soared high, tracing a parabolic arc as it advanced towards the front, yet the quality of the long pass was subpar. Lacking both power and precision, akin to a headless fly flitting chaotically through the air. In an instant, a tall figure leapt into the air, dominating the others, Edgar Mota. He outpaced the opposing forward, directing the ball to a teammate on the wing. The opposing players immediately surged forward to apply pressure, prompting the wing player to pass the ball to Wang Long. The ball settled at Wang Long's feet. He deftly controlled it, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the unfolding situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Long executed a precise long pass that tore through the opponent's defense. A splendid play. Cheers erupted from the sidelines. Songpara, understanding the cue, darted forward like an arrow, creating a one-on-one opportunity. The opposing goalkeeper rushed out, attempting to thwart Songpara's advance. However, just as Songpara prepared to shoot, a defender sprinted back with astonishing speed, effectively halting his attack. With no other option, Songpara passed the ball back to a supporting teammate. The teammate swiftly distributed the ball to the wing, where Pat and surged forward. Patron's acceleration was phenomenal, racing down the sideline like a bolt of lightning, seeking to exploit his speed advantage to breach the opposing defense. Yet, the opposing fullback responded just as quickly, closely marking Patron. With exceptional positioning and anticipation skills, he neutralized Patron's offensive efforts effortlessly. Patron's expression darkened. His once proud speed seemed utterly ineffective against his opponent. Wang Long glanced at the opposing fullback's attributes, noticing only 5 white attributes, yet he managed to easily contain Patron, who boasted green attributes. Wang Long and Songpara exchanged a look, each reflecting deep shock within the other's eyes. They had anticipated a challenging match, but the disparity between the teams was far greater than they had imagined, especially since Patron, with his green attribute winged steed, was nearly unbeatable in the U16 tier, yet was subdued by an opponent with merely 5 white attributes. This underscored the opponent's superior experience and skill. Wang Long sighed inwardly. This match was proving to be more arduous than expected. The opposing players exhibited profound experience, consistently anticipating their attacking routes and preemptively countering. Once again, the opposing fullback deflected the ball out of bounds. Wang Long's fullback executed a throw-in, aiming directly for the portly striker in the penalty area. Unfortunately, he overthrew it, the ball tracing an awkward arc over his teammate's leap, landing directly into the goalkeeper's embrace. The goalkeeper caught the ball securely, a hint of disdain flickering across his face. Just as Wang Long's hefty striker teammate stood in stunned frustration, regretting his missed opportunity, the opposing team suddenly accelerated, as if commanded, charging towards Wang Long's goal like a pack of hungry wolves. Little Leo sneered as he dashed past Wang Long, casting a contemptuous glance his way. This is bad, Wang Long thought, realizing the swiftness of the opponent's transition from defense to attack was suffocating. While they were still lamenting their previous play, the opponents had already executed a lightning-fast shift initiated by the goalkeeper. Their synergy, their fluidity, was nothing short of extraordinary. Wang Long's side had only Mota and another central defender lingering behind, struggling to react as they desperately retraced their steps to halt the oncoming assault. The situation had devolved into a precarious 4 against 2, with Wang Long's team at a severe disadvantage. The opposing players, moving like flowing water, advanced the ball into the penalty area through a series of dazzling short passes. A slender forward received the ball and, without hesitation, unleashed a shot. The ball rocketed towards the bottom corner of the goal like a cannonball. Andre, reacting swiftly, dove with all his might, his body arcing gracefully through the air. The thunderous sound echoed as the ball struck Andre's arm, deflecting off and sailing out of bounds. The crowd held its breath, captivated by the tense spectacle. After landing, Andre, ignoring the pain, quickly rose and shouted to his teammates, "Watch your defenses. They are incredibly fast." Wang Long and his teammates finally returned to their positions, hastily organizing a defensive line. The opponents earned a corner kick. The atmosphere on the field shifted dramatically. Wang Long noted, since that lightning-fast transition from defense to attack, the tension had escalated. The opponents seemed to have transformed into an entirely different team, their pace quickening, their pressure mounting like a tidal wave. They were no longer satisfied with mere ball possession at the back. Instead, they pounced on every ball carrier with the ferocity of ravenous leopards. The composed passing exchanges that had characterized their play moments ago became disjointed and frantic. Wang Long distinctly felt the intensity of the opponent's press had risen significantly. Every touch of the ball came with immense pressure, as if countless eyes were fixated upon him, poised to seize the ball at any moment. Damn it! Wang Long cursed internally, swiftly evading an opponent and Oppo's sliding tackle. However, before he could regain his balance, another shadow approached rapidly. With no other recourse, Wang Long passed the ball back to Moda. Upon receiving the ball, Modu felt the weight of pressure as well. Two opposing forwards closed in from either side, pressing down upon him like two immovable mountains, nearly suffocating him. "Moda, here!" shouted the fullback Patran, attempting to offer support. Yet, it seemed the opponents had already anticipated Moda's passing route. Little Leo darted in with lightning speed, intercepting the ball. "This is bad." Moda's heart sank as he watched the opposing team launch another offensive. Little Leo seized the ball and, like a streak of black lightning, surged down the wing. Despite his diminutive stature, he possessed astonishing explosiveness, shaking off defenders with a few bursts of speed as he entered the penalty area. "Stop him!" Wang Long screamed, desperately chasing back. However, Little Leo's speed was simply too formidable. He sidestepped the defender and shot. A resounding crack echoed as the ball hurtled towards the goal. In a split second, Mota, like a divine savior, executed a sliding tackle to deflect the ball out of bounds. "Well done, Mota," Andre exclaimed, his voice ringing with admiration. Mota, after hitting the ground, disregarded his pain and quickly sprang back into action, re-engaging in defense. In the ensuing minutes, Wang Long's side found themselves completely overwhelmed by the opposition. Had it not been for Moda's several brilliant clearances, their goal would have surely been breached. On the sidelines, Long Mingming watched intently, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The intensity and thrill of the match far exceeded her expectations, leaving her exhilarated. "Brothers, today's match is truly spectacular," Long Mingming exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable. "Indeed, miss," came the reply. The quality of the match was remarkable, with both sides showcasing formidable prowess. Brothers smiled in response. However, Long Mingming's gaze remained fixated on Wang Long, her eyes betraying a hint of confusion. How strange, she mused. That Wang Long seemed so invisible today. Just as her thoughts settled, Wang Long suddenly accelerated, attempting to evade the opponent's defense. His mind raced, functioning like a finely tuned, high-speed machine, as he feverishly analyzed the dynamics of the field, seeking an opportunity to break the deadlock. He endeavored to pierce through the rival's defenses with precise passes, repeatedly delivering the ball to his teammates, hoping to create scoring chances. Yet, the opponent's defense was as impenetrable as a fortress, consistently anticipating his passing routes, nullifying each of his attempts. Particularly, the towering center-back on the opposing team was exceptionally agile, turning swiftly to intercept the ball just before Wang Long's teammates could reach it. "Damn!" Wang Long cursed silently, his heart heavy with frustration. He realized that continuing in this manner would only squander precious opportunities. If a direct assault proved futile, perhaps a counterattack would bear fruit. A sudden thought struck him. The opponent was undeniably strong, yet their offense was not without its vulnerabilities. If they could exploit their defensive lapses and strike swiftly, they might still have a glimmer of hope. He shared his thoughts with his teammates, who nodded in agreement. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The opposing center forward appeared out of nowhere behind Wang Long's other center back, launching a fierce press. The defender, clearly flustered, hastily attempted to clear the ball, but ended up having it intercepted by the opposing forward. The rival center forward seized the ball and was one-on-one with the goal. Alarmed, Andre realized he must react swiftly. Without hesitation, he dashed out of the goal, determined to thwart the impending shot. However, the opposing center forward feigned, sending Andre sprawling to the ground. With a deft flick of his toe, he sent the ball soaring in an elegant arc over Andre's head and into the unguarded net. A deafening cheer erupted from the sidelines as the score shifted to 1-0. Below, Xiao Liu's companions, including Abu, leaped with excitement, high-fiving and exclaiming, "Boss is mighty! Boss is incredible!" The scoring center forward embraced his teammates tightly, their faces glowing with the joy of victory. Xiao Liu joined in their celebration, casting a disdainful smile at Wang Long, taunting in broken Chinese, "You are incapable." Wang Long disregarded Xiao Liu's provocation, his brow furrowed as he surveyed his teammates. The recently faltered defender hung his head, shoulders trembling slightly, unable to meet Wang Long's gaze. The rest of the team appeared equally dejected, their spirits low. Seizing the moment during the opponent's celebration, Wang Long approached the troubled defender and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Lift your head. It was just one mistake. It's nothing to fret over. We still have a chance in this match. Let us not forget who we are." The defender raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes as he choked out, "I'm sorry, Enough," Wang Long interjected. "I know you did your best. This is not the time for self-reproach. We are a team, and we must fight together until the final whistle." His voice, though soft, resonated with a strength that infused warmth into the hearts of his teammates. They gradually lifted their heads, determination rekindling in their eyes. Indeed, they still had a chance. It was merely one goal. What was there to fear? They would surely prevail. With renewed vigor, the teammates' shouts echoed, and the atmosphere on the field shifted subtly. As the game resumed, Wang Long altered his strategy. He no longer fixated on ball control and organization in midfield, but instead concentrated on solidifying the defense and preparing for counterattacks. He recognized that, given the current circumstances, a robust defense was paramount. He frequently retreated to assist his teammates in defense, vigilantly seeking opportunities to counterattack. Once, when the opposing midfielder passed back to the defender, Wang Long sprang into action, darting toward the ball like a cheetah. The opposing defender, caught off guard by Wang Long's speed, hurriedly attempted to clear the ball, only to inadvertently kick it to Palong. Palong immediately relayed the ball to Wang Long, who, without hesitation, launched a long pass into the attacking zone. Songpara, understanding the cue, surged forward like an arrow, receiving Wang Long's pass. "Good play." Long Mingming's cheers rang out from the sidelines. Songpara entered the penalty area, calmly maneuvering around the opposing defender before unleashing a shot aimed at the far corner of the goal. However, at that critical moment, the opposing goalkeeper, like a divine being, leaped and deflected the ball out of bounds. "Close call." Gasps erupted from the sidelines. Though this attempt did not yield a goal, it significantly bolstered Wang Long and his teammates' morale. They recognized that even against a formidable opponent, they were not without the means to retaliate. In the ensuing match, Wang Long continued to seek direct connections with goalkeeper Andre. The synergy among teammates grew stronger, with several near misses that almost breached the opponent's defenses. "Leo, you better get back on defense. If we lose this match, you know the consequences," a rival defender with a green tag warned Leo fiercely. "I know. I'll cover my position. Just keep an eye on yours and leave the offense to me," Leo replied, his expression grim. He was at a loss against the opponent, who, despite being U18 players, were from the second team. Leo had yet to formally join the U18 squad, and these players were merely leveraging his brother's reputation to assist. He understood that if the U18 team were to lose to the U16, their existence would be called into question. Leo had initially aimed to teach the U16 players a lesson before departing, but the current situation was far from one-sided. With just 5 minutes remaining in the first half, they needed to hold their ground and strive to maintain the score gap. Just as Wang Long urged everyone to focus on defense, he noticed the opposing players pressing forward once again. "Oh no, here they come again." Chapter 11, The Arrival of New Allies and the Fierce Battle Against Leo, Part 2. Like a swift leopard, Leo led the U18 second team in a renewed onslaught. The same rapid advances and precise passes tore through the U16 defense like a sharpened blade. Outside the field, Long Mingming and brothers' expressions darkened, a foreboding feeling creeping into their hearts. Another goal was imminent. Despite Andre and Mota's valiant efforts, their first attempt at a numerical advantage barely managed to deflect a certain goal out of bounds. However, in this situation of having an extra player, the U18 second team's players executed their coordination with remarkable finesse, culminating in a deft push from young Leo that pierced the U16 net once more. Sighing softly, Long Mingming felt a flicker of disappointment. It seemed the task was indeed formidable. Brothers Will placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, assuring her, "My lady, do not lose heart. These children are remarkable, each one a talent. It is not easy to stand out among such brilliance and challenge higher ranks." He paused, casting his gaze towards the solitary figure on the field, acknowledging that Wang Long was indeed among the elite of the younger generation in Huaxia. Though his words were meant to console, a glimmer of yearning lingered in Brothers Wu's eyes. When would Huaxia produce a true prodigy capable of astonishing the world? On the field, Wang Long and his teammates stood motionless, watching their opponents celebrate with abandon, a wave of helplessness washing over them. Was the disparity truly so vast? Wang Long pondered. In a training match against Manchester United, they had triumphed over two top-tier U18 talents. Why then, did they crumble so easily against this adversary? Although the opposing team possessed superior overall strength, his side was far from weak. They had Songpara, the stout one with brown skin, Andre, and even Moda and Pat Lang, who were players of green status. Wang Long had also awakened to green status. The sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the first half. Wang Long trudged towards the resting area, silent and brooding. Songpara glanced at Wang Long, who had his head bowed, hesitating to speak. Upon returning to the bench, Wang Long remained silent, his demeanor suggesting a wall had risen between him and the world. Seeing this, Songpara felt a pang of worry and was about to offer comfort when Andre raised a hand to stop him. "Let him be for now," Andre murmured, gesturing for Songpara to observe the others. This match was different for Wang Long. Others either sat or stood, their expressions somber, yet devoid of deep frustration. Losing to Leo seemed to have become routine for them, especially against this U18 second team, which was 2 years younger. But Wang Long was different. He was new, arriving with the aura of having defeated Abu and others, and he had yet to taste the bitterness of defeat. Andre understood that Wang Long yearned for victory more than anyone else. At this moment, Wang Long was oblivious to everything around him, his mind racing as he fervently analyzed the differences between this match and his previous encounter with Oliver at Manchester United. Clearly, his teammates were not lacking in skill, including Moda and Pat Lang, so why were they so reactive? He instinctively glanced at his green status, midfield metronome. Could it be that this status was not as powerful as he had imagined? Suddenly, a realization struck him like a bolt of lightning cutting through his chaotic thoughts. Rhythm. It was all about rhythm. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he recognized that the 2 goals conceded were not due to negligence or an overwhelming skill gap, but rather because his side had completely surrendered control of the rhythm to the opponents. He had previously thought that initiating attacks and counterattacks meant utilizing his status effectively. But now he understood that the midfield metronome served not only as a tempo setter for offense but also for defense. He ought to guide his teammates in intercepting the ball and controlling the pace of the game from the midfield, rather than merely offloading the pressure onto the defenders and goalkeeper. With renewed determination, Wang Long rose abruptly, his gaze resolute. He glanced at the scoreboard. Only a few minutes remained before the second half commenced. Scanning his downtrodden teammates, who resembled wilted plants, he inhaled deeply and shared his newfound insight regarding the transition of rhythm between offense and defense. Using clear and concise language, he elucidated his complex tactical ideas, and his teammates nodded in understanding, although they soon voiced their confusion. "We comprehend the theory, but how do we implement it?" Wang Long contemplated briefly as a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. A non-marking strategy. The moment these words left his lips, the resting area erupted in commotion. Teammates whispered to one another, astonished. Songpara and the stout one, Songpara, wore expressions of shock, while Andre blurted out, "Wang Long, stop joking." Only Moda, with a furrowed brow, seemed to be seriously considering the feasibility of this tactic. "Silence." Songpara interjected, halting the chatter. "Let Wang Long finish." Wang Long had anticipated their reactions and confidently explained, "Not marking does not mean not defending. What I mean is that everyone should focus on their defensive positions, particularly during transitions from offense to defense. We must immediately return to our designated areas instead of fixating on our opponents and chasing them down after they initiate their moves." In the first half, this is precisely why we were frequently outpaced, leading to a numerical disadvantage in our backline. If it weren't for Andre and Moda's outstanding performances, the scoreline could have been even more dire. I agree with the subsequent defensive tactics. We should retreat early, but currently, even man-marking is proving difficult. Wouldn't a non-marking approach grant them more space to operate? A teammate hesitantly queried. At this moment, Moda, who had been silent, spoke up. His deep-set gaze swept over the group as he calmly stated, "Wang Long's intention is not to neglect defense, but to adapt to changing circumstances. Just like our center backs, who must balance one-on-one defense with zonal marking, we often face situations where we are outnumbered at the back. In such cases, the goal of defense isn't merely to intercept the ball or disrupt the opponent's play, but to contain them and limit their options, whether for shooting or passing. Defending players must anticipate both scenarios and prepare accordingly." Moda's words illuminated the minds of his teammates, clearing their confusion. Wang Long nodded in agreement, adding, "As long as everyone maintains their positions, the rest is about trusting one another." Pausing, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. "If you all trust me, I am willing to take on the role of the metronome for our counterattack. As soon as the ball is at my feet, you must surge forward without hesitation." Teammates exchanged glances, and one by one, they nodded in affirmation of their faith in Wang Long. The whistle sounded again, signaling the start of the second half. Wang Long stood at the center circle, taking a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He understood that this match was not merely about victory or defeat. It was about whether he could truly seize control of the midfield metronome. Chapter 12. The rhythm of the game. The whistle pierced the serene afternoon sky of Lisbon, signaling the commencement of the second half. With a delicate touch, Wang Long deftly passed the ball to his teammate beside him. The teammate attempted to send a pass to the center forward, Edgar Moda, but it was intercepted. Consequently, Wang Long's teammates refrained from rushing the offense. They retreated like a receding tide, forming a compact formation akin to a net lying in wait for prey. The fruitless frenzy of the first half had illuminated the formidable nature of their opponent's defense. The opposing team, caught off guard by this unexpected shift, found themselves in disarray. Accustomed to facing fierce assaults from their rivals, they struggled to adapt to this sudden defensive posture. Little Leo, a short yet robust young black player, furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by the tactical change employed by Wang Long and his comrades. He controlled the ball, hesitated briefly, and then resolved to advance. To him, the retreat of his adversaries seemed a display of cowardice. In the face of absolute strength, such a defensive strategy appeared futile. The ball danced beneath Leo's feet as he surged forward, akin to a cheetah closing in on its target, intent on breaching Wang Long's defense. Wang Long met him with unwavering resolve, his eyes betraying no hint of fear. Leo smirked disdainfully. Have you resorted to cowering in defense because you cannot compete? Not a foolish tactic, but in the face of absolute prowess, you stand no chance of scoring. Before he could finish, Leo abruptly changed direction, attempting to sidestep Wang Long. Unperturbed, Wang Long moved in closely to defend. As Leo grinned, seemingly confident of his success, he began to maneuver around Wang Long, testing him with feints and shifts. Searching for a vulnerability, Wang Long remained steadfast, his balance unyielding, like an immovable mountain before Leo. Suddenly, Leo accelerated, and his teammates anticipated he would attempt to exploit Wang Long's right side. Wang Long adjusted his weight slightly to the right. In a flash, Leo halted and pivoted, attempting to slip the ball past Wang Long on his left, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Wang Long's gaze sharpened. He had anticipated Leo's move. As Leo changed direction, Wang Long was already a step ahead, extending his foot to intercept the ball with precision. Seeing Wang Long regain possession, his teammates surged forward. Invigorated and seeking space, Wang Long wasted no time, launching a powerful pass to the forward, Edgar Moda. Moda, shielded by a solitary defender, opted not to force his way through. Instead, he used his muscular frame to shield the defender, skillfully controlling the ball with his chest before unleashing a decisive pass to the right. At that moment, the lightning-fast Patran darted forward, breaking free on the left. The opposing goalkeeper, recognizing the threat, rushed out to block Patran's shot, but Patran did not shoot. Instead, he made a lateral pass. Approaching the goal, Songpara gently tapped the ball in, scoring. Wang Long had leveled the match. On the sidelines, Leo's supporters fell silent, while a few of Songpara and Andre's friends erupted in applause. Meanwhile, Long Mengmeng leaped up in excitement, her delicate features flushed. Her little fist waving in the air as she exclaimed, "Beautiful! Absolutely stunning! Brothers, what? See, I told you he was extraordinary." The splendid goal, stemming from Wang Long's interception to the team's cohesive offensive surge, had unleashed a formidable wave of attack, leaving the opponents bewildered. Songpara refrained from excessive celebration, quickly retrieving the ball and sprinting towards the center circle. In that moment, Wang Long began to grasp the essence of the midfield maestro's role. Previously, he had struggled to comprehend this term, but now, enlightenment dawned. Before passing, Wang Long's intent was clear to the entire team, who instinctively abandoned their defensive duties to surge forward, operating like a well-rehearsed ensemble where each player knew their role and position. Wang Long realized that this kind of understanding differed fundamentally from mere technical skills. It was akin to possessing a key that could only unlock its potential when placed in the correct lock. As Wang Long contemplated this, the ball found its way back to Leo's feet. Refusing to yield, Leo sought to breach Wang Long's defense once more, his eyes ablaze with fury, as though he aimed to consume him whole. Yet, he was once again thwarted, his attempts to reclaim the ball akin to a trapped beast, struggling futilely against the hunter's grasp. However, this time, Leo's team learned from their previous mistakes. Upon witnessing Wang Long regain possession, they dashed towards their own goal, attempting to position themselves defensively, as if retreating like a tide to establish a formidable barrier. Yet, instead of launching an immediate attack, Wang Long expertly controlled the ball. embodying the role of an experienced conductor, orchestrating the rhythm of the match. As the opposing forwards sought to reclaim the ball, Wang Long anticipated their movements, skillfully passing to a teammate in defense, seamlessly guiding the ball to safety. The opposition intensified their pursuit, akin to ravenous wolves closing in on their prey. But Wang Long's presence in the back line ensured their attempts were in vain. Little Leo glared at Wang Long with palpable frustration, yet remained powerless. He had never encountered such a tenacious opponent, seemingly ordinary yet capable of predicting his every move. As time ticked by, the score remained 2-1. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense, with both teams exerting every ounce of effort, their jerseys soaked with sweat. At that moment, the ball landed once more at Wang Long and Oppo's feet. He lifted his gaze, scanning the field, and activated his expert vision. In that instant, he spotted Songpara and Oppo's movement. A perfect gap opening in the opponent's defense. Wang Long's lips curled into a slight smile as he executed a nimble turn to evade a defender, then unleashed a precision through ball. The football soared like a white streak of lightning, traversing most of the pitch, landing precisely between the opposing defender and goalkeeper. Songpara appeared like a phantom, having breached the opponent's defense, with the defender unable to turn in time to pursue. Confronting the goalkeeper, Songpara, with calm composure, executed a delicate chip shot, the ball curving gracefully into the net. They had scored. Wang Long's teammates erupted in exuberant cheers, and Songpara embraced Wang Long tightly. The score had evened at 2-2. What a magnificent display! This offensive sequence, though lacking in overall strength and experience, had managed to tear through the opponent's defense through a masterful change of rhythm. Brothers Wu praised the goal, noting that the entire transition had originated from Wang Long. Remarking on the rarity of such potential in a midfielder, Long Mingming's eyes sparkled as she fixated on Wang Long, as if witnessing a culinary masterpiece. As the second half commenced, the tides had turned. The U18 team found their previous ease replaced by visible anxiety, facing an equal score against a group of U16 players 2 years their junior, leaving them feeling humiliated. Wang Long astutely perceived the shift in their mentality. They began to grow impatient, with increasing passing errors and a disordered offensive rhythm. A subtle smile played on Wang Long's lips as he continued to implement his defensive strategy, maintaining composure and denying the opposition any opportunity for advantage. Their attacks crumbled time and again, with their passes becoming increasingly rushed. At last, during an attempt to pass to the forward, Mata, lying in ambush behind, pounced like a cheetah and cleanly intercepted the ball. Observing the interception, Wang Long immediately sprang into action, darting forward like an arrow released from a bow. Understanding his intent, Mata delivered a precise pass to Wang Long's feet. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Long advanced with the ball, drawing the attention of the opposing defenders, before abruptly distributing the ball to the flanking and rapidly advancing Pat Lang. Pat Lang's speed was akin to lightning, swiftly evading the defenders, and after progressing a short distance with the ball, he returned it to Wang Long, who had arrived at the edge of the penalty area. At that moment, Leo, in a fit of frustration, rushed in to attempt an interception. A sly grin flickered across Wang Long's lips as he initiated a right-side bicycle kick. This marked Wang Long's first application of this skill in a real match. Initially acquired to humiliate Oliver, it had now become the pivotal element to overturn the game. With a touch that seemed magical, Wang Long deftly alternated the ball between his feet, leaving Leo bewildered and utterly unable to discern the ball's trajectory. After creating some space by deftly maneuvering to the right, Wang Long decisively struck the ball, delivering a perfectly aimed cross into the penalty area. There, a robust figure leapt high, executing a powerful header that propelled the ball like a cannonball towards the goal. Despite the goalkeeper's desperate attempt to save, the proximity rendered him unable to react in time, leaving him to watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the net. 3-2. Sporting CP U16 had taken the lead. Wang Long and his teammates erupted in euphoric celebration, this goal sufficiently sealing the match. On the sidelines, Long Meiming excitedly grasped Zoj's arm. "Zoj, let's find Uncle Mike later and meet Wang Long." Although taken aback, Zoj did not oppose. Wang Long's showcase talent indeed warranted their personal encounter. Meanwhile, Coach Marty signaled the end of the match, his gaze fixed on Wang Long. Knowing this prodigious youth should not be confined to the U16 team, and he resolved to report this immediately to his superiors. On the other side, Leo's teammates unleashed their frustrations upon him, blaming his blunder for the team's defeat. With a pale countenance, Leo silently left the field. Upon returning to the dormitory, he swiftly dialed a number. "I want Wang Long to be lying in a hospital bed by the end of this week, unable to rise for at least a month." The voice on the other end hesitated slightly but ultimately acquiesced. And then there was that Sampalana kid. Having warned him last time, he dared to step forward again. And now it was time to settle that as well. Leo hung up the phone, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he gazed out toward the direction of the field. Chapter 13. Unforeseen Turmoil. Friends under attack, Wang Long was utterly oblivious to the peril that surrounded him. The elation of victory spread among Wang Long and his teammates. As he was lifted high by his comrades, their cheers resonating vibrantly. Upon landing, the familiar chime of the system echoed in his mind. As he perused the selectable entries, a smile graced his lips. The green entry of Xiao Yao, long-range shooting, was precisely what he desired. Wang Long found himself lacking the ability for long-range shots. And with his formidable passing skills, he would become an unstoppable force on the field. Without hesitation, he clicked to acquire it, and the verdant essence infused his being. Wang Long. Coach Marty's voice interrupted his reverie. He approached the coach, feeling an unprecedented sense of importance. Kid, your performance today was exceptional. I've reported your situation to the higher-ups. Soon, the U18 youth training coach will come to evaluate you. Coach Marty clapped Wang Long on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration. Prepare well. Don't let me down. A jolt ran through Wang Long at the mention of U18, a monumental opportunity. Coach, what about Xiao Yao? He couldn't help but voice his lingering curiosity. Such a formidable player. Why would he leave the U16 league abruptly instead of finishing it and claiming a championship before advancing to U18? He lost to Benfica's U16 and requested a transfer. Coach Marty replied with a tone tinged with both regret and excitement. Their strength is formidable, and you will encounter them in the future. But for now, your task is to lead the team to victory in the upcoming matches. Xiao Yao is gone, and the captain's armband. The coach cast a meaningful glance at Wang Long. Wang Long felt a wave of pressure to have compelled the defiant Xiao Yao to concede and even depart. The opposing strength must be greater than what Coach Marty had indicated. The U18 evaluation, the burden of captaincy, and the unknown formidable adversaries all signified a blend of opportunity and challenge. He understood that ascending to U18 would mark his true entry into the realm of talent, expanding the system's plundering scope and significantly increasing the likelihood of acquiring stronger entries. This was not merely an acknowledgement of his prowess, but a chance to alter his destiny. In the ensuing days, Wang Long immersed himself in training. Empowered by the long-range shooting ability, his skills flourished, earning him the respect of his teammates. He astutely observed that the training methods at Sporting Lisbon differed from those at Manchester United. Here, there was a greater emphasis on the meticulous refinement of individual skills, with tactics focusing more on the ball control and breakthroughs of wingers, allowing them more room to express their capabilities. Conversely, Manchester United favored honing players' independent thinking and physical confrontation through practical combat. Both training methodologies possessed their merits, and like a sponge, Wang Long absorbed the essence of both, continually enhancing his prowess. Wang Long, your speed and explosiveness are simply astonishing. Patran, another prodigious talent on the team, exclaimed without restraint. Patron's speed was remarkable, and his technical finesse was exquisite, making him the only player capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the former Xiao Yao. Though not tall, he was incredibly agile, akin to a swift cheetah, always finding openings in tight spaces. Wang Long noted that while Patron's shooting power and accuracy did not rival Xiao Yao's, his ability to create opportunities was superior, and he excelled in teamwork, frequently delivering exquisite assists. Your passing also exhibits great vision, always finding the optimal attacking routes. Wang Long commended Patron's skills. His gaze lingered on Patran for a moment, and an epiphany struck. It seemed that Sporting Lisbon's tactical framework heavily relied on the individual capabilities of its wingers, he mused. However, I still prefer Manchester United's training approach. Wang Long shook his head and murmured to himself, football should not adhere to fixed tactical patterns. It must adapt to circumstances, crafting scoring opportunities. Time flew by, and soon it was Saturday. On this day, a specialized trainer from U18 arrived at the U16 training ground to conduct a comprehensive data assessment of Wang Long. The results indicated that his physical condition barely met the U18 standards, yet his passing ability astonished the trainer. Since acquiring Xiao Yao's long-range shooting entry, Wang Long's passing precision and success rate had significantly improved, even surpassing that of some U18 players. Incredible! Your passing is as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. The trainer marveled. You've passed the first data assessment. Next, you will undergo a practical evaluation. This coming Monday, I will attend your U16 league match alongside the U18 coach. Wang Long assured him that he would perform admirably. He thought to himself that next Monday's opponent was another local youth team, currently ranked third from the bottom, thus presenting little pressure for Sporting Lisbon. With the rare weekend break approaching, Wang Long decided to unwind, balancing work and leisure, and planned to explore downtown Lisbon for some essentials. "Hey, Wang Long," a bright voice called from behind him. Turning, he saw Songpara. After a day apart, he noticed a bruise on Songpara's face. "What happened to your face?" Wang Long inquired with concern. "Oh, this?" Songpara touched his face, his gaze evasive. "I accidentally fell during training. It's nothing." He quickly changed the subject. "By the way, where's your roommate Moda? I haven't seen him. He just went home." Being local makes it convenient, Wang Long shrugged, not thinking much of it. "Ah, how fortunate to spend the weekend with family," Songpara remarked with a hint of envy. Songpara invited Wang Long to join him in exploring Lisbon, and with a friend who had been there for a year as a guide, Wang Long eagerly accepted. That evening, they departed the training camp together. Just as they reached the entrance, a European man in a suit, sporting a small mustache, called out to Wang Long. "Wang Long, hello. I am Mike, the head scout for Sporting Lisbon." The man extended his hand for a handshake. "Your recent performances on the field have been outstanding. Marty has been recommending you highly." Wang Long scratched his head, feeling a bit shy. "By the way, there are 2 of your fans who wish to meet you." "Fans?" Wang Long was taken aback. Songpara, quick to react, teased, "Wow, Wang Long, you have fans now? I'm so jealous. What are you waiting for? Go on. Don't keep your fans waiting." Finally snapping back to reality, a mix of nerves and excitement welled up within Wang Long. Since leaving Manchester United's youth academy, the number of people following him had decreased significantly, and he had not anticipated having fans here. Director Mike pointed toward a corner, beckoning Wang Long to follow. "Right over there." As Songpara attempted to accompany him, Director Mike playfully halted him, saying, "They're not your fans. Why are you following?" Songpara chuckled awkwardly and told Wang Long, "I'll wait for you up ahead." Wang Long nodded, took a deep breath, and walked toward the corner, following Director Mike. He arrived at the designated spot. The dim street lights cast elongated shadows, resembling 2 trees standing in the night. As the distance diminished, Wang Long discerned 2 figures. One tall and one short, a man and a woman, both of Asian descent. Approaching closer, Wang Long scrutinized them under the yellowish glow of the streetlights. The man appeared older, with a gaunt frame and a sinuous azure dragon tattoo emblazoned on his arm, nearly encompassing its entirety. His face was broad and fleshy, hinting at a certain ferocity yet adorned with an incongruous smile. Wang Long's gaze shifted to the girl. Her figure was slender and graceful, her raven tresses cascading down like a waterfall, swaying gently in the night breeze. Her face, as delicate as a palm, possessed skin as white as snow, and her bright eyes twinkled like stars, radiating a lively brilliance. Beneath her exquisitely sculpted nose were 2 luscious red lips, subtly upturned in an enchanting curve. She donned a simple white dress, further accentuating her pure and ethereal aura. These 2 were none other than Long Mingming and Brothers Hua. This marked Wang Long's first encounter with such a stunning Asian girl in reality. Prior to this, his world had been confined to football, training, and the system. At that moment, he momentarily lost his sense of place and purpose, simply gazing at her in a daze, as if time had stood still. The girl seemed to sense Wang Long's gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly as she lowered her head. "Ahem," the man interjected with a light cough. Disrupting the girl's train of thought, "Wang Long, hello, I am." The girl glared at the man, signaling him to be silent. The man chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head, and ceased speaking. "Mr. Mike, could you excuse us for a moment? We would like to have a private conversation with Wang Long," the girl said. Turning to Director Mike. Director Mike glanced at Wang Long, then at the girl, and nodded with a smile. "Of course, you go ahead and chat. I'll head back." With that, he turned and departed. The girl then refocused on Wang Long, a hint of bashful smile gracing her face. "Hello, Wang Long. I'm Long Mingming. And this is my brother, Long Zhua." Wang Long snapped back to reality, replying hastily, "Hello, I'm Wang Long." Long Mingming giggled, covering her mouth. "We came to see you precisely because we knew you were Wang Long." Wang Long offered an awkward smile, while Long Zhua observed Wang Long with a smile. "We watched a few of your training matches earlier, and your strength is remarkable. Why were you dismissed from Manchester United U16? Long Mingming probed directly at Wang Long's sore spot. However, Wang Long did not feel offended this time, but rather a bit embarrassed as he explained that his abilities had been quite ordinary in Manchester United. Long Mingming expressed that it was rare for China to produce a prodigy and then began to converse with Wang Long. During the conversation, Wang Long learned that they were of Chinese descent and that their father had come to Portugal with his grandfather's generation when he was young and currently ran a tavern. Long Ming invited Wang Long to visit her family's tavern. As Wang Long was about to accept, a black youth suddenly ran over to Wang Long and said, "Pat Lang has been injured in a fight." Wang Long's expression changed drastically as he grabbed the black youth's arm. "What did you say? Songpala was beaten? What happened? Who did it?" The black youth said breathlessly, I don't know. I just saw a group of people surrounding Songpala." Without bothering to say more to Long Ming and her brother, Wang Long asked the black youth to lead the way and turned to run after him. Long Ming and Long Zhuo were stunned, but Long Ming quickly reacted and asked Long Zhuo to contact Mike and have the team doctor come out to rescue him. After speaking, Long Ming chased after Wang Long. Chapter 14. Turning danger into safety. Introduction of Ming. Wang Long sprinted forward, his heart pounding violently within his chest. Songpala, the slender Thai youth, always wore a shy smile and spoke with a clumsy grasp of English, yet exhibited remarkable agility on the training field. Wang Long vividly recalled how, on that fateful day, Leo's henchman had deliberately collided with him, and it was Songpala who, disregarding his own safety, had warned him to be cautious of Leo's retribution. In the unfamiliar land of Portugal, their shared Asian heritage seemed to forge an innate bond between them. In just a few short days, Wang Long had come to regard Songpala as his closest friend. Now, learning of Songpala's plight, a tempest of anxiety surged within him, wishing fervently that he could sprout wings and fly to his side. Following the lead of a young black boy, Wang Long weaved through a labyrinth of alleys until he finally arrived at a secluded dead end. The dank, shadowy air was thick with a nauseating scent of blood. Wang Long's eyes quickly fell upon Songpala, curled up on the ground, clutching his foot in agony. Surrounding him were 4 or 5 towering black men, their muscular forms exuding menace. One of them wielded a gleaming dagger, its blade stained with fresh crimson, without a doubt, the blood of Songpala. Witnessing this scene, a surge of fury ignited within Wang Long. Fear momentarily forgotten, he shouted, "Stop! Who are you? Why are you hurting him?" The man with the dagger slowly turned his head toward Wang Long, a cold smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, as if his presence was entirely expected. At that moment, a clear voice rang out from the alley entrance. "Wang Long." Long Ming rushed in, breathless, and upon seeing the unfolding chaos, her complexion paled instantly. The dagger-wielding man shifted his gaze to Ming, frowning slightly, and commanded his companions to subdue them both. Panic surged through Wang Long as he felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end, yet he forced himself to remain composed, yelling at the assailants, "Let her go. If you have a problem, confront me." The ruffians laughed mockingly. "Look at the situation you're in, yet you're still thinking of others? Heroics require the right timing and place." Hearing Wang Long's attempt to protect her, Ming felt a flush of warmth creep up her cheeks. The man with the dagger waved it mockingly in front of Ming's face, taunting Wang Long, "TSK, this little girl is quite pretty. What a shame." Wang Long's eyes widened in horror. He struggled vehemently, screaming, "Don't touch her. You bastards." He writhed against his captors. But it felt as if he were ensnared by iron clamps, utterly immobilized. With a wicked grin, the black thug raised the dagger and aimed it menacingly at Ming's face. In despair, Wang Long closed his eyes, overwhelmed with helplessness and dread. Just then, a shadow darted into the alley like a leopard, moving with such speed that it was nearly indistinguishable. With a resounding thud, the dagger wielder collapsed, the weapon flying from his grasp. The figure was none other than Long Zhuo, descending like a celestial being, his sharp gaze sweeping across the scene as he coldly commanded, "Let them go." The thugs were caught off guard, and before they could react, Long Zhuo was upon them. His movements were swift and decisive, each punch and kick delivered with thunderous force. One thug attempted to retaliate, but Long Zhuo effortlessly sidestepped and delivered a precise elbow strike to his chest, eliciting a pained cry as the man crumpled to the ground, convulsing. Another thug launched a sneak attack from behind, but Long Zhuo, without turning, executed a spectacular spinning kick that connected squarely with the man's chin, sending him flying like a severed kite. The remaining 2 thugs, witnessing their companion's defeat, were paralyzed with terror, attempting to flee, but Longs was seized one by the collar and slammed him down hard. In mere seconds, all 5 thugs lay incapacitated on the ground, their wails echoing through the alley. Wang Long stood in stunned silence, observing Longs was back, his slender frame seemingly imbued with boundless strength. The lightning-fast moves he had just demonstrated were akin to those of a cinematic martial arts master. He swallowed hard, marveling inwardly, "Zhuo, you are incredibly formidable." Beside him, Long Ming Ming appeared unfazed by the spectacle. The buildings on either side are low and dilapidated, their walls adorned with graffiti, and a faint musty odor lingers in the air, starkly contrasting with the once bustling street scene. At the end of the alley, a dimly lit sign flickers weakly, inscribed with 4 characters in traditional Chinese, descendants of the dragon. In this foreign land, the sight of this culturally rich sign evokes an inexplicable sense of familiarity in Wang Long's heart. They have arrived. Long Zhuo is the first to push open the door. Wang Long follows Long Ming Ming out of the car, curiously surveying the bar. The facade of the bar is modest, even somewhat worn, blending seamlessly with its surroundings. It is so unassuming that one might easily overlook it. As they push open the heavy wooden door, a tranquil atmosphere greets them. The interior is adorned in an antiquated yet elegant style, rich with the essence of classical Chinese aesthetics. Carved wooden beams, crimson lanterns, and several inkwash paintings hanging on the walls create a serene and harmonious ambience. However, in stark contrast to this old-world charm, the bar is completely deserted. The bar counter stands empty, devoid of bartenders or boisterous patrons, lending an eerie silence to the space. Father should be inside. Please wait here for a moment. Long Zhuo gestures towards a door deep within the bar, before turning to leave. Wang Long and Long Ming Ming find a spot in the main hall and sit down, waiting in silence. Time ticks by slowly, and the bar remains eerily quiet, as if time itself has come to a standstill. Suddenly, a young man in a bartender's uniform emerges from the depths of the bar. He is tall and strikingly resembles Long Zhuo. Wang Long's heart skips a beat. Could this be Long Ming Ming's father? He quickly stands and respectfully greets, "Hello, uncle." The young man, taken aback by Wang Long's address, momentarily pauses, then offers a cryptic smile, gently shaking his head without uttering a word, before turning to the bar to polish a glass. Just as Wang Long is left in confusion, a hearty laugh resonates from the back of the bar. Ha! This little rascal, with that level of intelligence, might struggle in the midfield. The voice is robust, imbued with an undeniable authority that makes Wang Long and Appo's heart race. Following the sound, he sees a burly middle-aged man with a resolute face striding out from the back of the bar, dressed in a simple black Zhongshan suit. His piercing gaze and commanding presence exude a powerful aura. Long Zhuo follows closely behind, wearing a look of resigned amusement. "Dad, this is Wang Long, the Chinese person I mentioned to you." Long Ming Ming steps forward to introduce him. The middle-aged man sizes Wang Long up, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in his eyes, before extending his hand with a hearty smile. "Hello, Wang Long, I am Long Qinlin." Wang Long promptly reaches out and shakes his hand. "Dad, the group that ambushed Wang Long and his teammates today is from the Blood Gang. You must help him." Long Ming Ming pleads. "All right, Long Zhuo just informed me." Long Qinlin replies, turning to Long Ming Ming. "Ming Ming, you may go downstairs. I have some matters to discuss with Wang Long." Chapter 15. The Hamen leader and Leo's conspiracy. Long Qilin's tone conveyed an undeniable authority, compelling Long Ming Ming to refrain from further protest as she turned to her room. Before departing, she glanced back at Long Zhuo, who offered her an assuring look, allowing her to leave with peace of mind. Wang Long felt a pang of confusion. Despite his gratitude for Long Ming Ming and her family's concern, he could not fathom how a bar owner could contend with the Blood Gang. Yet, recalling Long Zhuo's prowess in single-handedly facing 5 gang members, he wondered if there was some hidden martial lineage at play. His mind swirled with myriad speculations. Long Qilin interrupted Wang Long's reverie, instructing Long Yu to pour a glass of juice for him. Then, with a steady tone, he assured Wang Long not to worry about the Blood Gang, as he happened to know a prominent figure in the Hongmen who frequented his bar. He would seek his assistance in resolving this matter. Long Zhuo and Long Yu exchanged knowing glances, a mysterious smile gracing their lips. Wang Long felt slightly embarrassed as he turned to Long Qilin, about to suggest that he could also reach out to Mendez for help, but Long Qilin interrupted him. "Do not burden yourself with such thoughts. I have a principle. Whenever a compatriot encounters difficulties abroad, I will assist to the best of my ability. You need not feel any psychological strain. If I cannot help, I shall inform you candidly." Wang Long felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Long Qilin's words and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. I truly appreciate it. It feels wonderful to encounter fellow countrymen abroad." Long Qilin chuckled heartily. "It's a trivial matter. When we are away from home, we must look out for one another." He then engaged Wang Long in a discussion about football. Through their conversation, Wang Long discovered that Long Qilin was an avid football fan, well-versed in the current market values of many players and adept at analyzing team strategies, his words laced with a genuine passion for the sport. "Uncle, I never imagined you knew so much about football." Wang Long exclaimed sincerely. Ha! In my youth, I enjoyed playing as well, but business kept me too busy to indulge. Long Qilan replied, waving his hand dismissively. But you, young man, have entered the youth training camp of Sporting CP at such a young age. Your future is limitless. Play well, and strive to join the national team to bring glory to our country. I will certainly endeavor to do so, Wang Long asserted firmly, feeling a spark ignited within him by Long Qilan's words. After their conversation, Long Qilan instructed Long Zhuo to see Wang Long off. Zhuo, drive carefully and ensure Wang Long reaches the training camp safely. Understood, father, Long Zhuo nodded, moving to the bar's entrance to open the car door. Wang Long, let's go. After bidding farewell to Long Qilan, Wang Long entered the vehicle, an old Mercedes that, despite its age, was well maintained, the interior neat and exuding a faint scent of leather. As he rode back to the training camp, Wang Long reflected on his dialogue with Long Qilan, his straightforwardness and warmth leaving a positive impression. Suddenly, he thought of Long Mingming, who shared a similar disposition, causing his heart to race and his cheeks to flush. Through the rearview mirror, Long Zhuo seemed to perceive Wang Long's thoughts, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Upon arriving at the training camp, Long Zhuo called out to Wang Long, play well and do not disappoint Mingming. Then the car drove away. Wang Long was puzzled by the advice not to let Long Mingming down. However, he quickly resolved to put in his utmost effort to repay the support of his fans. Back at the training camp, Wang Long first visited the medical room to see Song Para, who was recuperating. Song Para, I've come to see you, he announced, entering the room to find her reading in bed. Upon seeing Wang Long safe and sound, she seemed to relax, a smile breaking across her face. Wang Long, I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry for worrying you. I'm fine. The thugs have already been apprehended by the police. Wang Long chose not to mention the blood gang to spare her further worry. That's good, very good, Song Para nodded. You must train diligently in Monday's match. You must play as if for me. Wang Long nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I will give it my all. After leaving the medical room, Wang Long returned to his dormitory, utterly exhausted from the day's events. He hastily washed up and climbed into bed, yet sleep eluded him. Long Qilan's words echoed in his mind, and he sensed that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Could a mere bar owner truly have connections with a Hongmen leader? What manner of individual was this Hongmen figure? Such thoughts left Wang Long feeling perplexed and uneasy. Meanwhile, Long Zhuo drove the vintage car back to the bar, where Long Qilan and Long Yu were seated at the bar, savoring fine wine and engaged in hushed conversation. Upon seeing Long Zhuo return, Long Qilan set down his glass and inquired, Zhuo, has Wang Long arrived safely at the training camp? Yes, I have delivered him to the camp, Long Zhuo confirmed, stepping to the bar to pour himself a glass of whiskey, which he downed in one gulp. Both Long Zhuo and Long Yu understood that Long Qilan did not truly know any Hongmen leaders, for the genuine Hongmen authority was right before them, Long Qilan himself, the second in command of the Lisbon Hongmen, responsible for its underground operations. Father, are you truly going to assist Wang Long? This could lead to a confrontation with the blood gang, Long Yu questioned. Long Qilan took a deep puff of his cigar, exhaling slowly, his gaze resolute and profound. Zhuo and Appos. This matter concerns more than just Wang Long. You know the blood gang has been increasingly restless, frequently clashing with our men. Assisting Wang Long is merely a matter of convenience. Just as he was about to elaborate, the bar door swung open abruptly. A small, slender man wearing sunglasses rushed in, hurrying to the bar and urgently stating, Brother Long, we have bad news. There are developments from the blood gang. The man's subsequent words left Long Zhuo and Long Yu utterly stunned, and Long Qilan and Appos' expression turned grave. The man lowered his voice and spoke quickly. The blood gang has reportedly recruited a ruthless character from somewhere. They say what? Long Zhuo could not contain his curiosity. The man inhaled deeply and slowly uttered, they say he is a merciless killer from the Golden Triangle. A demon. Long Qilan interjected coldly. What should we do now? Long Yu asked, Father, should we inform Old Foam? Long Qilan took another drag from his cigar, responding slowly, I had intended to confront them directly, so. Zhuo, you. His tone was firm and unyielding. You both handle the arrangements. I will meet with the blood gang leader and discuss matters candidly while addressing Wang Long's situation. If they feign ignorance. A cold smile graced his lips. Let the battle commence. They may have forgotten how the name Over the River Dragon came to be after all these years. Long Qianlin let out a cold snort, referring to the old fox. In recent years, the contributions we have made to the organization have diminished significantly, He will not concern himself with this matter, for his eyes are solely fixed on profit. Thus, notifying him would be futile. Long nodded and promptly went to arrange the meeting. By the way, Long Chuanlin called out to Long Zhua, instructing him not to let Ming Ming know about this. The last time you mentioned to her about Peter Lee signing players, she began to believe that such legitimate business was the only way to secure my current position. Now, her enjoyment of the game has been tainted, as her mind is consumed with thoughts of signing players to aid me. However, the intricacies of this matter are beyond her comprehension as a young girl. Long Zhua lowered his head, resembling a child who had erred, and acknowledged his mistake. Furthermore, Long Chuanlin's gaze fell upon Long Zhua as he remarked, "You should pay close attention to the youth named Wang Long. After all, we are all from Huaxia." His tone conveyed neither joy nor anger, and he made no mention of Wang Long's future potential in football. Perhaps Long Chuanlin himself harbored doubts about Wang Long's ability to achieve notable success, considering he was merely U16, and he certainly did not expect Wang Long to become a great star and repay him. As night deepened, the streets of Lisbon sparkled with lights, yet the undercurrents remained concealed. Brothers Long Zhua and Long Yu, following Long Chuanlin's orders, began to diligently arrange the meeting with the Blood Gang. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the training camp, young Leo connected a phone call. "You are truly useless. It is no wonder my brother has halted cooperation with you," young Leo reproached in a hushed voice. Enraged, he ended the call, just as his agent, a middle-aged man with blonde hair, approached and whispered a few words in his ear. "Are we really going to proceed with this?" young Leo asked in shock upon hearing the man's words. The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and replied, "Rest assured, young master, should any issues arise, they will not concern you. You need only to watch the unfolding drama." "Very well, you may contact him in my name, but remember, leave no traces behind, or else even my brother will be unable to save you." Young Leo hesitated before conceding. "Do not worry, young master, just sit back and observe." The shadowy gaze of the middle-aged man appeared particularly menacing in the darkness, sending a chill down young Leo's spine. Chapter 16. Pre-match preparations and doubts among friends. When Wang Long awoke, it was already noon. The glaring sunlight poured through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled shadows upon his face. The events of the previous day weighed heavily upon his chest, extinguishing any desire he might have had to venture out for a stroll. He hastily washed up and trudged towards the cafeteria with a sense of lethargy. The cafeteria buzzed with life, the clattering of various utensils melding into a cacophonous symphony. Wang Long scanned the crowd absently until a familiar figure caught his eye, Xiao Leo, seated in a corner, laughing and chatting with a few of his cohorts. An air of disdain etched across his face. The sight of Xiao Leo's arrogance ignited a flame of fury within Wang Long as he recalled Song Para, who lay injured in a hospital bed. In a sudden burst of determination, he rose abruptly and strode purposefully towards Xiao Leo, his fists clenched tightly. "You!" Wang Long bellowed, raising his fist to strike. One of Xiao Leo and Appo's underlings, quick on his feet, seized Wang Long and Appo's arm, halting him. "What do you think you and Appo's redoing?" The goon glared at Wang Long menacingly. Xiao Leo languidly stood up, brushing off his clothes, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, isn't this our genius Wang Long? What, seeking revenge for your dear friend Song Para? Stop pretending." Wang Long glared, his desire to tear Xiao Leo to shreds palpable. "Did you have anything to do with Song Para's situation?" Xiao Leo erupted into laughter, as though he had just heard the most absurd joke. "Me? What evidence do you have? Don't forget, we're in sporting Portugal, not your homeland. If you wish to accuse me, you better have some real proof." Wang Long found himself at a loss for words. He indeed possessed no evidence linking Xiao Leo to Song Para's plight, yet he felt utterly convinced of Xiao Leo's involvement. "Just wait." Wang Long seethed through gritted teeth. "Once I make it to U18, you and Appo's, I'll regret this." Xiao Leo and Appo's smile abruptly faded. He understood that if both he and Wang Long made it to U18, he would undoubtedly be relegated to the role of Wang Long as substitute, forever beneath him. As he watched Wang Long's retreating figure, a cold smile crept onto his lips. "You think you can enter U18? I'll make you realize the consequences of crossing me." Wang Long suppressed his rage and turned away, seeking solace in a quiet corner to consume his lunch. 6 years of living abroad had acclimatized him to Western dining habits. He recognized the paramount importance of maintaining proper nutrition and physical condition, especially on the eve of such a pivotal match. He needed to be at his best to perform splendidly in tomorrow's game and secure his place in U18. As he ate in silence, his mind wandered far away. After finishing his meal, Wang Long rose and made his way to the training field. Wait for me, a voice called from behind. Wang Long pushed his pasta around his plate, thoughts swirling. The cafeteria was less crowded today due to the holiday, with most players having returned home or gone out to enjoy themselves, leaving only wanderers like him behind. He chewed mechanically, the food tasting bland. Having endured so much, he had yet to confide in his parents about the turmoil he faced. After leaving Manchester United, his father had returned to China to save expenses. Securing a spot in U18 would mean a salary for Wang Long, allowing him to shoulder the majority of expenses independently and ease his father's burden. This opportunity was one he could not afford to miss. After his meal, Wang Long proceeded towards the training ground. The expansive field was deserted, with only his solitary figure present. He practiced juggling, passing, and shooting repeatedly, sweat soaking through his jersey, yet he showed no signs of stopping. He was determined to channel all his pressure and anger into football, to prove his worth, and to silence those who scorned him. A brief training session allowed Wang Long to maintain his form. After dinner, he returned to his dormitory, which felt eerily empty without anyone else around. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, his mind consumed by thoughts of tomorrow's match. After a while, Mota returned, holding 2 boxes of Portuguese egg tarts, a broad smile on his face. Hey, Wang Long, my mom made Portuguese egg tarts today, come try some. Wang Long accepted the tart and took a bite. The flaky crust enveloped a sweet custard filling, rich and creamy, soothing his previously agitated spirit. Delicious, Wang Long exclaimed genuinely. Of course. My mom's Portuguese egg tarts are a local treasure, Mota boasted, before shifting his tone to one of concern. By the way, how is Songpara doing? I didn't see him at the training base today. Wang Long sighed, recounting Songpara's injury and his suspicions about Xiao Liu to Mota. Upon hearing this, Mota's anger flared. That Xiao Liu is despicable. To settle scores off the pitch is utterly disgraceful. Let us go see Songpara now. They arrived at the infirmary only to find Songpara absent from his bed. Huh, where's Songpara? Mota asked in confusion. A nurse approached Songpara. He was just taken away by a man. A man? Wang Long and Mota echoed simultaneously. Upon entering the infirmary, they discovered Songpara's bed empty, the sheets neatly arranged as if no one had ever occupied it. A sense of unease washed over Wang Long. Huh? Where is Songpara? Mota scratched his head in bewilderment and approached the nurse's station for answers. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the infirmary, and one voice unmistakably belonged to Songpara. He seemed to be embroiled in a heated argument, his tone imbued with a hint of barely concealed anxiety. Mota. Wang Long grasped Mota's arm, gesturing for him to listen. Mota heard Songpara's voice and, alarmed, shouted, Songpara. The argument fell abruptly silent. Moments later, Songpara limped into the room, a forced smile of surprise and panic on his face. Hey, Mota, Wang Long, you came to see me. Who were you arguing with? Mota inquired, his gaze scanning the area outside the infirmary. Songpara waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. It's nothing. My roommate lost a watch and suspects I took it. Such an injustice. Mota, easygoing by nature, accepted Songpara's explanation without further thought. However, Wang Long keenly detected a fleeting look of distress in Songpara's eyes. He harbored a nagging suspicion that Songpara was concealing something from them, yet he hesitated to confront him directly. Rest well? And aim to return to the pitch soon to fight alongside us. Mota encouraged, patting Songpara's shoulder. Indeed, recover swiftly. We shall await your return, Wang Long echoed. After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Long and Mota prepared to depart. At that moment, Songpara suddenly stopped Wang Long, his voice heavy with foreboding. Wang Long, be cautious of Xiao Liu. You may have evaded him this time, but he will not relent. Wang Long was taken aback, eager to inquire further. But Songpara abruptly lay down, covering his head with the quilt, seemingly unwilling to utter another word. Wang Long's confusion deepened. Songpara's peculiar behavior only reinforced his belief that Xiao Liu's involvement was inextricably linked to the incident that had injured Songpara. He glanced at the seemingly slumbering figure of Songpara on the hospital bed, his heart a tumult of emotions. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Long lay restlessly in bed, unable to sleep, his mind consumed by Songpara's words and Xiao Liu's chilling smile. He felt as if he were a mere pawn on an expansive chessboard, manipulated by an unseen hand, oblivious to the machinations at play. Tomorrow marked the U18 coach's live practical assessment, and he needed to be in peak form. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to set aside his worries, closed his eyes, and endeavored to slip into slumber. The following morning, a series of urgent knocks shattered the tranquility of the dormitory. Wang Long. Wang Long. Are you still asleep? We're going to be late, came the anxious voice of Mota from outside. On this Monday morning, the sun bathed Lisbon Stadium in a warm glow, casting a comforting light upon the impending match. Wang Long and his teammates were already dressed and engaged in pre-match warm-ups on the training field. Today was the Portuguese U16 domestic league, with their opponents being the Amelins, who languished near the bottom of the rankings. Though the opponents were perceived as weak, this match held immense significance for Wang Long, as it directly affected his chances of advancing to the U18 team. Wang Long diligently executed each warm-up exercise, his jersey soaked with sweat. He understood that not only must they secure a victory, but it was imperative to do so impressively to leave a lasting impression on the U18 coach. With a resolute gaze, he focused intently on the entrance to the pitch, awaiting the arrival of their opponents. In the distance, two familiar figures appeared on the benches outside the training field. Long Miming and Long Zhua, the sibling duo, arrived punctually, as always, to cheer for Wang Long. The players of Amelin streamed onto the field, their jerseys emblazoned with a striking team emblem. Although their overall demeanor seemed somewhat disheartened, Wang Long quickly surveyed the scene. As he had anticipated, most of the opposing players bore only a few white title tags, with the most prominent player possessing a maximum of just 5, and only one individual held a title at all. It was evident that the disparity in strength was indeed vast. Have they changed coaches? The goalkeeper, Andre, suddenly furrowed his brow, pointing toward a figure on the opposing team's bench. Wang Long followed Andre's gaze to a burly man standing at the sidelines, arms crossed, his expression serious as he observed the players on the field. Wang Long's gaze fell upon the man's head, where a gleaming purple title tag caught his attention: Counterattack Master, Beginner. A jolt of surprise coursed through Wang Long. This title's rank surpassed any coach he had encountered during his time at Manchester United's U16 team, even exceeding that of their U16 coach. It seemed that this new coach was no ordinary individual. Andre continued, the previous coach favored a 4-3-3 attacking formation, but unfortunately, the players were too weak, suffering 6 consecutive defeats. After failing to win at home last time, rumors of a coaching change began to circulate. Wang Long nodded silently, yet within him, a tempest of thought surged. A coach possessing a purple title was formidable enough to lead teams in some adult leagues. He gazed at the field, realizing that this match would likely not unfold as easily as he had imagined. Chapter 17. Adaptability in the field. Assessment of success at that moment. A throng of individuals appeared at the entrance of the training ground, capturing the attention of all. The crowd was gathered around an elderly man donning a cap and sporting an athletic outfit emblazoned with Portugal Sporting U18. His gait was vigorous, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Wang Long speculated that this must be the U18 coach, who had come specifically to assess him. How did he end up here? Andre inquired, puzzled. Following Andre's gaze, Wang Long spotted Xiao Liu among the crowd, standing at the back. Upon noticing Wang Long's stare, Xiao Liu looked up and flashed a grin. Wang Long furrowed his brows. Having already been selected for the U18, Xiao Liu merely awaited a summons. Why was he appearing alongside the U18 coach? The referee's whistle pierced through Wang Long's thoughts, signaling the imminent start of the match. The players prepared to enter the field, and Andre approached Wang Long, brandishing the captain's armband. In response to Wang Long's astonished expression, Andre placed the band upon his arm. Xiao Liu will no longer compete in the U16 matches. The captain's armband is now yours. Not only do your teammates trust you, but the coach has faith in you as well, Andre explained. Wang Long turned to Coach Marty, who regarded him with an encouraging expression, nodding slightly. Fully aware of the weight the captain's armband carried, Wang Long resolved to lead his team to victory in this match. From the sidelines, Long Zhua chuckled. This kid is remarkable. After just a few matches, he's already become captain. After mutual acknowledgments between the opposing captains, the match commenced officially. Wang Long initiated the kickoff, and the opposing formation promptly compressed into a 5-4-1 defensive setup. The Portugal Sporting U16 team, clad in green and white, surged forward like a tempest onto the opposing half. However, this storm came to an abrupt halt before the resolute defense of the Amelins U16 team. Wang Long endeavored to penetrate the defense using his precise through ball and expert vision, yet discovered that the opposition's defense was impenetrable, devoid of any openings. He realized that the coach, adorned with a purple title, was indeed deserving of his reputation. Even with inferior players, they executed their tactics flawlessly, rendering their defense formidable. Under the unyielding pressure of the Amelins U16's defense, Wang Long's team struggled to breach their walls, and a flicker of unease arose within him. At that moment, a coach clad in black at the sideline spoke up. Jay Rajin, what do you think of this young lad? Jay Rajin was none other than the elderly coach in the cap. Not bad, replied the U18 coach, stroking his chin and fixing his sharp gaze upon Wang Long. His technique is commendable and his vision is expansive. However, he could improve his physicality. As the match progressed past the 30-minute mark, Amelin's U16 tightened their defense, resorting to fouls to stifle Wang Long's advances. Several brutal tackles left him on the ground, prompting Long Zhuo and Long Mingming to rise in concern, while other parents gasped. Nevertheless, Wang Long quickly regained his footing, brushing off the grass with no trace of fear in his eyes, only a burgeoning fighting spirit. This match was not merely about winning. It was pivotal for his aspirations to join the U18 team and inch closer to his dreams. Shifting his focus from individual pursuits to team collaboration, Wang Long utilized his precise passing and vision to create opportunities for his teammates. However, faced with a defense that outnumbered them, his teammates struggled, and without Song Para, none possessed the instinct to make penetrating runs, making it arduous to dismantle the opposition's defense. The best opportunity arose when Pat Lang, using his speed, outpaced two defenders on the flank, attempting to break into the penalty area, only to be thwarted by a timely intervention from a central defender. Wang Long attempted to capitalize on a corner kick, but the two towering opposing center-backs easily cleared the ball, resulting in a stalemate. Realizing that a static approach would not breach their defenses, Wang Long decided to take matters into his own hands. After a shot on goal that narrowly missed, he found hope. Indeed, as the first half drew to a close, Wang Long found himself in an opportune position, faking a pass to create space before unleashing a long-distance shot with a green title. The ball sailed into the corner of the net. The opposing goalkeeper lunged in vain, and it was a goal, finally breaking the deadlock. Wang Long celebrated exuberantly on the field, and in his moment of jubilation, he seemingly caught the eye of the elderly U18 coach, who nodded in acknowledgement. His teammates rushed to embrace him in celebration, while Long Zhuo, witnessing the scene, seemed somewhat taken aback, recalling how Wang Long's previous long shots had lacked power. What do you know, Zhuo? Long Mingming remarked with a smile. A genius is not only defined by their abilities but also by their rapid growth. She seemed to have great confidence in Wang Long. Long Zhuo glanced at her, shaking his head with a resigned smile. As the halftime whistle blew, Wang Long and his teammates returned to the locker room, where Coach Marty merely reminded them to be wary of the opposition's counterattacks, expressing satisfaction with their offensive performance under such relentless defensive pressure. Soon, the second half commenced, mirroring the first half strategy, with Amelins maintaining their staunch defensive formation while Wang Long's team continued to press. As the match reached the 70-minute mark, the opponents launched a counterattack, with numerous Amelins players surging forward. However, Wang Long chose not to retreat. Unsurprisingly, the counterattack faltered again. The opposing forward, facing the formidable presence of Mata in defense, failed to convert, resulting in a turnover. Seizing the moment while the opposing defense was disorganized, Mata executed a long pass directly to Wang Long, receiving Mata's pass in midfield. Wang Long wasted no time and sent a precise long ball to the left flank, finding Pat Lang, who, understanding the play, received the ball and utilized his speed to shake off the defender. With a deft cut inside, he evaded another towering center-back left behind, unleashing a powerful shot that found the back of the net. Splendid! Coach Marty exclaimed, pumping his fist in celebration. Long Zhuo and Long Mingming also leapt to their feet in excitement, while scattered spectators applauded in approval. This kid is truly a genius, Jairjin, the coach, noted with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes, recognizing the impeccable timing, power, and angle of Wang Long's pass as a promising talent. 2 o'clock. As the final whistle sounded, Wang Long and his teammates embraced tightly, reveling in the joy of victory. Cheers, applause, and congratulations intertwined in the air. Parents of the Portugal Sporting U16 team flooded the field, encircling the young players, their excitement palpable. Each parent felt immense pride in their child's progress. This victory was not only a triumph for the U16 team, but also a significant step towards their aspirations of professional football. Outside the crowd, Xiao Liu wore a sullen expression, his gaze fixed on Wang Long, who was surrounded by admirers, his fists clenched tightly, nails nearly digging into his flesh. Coach Marty approached Wang Long, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Congratulations, Wang Long. To lead the team to victory on your first day wearing the captain's armband is quite an achievement. Now, go find Coach Jay Regen. He should be waiting for you. With an encouraging nod towards the sidelines, he added, your performance was outstanding. I believe all will be well. After a brief farewell with his teammates, Wang Long approached the sidelines where Coach Jay Rjin of the U18 team stood, accompanied by several others who held notepads, occasionally bowing their heads to jot down notes and sometimes engaging in spirited debates over differing opinions. Wang Long felt perplexed, unable to comprehend why an evaluation meant solely for him would warrant such a gathering. Anxiously, he stepped before Coach Jay Rjin. "Hello, Wang Long." Coach Jay Rjin extended his hand. "I am Jay Rjin, the coach of the U18 team." Wang Long shook his hand, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the coach's head, where two conspicuous purple labels were emblazoned: dual wing flight and high press. This was one more than the labels of today's opponent, Coach Amarin. Sensing Wang Long's gaze, Coach Jay Rjin adjusted his cap, his magnetic voice laced with a hint of amusement. "Your performance today was outstanding, your vision was broad, and your passing precise. I commend you. Congratulations, you have passed the evaluation." Suppressing his inner elation, Wang Long replied politely, "Thank you, coach. I will continue to strive for improvement." Observing Wang Long's composed reaction, Coach Jay Rjin nodded approvingly. He understood that for a midfielder, controlling emotions and maintaining a calm demeanor were paramount. Both the current top midfielder, De Bruyne, and the renowned former world midfielder, Alonso, possessed this quality. Wang Long seemed to have begun to embody this essence. After a brief pause, Coach Jay Rjin continued, "Although you have entered the U18, the competition within is far more intense than that of the U16. I trust you have witnessed the capabilities of the U18 players, and those individuals are merely substitutes from the second team, likely facing substantial risk of being cut in the next evaluation." At this point, Jay Rjin's expression shifted, becoming sharp as he slowly remarked, "Coincidentally, having just played a match and lost, all those who lost have been dismissed." Wang Long inhaled sharply, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head. He was aware of the brutality of professional football, yet he never anticipated it to be so merciless. A single defeat could spell the end of a career. Coach Jay Rjin gestured towards the group with notepads, continuing, "They are here today to scout new talent." With that, Jay Rjin glanced at the U16 players still celebrating on the field. This signal somewhat eased Wang Long's emotions as he began to understand that the presence of numerous other coaches was to scout players for various positions. He felt a swell of happiness for his U16 teammates, knowing that some would likely be selected to join him in the U18 squad. He was grateful to have seized this opportunity, successfully making it to the U18, while also feeling sorrow for those U18 players who had been eliminated. He recognized that each of them harbored dreams of football, pouring countless hours of sweat and effort into those aspirations, only to have to relinquish them due to a single match's outcome, a heavy blow indeed. Turning his gaze back to his celebrating teammates, their faces radiant with the joy of victory, he realized they were blissfully unaware that the real harshness was only beginning. Wang Long took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within. He understood that the competition in the U18 would be even more savage. He must train with greater diligence to survive in this ruthless environment and ultimately fulfill his footballing dreams. Coach Jay Rjin patted Wang Long on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Work hard, young man. The U18 is not the end. It is merely the beginning of your journey as a professional player." Wang Long nodded resolutely, his eyes sparkling with determination. Chapter 18. Separation of Partners? System task: the old man persistently siphons off the potential of my team. If it weren't for the timely intervention of Wang Long and Moda, we might have faced defeat against Amolin today. Coach Matty approached from the field and exchanged greetings with Jay Rjin, embracing tightly, indicating their long-standing friendship. Coach Matty, half jokingly and half seriously, lamented, "While Wang Long and his team are no trouble, there are only 3 matches left in the U16 season. They must play through to the end. This year, I am determined to seize the championship." He rubbed his hands together with anticipation. "It seems they will be delayed in your hands for a while longer," Jay Rjin teased, tacitly agreeing to Coach Matty's request. Sensing the two coaches were about to reminisce, Wang Long politely bid farewell and departed. He glanced around to find that Long Ming and Long Zhua had left without him noticing. Finding a secluded corner, Wang Long began to review the system rewards. After perusing the attributes of the available entries, he discovered nothing particularly aligned with his own abilities. Moreover, having just overheard Jay Rjin's penalties for the U18 players who lost their matches, he felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing the shared dream of pursuing football. It seemed prudent to use the plunder function with caution in the future. Taking a deep breath, he quelled his melancholic thoughts and gazed at the flickering random reward options on the system interface. "I choose a random reward." A chime resonated in Wang Long's mind, Congratulations, host, you have obtained the white attribute, Expert Vision. The system's voice echoed within him. The newly acquired attribute seamlessly merged with his own, as he realized that obtaining another white attribute of the same name would result in an upgrade. Wang Long felt a sense of satisfaction. He was on the verge of ascending to U18, and his original white attribute deserved an upgrade as well. In the locker room, the sound of running water washed away the sweat and fatigue. After changing, Wang Long was about to leave when Andre rushed in. Wang Long. The coach wants everyone to gather on the field. There is important news to announce. Wang Long's heart raced. The news of his promotion to U18 was all but confirmed. But he was more concerned about who would join him. On the field, Coach Matty scanned the crowd with a serious expression, the atmosphere heavy with anticipation. After careful consideration, the following players will officially advance to U18. He paused, his gaze settling on Wang Long. Palong. Moda. Palong leapt in excitement, embracing Moda tightly. Joy radiating from their faces. Moda, brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "We did it! U18. Here we come." In stark contrast, Andre's face turned pale. His eyes dimmed as he lowered his head, retreating silently to the back of the crowd. The other U16 players who were not selected looked on with disappointment, enviously eyeing the three. Congratulations! Coach Matty patted the shoulders of the trio, a proud smile on his face. However, he continued, the three of you must still complete the final 3 matches of the U16 League. Moreover, those who were not selected still have opportunities. If they perform well in the next 3 matches, the U18 coaches will continue to assess them. Andre's previously gloomy expression brightened instantly, as if infused with newfound energy. Wang Long and the others, seeing this, encouraged him to do his best. At that moment, Wang Long remembered Song Para, and he suggested visiting him at the school hospital alongside Andre, Moda, and Palong. After the coaches dismissed the players, they made their way to the infirmary, informing Song Para of their promotion to U18, except for Andre. Upon hearing this, Song Para expressed envy, but a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes. Andre reassured him that there would still be opportunities in the upcoming matches, urging him to recover quickly to seize that chance. However, Song Para's expression darkened as he sighed. This injury, though not deep, has affected my tendons. The problem isn't severe, but it requires long-term rehabilitation, otherwise, I may never play again. Wang Long and the others exchanged glances, realizing that the likelihood of Song Para missing out was high, and they comforted him, encouraging him to keep striving, assuring him that there would be more opportunities next year. Afterward, they exited the ward. On their way back, Andre departed first, heading to the cafeteria to refuel for the upcoming matches. Wang Long, however, felt despondent, saddened by the thought of his good friend not being able to join him in U18. Moda, sensing Wang Long's low spirits, sighed inwardly and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't dwell on it too much. Everything will turn out all right. Patlong added, indeed, Song Para will recover, and we must work even harder to meet his expectations, though the words of encouragement provided some solace. The weight of Song Para's situation remained a heavy burden on Wang Long's heart. He looked up at the darkening sky, silently praying for a miracle. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Wang Long bid farewell to Moda and Patlong and retreated to his room. He collapsed onto his bed, his mind awash with thoughts. Moda, observing Wang Long's despondent silhouette, approached the bed and softly said, Wang Long, I know you're feeling down, but the path of football is inherently solitary. When I was at Braga, my talent eclipsed that of my teammates, and eventually, I was selected by Sporting Lisbon, leaving behind those I had fought alongside for years. I know that pain. It is excruciating, but it is the nature of football. Moda paused, a glimmer of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Not just Song Para. Even Andre may not ultimately secure a place in U18. Even if we all ascend, perhaps one day, we might find ourselves unable to keep pace with you. The road of football is arduous, and the path to the pinnacle is especially lonely. Wang Long regarded Moto in surprise. Beneath that youthful visage lay a remarkably mature soul. Moto's experiences resonated with him, yet having found true friends after years of exclusion at Manchester United's youth academy, Wang Long was reluctant to part with them so easily. Ding. Activating attribute system task. Wang Long jolted in surprise. There was a task system? Activate the friendship task. Assist Song Para or Andre in successfully advancing to U18. Upon completion, new functional rewards will be unlocked. The host can obtain an additional attribute lottery after winning every 3 matches. And these attributes are not limited to football abilities and can only be used for others. Wang Long was taken aback. this. Moda, noticing Wang Long's complex expression, assumed he was pondering his earlier words and stepped aside to play on his phone. Little did he know, Wang Long's heart surged with excitement. This meant he could help his friends gain attribute abilities. Wouldn't he then become a deity capable of bestowing powers upon others? The exhilaration was overwhelming. Wang Long resolved to assist either Songpara or Andre in successfully ascending to U18 at all costs. As night descended upon a secluded corner of the city, the sound of shattering glass echoed from an inconspicuous, dilapidated building. Moments later, Long Qinlin stormed out with a scowl, closely followed by Long Zhuo and Long Yu, both wearing equally grim expressions. A group of robust young men adorned with black dragon tattoos swiftly emerged from within, all seemingly of Huaxia descent. This is utterly intolerable. To shatter a cup right before our eyes. If it weren't for your intervention, Father, I would have dealt with him myself. Long Zhuo exclaimed with indignation. Surprisingly, the usually composed Long Yu refrained from offering a rebuttal. With a disdainful snort, Long Qinlin remarked, "That sorcerer is a scoundrel. His power is clearly inferior to ours." Not only did he refuse to acquiesce, but he also displayed such insolence. It seems they have secured support from certain individuals ahead of time. In Lisbon, who dares to oppose our hangman? Even the mafia must give us prior notice before conducting their affairs here. How dare a mere blood gang challenge us? Long Zhuo fumed. Taking a deep breath, Long Qinlin exhaled a long plume of smoke, gazing up at the dim sky, where the stars flickered obscured by clouds. Regardless of who it is, now that they have revealed themselves, they must be eliminated. He cracked his neck and smiled. It is time for action. Long Zhuo, Long Yu, issue the Dragon King's decree. Raise the Dragon God banner and summon all major factions. In 3 days, we shall annihilate the Blood Gang and consecrate the Dragon Banner. Chapter 19. The dragon crosses the river. The serpents retreat in the dimly lit underground boxing arena. Amidst the deafening cheers, a figure moved with the grace of a dragon, his fist slicing through the air as he sent his opponent crashing to the ground. Standing tall upon the stage, beads of sweat cascaded down, revealing a magnificent black dragon tattoo coiling on his back. Suddenly, a sharp ring of a mobile phone shattered the cacophony. He seized a towel to wipe his brow and answered the call. A few terse words exchanged, and a bloodthirsty smile crept upon his lips. Dragon fist, ever ready for action. He discarded the phone and surveyed the jubilant crowd, his deep voice cutting through the noise. Tonight, we cease operations. In an unassuming slaughterhouse on the outskirts of Lisbon, the air was thick with the stench of blood. A brawny man wielded a bone saw, expertly dissecting the meat before him, the blade dancing like a serpent in his hands. The phone rang abruptly, and he set down the saw to answer, his gaze sharpening with lethal intent. Blade Dragon, ever prepared for duty. He hung up and scraped the saw against a whetstone, the chilling sound of metal grinding echoing through the slaughterhouse. In a shadowy alley, a slight Asian youth nimbly navigated through the throngs, akin to a slippery eel. Quick-witted and deft, he lifted a bulging wallet from an unsuspecting tourist's back pocket. His phone vibrated, and he promptly answered, nodding slightly as he spoke. Spirit Dragon, ever on standby. Then, he vanished into the night. In Lisbon's red light district, an alluring woman ended a call, her crimson-tipped fingers caressing a pair of black lace gloves, a glint of cold resolve flashing in her eyes. Charming dragon, ready for the feast. As the nightlife of Lisbon thrived with opulence and revelry, in a lavish hotel suite, a man clad in a silk robe embraced 2 scantily clad beauties, indulging in a life of luxury. The phone rang, disrupting the decadent ambience. Irritated, he answered, and his expression shifted to one of gravity. He pushed aside the women and hastily donned his clothes, exiting the room. By midnight, Wang Long and his roommate Moto were fast asleep, their breaths deep and steady. Meanwhile, Long Mengmeng lingered outside a tavern's small door, kicking at pebbles and boredom. Long Zhuo stood guard nearby, observing the discontented Mengmeng and remarked, "What is so entertaining about those people? If you keep associating with them, you'll inevitably stray, Mengmeng." Mengmeng pouted, "I just wanted to listen to their meeting. Why was I thrown out?" Long Zhuo chuckled, "You'll understand when you grow up. Apart from your father, none of those inside are to be trusted." He paused, ruffled Mengmeng's hair. "Be good and listen to your brother. Return to sleep." At that moment, a low voice emerged from within the small door. "Are all present?" Inside, a group of individuals with Chinese features encircled a round conference table, the very people who had received the earlier call. The enchanting woman, Charming Dragon, spoke first. Tapping her crimson-tipped fingers on the table, "Brother Long, which faction warrants such a mobilization?" The burly man from the slaughterhouse, Blade Dragon, grinned menacingly, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Brother Long, whoever it is, leave it to us at the Axe Hall to dispatch them. We've been butchering cattle and pigs daily. Our skills are becoming rusty. The boxer, Dragon Fist, chimed in, cracking his knuckles. Since that incident, our boxing hall has trained 100 newcomers, each capable of taking on 10 opponents. The others echoed their readiness, awaiting Brother Long's command. Long Qinlin regarded his subordinates, his brothers, knowing that his present standing was indebted to their unwavering support. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze icy. The Blood Gang has rejected cooperation. Their leader, Wizard, even shattered a cup during negotiations, showing me no respect. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in outrage, vowing to take down their adversaries as a deterrent. Only the man known as Earth Dragon, who had been in the luxurious hotel, frowned, sensing the situation was more complex. Brother Long, the Blood Gang has been unusually low-key lately. Their sudden aggression could mean. At that moment, Long Qinlin raised a hand to silence Earth Dragon, a sharp glint in his eyes. Earth Dragon, we require more intelligence. Your Wind Listening Hall is tasked with gathering information on the Blood Gang and uncovering any external influences behind them. Station your men at key intersections and monitor all suspicious individuals. Report any findings immediately to Spirit Dragon. He then turned to the pickpocket youth, Spirit Dragon. Arrange for your comrades to procure information about their residences and personnel. Report any gains without delay. His gaze shifted to Blade Dragon and Dragon Fist. Blade Dragon, Dragon Fist. Prepare our combatants. After receiving Spirit Dragon and Earth Dragon's intelligence, we will capture Wizard and obliterate the Blood Gang at dawn 3 days hence. Finally, he looked at Charming Dragon, assist in gathering intel on the movements of other gang leaders in the city. Once the battle commences, you will be responsible for aiding the wounded. The group responded affirmatively, their spirits ignited, except for Earth Dragon, who continued to frown. Long Qinlin rose and approached the window. Gazing at the nightscape of Lisbon, an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. This time, I shall ensure that all of Lisbon knows who the true dragon crossing the river is. He declared the meeting adjourned, urging everyone to prepare. As they exited, they greeted the bored Long Ming Ming, affectionately calling her little princess, Ming Ming, and sweetheart. Ming returned their smiles, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Spirit Dragon boldly invited Ming to dinner by candlelight, eliciting laughter from the others. Blade Dragon teased in a raspy voice, Spirit Dragon, if you wish to marry our little princess, you'll need to steal the Portuguese king's crown as a dowry. Dragonfish joined in. Indeed, you must also defeat our Zwalad first. Upon hearing this, Long Zwa sprang up, shaking his fists, feigning aggression. Get lost. Don't corrupt my sister. The others, wary of provoking the hot-headed Long Zwa, swiftly departed. Spirit Dragon followed suit, but not before casting a knowing glance at Long Zwa. Brother-in-law, we'll all be one family soon. Don't be so hasty. With that, he vanished into the night. Long Qinlin watched his subordinates depart, a weight still heavy in his heart. The Blood Gang's unusual response troubled him. If Earth Dragon could perceive the oddity, surely he could as well. Something was amiss. However, given their current circumstances, coupled with the events from 3 years prior and the watchful eyes of others within the Haman, he felt compelled to act proactively. This mission must succeed. Failure was not an option. His gaze fell upon Long Ming in the tavern's hall, a wave of concern washing over him. This was no longer his youthful escapade. With a precious daughter to protect, he had to exercise greater caution. Resolving this, he dialed a number, only to be met with a busy signal. Undeterred, he hesitated before leaving a message. Master Rabbit, I find myself in a bit of trouble. Please ensure Ming's safety. After hanging up, he stared into the endless night, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks shattered the stillness. Long Qinlin's gaze sharpened, his voice low and steady. Who is it? A raspy voice responded from outside. It is I. Upon hearing the sound, Long Qinlin's expression softened. He opened the door and stepped outside to engage in a hushed conversation with the mysterious figure. The following morning, the sunlight of Lisbon bathed the training ground, where the players' figures danced across the verdant field like leaping musical notes. Wang Long, drenched in sweat, executed each movement with vigor and passion. Thoughts raced through his mind about how to assist Song Para and Andre in securing a place in the U18 team. Song Para's injury required prompt recovery. Perhaps Mr. Mendez or Long Ming could discover a miraculous remedy. As for Andre, an ingenious idea struck Wang Long, to utilize the system to preemptively analyze the opponent's attribute characteristics, thereby crafting a targeted training regimen for Andre that would allow him to shine brilliantly in the selection trials. While contemplating seeking out Coach Marty for information on their adversaries, He was unexpectedly approached by Coach Marty himself, who beckoned Wang Long aside. A sense of elation surged within Wang Long, since being selected for the U18 team. It seemed Coach Marty was reluctant to let him go, perhaps intending to offer him special guidance to retain his talents. He stood before Coach Marty, a broad smile illuminating his face. However, Coach Marty's demeanor was unusually grave, as if burdened by an unspeakable concern. He pulled Wang Long aside and spoke in a somber tone. "Wang Long, for the next 3 matches, you will not be starting." Chapter 20. Concerns on the field. Investigating the enemy. What? I'm not starting? Wang Long exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity, his tone thick with confusion and disbelief. "Coach, this is a crucial period for my development, and I need more matches to enhance my skills. What if I can't adapt by the time I reach U18? Coach Marty observed Wang Long's shocked expression with a pang of sympathy. He sighed deeply and replied gravely, "Wang Long, I understand you're in a pivotal phase of your growth, but this matter is of utmost seriousness. The incident with Song Para has led Director Mike and the others to uncover some troubling details. Those individuals acted with premeditation and colluded with players within our team to orchestrate a trap." "Players within our team?" Wang Long abruptly interrupted, his gaze sharpening. "Is it that little Leo who is behind this?" Coach Marty hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. "So far, there is no evidence linking little Leo, but—" He paused, his tone growing more serious. "For your safety, it's best if you remain a substitute for the upcoming matches. We still don't know if they have bribed others in the league, and stepping onto the field at this juncture could be perilous." Wang Long yearned to press for more information, yet Coach Marty cut him off. "I cannot divulge further details at this time. Once we ascertain the facts, I will inform you. In the meantime, please avoid leaving the training grounds alone and stay vigilant." With a pat on Wang Long's shoulder, Coach Marty turned to leave. Wang Long stood rooted to the spot, his brow furrowed in deep thought. The coach's words filled him with a sense of unease and uncertainty. Who could be plotting against him? Could it truly be little Leo? Or were there deeper motives at play? A storm of questions swirled in his mind, leaving him restless. Nonetheless, his immediate priority was to assist Andre and Song Para in qualifying for U18. Although Coach Marty's news had momentarily disoriented him, he quickly regained his composure, resolving to inquire further with the coach later in the afternoon for more information. As for Song Para's situation, it seemed he would have to wait until game day to devise a plan. If Long Mingming arrived, perhaps he could seek her advice. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Wang Long and his friends, including Morta, headed to the cafeteria for lunch. During the meal, Morta continued to lament about little Leo's underlings targeting him during practice matches. Wang Long listened in silence, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. He didn't return to the dormitory for a rest. After exchanging a few words with Morta, he set out to find Coach Marty. At that moment, Coach Marty had just concluded his morning duties and was preparing for lunch. Seeing Wang Long approach, he assumed Wang Long was inquiring about the investigation into the attacks on Song Para and himself. He stated flatly, "Wang Long, there isn't any new information to share right now. The investigation is ongoing, so please be patient." Wang Long shook his head. "Coach, I didn't come for that. I have something else I wish to discuss with you." Coach Marty raised an eyebrow, motioning for Wang Long to sit. "Oh, what is it?" Wang Long explained his intentions. After listening attentively, Coach Marty pondered for a moment before responding, "This matter." He paused, his gaze penetrating as he regarded Wang Long. "Let us take our time." Slowly, Coach Marty began, "Wang Long, I appreciate your enthusiasm. However, you needn't worry excessively about the opponents. The day before the match, I will provide a detailed analysis of each player's characteristics and corresponding tactical approaches. By then, you will naturally understand." Wang Long felt a bit awkward. He couldn't possibly reveal that his knowledge of the opponents surpassed the coach's due to his system. That would be too presumptuous. So, he cleverly replied, "Coach, I know you'll provide explanations, but I'd like to prepare in advance by studying the videos myself to enhance my judgment, especially regarding midfield play." Coach Marty regarded Wang Long with a hint of skepticism, wondering when this lad had become so studious. Nonetheless, players taking the initiative to learn was ultimately positive. He shrugged off his doubts and readily agreed. "Very well. It's commendable that you wish to learn. Share your email with me, and I'll send you the videos shortly. But do not distribute them indiscriminately. Rest assured, Coach." Wang Long replied eagerly, his heart brimming with joy. Upon returning to his dormitory, he couldn't suppress his smile. Morta, lying on his bed engrossed in a game, noticed Wang Long's expression and curiously asked, "What has got you so cheerful? Did you find money on the ground?" Hey, Wang Long replied with a mischievous grin. The coach has agreed to send me the video of our next opponent for study. I'm going to analyze it thoroughly. Morta set aside his phone, looking puzzled. But the coach is going to explain everything tomorrow, right? Why do you want to study the video separately? You're not thinking of retiring to become a coach. Are you? He teased. Wang Long laughed along, saying, exactly. I've made my decision. I'll stay on the sidelines and assist Coach Marty in directing the game. What do you think? Morta chuckled and shook his head, clearly not taking Wang Long seriously. Wang Long smiled back, choosing not to elaborate. As he contemplated how to support Andre and Song Para after reviewing the video. At that moment, he received a notification on his phone indicating a large file had arrived. Wang Long grinned, impressed by Coach Marty's efficiency in sending it so promptly. He grabbed his prepared tablet and headphones, climbed onto his bed, and began downloading the video. Coach Marty had sent only one video, featuring the team they would face in 2 days, Thailand U16. This team was renowned for their staunch defense and adept counterattacks. Currently positioned 6th in the league standings. Wang Long opened the video, discovering it contained footage from their internal practice matches. It seemed Coach Marty had some impressive connections, as he had obtained access to such training videos. This was precisely the type of footage Wang Long needed, offering a complete view of all Thailand U16 players, including the substitutes. Wang Long fast-forwarded to the opening scenes. Activating his system, he assessed the opposing forwards and noted their lackluster skills. The most formidable among them being a tall center forward, number 9, with only 4 white attributes. The wingers were speed-oriented, each possessing merely 3 white attributes, indicating average skills. In midfield, there was a defensive midfielder, number 12, with 5 white attributes, suggesting a robust defensive prowess. Wang Long shifted his gaze to the defenders and, as expected, found 2 defenders, numbers 4 and 5, each boasting a green attribute, one labeled aerial shield and the other accurate long pass. Wang Long internally scoffed, thinking it a waste for a defender to possess passing accuracy superior to that of a midfielder. As he continued to skim through the attributes of the other players, he found them generally unremarkable, lacking any noteworthy traits. Just as he was becoming engrossed in the analysis, the dormitory door swung open, and Pat Long rushed in, holding a phone. His expression animated. Wang Long, you have to see this. Someone leaked information on the forum. He suddenly halted, staring at Wang Long's tablet screen. Are you watching the Thailand U16 match video? Where did you get that? Feigning mystery, Wang Long gestured for Pat Long to calm down before removing his headphones. Want to see? Beg me. He teased, grinning mischievously at Morta. Upon hearing this, Pat Long became frantic. Come on, buddy, don't do this. I'm your biggest fan. Just let me take a look. He wrapped his arm around Wang Long's shoulder, beginning to act coy and playful. Mo, who shared the dormitory, could no longer bear it and covered his eyes with a blanket. Wang Long was also amused by Pat Lang's antics. He feigned exasperation and sighed. All right. I really can and Oppos. To do anything about you. However, after watching, you and Oppos, LL need to help me analyze it. How about that? No problem. Leave it to me. Pat Lang immediately agreed. His eyes fixed intently on the tablet screen. The two began watching the match footage together. As they watched, Pat Lang clicked his tongue in admiration. Remarking on the impressive defense of the U16 Belen team, it was no wonder they ranked so highly. However, their offense, he shook his head, finding it somewhat lacking. Wang Long nodded in agreement. Their forwards were indeed rather average, but as a goalkeeper, Andre needed to earn the U18 coach's recognition primarily through his goalkeeping skills. Wang Long only needed to inform Andre about the characteristics of the opposing forwards to provide him with an early advantage. However, Wang Long believed that to truly capture the coach's attention, it was essential to focus on passing ability. In the contemporary football framework, passing capability has become increasingly valued. The renowned goalkeeping maestro De Gea, during his peak, was among the top 3 in goalkeeping skills worldwide, yet due to his deficiency in distribution, he was cast aside by Manchester United and struggled to find a suitable club for a long time. Nevertheless, Andre was quite proficient in long passes. He possessed a remarkable attribute for precise long balls, and Wang Long recalled having had some splendid long pass combinations with him. Wang Long stroked his chin and asked Pat Lang, as our team's breakthrough specialist, how do you think we should penetrate the defense of the 2 green attribute center backs on the opposite side? He pointed to the U16 Belen team as number 4 and number 5 defenders on the screen, these 2 fellows. One with aerial guardian and the other with precise long pass, are tough to deal with. Pat Lang cleared his throat, preparing to deliver an exceptional tactical analysis. Suddenly, Wang Long and Oppo's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, he answered the call. Wang Long, a raspy voice came through the line. I have a medicine that can restore Pat Lang. If you want it, come alone to 45 Camer Street. Wang Long furrowed his brow, gripping the phone tightly, and asked, Are you serious? Chapter 21. Lisbon in Turmoil Scammers. I frequently receive such calls. Pat Long snatched Wang Long's phone, glanced at the number, and disdainfully curled his lip. Just some money-hungry crooks. Ignore them. Wang Long retrieved his phone, staring at the unfamiliar number, lost in contemplation. He did not doubt Pat Long's words. The likelihood of a scam was indeed high. Yet, the caller's precise knowledge of Song Para's situation compelled him to consider the possibility of ulterior motives. The caller must harbor ill intentions. Desperate to save a life, Wang Long refused to dismiss any glimmer of hope, but he was not foolish. He promptly exited the dormitory, hesitating for a moment before dialing the number Mendez had left him. However, the call went unanswered. Frowning in confusion, he hung up. Could Mendez be occupied at the moment? He then attempted to call the number left by Longzhua, yet once again, there was no response. Wang Long found it perplexing. Were they all too busy? He decided to return to his room to rest and planned to meet Andre in the afternoon to discuss points of caution for the upcoming match. Meanwhile, in a raucous bar, the heavy scent of alcohol mingled with a hint of blood. The ground was littered with shattered bottles and overturned tables. The walls splattered with splotches of dried blood, unmistakably indicating that a fierce brawl had recently transpired. Not far from the bar, an old luxury car slowly pulled away. Longs was sat inside, blood flowing from his left hand. Habitually, he reached into his pocket, only to find it empty. Damn, I left my phone in the bar after beating someone up. What bad luck. Curly, hand me my phone. I need to report to my father. The younger accomplice, Curly, quickly passed him the phone. Longswood dialed Long Chinlin's number. Father, we just cleared out the Blood Gang's bar in the city center. That makes it the 6th stronghold we've taken down today. They still haven't reacted. They haven't even ordered their men to close up and minimize losses. Even Longzhua, usually oblivious, sensed something was amiss. If he were the leader of the Blood Gang, he would either rally his forces to resist or close down to limit damage upon receiving news. On the other end of the line, Long Chinlin merely responded with a detached before hanging up. Longzhua shrugged helplessly, resigning himself to continue with the plan to the next target. Meanwhile, Long Chinlin was seated in an ornate office. A uniformed Jewish man sat at the desk, puffing on a cigar. The smoke curled around him, and the golden insignia on his shoulders glinted, signifying his rank, while the medals adorning his chest showcased his accolades. He was Pino, the police chief of Lisbon. Xiaolong, today I have extended you a favor by withdrawing police presence from several of the Blood Gang's locations. However, I must ask, why did you choose to target the Blood Gang this time? Is it due to their streets? Pino released a puff of smoke, his tone laced with mockery. Long Chinlin spoke respectfully. Chief Pino, as I mentioned earlier, it is indeed the Blood Gang's own folly that has led them to this confrontation. He paused, adding, Their disrespect towards me is one thing, but their insolence towards the Hamen. Long Chinlin was about to elaborate further when Pino waved his hand dismissively. Clearly uninterested in the details. The precious item from China you mentioned earlier, let me see it. Understanding the cue, Long Chinlin carefully retrieved a silk-wrapped jade vase from his briefcase and placed it delicately on Pino's desk. This is the famed green jade beast-faced vase. The treasure hunter claimed it is on par with the top 10 jade artifacts from China. Here is the appraisal certificate. I am no connoisseur, so I brought it to you at the first opportunity. Upon seeing the jade vase, Pino immediately stood and took it, his gaze fixated on the object, greedily handling it. Long Chinlin observed and remarked, Chief Pino, I trust you will manage matters diligently over the next few days. Rest assured. As long as you do not cause too much trouble, I will see to it, Pino replied, his attention wholly absorbed by the jade vase. Seeing that the arrangement was in place, Long Chinlin took his leave from the chief's office, leaving Pino to admire the vase. Once outside the government building, he promptly dialed Long Yu's number, speaking in a low tone, I have secured matters with the government. Inform all factions to finalize preparations for tomorrow night's assault on the Blood Gang's stronghold, the Meeson Gambling House. He glanced back at the imposing government edifice, feeling a pang of regret, realizing that this was a peace offering bought with hard-earned money. He cursed the greedy old fox under his breath, calculating that he must recover both the principal and interest from the Blood Gang this time. The Blood Gang's reactions were indeed peculiar. displaying the harshest attitudes while executing the most cowardly actions. If Longzhou could sense the abnormality, how could Long Qinlin, a seasoned player in the game, remain unaware? Yet, he was absolutely confident in his strength. In Lisbon, with his 5 major factions combined with the elite led by Longzhou and Longyu, they were more than capable of overwhelming any opposing force. This was the reason Long Qinlin, despite facing declining business in recent years, remained firmly entrenched in his position as the second-in-command of the Hongmen. A familiar voice resonated from the other end of the line, laced with a hint of confusion. Wang Long? It's me, Longzhou. My previous phone was lost. What is it that you need? Wang Long paused momentarily, then swiftly recollected himself, promptly informing Longzhou of the mysterious call and reiterating the address given by the enigmatic individual. After a brief silence, Longzhou's tone shifted to one of gravity. Are you certain this is the address? Wang Long affirmed confidently, indeed, it is this address. Longzhou, with a serious demeanor, cautioned, do not go there alone. It is perilous. I will dispatch someone to investigate, and I will notify you of the findings. With that, without allowing Wang Long to inquire further, Longzhou hastily terminated the call. Wang Long gazed at his phone screen, furrowing his brow. There was no response from Mendez, leaving him reliant on Longzhou. Although he did not possess complete knowledge of Longzhou and his associates, he assumed that, given Long Qinlin's acquaintance with a powerful figure in the Hongmen, they must wield some influence in Lisbon. With this thought, Wang Long felt a slight sense of reassurance and returned to his dormitory to rest. Meanwhile, within the Dragon family villa, an atmosphere of tension prevailed. Long Qinlin was orchestrating the arrangements for Dragon Mengmeng's relocation to England. With tear-filled eyes, Dragon Mengmeng pouted, refusing to depart. Dad, I don't want to go. Witnessing his daughter's distress, Long Qinlin felt a pang of sorrow, gently comforting her. Mengmeng, my dear, once you return, I will fulfill your previous request. Dragon Mengmeng ceased her weeping, gazing at her father with watery eyes, skepticism evident. Really? You promise? Long Qinlin smiled reassuringly. Of course, I promise. I have a significant business endeavor to attend to, and you must be away, otherwise, I will be distracted. Dragon Mengmeng, astute as she was, realized that her father's mention of a major business was but a ruse, likely concealing a perilous undertaking. This had occurred before, with her being sent to distant places to evade danger, but this time, the prospect of international travel unsettled her. Dad, you must ensure your safety and that of my brothers. Please do not let anything happen. Long Qinlin affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Rest assured. What could possibly go wrong in a business venture? He then turned to his subordinate, his tone brooking no dissent. You will remain there to protect and look after Dragon Mengmeng. The subordinate promptly acquiesced, bowing to Long Qinlin before escorting Dragon Mengmeng away. As he watched his subordinate depart with Dragon Mengmeng, Long Qinlin finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. He turned around, his expression instantly transforming into one of steely resolve, a palpable aura of menace enveloping him. Longyu, prepare the ritual. Summon the dragon banner. Chapter 22. The dragons battle in the wilderness on the afternoon of the second day, at an abandoned church in the outskirts. The Gothic spires and somber stone walls stood in stark contrast to the interior decor. Black and red satin adorned the floors and walls, while eerie runes crawled across the surfaces. In square lanterns danced ghostly green flames, and black dragon flags fluttered around, with the character for dragon prominently displayed. Under the command of Long Qinlin, the leaders of various factions and some of their followers gathered here, all bearing black dragon tattoos and dressed in black tang suits, their cuffs edged with gold according to rank. The faction leaders sported intricate golden dragon patterns embroidered on their chests. Only the earth dragon was absent, presumably engaged in some covert mission. Long Qinlin, clad in an elaborate black dragon pattern tang suit, exuded an imposing aura. Holding 3 incense sticks, he stepped forward, prompting everyone to kneel in unison. After 3 bows, Long Qinlin inserted the incense into the burner. Long Yu presented a wooden box containing a golden dagger and a black flag embroidered with a dragon. Long Qinlin withdrew the black flag, allowing the dagger to slice his arm, droplets of blood falling onto the flag's surface. Long Yu handed him a black wooden stick, to which the bloodied flag was tied and waved vigorously. Today, I offer my blood to the dragon flag. In the future, we shall wash it with the blood of our enemies. Long Qilin's voice thundered. The gathered followers roared in unison, wash the dragon flag with blood. The atmosphere in the church was thick with a sense of impending violence, the ghostly flames flickering, and the dragon flag snapping in the breeze. As the ceremony concluded, Long Qilin's eyes gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk. Let us proceed. The followers, adorned with black dragon tattoos, surge forth from the abandoned church like a tidal wave, the weapon bearers from the knife hall shouldering their glinting blades, reflecting a chilling light in the setting sun. The martial artists from the fist hall moved with the grace and power of poised leopards, their steps steady and resolute. Longswell led hundreds of ordinary followers closely behind, a dark mass advancing toward the Blood Gang's last stronghold, the Misan Casino. The streets of Camille, usually bustling with traffic, were eerily quiet at this moment. The doors of the Misan Casino stood wide open, the interior shrouded in silence, a stark contrast to its usual clamor. The street sign prominently displayed 45 Camille Street, perfectly matching the mysterious content of the phone call received by Wang Long Qilin, and his entourage arrived outside the casino. And upon seeing the scene, he snorted derisively. A ruse? A mere trick. He gestured for Longswell to send someone inside to investigate. A few followers cautiously stepped into the casino, only to be met moments later with terrified cries that abruptly ceased. Longswell's expression changed, and he dispatched over 20 more followers into the casino. The spacious casino soon felt cramped, the chaotic shouts and the clang of weapons clashing mingled together. But tranquility returned swiftly. Over 20 men had vanished without a trace. Longswell's face turned pale as he looked to Long Qilin, who sensed something was amiss and raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. The knife dragon, unable to contain himself, urged the axe wielders to charge in, but was stopped by the fist dragon. Wait, the earth dragon has yet to appear. Do not rush. Only then did the knife dragon suppress his impulse to rush inside. Long Qilin surveyed the surroundings and commanded the area to be surrounded, waiting for the opportune moment. At that moment, a chilling laughter echoed from within the casino. The crossing dragon. Ha! The sorcerer's icy laughter reverberated through the casino. Is this the extent of your courage, crossing dragon? My doors are wide open, yet you dare not enter for a visit? A hunched figure appeared at the entrance, adorned with an unusual crown, dark-skinned, and wearing a tattered metal respirator. Humph, foul sorcerer, still the same. Lurking in the shadows to ensnare others, Long Qilin scoffed. What trickery have you employed? What has become of those brothers who just entered? Longswell could not restrain himself from questioning. Long Qilin, how do you discipline your subordinates? Does he have the right to interrupt our conversation? The sorcerer chuckled ominously. Long Qilin saw through the sorcerer's attempts to sow discord. Cease your petty tricks. What have you done to them? I can only say they are not dead. As for whether they are missing limbs, you'll have to see for yourself. The sorcerer cackled as he vanished deeper into the casino. The expressions of the knife dragon and the other faction leaders turned grim, hesitant to enter recklessly. After a moment of contemplation, Long stepped forward. I suspect the sorcerer is using gas that can induce hallucinations or even incapacitate individuals temporarily. The respirator he wears is likely a gas mask. Indeed. Why didn't I think of that? The knife dragon exclaimed. Long was correct. A voice approached from afar. The earth dragon arrived, looking weary. I have uncovered the Blood Gang's secrets. They utilize a hallucinogenic drug derived from a plant in Africa. Depending on the mixture, it can serve as a healing analgesic or a harmful poison. Earth dragon, I believe what you say, but merely speaking without a solution leaves us waiting in vain outside. The knife dragon grumbled, his thick beard quivering with each word, akin to a wild boar ready to charge. Upon hearing this, the earth dragon smiled faintly, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth stark against his dark skin. He clapped his hands, and from the shadows behind him emerged a group of followers, each bearing a large box. Brothers, I know you are anxious, so I came prepared, the earth dragon said, pointing at the boxes. Inside are specially crafted gas masks, ensuring you can breathe freely in the casino, as if strolling leisurely. The followers quickly opened the boxes and distributed the specially designed gas masks among the crowd. The masks had a unique shape, resembling a bird's beak, crafted from special materials that effectively filtered the gas without obstructing vision or breathing. Well done, Earth Dragon. Your reliability remains steadfast, the knife dragon remarked gruffly, his tone laced with a hint of unspoken admiration. Other faction leaders nodded in agreement, smiles of relief appearing on their faces. At that moment, the Earth Dragon's expression shifted as he approached Long Qilin, whispering a few words in his ear. Humph, he can no longer contain himself. He has reached out to my side. Long Qilin's countenance darkened, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. It seems. Just as Long Qilin was about to speak, a cry echoed from the rear of the casino. Not good. The sorcerer and his men are trying to escape through the back door. What? Chapter 23. The The Blood Gang's demise within the casino, a green mist swirled ominously, reminiscent of the noxious fumes of hell. Strobe lights pierced through the haze, illuminating a multitude of fallen members of the Havertz gang. A heavy weight settled in Long's heart as he commanded his comrades to drag the unconscious brothers outside, while the rest commenced a search on the first floor. However, the first floor was deserted, marked only by the pervasive poison and shattered furniture. There on the second floor, Long's gaze sharpened as he looked up, the dim glow of his phone barely illuminating a small area, shadowy figures shifting within the fog like lurking beasts. Hold the second floor. Once reinforcements arrive, they are doomed. A frenzied scream from the sorcerer echoed from above. Time was of the essence, and Long's decisively ordered, Boxing Hall, Knife Hall, advance. With a menacing grin, the boxing dragon brandished his fist, the size of a sand pot, leading his skilled subordinates towards the second floor entrance. The narrow staircase hampered the effectiveness of blades, prompting the knife dragon to direct his men to follow closely behind, ready to support at any moment. Long's younger brothers maintained vigilance on the periphery, prepared for any desperate actions from the Blood Gang. Kill! Roared the boxing dragon, charging like a fierce tiger towards the second floor. Leading the charge, his movements were as ferocious as a predator, each strike lethal. A powerful punch landed squarely on the chest of a burly African man, causing him to grunt and, despite his massive frame, crash backward, toppling tables and chairs in his wake. The experts from the boxing hall followed suit, each displaying their unique skills, elbow strikes, knee thrusts, grappling, and choke holds, their techniques ruthless and precise, eliciting cries of despair from the Blood Gang members. Although the African man, relying on his sheer strength, swung a baseball bat in defiance, he was still forced to retreat under the onslaught. The members of the Havertz quickly tore a hole through the mass of dark figures, advancing toward the stairwell. Yet, the Blood Gang had a significant presence on the second floor, and the breach was swiftly sealed. The boxing hall disciples, unarmed, began to tire with the passage of time, resulting in casualties. Seeing this, the knife dragon bellowed, ordering his men to press forward. The glint of sharp blades flashed ominously in the dim light, repelling several approaching Africans. At that moment, a few small African men sprang from the crowd, wielding long tubes that expelled green flames, erecting a fiery wall that thwarted the knife fighters' advance. The acrid smoke mingled with the scent of burning flesh, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. Longs steeled himself, tearing off a piece of his clothing to cover his mouth and nose, shouting to those behind him, "Charge with me." Without hesitation, he plunged through the wall of flames. The others, seeing his resolve, followed suit, enduring the searing pain as they broke through the barrier. The knife and boxing fighters surged forward, like a dagger plunging into the heart of the Blood Gang, completely fracturing their formation. The numerical advantage of the Havertz became evident at this moment as they swarmed the remaining forces of the Blood Gang, initiating the final onslaught. As the sorcerer realized the tide had turned, he cursed, removing his headpiece and tearing off a piece of clothing from a nearby subordinate in a frantic attempt to escape amidst the chaos. However, Longzhua had been closely watching him. With a single punch, he felled the man blocking his path and charged directly at the sorcerer, seizing him by the collar. "You filthy scoundrel, do not think you can flee. There are hundreds outside surrounding you." The sorcerer, now devoid of resistance, saw his men surrendering their weapons in droves. Thus, the Blood Gang was vanquished. Longzhua ordered the power to be restored, and the casino lights flickered back to life. While the revolving exhaust fans swiftly cleared the lingering toxic fumes, Long Qinlin entered the casino, striding to the center of the hall, where he forcefully planted the bloody dragon flag into the ground. This was a tradition of their faction. Before an assault, they would use the blood of their leader in a ritual to honor the dragon flag, hoping to minimize the bloodshed of their brothers in the ensuing conflict. The members of the Havertz bowed their heads in silent tribute. After the ceremony, Long Qinlin instructed the knife dragon to arrange treatment for the injured brothers and ordered Long Yu to generously reward the fighters. Finally, he tasked the boxing dragon and Longzhua with taking the sorcerer down for interrogation. As anticipated, the intelligence brought by the Earth Dragon aligned with previous reports. The mastermind behind this chaos was none other than Peter Lee, who had long coveted the position of the Havertz's second-in-command in Lisbon. The owner of a management company that had signed several Portuguese national players was also one of their own. Long Qinlin's expression remained inscrutable, and his subordinates dared not voice their thoughts. Peter Lee epitomized the new era of gangsters, wielding capital and technology, while Long Qinlin represented the old guard, relying on illicit enterprises and physical confrontations. A clash between the two was inevitable, Yet it was unexpected for Peter Lee to strike first. The potency of the drug used was staggering, indicating that Peter had invested heavily in this scheme. Long Qinlin was not one to be trifled with. If his adversary dared to use the blood gang as a pawn against him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Just as he prepared to issue orders, Long Yu entered, bearing news of a call from Boss Ho. Taking the phone, Long Qinlin's demeanor shifted to one of deference upon hearing the voice on the other end. Brother, Peter Lee has gone too far, enlisting outsiders to target our own. You must take charge on my behalf. The voice on the line was calm yet authoritative. Little Long. Do not worry. Immediately send the sorcerer to me. I will personally interrogate him and ensure you receive justice. Without waiting for Long Qinlin to respond, the call ended. After hanging up, Long Qinlin's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping him. This old fox, why did he choose now, right after our victory over the Blood Gang? To demand the sorcerer for interrogation? Handing him over would erase our evidence. The knife dragon stepped forward, whispering, Brother Long, should we not withhold him? After all, we possess evidence of Peter Lee colluding with outsiders against our own, which is a grave offense that could lead to expulsion from the gang. Long Qinlin waved his hand dismissively, stating that dealing with Peter Lee was enough trouble for now. They should not provoke Boss Ho. For now, let him have the sorcerer. We have achieved our objective. Earth Dragon, you will send someone to take over the Blood Gang's territory and operations. Our display of strength has succeeded. And it is not us who should be anxious now. Long Qinlin's gaze sharpened as he turned to Long Zhua. Long Zhua, are your injuries manageable? Father, it's just a minor burn. I applied some ointment and should be fine now, Long Zhua replied. Long Qinlin patted his shoulder, his tone grave. Then I must trouble you once more. Long Zhua, take the sorcerer to Boss Ho and hand him over directly, without further inquiry. Long Zhua accepted the order, summoning two younger brothers to bind the sorcerer securely, dragging him like a lifeless dog to his vintage car. As they exited the casino, the neon lights flickered across the windows, but Long Zhua's mind lingered on the drug mentioned in Wang Long's previous call. With a sinister grin, he turned to look at the sorcerer. What do you want? I have already confessed. Peter Lee provided me with. The sorcerer's voice trembled, filled with dread. Silence. Long Zhua interrupted rudely. I ask you, do you possess any special medicine for healing? Something that can swiftly mend bone injuries? The sorcerer hesitated, stammering, there is. But it is. Long Zhua sneered. Do not play coy with me. Was it not your associate who made that call to a Chinese player? The sorcerer's face paled instantly as he stuttered. Yes, it was my man who called. The medicine is real, but what? Long Zhua pressed for answers. It's just, I was facilitating a transaction for someone else. The sorcerer's voice grew fainter. It was a contact introduced by Peter Lee, claiming to be a relative of the star player Leo, asking for assistance. Assistance with what? Long Zhua's gaze was piercing. I am uncertain. I merely dispatched someone to follow his instructions, which seemed to have attracted the attention of the police. Subsequently, I was reluctant to send anyone else and was compelled to concoct this particular medicine, and I was instructed to contact you regarding the Huaxiao player, whose voice was barely audible. In that instant, Long Zhua comprehended, narrowing his eyes as a chilling sensation surged from the depths of his heart. Leo, the young star whom Long Mingming had always admired, turned out to be such a person. Excellent. Long Zhua's tone was frigid. First, take me to retrieve the medicine. He led the wizard to a time-honored traditional Chinese medicine shop, coercing him to prepare a remedy for bone injuries before escorting him to a luxurious villa in the city center. At the villa's entrance, several bodyguards in black awaited. After handing the wizard over to them, Long Zhua departed without a backward glance. On his way back, Long Zhua dialed Wang Long's number. I have taken care of the medicine matter. Long Zhua's voice carried a hint of fatigue. When is your next match? Where will it be held? Wang Long informed him of the time and location of the match. Good, Long Zhua replied. Prepare well for the game, and I shall bring the medicine to you. Long Zhua's expression shifted drastically as he bellowed. Block their escape. Do not let them flee. It turned out that the wizard, upon seeing the Hamen members fully equipped, sensed the impending crisis and attempted to slip away through the back door amidst the chaos. Unfortunately, Long Qinlin had anticipated this and had already dispatched men to surround the casino, leaving no avenue of escape. We shall discuss this matter later. First, take down the Blood Gang and raise the dragon flag. Long Qinlin decisively commanded, his eyes ablaze with fury. Brothers of the Blade Hall and Fist Hall, charge in. Slaughter the Blood Gang and raise the dragon flag. Following the orders, the Hamen members donned masks and surged into the casino like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, their battle cries resounding, shattering the casino's silence. A storm of blood and carnage was about to unfold within the maze casino. Chapter 24. The secret of Sampala. Before dawn had fully arrived, Wang Long was roused from his slumber by a call from Longzhou. Though the news conveyed was of Sampala's impending return to health, Wang Long's rest had been irrevocably disrupted. Resigned, he rose, donned his athletic attire, and resolved to run a few laps around the playground. Upon arriving at the expansive field, he felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Memories from his time at Manchester United flooded his mind, bringing forth feelings of isolation that seemed as fresh as yesterday. Shaking his head vigorously, he momentarily set aside these reminiscences and commenced a simple warm-up. After warming up, Wang Long began to jog around the field. On one side lay the practice area where Long Mingming and Longzhou often watched the matches, while the other side housed the changing rooms and rows of spectator seats. As he circled the track, the only sounds accompanying him were his own breath and footfalls. Just as he was about to complete his second lap, a commotion erupted from the direction of the changing room. The voices grew closer, prompting Wang Long to halt as he discerned a familiar figure in the distance. It was Sampala, but he was accompanied by an unfamiliar man, and they appeared to be in a heated argument. Wang Long called out urgently, "Sampala!" Panic ensued in the changing room as a lean figure darted out, covering his head with his clothing, and vanished into the morning mist without a backward glance. Wang Long scrutinized the familiar silhouette, striving to recall its details, the shape, the speed. "Wang Long, what are you doing here at this hour?" Sampala limped out of the changing room, sporting an awkward smile, interrupting Wang Long's reverie. Wang Long, puzzled, inquired why he was resting properly. Sampala awkwardly explained that his roommate was concerned he might lie in bed too long. So they took advantage of the quiet moment when the doctor was absent to help him get some fresh air. Only to end up in a minor dispute with a friend. Wang Long gazed intently into Sampala's eyes, his tone serious as he pressed, "Sampala, are you truly hiding something from me?" Sampala's eyes darted away from Wang Long's gaze, stammering, "And no, there's nothing. You should finish your workout and have breakfast early. Take care of yourself and prepare well for the upcoming matches." With that, he limped away, watching Sampala's retreating figure. Wang Long's doubts deepened. He was acquainted with Sampala's roommates, a stout fellow and two shorter individuals, none of whom matched the medium build or remarkable speed of the stranger. Wang Long entered the changing room, intending to wipe off his sweat with a towel, only to discover that his locker had been rummaged through. Coupled with Sampala's peculiar behavior earlier in the medical room, he became increasingly convinced that Sampala was indeed concealing something from him, and that it likely pertained to himself. He meticulously searched his locker, which typically held only some personal clothing and no extraordinary items. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he began to search frantically. Indeed, it was gone, his childhood photograph taken with his father in Huaxia, a cherished memento that had inspired him to persevere. He kept it in his locker, glancing at it before and after each match as a source of motivation. However, he was baffled as to who had taken his photo and for what purpose. Unable to decipher the mystery at that moment, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he still had a copy on his phone and could easily print another later. Nevertheless, he mused that it might be wise to suggest the team install surveillance cameras to prevent larger losses in the future. As dawn broke, the U16 team members gradually arrived at the cafeteria. Wang Long changed his clothes and made his way there as well. At the entrance, a group led by Leo was waiting for him, seemingly anticipating his arrival. Leo stepped forward, his tone laced with provocation. "I'll be joining the U18 team this morning. Make sure you perform well in your remaining matches. If you fail to make it to U18, I would be quite disappointed." With that, he turned and left with his entourage. Wang Long scoffed internally, despite Leo's repeated attempts to undermine him. He had failed each time and could now only resort to verbal jabs. As he observed Leo's departing figure, he suddenly froze. The shape and gait mirrored that of the person who had quarreled with Sampala earlier that morning. A wave of shock surged through him, intertwining feelings of disbelief, confusion, and anger, nearly rendering him breathless. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he questioned whether he had misperceived. Yet that silhouette remained indelibly etched in his mind, refusing to fade. He could hardly fathom that Sampala, his closest friend, could possibly be entangled with Leo. "Wang Long, are you all right? Why didn't you wake me up this early?" Moto's voice interrupted his tumultuous thoughts. Wang Long regained his composure, forcing a semblance of a smile. "I'm fine, just lost in thought." Silently, he proceeded to the cafeteria, his heart tumultuous. Moto, sensing something amiss, hurried to catch up with him. They filled their plates and ate in silence. Moto attempted to inquire several times, but swallowed his words upon noticing Wang Long's distracted demeanor. Wang Long found the food tasteless. Despite his efforts to convince himself it was merely a coincidence, he understood that there was certainly something Sampola was hiding from him, particularly regarding Leo. Moda, do you believe there are genuine friends in this world? Wang Long turned to Moda, his eyes filled with confusion. Moda was taken aback by the unexpected question, but replied earnestly, "Of course. I am your good friend, and so are Andre, Patran, and Sampola." Upon hearing Sampola's name, Wang Long's expression soured. Moda, noticing this, asked with concern, "What is wrong between you and Sampola? Has something happened?" Taking a deep breath, Wang Long recounted everything he had witnessed and his suspicions to Moda. Moda listened intently, his brow furrowed as he recognized the peculiarities. Yet he was at a loss for how to comfort Wang Long, suggesting only that they confront Sampola together for clarity. After their meal, Moda gathered Andre and Patran, succinctly relaying Wang Long's concerns to them. Together, they proceeded to the medical room. Upon arrival, the impatient Andre confronted Sampola directly. "Sampola, what is your relationship with Leo? Why have you been associating with him behind our backs?" Sampola surveyed the group, their expressions grave and demanding. He sighed, rising from the bed and walking straight to Wang Long, bowing deeply. "Wang Long, I am sorry. Wait, didn't your foot get injured?" Andre exclaimed in surprise. Sampola ignored the question, his gaze fixed on Wang Long, filled with remorse and guilt. "If given the chance, I would like to play one last match with all of you." He looked around at everyone, who exchanged bewildered glances. "But I have personally buried that opportunity." He added with a bitter smile. "Ha ha ha. So everything before this was a lie?" Chapter 25. The Beacon of Perseverance. Sampola let out a soft sigh. Acknowledging the painful truth, it was all a deception. "I promised Leo to help him force you out of the team." His voice was low and filled with profound regret. As everyone listened in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend this sudden revelation. Bowing deeply once more, Sampola gradually rose, his gaze laden with complex emotions. Wang Long felt as though a needle had pierced his heart. He managed a bitter smile, saying, "It seems everything was a lie. Your foot injury. And that attack you suffered, it was all deliberately aimed at me." Sampola did not respond, the atmosphere thickening with tension, rendering even the boisterous Andre mute. Wang Long's voice trembled as he pressed on. "When did this all begin?" Yet, Sampola remained reticent, solemnly stating, "If I cannot play in the final match with you, I shall return to Thailand. This is the fate I deserve." As his words hung in the air, Sampola bowed once more and turned to leave, leaving behind a solitary silhouette. The mood among Wang Long and the others grew increasingly somber, disbelief washing over them as they grappled with the notion that their dear friend had colluded with their sworn enemy, providing Leo with intelligence and plotting their removal from the team. Suddenly, the door to the infirmary swung open, and Coach Matty entered. Noticing Wang Long and the others, he inquired with curiosity, "What are you all doing here?" His gaze fell upon the empty bed, and he scanned the group, asking, "Where is Sampola?" Silence enveloped them, and only then did Coach Matty perceive the strangeness of the atmosphere. His expression darkened as he turned to Wang Long. "What has transpired?" Wang Long succinctly recounted the events. Coach Matty's brow furrowed in concern, and he swiftly moved to the door, whispering to an assistant outside, who nodded and hurried away. Casting a glance at Wang Long, Coach Matty seemed to grasp something unspoken, sighing, "Wang Long, we have uncovered the truth behind your previous attack." Wang Long's head snapped up, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. "Sampola, he was involved. He tipped off those thugs. I warned you then because I had discovered this. But for certain reasons, I withheld it." He paused, his tone heavy with irony, for he too bore wounds from this ordeal. "He is not injured," Andre interjected suddenly. "Perhaps he has some scrapes, but nothing as severe as he claims." Coach Matty looked taken aback, frowning. "I came to find him today to submit him for investigation. If proven true, he will be dismissed immediately." Andre glared in the direction Sampola had departed, urging, "Coach, you must go after him." Coach Matty cast a worried glance at the group, reminding them, "Never forget, your sole purpose in being here is to hone your soccer skills and chase your dreams." With a heavy sigh, he exited the infirmary. Such a person deserves to be expelled, and to think he was our friend, how blind we were. Andre turned to his despondent teammates, asserting, "Coach Matty is right. No matter what occurs, we must not lose sight of football." He encouraged, "Let us head to the pitch and practice to shift our focus." He understood that this revelation weighed most heavily on Wang Long. As Sampola had been one of Wang Long's earliest friends, and a fellow Asian, Wang Long's heart was undoubtedly more burdened than anyone else's. Andre approached Wang Long. Patting his shoulder, "Wang Long, concentrate on the upcoming matches. You have entered U18, Soon we will part ways. Besides, you have Moda and Patland. And I will strive to join U18 as well, so we can continue playing together. Feeling the sincerity in his teammates' gazes, a warmth surged within Wang Long and he nodded, following them towards the field. After sweating it out on the pitch, Wang Long's mood appeared to lift somewhat. Once he changed clothes, he headed to the cafeteria for dinner. After the meal, Coach Matty summoned them. Sampala has admitted his wrongdoings and revealed everything, he stated gravely. It was Leo who orchestrated this entire scheme, and Sampala was his accomplice. Sampala has been dismissed and will not participate in the upcoming matches. Leo's ascent to U18 is also temporarily halted until a thorough investigation is completed. Upon hearing Leo's name, Wang Long's expression hardened. Coach Matty, he began. I knew it was Leo pulling the strings all along. Coach Matty nodded, his demeanor serious. The reason we took action against Leo is twofold. His actions were reprehensible. But more importantly, it concerns you. Wang Long me? Wang Long inquired, perplexed. Indeed, Coach Matty affirmed, after careful analysis. It has been determined that your talent surpasses that of Leo. Previously, Leo excelled in long-range shots, yet recent tests indicate he no longer possesses the precision he once did. Consequently, the team has opted for you. Wang Long felt a jolt of realization. He understood that his own prowess had diminished Leo's abilities, yet he felt no sympathy. Wang Long was acutely aware of the club's upper management stance. Had he been weaker than Leo at the time of these events, they would have continued to shield Leo. Moreover, in a way, Sampala's actions were also intertwined with his own. Wang Long silently rejoiced, though his face betrayed no emotion as he calmly nodded. Andre, upon hearing this news, clapped his hands in exhilaration. This malignant presence in our team can finally no longer wreak havoc. Moda and Patland exchanged smiles. Having long held disdain for Leo, Coach Matty patted Wang Long's shoulder, prepared diligently for the matches. Since the truth has come to light, you need not remain a substitute any longer. You will continue as a starter. Wang Long nodded emphatically. He recognized the significance of strength had he not been gifted. It might have been him facing expulsion instead of the errant Leo. Determined to work harder, Wang Long resolved not to linger on the path of football. After dinner, while others rested, Wang Long, invigorated, delved into analyzing midfield match footage. He fixated on the screen, replaying the movements and techniques of elite players repeatedly, striving to absorb every detail. The footage featured an early European Championship match between England's 3 Lions and Portugal's 5 Shields. The players shone brightly, showcasing formidable lineups. England's Beckham had a red tag hovering above him, curved moonblade, radiating dazzling brilliance. The moment he scored from a free kick, the tag's glow intensified, illuminating the entire stadium. Meanwhile, Captain Tony Adams donned the red tag, anchor of stability, his steadfast defense akin to an impregnable fortress, rendering any attack futile. Portugal, too, boasted luminaries. Luis Figo's red tag, elven dribble, allowed him to glide across the field like a sprite, his elusive footwork confounding opponents. Rui Costa's red tag, godly pass, ensured that each of his passes sliced through defenses with surgical precision. Additionally, there exists the illustrious entry of Nuno Gomes, known as the explosive header, whose powerful strikes leave goalkeepers in awe. Other players boast their own golden entries, such as precise shooting, ironclad interception, and lightning speed, creating a dazzling array of abilities. Wang Long's attention is primarily drawn to the midfield players, as he meticulously observes their every movement and detail, seeking ways to enhance his own skills. He witnesses Scholl's accurate long passes, Beckham's control over the game's tempo, Figo's elegant ball handling, and Vidi's tireless running and tackling. Each player exhibits their unique charm, and every entry symbolizes a formidable capability. Wang Long is profoundly captivated by the techniques of these midfield maestros, particularly Figo, whose every action exudes artistry and whose every touch possesses an enchanting quality. Wang Long envisions his future direction. He yearns to become a player akin to Figo, effortlessly commanding the pitch and mesmerizing opponents with his skills. This is my aspiration, Wang Long exclaims inwardly, a fierce desire igniting within him. At that moment, the system notification resounds once more. Task activated. Beacon of the path ahead. Detecting the host's fervent longing to chase after football predecessors, a growth mission is initiated. Guided by the beacon, he shall push his limits, striving to break through the storms, perpetually pursuing the guiding light. Wang Long takes a deep breath, his heart brimming with resolve. He understands that his journey in football has only just begun. The road ahead is fraught with challenges yet brimming with hope. He will use these elite players as his guiding beacons, propelling himself forward until he ultimately reaches the pinnacle of football. Chapter 26, Overcoming the Belenenses. Andre's advancement, the system detected that Wang Long had found a suitable path forward and activated the Lighthouse mission. He received the white attribute dribbling skill, which, upon upgrading to a golden attribute, would allow the host to select another golden attribute from Figo for replication. Furthermore, this white attribute could be enhanced through training. Wang Long contemplated the system prompts, a smile creeping onto his lips. Compared to the previously random attributes, this reward felt significantly more purposeful and invigorating. However, it dawned on him that training could indeed elevate his attribute levels. Upon reviewing the system in his mind, he discovered that the plundered attributes could not be upgraded through training, save for the two he personally possessed. Wang Long was thoroughly pleased with this task reward, and he believed that Figo's attribute, once upgraded, would be formidable, serving as a core skill for his future development. He eagerly made his way to the training ground to experiment with his new attribute. Indeed, he found that his ball control felt far more agile than before. The ball seemed to cling to his feet. Like Figo, he lacked exceptional physique or blazing speed. Thus, mastering ball control was essential for establishing his presence on increasingly intense fields. The sun of Lisbon bathed the Sporting CP U16 training ground in warmth, easing Wang Long's tense nerves. Modu was nearby, juggling the ball to hone his touch. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Long could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the system panel to check the level of his dribbling skill. Observing Moda practicing his juggling, he curiously inquired, "Moda, is your defensive prowess a natural gift or something developed through training?" Moda paused, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Of course, it's developed. Most abilities can be improved through practice, with only a select few being innate. Though I must admit, the strength in my right leg is indeed a gift. I was much stronger than my peers as a child." Wang Long pondered this revelation. His suspicions were confirmed. Attributes acquired through plunder or lottery could not be upgraded through training, whereas those he comprehended and developed like other players could indeed be enhanced. He clenched his fist in excitement, realizing that with persistent effort, he could elevate the level of his dribbling skill and ultimately replicate another golden attribute from Figo. After a day of rigorous training, Wang Long felt his proficiency in the dribbling skill had improved. Content, he picked up his tablet, ready to indulge in some pre-match relaxation. Time flew by, and soon it was the morning of the match day. The bus carrying the Sporting CP U16 team slowly departed Lisbon. The scenery outside transformed rapidly, giving way to rolling hills and the lush countryside of Portugal, a sight Wang Long had never witnessed before, lifting his spirits considerably. Leaning against the seat, he savored the beautiful landscapes, his tension gradually dissipating, replaced by a sense of comfort. A sudden jolt of frustration struck him as he remembered he had forgotten to inform Longzhou that the day was an away match, meaning neither Longzhou nor Long Mengmeng would be present to cheer for him. This was also Wang Long's first away game since joining Sporting CP, and he resolved to perform exceptionally well. The bus eventually arrived at the Belenenses' home ground, a quaint yet exquisite stadium. The verdant pitch and the surrounding low stands exuded a tranquil aura. The opposing players, clad in white jerseys, were warming up on the field, and Wang Long meticulously observed their movements and positioning. Having previously studied the match footage of Belenenses U16, he was well acquainted with their players' characteristics and tactical approaches, filling him with confidence for the match. As the players of Sporting CP U16 entered the away locker room to prepare, Coach Matty surveyed the room and remarked casually, "Today's opponent isn't strong. I plan to give the players not yet selected for U18 a chance to gain some experience." Wang Long remained non-committal. While ensuring a victory was paramount, others deserved opportunities as well. Coach Matty's gaze settled on him. "Wang Long, be prepared to handle unexpected situations in this match. Understood?" Wang Long nodded earnestly. Patrin and Moda joined him on the bench, while only Andre remained as the starting goalkeeper, taking the field first. The whistle blew, and the match commenced. With several key players absent from Sporting CP, the situation on the field became exceedingly tense. Possession fluctuated between both teams, each trading attacks and defenses. The Belenenses U16's number 9 forward lived up to his reputation, coming perilously close to breaching Sporting CP's defenses multiple times. Fortunately, Andre was in formidable form, making impressive saves to keep the goal intact. On one occasion, a powerful shot from the opposing forward hurtled toward the bottom corner, but Andre leaped and deflected the ball onto the crossbar, drawing applause from the sidelines. As the first half concluded, the score stood at 0-0. Returning to the locker room, Wang Long approached Coach Matty. "Coach, I would like to play in the second half." Coach Matty appeared surprised. "What? Not accustomed to sitting on the bench?" Wang Long shook his head. "I want to contribute to the team, and currently, there's a lack of connection on the field, preventing the players from exhibiting their true capabilities. He paused before adding, Andre also needs my support. We have good synergy, which can enhance his performance and help him advance to U18. After a moment of contemplation, Coach Matty nodded. All right, you and Opos. LL play in the second half. As the halftime break ended, the players returned to the field. Wang Long took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. He knew the opportunity to fulfill his friendship mission had arrived. Wang Long, replace number 18. Coach Matty patted Wang Long on the shoulder. Make it count. Wang Long sprinted onto the field, casting a glance at the opposing number 10's attributes, noting only 3 white ones. He thought to himself, it seems today is the day to shine. As the second half commenced, Wang Long's presence altered the rhythm of the game. The previously chaotic midfield transformed into a seamless flow, akin to the infusion of oil into machinery. Sporting CP and Opos, attacks became more organized, with noticeable reduction in errors. Wang Long endeavored to utilize his newly acquired dribbling skill, maneuvering past a defender, but a slight misstep allowed a swiftly closing defender to intercept the ball. Undeterred by his initial failure, Wang Long understood that mastery of any skill requires time and adaptation. He continued to engage actively in the offense, persistently experimenting with the dribbling skill, gradually finding his rhythm. His primary mission today was to assist Andre in showcasing his abilities, ensuring he could secure a place in U18. With pattern sidelined, Wang Long signaled to Andre to execute long passes for quick counterattacks whenever he regained possession. As the match reached the 60-minute mark, the opportunity finally presented itself. The opposing attack was firmly secured by Andre, who promptly executed a long pass, accurately finding Wang Long, who had successfully evaded the offside trap. With remarkable speed, Wang Long broke free from the defenders, finding himself one-on-one with the advancing goalkeeper. Rather than seeking personal glory, he maintained composure and selflessly passed the ball to a teammate rushing in from behind. The teammate effortlessly slotted the ball into the empty net, 1-0. Ender's long pass indirectly assisted, and Wang Long made a crucial contribution. Following the goal, Sporting CPU 16 surged with momentum, maintaining control over the rhythm of the match. The synergy between Ender and Wang Long grew increasingly harmonious, with each long pass precisely finding Wang Long, exerting tremendous pressure on the opposing defense. In the 75th minute, a similar combination occurred. Ender delivered a long pass, and Wang Long successfully evaded the offside trap. This time, he opted not to pass, instead deftly maneuvering past the goalkeeper before unleashing a powerful shot, altering the score to 2-0. As the final whistle blew, Sporting CPU 16 triumphed over their opponents with a 2-0 victory on the road. After the match, Coach Matty excitedly approached Wang Long, exuberantly announcing, Ender, you have passed the assessment for U18. The U18 goalkeeper coach holds you in very high regard. Ender was overjoyed, embracing Wang Long tightly, exclaiming, brother, thank you. Tonight, I will treat everyone. Let us celebrate at the finest restaurant in Lisbon. Coach, you must join us. Coach Matty chuckled and politely declined, saying, I think I'll pass. To be honest, I'm not at all pleased. 4 of our best players have suddenly departed, and next year's league will be quite challenging. He complained half jokingly, half seriously. The team erupted in laughter, asserting that it was all thanks to Coach Matty, who could still train the newcomers effectively for the coming year. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, they returned to the locker room. Suddenly, Ender winked mysteriously at Wang Long and said, Wang Long, later I will take you to a special restaurant that you will absolutely adore. His words were laden with intrigue, filling Wang Long with anticipation for the upcoming gathering. Chapter 27. A serendipitous encounter at the restaurant. After changing into clean clothes, Wang Long, Emota, and Pat Lang arrived early at the entrance of the youth training camp. Famished, the 3 waited for quite some time before finally spotting Andre's delayed arrival. Meticulously groomed, Andre sported a perfectly styled hairdo and donned a well-tailored shirt and casual trousers, exuding a refreshed aura. In stark contrast, the trio, still clad in sportswear, appeared somewhat unrefined. Wang Long couldn't help but feel a pang of envy at Andre's hormonally charged ensemble. The memory of Long Mingming's charming visage flashed through his mind, causing his cheeks to flush and his heart to race. If only he had dressed like that during their first encounter, surely he would have made a lasting impression. He resolved that once he secured his salary in the U18, he would invest in a stylish outfit. The taxi called by Andre halted in front of a hidden upscale Chinese restaurant nestled in an alleyway. Upon seeing the words Chinese restaurant, Wang Long couldn't help but admire Andre's thoughtfulness. However, Upon glancing up at the somewhat unrefined sign, he found himself both amused and bemused. As they entered the establishment, Wang Long was taken aback. The decor bore a striking resemblance to the quaint tavern owned by Long Ming, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After being seated, Andre summoned the waiter to place their orders. The waiter approached with the menu, and while the group casually discussed the upcoming match, they perused the selections. Andre skillfully ordered 7 dishes, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, soups and cold appetizers. Wang Long admired this talent, realizing that being the son of a chef had its advantages. 3 bowls of rice to start, he added, his hunger unabated. As he handed over the menu, Wang Long noticed a black dragon tattooed on the waiter's forearm, nearly identical to the one on Long's, prompting him to steal a few extra glances. The dishes soon arrived, their enticing aromas stimulating everyone's appetites. Andre began enthusiastically narrating the characteristics of each dish, as if he were the proprietor of the restaurant. This sweet and sour pork is our signature dish, he elaborated, unabashedly flaunting his extensive knowledge of Chinese cuisine. Wang Long watched Andre with a barely contained smile, but ultimately suppressed it, relishing this rare glimpse of Andre's excitement. Mo Ta and Pat Lang could no longer hold back, eagerly picking up their utensils. Wang Long sampled a piece of sweet and sour pork, the familiar flavors warming his heart and stirring feelings of homesickness. It seemed that once he stabilized in the U18, he truly needed to find time to revisit his parents. Even with his mouth full, Andre continued to chatter incessantly. He transitioned from discussing Lisbon's gastronomy to its local customs, eventually broaching the topic of gangs. Can you guess which is the largest gang in Lisbon? He asked with an air of mystery. Imota speculated that it was the Old World Mafia. Andre shook his head, his gaze landing peculiarly upon Wang Long. You must know. What are you looking at me for? Wang Long felt uncomfortable under Andre's scrutiny. I know nothing about the gangs in Lisbon. Andre, with a mischievous grin, replied, No, you do know. He paused dramatically, observing that no one had guessed correctly, before revealing, it and Apos, the Hongmen. They are said to be the true underground rulers of Lisbon. In a hushed tone, he vividly recounted how the Hongmen established their foothold in Portugal, detailing their bloody history of growth and dominance. From their origins as a mutual aid society among early Chinese immigrants to their fierce conflicts with local gangs, culminating in their current status as a formidable force in Lisbon's underworld. Andre spoke with such fervor that one could almost believe he had witnessed these events firsthand, embellishing tales of gang confrontations that left Pat Lang pale, causing his chopsticks to clatter to the floor. This restaurant, it is said, Andre leaned in, lowering his voice to a near whisper, is a property of the Hongmen. All right, enough. Imota interrupted. If that's false, it's quite unappetizing to hear. If it's true, we shouldn't be discussing it carelessly. What if they hear us? Wang Long, however, brushed it off, treating it as merely an entertaining story. Andre, sensing the shift in mood, shifted the conversation back to casual topics, restoring a semblance of normalcy to the atmosphere. Wang Long mused that Andre had finally returned to a more typical demeanor. It appeared this was merely a quirk of his character. Suddenly, a group of over 10 burly men stormed into the restaurant, the leader resembling a bear with a prominent black dragon tattoo on his arm. The imposing group strode purposefully across the dining area, heading straight for the kitchen. Despite their silent demeanor, their menacing presence rendered the other diners mute, as everyone held their breath until the last of them vanished through the kitchen door, allowing the restaurant to regain a semblance of vitality. Recalling Andre's earlier gossip, an ominous premonition surged within Wang Long. Could it be that Andre's claims were accurate? Was this indeed a stronghold of the Hongmen? Just then, a young Asian man in a denim jacket entered, making a beeline for the kitchen. Upon recognizing his face, Wang Long exclaimed, Zwago. Longzwa turned to Wang Long, visibly surprised. Isn't today the U16 match day? Did you sneak out to have fun? He approached Wang Long, intending to remind him to take his talent seriously. However, Wang Long interjected, Zwago, do you have the medicine on you? Longzwa hesitated, realizing he had indeed not brought it. Momentarily forgetting to admonish Wang Long, he countered, Why aren't you competing today? Wang Long explained that they had already finished their match and returned from an away game. Longzwa's expression shifted as he realized they had won and were now celebrating. He glanced at Wang Long's companions, noticing their unease, and a hint of amusement crept onto his face. He graciously offered to treat the meal, encouraging Wang Long and his friends to enjoy themselves and to let him know if they needed anything. With that, Longzwa turned to leave. Halfway out, he suddenly recalled something, pivoting back to Wang Long with a serious tone. Wang Long, my father has established a football agency for Ming Ming. When she turns of age, it will officially transfer to her name. Wang Long pondered the substantial wealth involved. Such resources hardly seemed the domain of a mere tavern owner. Could it be that Long Mingming's family had ties to the Hongmen? Nevertheless, for now, Mingming was managing everything on her own. You must help her. You're the only one who can, Longzhua urged before vanishing into the kitchen without waiting for a response. Wang Long watched Longzhua's retreating figure, his mind swirling with questions. A football agency for Long Mingming? How could he possibly assist? He, a mere football player, knew nothing of the workings of an agency. Moreover, why did Longzhua insist that only he could help? There seemed to be a hidden secret in all of this that eluded him. A wave of curiosity surged within Wang Long, hinting that this matter was far from straightforward. Chapter 28, Consecutive Victories in the League, upgrading the entries. Andre, Moda, and Pat Long exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment palpable. Especially Andre, who could not help but lean closer to Wang Long and whisper, Wang Long, you actually know that person? He clearly is not someone ordinary. When did you become acquainted with him? Wang Long scratched his head and briefly recounted the events of the past, explaining how the siblings had come to watch the U16 match of Sporting Lisbon, and shared a few anecdotes about Longzhua and Long Mingming. He reassured them that Longzhua was not as fearsome as they might have imagined. Wow, he has such an adorable sister, Andre exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief as he recalled Longzhua's fierce gaze, contrasting sharply with Wang Long's description of the petite and charming Long Mingming. However, Wang Long, are you certain he is a good person? I can't shake the feeling that there's a hint of menace in his eyes. Wang Long chuckled, patting Andre's shoulder. Don't overthink it. Zhugu is actually quite nice, just looks a bit intimidating. The other three exchanged glances, sensing that further discussion was unwarranted. After their meal, the group exited the restaurant, feeling quite satisfied. Wang Long, in particular, had not tasted the flavors of home since arriving in Portugal. This meal evoked fond memories, reminiscent of warm dinners shared with his father. Shall we go shopping? Andre suggested. That's exactly what I was thinking, Wang Long replied enthusiastically. The four then made their way toward the bustling Avenida de Libertad, where high-end boutiques lined the street, showcasing an array of luxurious goods. From exquisite jewelry to fashionable clothing and accessories, the brilliant lights illuminated the thoroughfare, creating an atmosphere akin to daylight, bustling with life and excitement. As Wang Long gazed at the international brands he had only seen online, he marveled at the allure of this vibrant city. Being mere youth training players, he and his friends felt too modest to enter these upscale shops, opting instead to soak in the opulent ambience from outside. While strolling, Wang Long suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Having just played a match and walked for a considerable time, his energy was waning. Why don't we head back to rest a bit? He suggested. The other three readily agreed, recognizing that they could only admire the surroundings from a distance. Feeling somewhat out of place, pooling their resources, they hailed a cab to escape the realm that didn't quite belong to them. Upon returning to their dormitory, Moda collapsed into bed. Wang Long lay on his own bed, casually opening the system panel and discovering he could claim rewards from today's match. Though it was only the first half, the system still deemed it valid. After perusing the entries of his opponents, he found nothing particularly intriguing. Thus, he opted for the familiar lucky spin, watching as the pointer spun wildly before finally settling on a white square. Expert vision. Wang Long felt a surge of joy. It appeared fortune was on his side today. He had now collected 3 white entries of expert vision, which emanated a brilliant white light, accompanied by an upgrade option. Without hesitation, he chose to upgrade. The white entry of expert vision flickered, and a massive green light swept across the screen, indicating a successful upgrade to green status. Glancing at his entries, he noted with satisfaction the addition of another green entry before gradually drifting into slumber. Wang Long, wake up. Pat Long's voice stirred him from his dreams. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, What is it, Moda? What time is it? Wake up for breakfast. We have a match against Braga today, Moda urged, his tone laced with urgency. Wang Long suddenly recalled the day's match and hurriedly got ready. The strength imparted by the 3 green entries filled him with confidence. He mused that if he could possess 4 green entries by the time he ascended to the U18 level, he would undoubtedly stand out among his peers. He recalled the prodigy from Manchester United's U18 squad, Jim Sweits, who had been promoted to the first team despite possessing a blue entry. Wang Long resolved that as long as he had matches to play, he would reach that level within a year. Today's opponent was Braga U16, a team known for their swift counterattacks. Coincidentally, it was also Moto's former team. Since Moto's transfer to Sporting Lisbon, Braga's defensive capabilities had diminished significantly, often suffering substantial defeat even against weaker teams. Moto, are you ready? Andre patted Moto on the shoulder. Absolutely. Moto grinned, his eyes shimmering with confidence. Though they are my former teammates, I won't hold back. In the locker room, the atmosphere was relaxed. Coach Marty paced back and forth, holding a tactical board. Today's match. He paused, scanning the room. We must secure a decisive victory against Braga, he asserted, pointing firmly at the tactical board. Wang Long, Moto, Palong. Andre, you four will start. We aim to establish a substantial lead in the first half, allowing others a chance in the second. The players had no objections to Coach Marty's lineup, and the starting players began to prepare for the match. After shaking hands with the opposing captain and exchanging flags, the sharp whistle pierced the silence of the field, signaling the official start of the game. Receiving the ball, Wang Long utilized the exceptional vision granted by his green entry of expert vision to swiftly assess the situation on the field. He noticed that Braga's right back was positioned too high, exposing a significant gap behind him. Without hesitation, Wang Long executed a precise long pass, the ball curving beautifully as it landed perfectly at Pat Long's feet. Pat Long launched forward with lightning speed, evading the defender and driving straight into the penalty area. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, he calmly maneuvered around him, effortlessly slotting the ball into the empty net. 1 o'clock. Sporting Lisbon had secured a dream start. Braga attempted to counter, but their attacks were thwarted effortlessly by Moto, whose defensive prowess rendered their efforts futile time and again. After intercepting the ball, Moto quickly passed it to Wang Long, initiating a rapid counterattack. Wang Long advanced with the ball, drawing the attention of two defenders. In that moment, he deftly passed to Pat Long, who struck the ball fiercely, sending it straight into the corner of the net. 2 o'clock. The crowd erupted in cheers. The fluidity of their attack mesmerizing. The substitutes on the sidelines were equally exhilarated. The larger the lead, the lesser the pressure they would face in the second half. The U18 coaches observing the match nodded in approval, affirming that this group of young talents was indeed a wise selection. As the match approached the 35th minute, Sporting Lisbon was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. Wang Long stood over the ball, took a deep breath, and initiated his run. Activating the green entry of long-distance shot, the ball sailed over the wall, heading straight for the goalless corner. The Braga goalkeeper sensed the impending danger. Realizing the angle and speed were particularly challenging, despite his desperate dive, he could not prevent the ball from finding the back of the net. 3 o'clock. The halftime whistle blew, signaling the end of the first half with a score of 3 o'clock. The coach and players of Braga wore grim expressions, clearly unprepared for such a passive performance. Wang Long and his teammates executed their coach's instructions splendidly, allowing for a smoother transition to their fellow players in the second half. During the halftime break, Coach Matty skillfully arranged the substitutions for Wang Long and the others, retaining one substitution slot as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. As the second half commenced, Wang Long, Patran, Mata, and Andre were replaced, granting their teammates the opportunity to shine. Without the control exerted by Wang Long and his companions, Sporting Lisbon's attack noticeably lost its sharpness. Braga seized the opportunity and launched a series of fierce assaults. The Braga winger, utilizing his speed, breached Sporting Lisbon's defense and delivered a precise cross. The ball skimmed past the defenders, and just in time, Braga's center forward arrived, deftly flicking the ball into the net. 3-1. Mere minutes later, Braga scored again. They created chaos in the penalty area, culminating in a successful follow-up shot by a defender. On the sidelines, Coach Matty and the substituted Wang Long furrowed their brows. The score gap had narrowed to just one goal. The U18 coaches on the sidelines could not help but smirk, noting that with 4 substitutions, including a goalkeeper, it felt as if an entirely new team had taken the field. As the match approached its final stages, Sporting Lisbon's substitutes finally withstood the pressure and stabilized their formation. During the stoppage time, they earned a precious corner kick opportunity. The substitute midfielder took the corner, leading to a tumultuous scramble in the penalty area. Sporting Lisbon's center forward, the chubby friend of Song Para, leaped high, overpowering the opposing defender to head the ball toward the goal. The ball bounced into the net. 4-2. At that moment, the final whistle blew, solidifying the score at 4-2. The players and coaches of Sporting Lisbon erupted in jubilant celebration. Wang Long exhaled in relief, but suddenly, He was taken aback by the sight of the chubby center-forward's head, frozen in surprise. "Your entry," Wang Long blurted out, then quickly corrected himself, saying, "I meant, your header was truly magnificent." In truth, Wang Long's astonishment stemmed not from the header itself, but from the shimmering entry above the chubby player's head. Just moments ago, the chubby's header attack entry had upgraded from white to green. Wang Long felt a surge of joy. It seemed the chubby player was not far from advancing to the U18 team. He genuinely rejoiced for the chubby player, having learned to cherish his friends and teammates more since the incident with Songpara. Although the pain of past betrayals still lingered, it did not close his heart. Instead, he chose to face life with a more positive outlook, striving to assist those around him. Having won the match, Wang Long was in high spirits. He accessed the system rewards. At this stage, his entries were sufficient to handle the competition. The key lay in elevating the entries levels. 3 green entries were more than enough to position him as a formidable presence in the U16 team. His current aspiration was to upgrade another entry to green, or even aim for a blue entry, before moving up to U18. Wang Long. A sudden shout interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see Long Ming, dressed in professional attire, standing by the field, calling out his name from across the fence. Wang Long felt puzzled. He had not seen Long Zhuo or Long Ming throughout the match and found it rather strange. To his surprise, Long Ming appeared just after the game concluded. Approaching the fence, he inquired, "Ming, what brings you here?" "I didn't see you and Zhuo during the match." Instead of answering his question, Long Ming looked at him with determination and declared, "Wang Long, let me be your agent." Wang Long was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a request from Long Ming. "As long as you allow me to sign you, we can negotiate the contract terms as you wish." Chapter 29. Winning streak in the league. Leveling up for a moment, Wang Long was taken aback. Agents typically represent players who have achieved certain accomplishments and possess commercial value. He had only just risen to the U18 level, still lingering in U16. Was it too early for an agent to approach him? Moreover, Long Ming had not yet reached adulthood. How could she be his agent? Noticing Wang Long's bewilderment, Long Ming anxiously urged him, "Hurry up and change. We'll meet for lunch after the training camp." Without waiting for Wang Long's response, she turned and walked away, scratching his head. Wang Long quickly returned to change his clothes before exiting the training camp. Long Ming was already waiting for him beside a gleaming silver business vehicle, its sleek lines exuding understated luxury under the sunlight. A respectful attendant stood by the car, smiling politely upon seeing Wang Long. Wang Long couldn't help but marvel at the situation. This was certainly impressive. As he approached Long Ming, before he could utter a word, she pulled him into the car. The interior was spacious, with leather seats exuding a subtle fragrance, complemented by an array of high-tech features. Curious about the sudden appearance of this vehicle, Wang Long inquired, to which Long Ming replied with a mysterious smile, "Let us talk once we're inside. I'm hungry." As they drove, Long Ming explained that this car was purchased by her father for the newly established agency. Her father had entrusted her with the management of the agency, but required initial funding to operate the star players. He had instructed her to find a footballer to sign. Upon a successful contract, she would receive the necessary funds for further operations. This was, in essence, a test of her potential as an agent. Long Ming continued, "So, I want to sign you as my first player." Wang Long was taken aback. He had not anticipated that she would choose him. "But, I lack commercial value," he replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "Why would you want to sign me?" Long Ming waved her hand dismissively, appearing unconcerned. "Oh, Wang Long, don't overthink it. Can I really sign any other stars? I just need to sign someone to complete the task and secure my father's funding." Wang Long was at a loss for words. She was truly blunt. The car came to a stop on a bustling street, skyscrapers shimmering in the glaring sunlight. Following Long Ming into a modern office building, the polished marble floor reflected their slightly awkward figures. "Are there places to eat around here?" Wang Long asked, scanning the surroundings with curiosity. Long Ming smiled mysteriously. "This isn't a restaurant. It's my company." Wang Long was once again speechless. Hadn't she promised to treat him to a meal? They entered the elevator, pressing the button for the 18th floor. As the elevator ascended smoothly, Wang Long's heart raced. The 18th floor, Long Ming's company. How many secrets did this girl hold? The elevator doors opened to reveal a modern office space adorned with artistic flair. Clean lines, bright colors, and large windows showcased the stunning views of Lisbon. The receptionist greeted Long Ming with a sweet smile and a nod. Long Mingming led Wang Long through the office area into a small, cozy room. The space was modest yet warmly decorated with soft-colored walls, a plush sofa, and a large desk laden with documents and a laptop. Here, sign this. It's already prepared. Long Mingming pointed to the papers on the desk. Wang Long was once again at a loss. She was indeed swift in her actions. Do I have to sign? He asked, casually flipping through the contract. Suddenly, Long Mingming adopted a soft, pleading expression, clasping her hands together and looking at him with big, innocent eyes. Please help me. Wang Long. His face flushed and his heart raced inexplicably. This girl was truly. In resignation, Wang Long scrutinized the contract terms. Thankfully, the contents seemed reasonable, devoid of any unfair clauses. Since he had little commercial value at present, signing wouldn't be a loss. Thus, he took up the pen and inscribed his name. Afterward, he casually glanced at the company name, Misty Agency. The agent's name read, Long Mingming. He noticed a certification on her desk, a genuine agent's license. When had she acquired that? All done. Long Mingming exclaimed, snatching the contract with a radiant smile. She swiftly dialed a number on her phone. Upon witnessing Wang Long's signature, Long Mingming leapt with joy, embracing the contract as if it were a treasured possession. Wonderful. Wang Long, you are truly my lucky star. She excitedly made a call, speaking rapidly in Portuguese. Before Wang Long could comprehend what was happening, the attendant from earlier entered with 2 large bags of food, the aroma wafting enticingly. Realizing that Long Mingming had already ordered takeout, he chuckled to himself. Had he not signed, he would have gone hungry. They devoured their lunch in a whirlwind. During the meal, Long Mingming animatedly painted grand visions for their future, as if she would transform Wang Long into a global superstar by the next day. Watching her spirited enthusiasm, Wang Long felt himself becoming captivated by her passion. He resolved to work harder, determined not to disappoint Long Mingming's expectations. After lunch, Long Mingming arranged for the driver to take Wang Long back to the training camp, as she had other matters to attend to. On the return journey, Wang Long felt an unusual lightness in his heart. Although the prospect of signing with an agency had come unexpectedly, the thought of seeing Long Mingming more often filled him with delight. Upon returning to the Sporting CP youth training camp, Wang Long intended to rest in his dormitory for a while, calming his exhilarated emotions. After all, the final match was only 2 days away, and there would be additional training that evening. Midway, he encountered Moda. Wang Long. The coach wants us to gather in the locker room. He has important news to announce. Moda's expression was grave, his tone urgent. Wang Long's heart sank, a wave of foreboding washing over him. Upon reaching the locker room, he found his teammates already assembled, the atmosphere heavy with tension and anxiety etched on every face. Coach Marty stood at the front, his face ashen, silent. Upon seeing Wang Long and Moda enter, he inhaled deeply and solemnly declared, "We have been banned from the final match." The sudden announcement struck like a thunderbolt, shattering everyone's hopes in an instant. The locker room fell into a deafening silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wang Long felt his heart plummet, as if he had plunged into a frigid abyss. The ban meant they could not complete the league nor strive for better results. They were so close to the championship. More importantly, he had lost an opportunity to prove himself, to showcase his abilities before Long Mingming. Chapter 30. The final battle of U16 approaches. Why? Coach, why have we suddenly been suspended? Wang Long sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face, his tone rife with indignation and confusion. He felt as though he were on the brink of grasping his dreams, only to be yanked back by an unseen hand. Coach Marty sighed in resignation, his voice heavy with gravity. We have been reported by our opponents. They claim that several of our players are U18, thus violating the regulations of the U16 competition. U18 players? Moda exclaimed, bewildered. But we are not U18 players. How could we possibly be in violation? Marty's expression darkened further, and he coughed awkwardly before explaining. The coach from the U18 team has registered your information in advance. I do not know who leaked it. This explanation only added fuel to the fire, suffocating the atmosphere in the locker room. The players exchanged glances, and at that moment, Coach Marty spoke again, a glimmer of hope in his tone. However, there is still a chance. According to the rules, U16 competitions may have one U18 player participate. Our opponents also field a U18 player, someone with exceptional talent who has been elevated to U18 early. Upon hearing this, the players' eyes flickered with renewed hope. So, we still have a chance to participate in the final match, right? Pat Long asked eagerly. Marty nodded, yet his tone remained somber. Yes. But it also means we can only select one from Wang Long, Pat Long, Moda, and Andre to be included in the final match roster. Silence enveloped the locker room once more, the air thick with tension. For individuals, yet only one slot available. This meant that 3 of them would lose the opportunity to compete in the decisive match. Coach, about the selection. Wang Long began to inquire, but was interrupted by Marty. We will determine the selection later, he said, rubbing his temples, his voice low. For now, let us analyze our opponents. At the tactical board, Marty's demeanor turned serious. Our adversary is Porto U16. He pointed to the Porto emblem on the board, each word striking the players like stones. They are the only team to have defeated us in the first round. The memory of that crushing defeat still lingered as a thorn in the hearts of the Sporting U16 players. Even with young Leo commanding the midfield, they had suffered a significant loss to Porto U16, leaving even the proud Leo humbled by their prowess. Marty indicated the midfield linchpin, Gil Martins, his voice weighted with gravity. 13 assists, the league's assist leader. Wang Long scoffed slightly, feeling a sense of skepticism. After all, he had only joined midway through the season, and statistical differences did not necessarily reflect true skill disparities. More importantly, Marty's voice grew somber. Porto boasts 2 forwards in the top 3 of the Golden Boot standings, Teixeira and Varela. Upon hearing these names, Wang Long's heart sank. These 2 attacking players loomed over him like towering mountains, making it difficult to breathe. Given the current strength of the Sporting U16 team, if none of their 4 U18 players could play, even with the addition of the talented Song, it would be akin to a Mandish trying to stop a chariot. Marty's gaze swept over each player's face, his tone grave. This is a challenging match, one we must approach with utmost determination. He paused, retrieving a tape from the table. As the tape began to play, footage of Porto U16's matches filled the screen. Marty narrated the characteristics and weaknesses of each opponent player. Wang Long's focus was riveted on the screen. As the footage progressed, his eyes widened and his breath quickened. He realized that 4 opponents possessed exceptional abilities, indicated by green attributes. Among them, 2 forwards, likely the Golden Boot contenders Teixeira and Varela, showcased remarkable speed and shooting skills, with their green attributes endowing them with extraordinary explosiveness and precision. There was also Gil Martins, a midfielder whose passing and organizational abilities were formidable, further enhanced by his green attributes, which granted him a broader vision and exquisite technique. Yet, it was not the most shocking revelation. A defender bore 3 green attributes. Wang Long, who had painstakingly earned his own 3 green attributes through numerous matches, was taken aback by this defender's equal prowess. This player was named Gomez. Marty's voice broke through Wang Long's thoughts. He was acquired at a high price from a La Liga youth academy. In just 2 matches, he achieved an astonishing 85% success rate in tackles, resulting in Porto keeping clean sheets in both games. Wang Long realized that, even if he and Andre were to take the field alongside the others, it would be an arduous battle, let alone with only 1 player allowed to compete. What do we do? Wang Long murmured, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Marty seemed to sense Wang Long's worries. He placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, speaking with unwavering resolve. Do not fret, we will give our all. The tape continued, and Marty diligently analyzed every detail of their opponents. As the footage concluded, the tactical board was filled with the technical attributes, habitual actions, and strategies to counter Porto's players. Marty's voice, though hoarse, remained infused with passion as he elaborated on his tactical arrangements. He meticulously assigned each player's position, responsibilities, and movements, striving for perfection in every detail. However, the players' expressions bore no semblance of excitement. Rather, a persistent shadow loomed over them. I know this feels profoundly unjust to you. Marty's voice softened, understanding the players' disappointment and frustration. But this is the reality we must accept. He surveyed the locker room, his gaze resting on each player. I know you all wish to take the field, to contribute to the team. Yet, rules are rules, and we cannot alter them. Taking a deep breath, his tone turned resolute. But we cannot give up. Even if there is but a sliver of hope, we must strive with all our might. He clapped his hands with fervor. Now, let us chant together. Sporting Portugal! Sporting Portugal! The players' voices, although subdued, resonated with strength. Marty nodded approvingly before turning to leave the locker room. His silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn yet resolute. He understood that this match would be a test not only for the players but for himself as well. Wang Long, Andre, Moda, and Pat Long walked silently off the training field, enveloped in a heavy silence. Tomorrow, only one among them would step onto the U16 stage, while the others would remain on the sidelines, cheering for their teammates in silence. Oh, How I long for the chance to play freely. Andre broke the silence, his tone tinged with resignation. Indeed, this wretched suspension. Mota couldn't help but lament. Patrang remained silent, quietly kicking stones by the roadside, while Wang Long mirrored his silence, his heart rife with conflict and turmoil. He was acutely aware that he was the one with the greatest opportunity to take the field. Yet he found no joy in the prospect, for he understood that his participation would mean depriving his three friends of this invaluable chance. Upon arriving at the restaurant, the four continued to eat in silence, the clinking of their plates resonating starkly within the hushed ambience. Suddenly, Andre set down his cutlery, lifted his gaze to Wang Long and the others, and resolutely declared, "I have made my decision. I will not take the field." Wang Long and the others looked at Andre in astonishment, unable to fathom the reasoning behind his abrupt choice. "As a goalkeeper, even if I were to play, I would not contribute to the offense as you all can. My presence would serve little purpose. The three of you are the nucleus of the team's attacking prowess." Andre paused, meeting Wang Long's eyes, and continued, "Especially you, Wang Long. We have all witnessed your capabilities. You are the one among us most likely to lead the team to victory." Mota hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded in agreement, stating, "Andre is right. As a defender, my impact on winning the match is negligible." Patrang remained silent. It was left to Wang Long and Patrang, both enveloped in quietude. Wang Long's role as a midfield conductor was undisputed, likened to the metronome of the team, while Patrang was the leading scorer, a formidable contender for the Golden Boot. To miss this crucial final match would be tantamount to relinquishing their chance at the Golden Boot. Both felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon their hearts, and the suffocating silence lingered as they made their way back to the dormitory. Upon arrival, the four dispersed. Mota turned to Wang Long in the dormitory, saying, "Wang Long, regardless of the circumstances, we must win this match. Otherwise, all aspirations are in vain." This proclamation struck Wang Long like a bolt of lightning, instantly dispelling the fog of his inner turmoil. Yes, victory was paramount. Being fixated on who should play would only hinder the team's tactical flexibility. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Why must there be contention for a starting position? The match requirements did not stipulate that only one U18 player could be on the roster. It merely prohibited their participation. They could strategically decide who would take the field based on the opponent's formation, catching them off guard. With this realization, Wang Long felt an immense relief, drifting into a dreamless sleep until dawn. The day of the match arrived swiftly. The final game was held at the U18 venue, boasting a larger spectator area. And it was said that there would be a dedicated commentary for live broadcast, indicating the significant attention surrounding this top-of-the-table clash. The previously sparse spectator area was now filled to capacity. Long Mengmeng and Long Zhuo were also present, no longer relegated to the sidelines but instead seated in the spectator section of the field. Wang Long noticed an elderly man with white hair beside Long Mengmeng, possessing an ageless visage and an ethereal demeanor. Though Wang Long had never seen him before, there was no time for contemplation. He merely offered them a friendly nod. At that moment, the players from Porto U16, amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd, strode confidently onto the pitch. Chapter 31. The pinnacle battle of U16. The cacophony of cheers nearly threatened to lift the roof off the stadium, as the players of Porto U16 basked in the fervent applause of their home supporters. With resolute strides and eyes glimmering with determination, each player's countenance radiated confidence and pride. Leading the charge was Gil Martins, who strode with his chest puffed out, even waving to the fans in the stands, eliciting an even louder roar of excitement. In stark contrast to the fervor of the Porto fans, the supporters of Sporting Lisbon were noticeably fewer, scattered across the vast seating like twinkling stars in the night sky. Moreover, unlike the multitude of female fans on the opposing side, the presence of female supporters for Sporting was lamentably scant. Nevertheless, their spirit was unwavering. They waved their flags and shouted with fervor, pouring every ounce of energy into cheering for their team, each syllable bursting with strength as if to ignite the entire arena. As the players of Sporting Lisbon entered the field amidst the thunderous roars, their demeanor was far more reserved compared to their Porto counterparts. Yet their eyes were equally filled with fighting spirit. Wang Long took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. The significance of this match was self-evident, intertwining not only with the glory of the team but also with his own future. He glanced up at the stands and spotted Long Mengmeng and Long Zhuo, accompanied by an unfamiliar elderly man with white hair. Long Mengmeng waved at him, her face adorned with an encouraging smile. Wang Long returned the gesture with a smile of his own, warmth flooding his heart. "Everyone, stay focused." Coach Matty's voice rang in the players' ears. I know this match is tough, but we are not without our chances. Remember, we are a team, and as long as we unite, we can surely overcome our opponents. Understood. The players chorused. The match commenced. From the outset, Porto demonstrated a formidable offensive prowess, with their midfielder Gilmartins orchestrating the team's attacks with the precision of a conductor. The two forwards, Teixeira and Varela, showcased remarkable speed and seamless coordination, relentlessly assaulting the defensive line of Sporting Lisbon. "Damn it!" exclaimed the substitute goalkeeper for Sporting Lisbon, as he anxiously directed the defenders while intensely watching the opposing onslaught. "Stay calm. Stay calm," shouted Mota from the sidelines. "Don't panic." However, the assault from Porto was relentless. Within a mere 10 minutes, they had taken the lead. Gilmartins executed a precise through ball, allowing Varela to break through Sporting's defense and score effortlessly. "Damn it!" Mota slammed his fist onto the bench. 10 minutes later, it was Gilmartins again, this time unleashing a long-range shot that found the back of the net in the blink of an eye, leaving Sporting trailing 0-2. "Don't give up. The match is not over yet." Coach Matty called out from the sidelines, "We still have a chance." Yet, the players of Sporting Lisbon appeared disheartened. The strength of their opponents was apparent, their attacks repeatedly thwarted while Porto's defense stood impenetrable. Patron sidled up to Wang Long and whispered, "This won't do. We..." Before he could finish, Wang Long interrupted. Looking into Patron's eyes, he spoke slowly, "Don't rush." The players of Sporting Lisbon resembled leaves battered by a cold wind, their spirits low and faces etched with disappointment. They frequently glanced towards the sidelines, their eyes reflecting confusion and helplessness. In the stands, the once fervent cheers began to wane, replaced by a chorus of sighs. Coach Matty's brow furrowed tightly as he clenched his fists. He paced anxiously, his gaze darting between the players on the field and those on the bench. He understood that if things continued this way, defeat was imminent. A change was imperative. He had to find a way to reverse the tide. His gaze finally settled on Patron, the young winger endowed with astonishing speed and dribbling skills. Perhaps he could offer a glimmer of hope. Moreover, Patron was a contender for the Golden Boot, and with Varela having scored again, the race for the top scorer was closing in. "Patron," Coach Matty called out, urgency lacing his voice. "Prepare to come on." Patron paused for a moment. Then a look of excitement spread across his face. He quickly shed his training gear and jogged towards the sidelines to warm up. Wang Long, seated on the bench, watched Patron approach with a mix of emotions. He recognized that the coach's decision was made for the team's benefit, as well as to protect Patron's Golden Boot aspirations. Yet, a twinge of disappointment lingered within him. How he longed to step onto the field and fight alongside his teammates to turn the tide. But for now, he had to place his faith in them. As the halftime whistle blew, the score settled at 0-2, with Porto U16 in the lead. The players trudged off the field, their weary bodies dripping with sweat and disappointment. Coach Matty refrained from excessive reproach, opting instead to encourage the players while emphasizing the strategy for the second half. Wang Long listened intently, his eyes shimmering with resolve and determination. The second half commenced, with Patron replacing a midfielder and taking up position on the left wing. Sporting Lisbon's formation shifted as they abandoned their previous cautious tactics, opting to bolster their offense. The match resumed, and the two teams engaged in a fierce battle in midfield, each possession marked by the clash of muscles and heavy breaths. The ball zipped quickly between the players' feet, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. "Beautiful. Sporting has successfully intercepted the ball. It is now at Patron's feet." The commentator's voice surged with excitement, sensing a glimmer of hope for Sporting Lisbon's counterattack. Like a wild stallion breaking free, Patron surged down the left flank with the ball. He keenly observed the positions of his teammates from the corner of his eye, then suddenly accelerated, evading Porto's defender with remarkable agility. "What incredible speed!" a fan exclaimed from the sidelines. "Pass! Pass!" the supporters urged from the stands, their excitement palpable. Patron did not disappoint the crowd. He executed a precise diagonal pass, sending the ball into the center. Yet Porto's defense, too, was formidable. They swiftly regrouped and intercepted the ball. On the sidelines, Coach Matty waved his arms energetically, directing the players' movements. His expression fluctuated between furrowed brows and hopeful anticipation, resembling a gambler ensnared in a quagmire, yearning for a miracle. In the stands, fans held their breath, their eyes glued to every movement on the field. Each exquisite pass and each daring interception elicited waves of gasps and applause. "This is spectacular. What an incredible match." The commentator's voice grew hoarse as both teams poured their hearts into the game, every moment pulsating with passion, just as the two sides battled fiercely in midfield. The ball was abruptly intercepted by Porto's midfielder Gilmartins. He weaved through Sporting's defenders like a slippery eel, swiftly bringing the ball into the attacking zone. He refrained from launching an attack himself and instead passed the ball to Varela on the right. Upon receiving the ball, Varela surged forward like a sword drawn from its sheath, darting straight towards the penalty area of Sporting Lisbon. The hearts of the Sporting fans raced to their throats as they anxiously watched Varela's every move, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Coach Matthias, pacing nervously on the sidelines, clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly embedded themselves into his skin. Varela! 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 The Porto fans erupted in ecstatic chants, their voices crashing like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming the entire stadium. The commentator excitedly exclaimed, Varela. He has an opportunity. Can he score? The Sporting defender, burdened by guilt and pressure from two critical errors in the first half that led to goals, was now akin to a startled bird, overwhelmed with panic as he witnessed Varela charging toward him, inadvertently leaving the goal wide open for the opposing player. Damn it! Coach Matthias kicked the ground fiercely, kicking up a cloud of dust. Calm down. Calm down. I need you to be composed, he bellowed, attempting to rekindle the fighting spirit within his players. Sporting's players did not concede defeat. They desperately chased back, striving to thwart Varela's advance. The error-prone defender exerted every ounce of energy, finally catching up to Varela at the edge of the penalty area. What a beautiful tackle! The commentator shouted. He has blocked Varela's shot. However, the tackle was deemed a foul. The referee unhesitatingly blew his whistle and showed a yellow card to the offending player. A yellow card. A Sporting player has received a yellow card. The commentator lamented, this is undoubtedly a further blow. The Sporting fans sighed collectively, aware that this was a significant setback for their team. Coach Matthias shook his head in resignation, understanding that the match would become even more arduous. Porto's offense surged like an unstoppable tide, relentlessly battering Sporting's defense. Remarkably, the substitute goalkeeper for Sporting performed exceptionally well, despite only 3 white entries. He stood like an impregnable fortress, repeatedly denying the opposing team's shots. The Sporting fans praised their goalkeeper, their voices filled with admiration and gratitude. Yet, even the sturdiest wall cannot withstand an unrelenting assault. The substitute goalkeeper's stamina waned significantly, his movements grew sluggish, and his reaction slowed. Finally, during one of his attempts to intervene, the substitute goalkeeper, lacking the speed, failed to make contact with the ball and instead collided with the advancing Varela. Foul. Penalty. The referee's whistle pierced the air once more, pointing decisively to the penalty spot. Penalty. Porto has been awarded a penalty, the commentator exclaimed. This is undoubtedly a fatal blow for Sporting. The Sporting players gathered around, protesting to the referee, insisting that Andre had not committed a foul. However, the referee's decision was final. The substitute goalkeeper hung his head, silently accepting the referee's yellow card, feeling immense frustration and guilt. Varela positioned himself at the penalty spot, and the commentator's voice rang out again. Will he convert this penalty? Varela took a deep breath, his gaze fixed firmly on the goal. He slowly retreated a few steps, then suddenly charged forward, striking the ball with his right foot. The ball soared like an arrow, tracing a beautiful arc toward the upper left corner of the goal. The substitute goalkeeper guessed the right direction and leaped with all his might, but was still a moment too late. The ball nestled into the net. Varela. He scored the penalty. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement as the score transformed to 3-0. Porto extended their lead. The Porto fans erupted in thunderous cheers, waving their flags and reveling in their joy. The stands roared like a mountain and sea combined, a cacophony of applause. In stark contrast, the Sporting fans fell into a hushed silence, as if all energy had been drained from them. They sat vacant-eyed in their seats, their faces etched with despair. Coach Matthias painfully shut his eyes, wearily gesturing for his players to continue. Varela joyfully joined his teammates in celebration, now matching the goal tally of the Golden Boot contender Patran. If he maintained this scoring pace, the Golden Boot would be shared between him and Patran. Varela cast a challenging glance at Patran, who appeared troubled yet powerless. The Sporting players refused to give up, restarting play in an attempt to counterattack. However, Porto's momentum was formidable, controlling the rhythm of the game, repeatedly dismantling Sporting's offense. Porto launched another attack. The commentator's voice rose again, noting their seamless teamwork, akin to a finely tuned machine. Gilmartin seized the ball in midfield, executed a feint to evade a Sporting defender, and then passed the ball to Teixeira on the left. Without hesitation, Teixeira fired a shot. The ball found the net. Teixeira. He scored a stunning world-class goal, The commentator exclaimed excitedly as the score became 4-0. Porto had all but sealed their victory. Just 10 minutes into the second half, they had netted 2 more goals. The Porto fans erupted into madness once again, singing their team anthem and celebrating this latest goal. Meanwhile, the Sporting fans sank deeper into silence, their faces a portrait of resignation and disappointment. Coach Matthias appeared utterly deflated. 4-0. This was a crushing blow for Sporting. The commentator's voice was filled with regret, noting that Sporting had been completely overwhelmed by Porto, creating almost no threatening attacks. The Sporting players hung their heads in despair, their morale plummeting to an all-time low. At that moment, a bald man rushed onto the substitute bench. The security guard prepared to intervene but halted upon recognizing the individual. The bald man approached the substitutes and proclaimed, "You are now unbound. You may enter." Wang Long recognized the man as Jay Rajan, the U18 coach. Chapter 32. In the final moments, equalizing the score, the commentator and Oppo's voice echoed, "For a clock." This was a heavy blow for Sporting Lisbon. The atmosphere on the pitch was as tense as solidified asphalt, and the players from Sporting Lisbon appeared as wilted as frostbitten eggplants. Coach Marty sat despondently on the bench, his hands covering his face, seemingly unwilling to witness this harrowing scene any longer. Suddenly, a figure burst into the substitutes area with great urgency. The security guard, who had intended to intervene, halted upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Jay Rajan, the head coach of the U18 team, sporting his signature bald head and speaking in a hurried tone. "Wang Long, you are unshackled. You are no longer U18 players. You can play now." Wang Long shot up, and his teammates and Moda sprang from their seats, their faces illuminated with excitement. Coach Marty, as if infused with a potent stimulant, leapt to his feet and approached Jay Rajan, clapping him firmly on the shoulder. "Old chap, you've truly come through for us this time. You are indeed a timely ring." Taking advantage of the brief interruption in play as players lay on the pitch, Coach Marty decisively made substitutions. Wang Long, Moda, and Ender were all brought onto the field. The Porto coach, unwilling to yield, also substituted 2 players in an attempt to fortify his defense. Upon seeing the entry of Wang Long and his teammates, Patrand and Fatty on the field celebrated with high fives, although they were still unaware of the unfolding events. Nonetheless, the appearance of Wang Long and the others undoubtedly injected them with a renewed sense of vigor. The other Sporting Lisbon players also seemed to regain hope, their previously despondent morale now soaring. On the stands, Long Mengmeng clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on Wang Long, silently cheering him on. The commentator and Oppo's voice rose in pitch. "Sporting Lisbon has made substitutions. Let us see if they can create a miracle. Go, Wang Long." The roar of the fans resonated throughout the stadium, as if to lift the entire arena. Wang Long stood on the field, taking a deep breath, his gaze unwaveringly directed at Porto's goal. He knew that every passing minute would be crucial. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the resumption of play. Wang Long's eyes sharpened, a slight smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Finally, it's our turn to shine." The whistle sounded like a battle drum, heralding the prelude to a counterattack. Wang Long, awakened like a lion, had fire in his eyes. He maneuvered the ball with the agility of a leopard, each touch radiating immense power. Moda, an impenetrable bastion, secured the defense with every interception thwarting the opponent's attempts. Ender, akin to a towering wall, turned every shot from Porto into mere mirage. It was astonishing. With just 3 substitutions, Sporting Lisbon seemed to transform into an entirely different team. The commentator's voice surged with disbelief. "Wang Long. He resembles a sprite, unstoppable." The pace of the game quickened dramatically, with Wang Long weaving through the midfield, each pass executed with surgical precision, piercing the opponent and Oppo's heart. Harnessing his expert observational skills, he gauged the positions of every player on the field. With swift footwork, he evaded the opposing defense, delivering a splendid through ball to Fatty, the forward. Fatty seized the opportunity, facing the goalkeeper without hesitation, unleashing a powerful strike that rocketed into the bottom corner of the net. Goal. The commentator's voice nearly shattered eardrums as the crowd erupted in thunderous applause. 4-1. The gap in score diminished, and the momentum of Sporting Lisbon surged. Coach Marty leaped with excitement, wildly pumping his fists. He had never witnessed such vitality and fighting spirit from his team. He knew Wang Long's entrance had changed everything. Long Mengmeng could no longer contain her joy, embracing Long's will beside her. Porto was bewildered by the sudden counterattack. Before they could catch their breath, Wang Long and Patrand's combination once again breached their defenses. Wang Long darted through like a spectre, every step meticulously calculated, every change of direction unexpected. With pinpoint accuracy, he delivered the ball to Patran, the pass seemingly guided by an unseen force. Beautiful. Wang Long's pass is exquisite. The commentator marveled. He is nothing short of a magician, each pass a surprise. Patran received the ball without hesitation, like a blade unsheathed. He fired a shot that carved a perfect arc through the air, heading straight for the goal. Goal. Sporting Lisbon scored again. The stadium erupted. Fans leaped and cheered, aware that a miracle was unfolding. 4-2. The score gap once again narrowed. The Porto coach's face turned ashen. He never anticipated such a dramatic shift in just a few minutes, despite having brought on their strongest defender, Gomez, to bolster the defense. It was too late. Wang Long and Patron's synergy flowed seamlessly, evading every defensive effort. In the stands, Longzhou gazed at the dazzling young man on the field. Filled with excitement, it was clear that his sister had not misjudged. Wang Long was indeed a miracle worker. As the match continued, time slipped away, each second tugging at the hearts of all present. Wang Long's gaze was laser-focused on the unfolding drama, and he suddenly noticed Porto's forward, Teixeira, stumble, causing the ball to roll away. Teixeira's error seemed like a slip from fate itself, a fleeting opportunity. As the ball rolled away, the audience collectively held their breath. On the substitutes bench, Coach Marty sprang to his feet, hope shimmering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Porto's coach paled, as if pierced by a needle. The commentator's voice trembled with anticipation. The counterattack from Sporting Lisbon is upon us. Enter, the newly introduced goalkeeper, displayed remarkable composure and decisiveness beyond his years. He swiftly lunged, securing the ball before launching a long, powerful kick that soared towards Porto's half like an arrow. This unexpected counterattack caught Porto's players off guard. They sprinted back, desperate to thwart the advance, yet Ender's long pass was not only powerful but also pinpointed Wang Long's position perfectly. Wang Long, like a cheetah, raced towards the ball's landing spot. Just as he was about to make contact, Porto's defender Gomez appeared like a specter, executing a fierce tackle that sent the ball out of bounds. What a close call. Gomez's defense was crucial, the commentator exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. So close. Just a whisker away from another goal for Sporting Lisbon. In the stands, the fans emitted a series of regretful sighs, stirred by the thrill of a near-successful counterattack, yet lamenting the missed opportunity to score. Long Mengmeng clenched her fists tightly, her gaze unwaveringly following Wang Long's figure, silently cheering him on in her heart. The Porto players, in their pursuit, could not help but cast astonished glances at Ender. This young goalkeeper not only exhibited exceptional saving abilities, but also possessed remarkable long-passing skills, earning their admiration. Consequently, they began to approach each attack from Sporting Lisbon with heightened caution, no longer daring to be careless. On the sidelines, Coach Jay Regen observed the scene with a slight smile curving his lips, as if everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. He clapped his hands, vocally encouraging the players on the field. Do not relax. Maintain the offensive. Victory is within reach. Gomez and Gomartins reorganized the defensive line, and Porto's players became increasingly circumspect, no longer charging forward recklessly but instead advancing steadily. They sought to exploit any vulnerabilities in Sporting Lisbon's defense through passing and movement. However, Wang Long remained like a steadfast anchor in midfield, disrupting their attacking rhythm. Wang Long employed his expert observational skills to meticulously analyze the unfolding events on the pitch. He noted that Porto's defense was indeed formidable, their coordination impeccable, leaving him with almost no exploitable opportunities. He began to reconsider his strategy, opting for patience rather than blind aggression in search of the opponent's weaknesses. The match had reached a stalemate. The commentator's voice turned somber as he analyzed the situation. Sporting Lisbon's offense was stifled, while Porto's attacks failed to threaten the goal. It was now a matter of which side could first break the deadlock. The players on the field grew increasingly restless, their stamina waning, and the pace of the match began to slow. Sporting Lisbon's players repeatedly attempted to pass and move, but Porto's defense stood resolute like an impregnable fortress. In the stands, the fans' emotions also turned tense. They watched intently, fearful of missing any detail. Coach Matty stood on the sidelines, his brow furrowed, his eyes fixated on Wang Long, seemingly awaiting a moment of magic from him. Time ticked away, with only 10 minutes of regular time remaining. The atmosphere thickened with gravity, every player's face glistening with sweat and fatigue, yet their eyes burned with the fire of competition. The match continued, with Porto players advancing with the ball. Teixeira, dribbling with a hint of disdainful amusement, seemed intent on once again challenging Sporting Lisbon's defense, performing flashy footwork as if disregarding the opposing players entirely. Suddenly, Coach Jurgen let out a low chuckle. Teixeira's arrogance was akin to an appetizer before a grand feast, brimming with overconfidence. His dazzling dribbling appeared to Mota as if unfolding in slow motion. Mota, steadfast as a rock, patiently awaited his opportunity, resembling a cheetah lurking in the grass, poised to strike. In an instant, he spotted a tiny gap and, like a flash of lightning, extended his right foot, cleanly intercepting the ball from Teixeira. Taken by surprise, Teixeira lost his balance and fell awkwardly to the ground. Beautiful, the commentator exclaimed. Mota's timely interception thwarted Porto's attack. At the moment of Mota's interception, Long and Wang Long surged forward like twin arrows released from their bows, their synergy reminiscent of a meticulously rehearsed dance, each movement perfectly timed. Without a moment's hesitation, Mota delivered a precise long pass, akin to a guided missile, directly finding its way to Wang Long's feet. Wang Long received the ball, employing his deft dribbling skills, the ball seeming to dance under his control as it adhered magically to his foot, shifting fluidly with his movements. A Porto defender charged forward, attempting to thwart Wang Long's advance, but Wang Long's right foot, like a swift serpent, danced around the defense with ease. The opposing defender was forced to abandon Long to cover Wang Long, who smirked slyly, seizing the moment to deftly pass the ball to Long. Long, having anticipated this, initiated his run, evading offside to find himself alone before the advancing goalkeeper. Calmly assessing the keeper's position, he executed a delicate chip shot. The ball soared gracefully through the air, arching over the goalkeeper's head and nestling securely into the net. Goal. Sporting Lisbon scored again. The commentator's voice nearly cracked with excitement as he exuberantly waved his arms, declaring, Long has once again extended his lead in the Golden Boot race by 2 goals. The crowd erupted, leaping and cheering in jubilation for Long's goal. In the stands, Long Mengmeng tightly embraced Long's Hua, tears streaming down her face. She understood that Wang Long and his teammates had not given up. They were relentlessly narrowing the score gap with their prowess. Coach Matty leaped in exhilaration, raising his fists and roaring encouragement to the players on the field, embodying a fervent commander. Meanwhile, Porto's coach wore a grim expression, utterly taken aback by the dramatic shift in momentum within mere minutes. Coach Jurgen smiled knowingly, aware that with Wang Long and the others on the pitch, everything was under his control. The match intensified once again, time slipping away like grains of sand in an hourglass. Sporting Lisbon supporters clenched their fists in anxious anticipation, their eyes fixated on every player, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Porto's fans held their breath, anxiety etched across their faces, desperately hoping their team could maintain their lead and perhaps score again to secure victory. As the match entered the final 6 minutes of stoppage time, the atmosphere grew as tense as a volcano on the brink of eruption, every player drenched in sweat and fatigue. Wang Long regained control of the ball, inhaling deeply as he fixed his determined gaze upon Porto's goal. Memories of long-distance shooting skills acquired from Leo flashed through his mind, prompting him to take a bold gamble. Wang Long adjusted his stance and, in a sudden burst of energy, unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The ball rocketed toward Porto's goal like a cannonball, spinning fiercely as it soared. This shot took everyone by surprise, including Porto's goalkeeper, who could only watch in disbelief as the ball whizzed past him and crashed into the net. Goal. The commentator's voice thundered across the stadium. Wang Long, with an astonishing world-class strike, he has equalized the score. 4-4. Sporting Lisbon has performed a miraculous comeback. The atmosphere was electric, as the fans of Sporting Lisbon erupted into a frenzy, leaping and cheering with unrestrained joy, their arms waving in the air as they chanted the name of Wang Long, celebrating what felt like a monumental triumph. In stark contrast, the Porto supporters appeared as if doused with cold water, their faces etched with disbelief, unable to fathom that in the dying moments of the match, their rivals had equalized the score. The referee's whistle pierced the air, resonating like a thunderclap in everyone's ears, signaling the end of the match and cutting through the cacophony that enveloped the stadium. On the sidelines, Coach Matty exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The tension that had gripped him began to dissipate, and observing the exhilarated faces of his players, a pleased smile crept onto his lips. It seemed that a penalty shootout was imminent. Coach Jurgen, hands tucked in his pockets, surveyed the players on the field, each displaying a myriad of emotions. A subtle smile graced his lips as he murmured softly. The referees convened and, after a brief discussion, resolved to proceed directly to the penalty shootout. As night descended, the floodlights on the training ground enveloped the scene in a soft, ethereal glow, creating an atmosphere of tranquility, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. All would soon be revealed in the forthcoming battle of penalties. Chapter 33. Penalty Shootout. Coach Marty wore a grave expression as he gathered the starting players, swiftly outlining the penalty strategy. Wang Long, you will be the first. Maintain your composure. He patted Wang Long's shoulder before assigning Pat Long as the second shooter, followed by the towering center forward, then the substitute striker, and finally Moda. The remaining midfielders lined up in sequence behind them. After this succinct and effective tactical briefing, the referee signaled for both team captains to approach for the coin toss. Wang Long took a deep breath and strode confidently to the center circle. The captain of Porto U16 was none other than the outstanding Gil Martins, whose gaze met Wang Long's. Igniting a spark in the air, the referee tossed the coin, which traced a silver arc before landing. Wang Long chose the goal direction, while Gil Martins opted for the kicking order. Without hesitation, Wang Long selected the goal with the sun at his back, and Gil Martins chose to kick first. Porto would take the initial shot, and statistics indicated that teams kicking first had a slight advantage. This posed a significant challenge for Sporting Lisbon. The commentator's voice betrayed a hint of tension. Gil Martins stood at the penalty spot, inhaling deeply, his gaze intensely fixed on the goal. Andre, positioned in front of the goal, bent his legs slightly and spread his arms wide, poised like a coiled cheetah ready to pounce. His teammates rallied around him, cheering him on. Andre, you've got this. Wang Long encouraged, giving Andre's shoulder a firm pat. The whistle blew, and Gil Martins took his run up, striking the ball. To everyone's astonishment, he executed a cheeky panenka. Andre anticipated a different direction and moved accordingly, unaware of Gil Martins' audacious technique. The ball floated gracefully over Andre's head and nestled in the net. Goal. Gil Martins opened the scoring for Porto with that exquisite panenka. The commentator's voice rose with excitement. In the stands, Long Mingming clenched her fists tightly, anxiously watching the field. Beside her, an elderly man remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his cola and munching on fries. It's our turn, Wang Long declared as he approached the penalty spot, his expression resolute. He stood before the ball, inhaling deeply, feeling the slight moisture of the grass beneath his feet. He steadied his breath, gauged the wind's speed, and sharply focused on the upper right corner of the goal. With a powerful run-up, he struck the ball with precision, sending it hurtling towards the corner as if it were a cannonball. The Porto goalkeeper leapt in vain, unable to intercept the ball as it found the back of the net. Goal. Wang Long. A splendid shot into the corner, leveling the score once more. The commentator's voice soared, and the crowd erupted into thunderous applause. On the Sporting Lisbon bench, Coach Marty clenched his fists, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face. Next up was Porto's defender Gomez, who approached the penalty spot with a calm demeanor, undeterred by any pressure. He took a deep breath, casting a powerful glance at Sporting Lisbon's goalkeeper, Andre. With a determined run-up, he struck the ball with a thunderous sound, sending it like a cannonball toward the goal. Although Andre guessed the right direction and dove valiantly, the ball's speed was too great, and he could only watch as it soared into the net. Porto regained the lead. Gomez's shot was unstoppable. The commentator exclaimed. Now it was Pat Long's turn. Wang Long whispered encouragement. Believe in yourself. You can do this. Pat Long smiled confidently and nodded. He approached the penalty spot, adjusted his breathing, and fixed his gaze. With a run-up and a kick, he executed a convincing feint, successfully deceiving Porto's goalkeeper and effortlessly guiding the ball into the net. Pat Long. A beautiful feint. He easily outwitted the keeper, and the score was level once again. Both teams had successfully converted their first two penalties, escalating the shootout to a fever pitch. The commentator's voice brimmed with excitement, and the crowd's cheers echoed like a tidal wave. The coaches on the sidelines watched intently, hardly daring to breathe. Porto's prodigious forward Varela stepped up to take his shot, his face pale with evident tension. Earlier in the match, Andre had thwarted him multiple times, even leading to a counterattack that resulted from his own error. Observing Varela's nervousness, Andre smirked and taunted, "Don't be nervous. You only helped your team concede a goal. You're just too inexperienced. Let me show you how a mature goalkeeper saves." Varela's expression darkened further at Andre's biting words. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his racing heart, but as he took his run-up and struck the ball, it soared high over the crossbar, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Varela knelt, covering his face in despair. Meanwhile, Andre, thrilled, gestured provocatively toward the remaining Porto players preparing to take their penalties, prompting the referee to step in and issue a warning. Next up was Sporting Lisbon's hefty center forward, who took a deep breath and adjusted his steps, employing a unique rhythm for his run-up. He struck the ball. The Porto goalkeeper misjudged the direction, diving the other way as the ball rolled steadily into the net. Goal. Sporting Lisbon took the lead. The center-forward executed a beautifully timed shot, outsmarting the keeper. The commentator's voice nearly erupted in a roar, and the stands reverberated with thunderous applause. As the next players from both teams took their shots, they all found the net. The tension mounted as it came down to the final penalty. If Porto failed to score, Sporting Lisbon would win without needing to send Modu onto the field. The air felt thick, and the sun over Lisbon seemed to lose its warmth, with only the palpable tension spreading. The fifth round arrived, a moment that would determine their fate. Porto sent forth their star forward, Teixeira. Andre took a deep breath and approached Teixeira, ready to unleash his verbal barrage. "Kid, you kick like my grandmother takes a stroll. And you think you can score? Dream on. Your shooting stance is uglier than my dog." Andre's taunts flowed like a torrent, turning Teixeira's face from white to green and then to purple. The referee intervened, warning Andre to temper his words. Andre finally fell silent, though his eyes retained their challenge. Teixeira inhaled deeply, striving to quell his racing heart and dismiss Andre's barbs. With unwavering focus, he began his run-up. Andre scrutinized Teixeira's every movement, attempting to predict the direction of his shot. Teixeira struck the ball, sending it toward the lower left corner of the goal. Simultaneously, Andre launched himself, his fingertips grazing the ball and altering its trajectory. With a resounding thud, the ball slammed against the post and bounced away. The whistle blew. The match was over. Sporting Lisbon had triumphed. In the stands, Long Meng leaped with joy, her cheers nearly shattering eardrums. The elderly man beside her beamed with pride, gently patting her shoulder. "I knew she could do it," he remarked. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement as he shouted, "Andre! The miraculous Andre! He saved Teixeira's penalty. Sporting Lisbon has won. They're the champions of the U16 League." Coach Marty celebrated exuberantly at the sidelines, his fist raised in triumph like a child. In the stands, the elder beside Long Meng, whose eyes were once clouded, now sparkled with the keen brilliance of a cheetah, intently scrutinizing the young players on the field as if they were priceless treasures. A subtle smile played on his lips, tinged with an imperceptible greed and longing. Long Meng noticed Vega's unusual demeanor and chuckled softly, saying, "Old Vega, these youngsters are quite impressive, aren't they? Just so you know, I've already signed that one named Wang Long. If you wish to sign anyone, you'll have to settle for the rest." Though Porto has some promising young talents as well. Her tone carried a hint of teasing, yet her gaze was earnest. Upon hearing this, old Vega pursed his lips and turned his head slightly, his expression laced with disdain. "Humph, there's one lad who is indeed remarkable, but he failed, especially in the finals. I have no interest in losers." Long Meng was all too familiar with Vega's peculiar temperament. This legendary agent of Portuguese football had a penchant for victors. He relentlessly pursued perfection, unable to tolerate even the slightest flaw, even the most promising young talents. If they had tasted defeat, particularly in a pivotal match like a final, would be unceremoniously cast aside. She shook her head in resignation and redirected her gaze to the field. After signing Wang Long, Long Qinlin had transferred the initial funds, leaving her in a financially secure position. She intended to seize this opportunity to recruit several promising young players for her agency. On the pitch, the young athletes of Sporting Lisbon reveled in their victory, pulling coaches Marty and Jurgen into their jubilant celebration, their cheers echoing throughout the stadium. Meanwhile, the Porto players appeared dejected, as if drained of all strength. Their coach vociferously protested to the referees, seemingly decrying some injustice. At that moment, an official from the Portuguese Football Association approached, patiently explaining something to Porto's coach. Ultimately, the coach could only shake his head in resignation, anger and frustration evident in his demeanor, before turning back to the locker room. Soon after, the awards ceremony commenced. Guided by the association officials, the players of Sporting Lisbon ascended the podium, adorned with medals symbolizing their championship victory, though merely made of iron. This medal held profound significance for Wang Long. It was the first medal he had ever earned, and it was for the championship. He grasped the medal tightly, feeling its uneven surface, his heart brimming with joy and excitement. After a group photo, Wang Long eagerly dashed to the sidelines, eager to share his elation with Long Meng. Navigating through the throng, he finally reached her, his face aglow with a radiant smile. "Meng, we won," he exclaimed, raising the medal high to showcase his triumph. Long Meng smiled and congratulated him, but as Wang Long glanced at the elder beside her, he was struck speechless in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the shimmering golden inscription above the elder's head, Genius Agent. He understood the significance of that title and was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with such a hidden luminary at this competition. Chapter 34. Agent Vega Long Mingming introduced with a bright smile. Wang Long, this is Master Vega, a highly renowned agent. Wang Long, unfamiliar with the intricacies of the agency profession, wore a perplexed expression. Observing his confusion, Long Mingming added, he is Figo's agent. A jolt of realization struck Wang Long. Figo's ethereal style of play had always been his aspiration. He even possessed a skill set reminiscent of Figo's dribbling. Instantly, Wang Long felt a profound respect for the elder. Addressing him with reverence, Mr. Vega. Vega waved his hand. His curiosity piqued as he gazed at Wang Long. If it weren't for Mengming's insistence that you are already signed with her, I might have attempted to recruit you myself. Your playing style truly reminds me of a young Figo. A wave of regret washed over Wang Long. He had casually signed with Long Mingming's agency to lend her support. But now, confronted with such an esteemed agent, he felt a twinge of longing. After all, a player's greatness is significantly influenced by their agent. An exceptional agent not only negotiates salaries, but also incorporates stipulations regarding playing time, starting appearances, and injury allowances into hidden clauses. Seemingly sensing Wang Long's disappointment, Long Mingming explained with a smile, Mr. Vega will henceforth serve as our agency's expert agent, specifically assisting in coordination and imparting key insights regarding agency affairs. Should we encounter any agency-related issues, Mr. Vega will provide us with technical support. Wang Long was once again taken aback. He turned to Vega, who merely smiled in agreement, signifying that Vega was indeed joining Long Mingming's agency. Wang Long's mind raced, further solidifying his suspicions. Long Qilan was indeed a member of the Hongmen with a considerable status. The fact that a newly established agency could attract such industry giants hinted at immense underlying power. Vega then turned to Long Mingming, stating, from this match, it appears you have made the right choice with Wang Long. He undoubtedly possesses the greatest potential here. Following closely is Porto's defender Gomez, whose defensive range is exceptionally rare for his age. Should he transition to a defensive midfielder, he may experience a significant breakthrough. Wang Long recalled Gomez's 3 green attributes: interception, stamina beast, and unyielding, and indeed, playing as a defensive midfielder seemed a commendable option. Vega continued, the remaining players are somewhat lacking. Securing a starting position in the top 5 leagues will be quite challenging for them. Wang Long felt a pang of disappointment. He had hoped for his friends to be acknowledged as well. However, it was understandable, given that he was dealing with Figo's agent, who had encountered numerous talents. Nevertheless, Vega's tone shifted, capturing the attention of both Long Mingming and Wang Long. There are also those two, Andre and Mata, worth signing on. They stand a chance of becoming regular substitutes in the top 5 leagues. One is a goalkeeper with a knack for long passes and banter, while the other possesses the physical attributes of a standard central defender, quite promising. Wang Long rejoiced, and Long Mingming immediately expressed interest in having Wang Long introduce those 2 players. She had come to the match to scout promising talents for early signing. Once they reached the U18 level, they would likely attract the attention of agents from various clubs, making future contracts challenging. Wang Long readily agreed, recognizing that securing an agent for his friends would be advantageous for their future endeavors. After bidding farewell, Wang Long returned to the locker room, where the atmosphere remained lively with laughter and celebration. Teammates were clapping and embracing one another, the air thick with the joy of victory. Wang Long smiled, walking straight towards the shower area to freshen up. As he stepped in, the hot water cascaded over him, washing away the grime and fatigue. He reached for his phone, and a system notification promptly appeared. Congratulations on completing the friendship task, successfully assisting Andre in entering the U18 league at the conclusion of the U16 league. However, due to Song Para and Apos' failure to enter the U18, the hidden reward cannot be triggered. Upon hearing Song Para and Apos' name, Wang Long and Apos' expression darkened. Had circumstances been different, perhaps Song Para too would be reveling in victory alongside them. A wave of sorrow and regret surged within him. Yet he understood that life always entailed both gains and losses. The system continued to prompt, task reward, unlock the ability to plunder others' attributes, and also allow friends to utilize these attributes. Wang Long's heart leaped at this. It meant he could elevate his own performance while also aiding his friends in enhancing their skills. Clenching his fists, a new determination ignited within him. Just then, another notification appeared. Do you wish to proceed with the lottery? Wang Long's gaze sharpened, as if he had made a significant decision. Taking a deep breath, he gently tapped the confirmation button. Without hesitation, Wang Long opted for the lottery. The wheel spun rapidly, hues of red, blue, green, and white flickering in a dazzling display, ultimately halting in the green sector. Expert-level vision. Wang Long's fist tightened, a wave of joy swelling within him. This was precisely the attribute he most needed to upgrade. With a broader perspective, he could better assess the dynamics on the field and deliver more precise, decisive passes. Warm water cascaded from the shower head, rinsing away his sweat and exhaustion. He closed his eyes, savoring the soothing flow of water, his mind already simulating the match scenarios with upgraded expert-level vision. Clearer passing routes, more accurate positioning predictions, everything felt within reach. After showering, Wang Long donned clean clothes and exited the locker room. His teammates continued to celebrate, cheers and laughter resonating throughout. Andre excitedly approached, throwing an arm around Wang Long's shoulders. "Brother," the coach announced that the cafeteria will be serving extra food for lunch. A feast awaits. Wang Long nodded with a smile, sharing in the joy of victory with his teammates. Meanwhile, Long Mingming returned to the office, bidding farewell to Vega before heading directly to her workspace. Sitting at her desk, she perused several agent resumes with a serious demeanor. Despite her youth, Long Mingming exhibited an unexpected maturity and competence. She swiftly scanned the resumes, occasionally making notes and displaying expressions of contemplation or satisfaction. After addressing the agent matters, Long Mingming began contacting headhunting firms in search of experienced senior managers. With ample funding and an industry luminary like Vega at her side, the company was poised to establish a robust framework for large-scale player signings. Suddenly, Long Mingming seemed to recall something, picking up her phone to dial a number. "Hello." "Longswa, what happened? Why did you leave so abruptly?" The voice on the other end sounded hesitant, as if reluctant to divulge too much. Long Mingming, growing impatient, adopted a firmer tone. "Speak up. What transpired?" After persistent inquiries from Long Mingming, Longswa finally revealed the truth. It turned out that after the recent acquisition of the Blood Gang, Long Qinlin's sphere of influence had expanded significantly, particularly with the Misan Casino becoming a crucial source of income. However, just moments ago, the casino's manager, a subordinate of the Earth Dragon, had been apprehended by the police, and the casino itself was sealed. Upon hearing this, Long Mingming's anxious heart finally found some solace. Although the situation was somewhat troublesome, it thankfully did not jeopardize Long Qinlin's safety. After giving Longswa a few words of advice, she ended the call, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within her. She sensed that her father's position within the gang might be precarious. She needed to expedite the growth of her management company to secure a safety net for her family. Chapter 35. Accompany me to see. Longswa hung up the phone, his fingers unconsciously caressing the back of his mobile device, a persistent shadow of unease clouding his brow. The sudden closure of the Misan Casino appeared to be a mere coincidence, yet in truth, it acted as a catalyst, igniting his deep-seated fears. He understood all too well that this was not a simple police operation. Rather, it was merely the tip of the iceberg in the internal power struggles of the Hongmen. The arrest of Tulong's trusted subordinates, the surveillance on Long Qinlin, and the imprisonment of his former military ally, all of these events unfolded like a row of dominoes, heralding an impending storm. Anxiety gnawed at him, yet he compelled himself to remain calm. "For now, I must take it one step at a time," he muttered to himself, his voice low and slightly hoarse. Thankfully, his father had also made appropriate preparations and taken action. He silently prayed that they would weather this crisis safely. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the sporting CP, an entirely different scene was unfolding. Wang Long, Andre, Modu, Patran, and their teammates gathered around a table laden with delectable dishes. Laughter and cheerful banter filling the air, creating an atmosphere of warmth and joy. "Let us toast to our upcoming glory," Andre exclaimed, raising his glass of juice, his face radiating excitement, his golden hair glinting under the lights. "Cheers." The group echoed in unison, the clinking of glasses resonating like a prelude to their promising future. Everyone animatedly discussed the day's match and future prospects, their voices intertwining with laughter and playful teasing. Wang Long felt a sense of elation as he gazed at his brothers, his heart swelling with gratitude and pride. He recognized that they were not merely teammates but comrades in arms, integral parts of each other's lives. Amidst the jovial atmosphere, Wang Long raised his glass of juice, a glimmer of light shining in his clear eyes. He slowly addressed Andre and the others. "By the way, brothers, there is something important I need to share with you." Curiosity piqued. The group leaned in closer, and Andre eagerly asked, "What is it? Don't keep us in suspense." Wang Long smiled, recounting his recent involvement with a management agency that expressed interest in signing them. "This way, we can fully focus on our matches and training, allowing the agent to handle negotiations with the club." His words brimmed with anticipation. And as he noticed the spark of excitement in his brother's eyes, he continued, "Moreover, this agency has the involvement of old Vega, whose reputation in Portugal is quite formidable." "Really? That is fantastic," Moto exclaimed, slapping the table, causing the cutlery to clatter. "Indeed, old Vega possesses top-tier resources and connections in the football realm. If we can secure a contract with him, our future prospects will undoubtedly soar." Petrin chimed in enthusiastically. Andre smiled and remarked, "Wang Long, you truly have a knack for this. Most of us are locals, and we're well aware of old Vega's prominence." Wang Long nodded, his smile growing brighter. "Of course, he is a titan in Portuguese football. I have already discussed this with Long Ming, and she has agreed to assist us in signing the agency. If she asks free this weekend, she'll send someone to the club to discuss the details with us." Upon hearing this, Andre and the others instantly displayed expressions of joy, astonished that they might secure an agent so soon. Wang Long seized the moment, dialing Long Ming's number to relay their excitement and to encourage her to arrange subsequent evaluations and the signing process. On the other end of the line, Long Ming's voice remained gentle yet resolute. "Wonderful, Wang Long. I'll arrange for someone to come to the club this weekend to discuss matters with you all. I truly appreciate your help, and I'll treat you to a meal next time. No takeout this time," she concluded before hanging up. Wang Long shared her response with everyone, their faces lighting up with smiles, nodding in agreement. The atmosphere in the cafeteria grew even more vibrant, with everyone eagerly anticipating a bright future. At that moment, Coach Jurgen approached, a smile on his face as he patted Wang Long's shoulder, discreetly signaling for him, Andre, Patran, and Moto to step outside. Jurgen's demeanor shifted to a more serious tone as he said, "Wang Long, Andre, Moto, Patran, I have some good news for you." The four of them immediately felt a rush of tension, uncertain of what the future coach had in store. Jurgen continued with a smile, "Next week, there will be a charity match featuring Portuguese veterans, and we will invite 20 young players from the domestic youth teams to participate. Normally, these spots would primarily go to U18 teams, but due to your outstanding performances, and considering you are already pre-selected for the U18 squad, the club has decided to grant you for a spot. Of course, those not selected to play will still be able to attend the match for free. Who would like to participate in the exhibition match?" The group exchanged glances, and Andre boldly declared, "Coach, we definitely want to play. But if there is only one spot, I think Wang Long is the most fitting choice." Moda and Patran nodded in agreement, affirming their support. Jurgen looked at them, a smile of approval on his face, and fixed his gaze on Wang Long. Everyone is enthusiastic, and it seems they all believe Wang Long is most deserving. Therefore, the spot is yours. Wang Long felt a surge of emotion and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, coach. And thank you all. I will cherish this opportunity." Andre clapped Wang Long on the shoulder, grinning broadly. "No need for thanks. We should be thanking you. You are our team's backbone. Without you, we wouldn't have achieved our current success." They exchanged smiles, the air thick with camaraderie. Wang Long resolved to ensure that his brothers would grow alongside him, ready to embrace an even more glorious future. As the season drew to a close, training sessions dwindled, and the weekend offered a rare two-day break. Moda and the others set off for home, eager to enjoy their well-deserved respite. Wang Long, feeling a sense of ennui, called Long Ming to arrange a lunch together. She readily agreed, instructing him to come directly to her office. Wang Long hailed a cab and headed straight to her company. Upon arrival, he was taken aback by the bustling scene before him. The office building was teeming with activity, a stark contrast to its previous desolation. People hurried by, phones ringing incessantly, the air thick with a sense of urgency. Wang Long took the elevator to Long Ming's office. As he approached the entrance, he was stopped by a security guard clad in a black suit. "Hello, I'm here to see Ming. I've been in contact with her," Wang Long explained. The guard scrutinized him with a hint of derision in his tone. "Ming? You think you can just call her that? Hurry along. You're the fifth person to come looking for Manager Long today. What? Do you fancy her because she is young and accomplished?" Wang Long found himself bemused. In just a few days, the company had not only hired security, but had also barred him from entry. Just as he was about to clarify, the guard impatiently pushed him aside. Though merely 16 years of age, Wang Long's athletic background endows him with physical prowess that far surpasses that of an ordinary individual. As the security guard pushed against him with little effect and prepared to unleash his ire, a voice commanded him to cease from behind. Upon looking up, the guard recognized Mr. Vega, and an obsequious smile immediately adorned his face. "Good day, Mr. Vega." "Mr. Vega did not reprimand the guard, but rather elucidated the relationship between Wang Long and Long Mengmeng. Upon learning that Wang Long was the sole signed player of Long Mengmeng, the guard's demeanor underwent a complete transformation. "Mr. Wang Long, I apologize for any offense caused. Please, do come in." Wang Long greeted Mr. Vega in return, choosing not to dwell on the guard's earlier rudeness. Together, they proceeded into the company, making their way toward Long Mengmeng's office. Along the way, Mr. Vega gently patted Wang Long on the shoulder, his face illuminated by a warm smile, while a glimmer of wisdom shone in his murky eyes. With a tone tinged with resignation, he began, "Wang Long, the company has been rather tumultuous of late. Ever since Mr. Long announced that Mengmeng has reached marriageable age and is seeking a suitable suitor for her, a steady stream of young men has been visiting the company." He paused, seemingly recalling the throngs of suitors, shaking his head in exasperation. These individuals, claiming to be the sons of wealthy merchants or the offspring of high-ranking officials in Lisbon, are all young and accomplished, truly the Sea Army de la Sea Army. Yet, alas, they have all been turned away by Mengmeng. It is no wonder she has found the situation quite bothersome, prompting me to assign security to intercept all visiting young men. Listening to Mr. Vega's explanation, Wang Long felt a slight heaviness in his heart. The previously light atmosphere dissipated. He instinctively furrowed his brow, his emotions tumultuous, akin to a shattered bottle of flavors, leaving him at a loss for words. A wave of subtle disappointment washed over him. He had thought his bond with Long Mengmeng to be unique. Yet it appeared he was merely one among the multitude. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain a facade of calmness, and turned to Mr. Vega. His voice slightly hoarse as he inquired, "Mr. Vega, I am curious, what is Mengmeng's father's standing?" Mr. Vega raised an eyebrow in surprise at Wang Long's question, chuckling as he replied, "Did not Mengmeng mention that she introduced you to her father? You are unaware? Her father is Long Qinlin, the second-in-command of the Ha Men in Lisbon." He seemed perplexed by Wang Long's reaction and added, "Since the mafia gradually withdrew from Portugal, the Ha Men has become the most significant underground force in Lisbon. Mr. Long Qinlin's influence is profound. He is a figure whose mere stomp could cause tremors throughout the city." Upon hearing Mr. Vega's words, Wang Long felt as if a colossal stone had struck him, stirring tumultuous waves within. Slowly lowering his gaze, he was enveloped in a complex and bewildered state, letting out a long sigh within. He finally comprehended the chasm that lay between him and Long Mengmeng. It was not merely a matter of distance, but rather an insurmountable divide. He was but an ordinary football player, while Long Mengmeng was the cherished jewel of the Ha Men's second-in-command. The disparity in their statuses was staggering, and even though he harbored feelings for her, it was ultimately a dream beyond his reach. With this realization, he resolved to concentrate on his football, for it was only on the verdant pitch that he could discover his true self and experience joy. He silently vowed to train harder, to demonstrate his worth through strength, and to avoid wasting himself in futile emotional pursuits. Raising his head, he donned a radiant smile once more, as if the previous moment had never transpired. He nodded firmly, expressing, "I understand, Mr. Vega. Thank you for your explanation." Mr. Vega observed the smile on Wang Long's face with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He patted Wang Long's shoulder and remarked, "You possess great potential. Focus on your football, for the road ahead is long." They continued toward Long Mengmeng's office, the door now within reach. Taking a deep breath, Wang Long followed Mr. Vega into the office. Upon their arrival, Long Mengmeng promptly stood, welcoming both men to sit on the sofa. Mr. Vega jested, "Mengmeng, perhaps you should consider dismissing the guard at the entrance. Otherwise, you may miss out on exceptional young talents like Wang Long." Long Mengmeng, quick-witted, playfully retorted, "If I suffer a loss, it is your loss too, Mr. Vega. Would you truly allow someone to whisk Wang Long away?" Hearing the jest, Wang Long felt his cheeks flush. Noticing Wang Long's reaction, Mr. Vega paused, pondering if this young man truly had feelings for Long Mengmeng, a knowing smile creeping onto his lips. Mr. Vega further recommended a few U18 players and several talented agents, to which Long Mengmeng did not hesitate, instructing Mr. Vega to recruit and sign them immediately, demonstrating her unwavering trust in him. The conversation meandered into daily matters, with Long Mengmeng urging Mr. Vega to take care of his health. Mr. Vega humorously countered, "And what of you, Mengmeng? As a young woman, you work too hard. It would be wise to find a partner to assist you." With a meaningful glance at Wang Long, he burst into hearty laughter and departed. After Mr. Vega's exit, Long Mengmeng noticed Wang Long and Apos' unease and took the initiative to inquire about his plans. Wang Long shared details about the veteran match, to which Long Mingming responded that it was a splendid opportunity and encouraged him to perform well, as the casual advice from seasoned players could be more beneficial than a month of arduous training. Wang Long nodded, preparing to discuss football further. But Long Mingming appeared somewhat fatigued, waving her hand and bowing her head to rest. Wang Long found himself in a delicate situation, waiting patiently. Suddenly, Long Mingming lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wang Long, will you accompany me out to sea? Chapter 36. Birthday at Sea. Long Mingming gazed at Wang Long, who appeared momentarily taken aback. Her eyes locked onto his, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she softly spoke. Wang Long, I have been feeling quite exhausted from work lately, and you have just finished the league. How about we embark on a sea trip to unwind, treating it as a well-deserved holiday? Wang Long, surprised, raised an eyebrow, but upon catching the glimmer of anticipation in Long Mingming's eyes, his heart warmed, and he smiled in agreement. Sure, I was just thinking about relaxing myself. They settled on a noon departure, the air thick with a subtle hint of flirtation. After bidding farewell to Long Mingming, she promptly contacted a familiar dock, reserving a high-performance small yacht and meticulously instructing the staff to prepare life-saving equipment, ample food, and exquisite beverages. Additionally, she had thoughtfully assembled a surprise package for Wang Long, containing the new football shoes he had long admired but had not purchased, some sports protective gear, and a self-made album chronicling the remarkable moments of his football career, all concealed deep within the yacht's storage compartment. Evidently, these gifts had been in the works for quite some time. On his end, Wang Long headed directly to a sporting goods store. This was his first time at sea, and especially alongside the girl he secretly admired, he couldn't afford to appear foolish. He purchased a waterproof sports watch, professional sailing sunglasses, and several varieties of sunscreen spray, determined to protect Long Mingming from sunburn. As he meticulously polished his gear, images of Long Mingming's radiant smile flooded his mind, filling him with eager anticipation for their maritime adventure. Noon arrived swiftly, and the Lisbon dock basked in bright sunshine, with a gentle sea breeze wafting through the air. Long Mingming, adorned with a stylish sun hat and a carefully chosen dress, gracefully approached the sailboat, where Wang Long had been waiting. The moment he laid eyes on her, his gaze sparkled with delight. Clad in a fresh sports outfit and carrying a professional sailing bag, he looked exceptionally handsome. As they boarded the yacht, a dedicated crew member took charge of sailing and service. Once they were settled, the captain ignited the engine, and the yacht glided away from the port, leaving the city's clamor behind. Long Mingming stood at the bow, arms outstretched, embracing the sea breeze as her hair danced in the wind. Wang Long watched her, filled with affection, and occasionally shared amusing anecdotes about their team, eliciting peals of laughter from Long Mingming. Their laughter echoed in the salty air. As the yacht picked up speed, white waves crashed against the hull, prompting Long Mingming to instinctively draw closer to Wang Long, the atmosphere thick with burgeoning intimacy. Suddenly, Wang Long's phone vibrated, and upon checking, he discovered a birthday message from his father, momentarily stunned before realizing that today marked his 17th birthday. A gentle smile graced his lips as he glanced at Long Mingming, who was captivated by the ocean view. Silently, he turned off his phone, thinking to himself that having her by his side was all that truly mattered on this special day. Long Mingming caught a glimpse of Wang Long's subtle gesture, and her heart stirred with understanding. She feigned ignorance while secretly devising a birthday plan, her lips curling into a smile. At that moment, sunlight shimmered upon the water, creating a dazzling display. Wang Long, ever considerate, retrieved sunglasses from the cabin and handed them to Long Mingming. Put these on. Be careful not to get sunburned. As their fingertips brushed, a jolt of electricity coursed through them, and they exchanged a fleeting glance before hurriedly looking away, both feeling a ripple of emotion, leaving only the sound of the waves and their quickening heartbeats in the air. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, with the sun high above, the sailboat entered an exceptionally expansive stretch of sea. The captain decided to drop anchor for a brief respite. Miss Mingming, Mr. Long, we can linger here for a while. Feel free to relish the ocean's beauty. Both Long Mingming and Wang Long realized they were rather hungry, having yet to eat lunch. That sounds great. Thank you, Captain, they replied, preparing for a simple meal. Long Mingming instructed the crew to retrieve the carefully prepared food from the storage box, bringing forth sandwiches, fruits, and beverages. Seated side by side on the deck, they spread out a tablecloth and arranged the food. Wow, this looks delicious, Wang Long exclaimed, his appetite piqued by the array of offerings. During their meal, they reminisced about past experiences, Wang Long recounted the excitement and nerves of his first large football match, mimicking their coach's instructions and his teammates' encouragement with such vividness that Long Mengmeng burst into laughter. Long Mengmeng listened, captivated, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She had never imagined that the life of a football player could be so entertaining. In turn, she shared the struggles she faced in her early entrepreneurial days. From feeling utterly lost to achieving modest success, her voice laced with pride. It was incredibly challenging, but I never gave up. Their laughter filled the air, creating an intimate bubble amidst the vast ocean, as if the world around them had faded away, allowing them to savor this moment of tranquility and warmth. Suddenly, Long Mengmeng set her sandwich down, her expression shifting slightly. The sea breeze began to strengthen, lifting a corner of the tablecloth. Wang Long looked up at the sky, noticing dark clouds gathering, their color deepening ominously like the mane of an enraged beast. A frown creased his brow as unease settled in. He sensed a potential storm brewing. He could faintly hear the sound of the waves crashing against the yacht, which had taken on a more subdued tone, resonating like a low growl. He turned to Long Mengmeng, who remained blissfully unaware of the changing weather, her smile radiant. Wang Long's heart softened, reluctant to dampen her spirits. Yet he kept a vigilant eye on the sky, shifting slightly closer to her to shield her from the increasingly fierce wind, hoping the storm would delay its arrival. They sat side by side on the deck, feeling the intensifying gusts of wind, while the waves began to grow restless, crashing against the yacht with a series of jarring thuds, echoing like the pounding of their hearts. The boat started to sway, compelling them to clutch the railing tightly. The wind whipped violently, stirring the sea into a tumultuous frenzy, resonating with furious roars. Wang Long's expression grew serious as he sensed the dampness in the air, realizing that a storm was imminent. Just after their meal, dark clouds amassed like a surging tide, painting the sky a deep inky hue, suffocating in its intensity. The howling wind swept through, akin to countless invisible whips striking the yacht, producing a piercing shriek. Waves crashed with the force of a mountain collapsing, slamming against the vessel, creating a deafening cacophony, and white foam erupted several meters high, threatening to consume the entire yacht. Raindrops as large as beans began to pelt down from the sky, drumming against the deck with a stinging force. Wang Long's expression shifted dramatically, his instincts kicking in like a wild beast on high alert. He seized Long Mengmeng's hand, urgently exclaiming, "This is bad. A downpour is coming. Quickly, let's get inside." The captain shouted at that moment, "Hurry inside. It's dangerous out here." He dashed toward the helm, striving to stabilize the yacht against the oncoming tempest. The yacht rocked violently, creaking ominously as if it were on the verge of being engulfed by the monstrous waves. Wang Long firmly held on to Long Mengmeng and Apos, as they stumbled into the cabin, seeking refuge from the raging storm. The first mate rushed to the deck and the control room, each member of the crew dutifully embracing their responsibilities. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere turned tense, their breaths quickening, the air thick with apprehension. "Mengmeng, are you all right?" Wang Long inquired, concern tinged with determination evident in his voice. Long Mengmeng's complexion appeared somewhat pallid, yet she feigned calmness, gently shaking her head, assuring, "I am fine, you need not worry." She gazed at Wang Long when, suddenly, the cabin door swung open, and the captain, with urgency, called out, "Miss Mengmeng, could you please step outside? There is something you could assist with." Wang Long furrowed his brows, positioning himself protectively in front of Long Mengmeng, declaring, "It is too perilous outside. I shall go instead." The captain shook his head, explaining, "It is safe outside for the moment. We merely require someone of a petite stature to retrieve an item from the storeroom, which would be inconvenient for you." Long Mengmeng patted Wang Long's shoulder, offering him a reassuring glance. "It is nothing. I shall return shortly." She followed the captain outside, leaving Wang Long alone in the cabin. His brow knitted, eyes anxiously fixed on the door, a wave of profound unease surging within him. The fierce wind continued to howl, the waves roared, and Wang Long's heart mirrored the tumultuous weather, tumultuously restless. The cabin door creaked open once more, but this time it was not Long Mengmeng alone who entered. A group of people streamed in, pushing a cake adorned with lit candles. Leading the procession was Long Mengmeng, her face aglow with a radiant smile as she turned to Wang Long, her eyes brimming with anticipation and tenderness. "Happy birthday, Wang Long," they sang in unison, celebrating his special day. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had been consumed with worry for his life, and now he found himself celebrating a birthday. Concern flooded his gaze, and as the song concluded, he prepared to inquire about the situation. The captain, sensing his unease, interjected, "Fear not. This is a modern yacht. not an antiquated sailing vessel. Moreover, we are merely in coastal waters. A bit of rain or wind will hardly pose a threat. Young man, this is your first time at sea, isn't it? Haha. Wang Long's face flushed at the captain's observation. Indeed, he had little experience. At that moment, Long Mengmeng urged Wang Long to make a wish as he blew out the candles. The captain advised him, when faced with adverse weather at sea, wishes made with a sincere heart tend to come true. Wang Long earnestly wished in his heart for a prosperous journey in his football career, hoping that those he loved and who loved him would remain healthy before extinguishing the candles. At this juncture, Long Mengmeng produced a carefully prepared gift for Wang Long. He accepted it, unveiling the contents within, a pair of brand new football boots, some protective gear, and a booklet. As he opened the booklet and perused its contents, Wang Long could no longer contain himself, tears streaming down his face. Chapter 37. The Star Leo. The booklet contains photographs of Wang Long's every match since his arrival at Sporting Portugal, including warm-up games with young Leo. Each image chronicles Wang Long and Appo's growth, capturing his joys and sorrows. On the reverse side of the photos, Long Mengmeng has pinned heartfelt messages of encouragement, imbued with warmth and care. The final page features a radiant snapshot of Long Mengmeng and Wang Long, both smiling brightly. Noticing Wang Long and Appo's quiet sobs, Long Mengmeng hurriedly approached to offer solace. At that moment, Wang Long's heart was a tumult of emotions. In this foreign land, no one had ever shown him such thoughtfulness, especially not a girl he admired. Don't cry, Long Mengmeng's gentle voice wafted like a spring breeze, soothing Wang Long's troubled heart. We are both children of Huaxia, and it's only natural for us to look after one another. Besides, I am your fan. The first time I watched you play, I was captivated by your style. And, of course, as your agent, it's my duty to ensure your well-being. Wang Long understood these sentiments, yet the weight of abandonment by Manchester United, the solitude of being miles away from home, and the betrayal by his friend Song Para all surged forth, breaking the dam of his repressed feelings in front of the girl he cherished. Long Mengmeng gently patted his back, offering silent comfort. The rain ceased, and the skies cleared. The water pooling on the deck gradually evaporated, leaving the air fragrant with the salty sea breeze. Wang Long, feeling slightly embarrassed, stepped onto the deck alone, gazing vacantly at the sun rising over the horizon. The view was breathtaking. Golden sunlight danced on the sea's surface, shimmering like a delicate veil of gold. Long Mengmeng emerged as well, staring at the distant sun, only to let out a soft sigh. No matter how bright the sun may be, it will eventually set. Sunlight cannot illuminate the earth forever, and darkness will inevitably envelop the world. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. How could such a beautiful scene inspire such melancholic thoughts? Suddenly, he recalled that it was Long Mengmeng who had invited him out to sea. It seemed she was feeling down, and here he was, lost in his own self-pity. A wave of guilt washed over him. The sea breeze caressed his face, bringing a hint of salty tang that refreshed his spirit. He inhaled deeply, basking in the warmth of the sunlight, and watched Long Mengmeng's slightly forlorn silhouette, stirring within him an inexplicable desire to protect her. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon and stars emerged. Wang Long approached Long Mengmeng, speaking with conviction. As long as we keep our hearts turned towards the light, there will always be a ray of hope illuminating our path. He paused, gazing intently into her eyes. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as I am here, I will forever be your guiding light. Long Mengmeng looked up at him, her expression one of surprise. Wang Long, feeling slightly bashful under her gaze, scratched his head and added, after all, I am already 17, older than you. I suppose I can be considered your older brother. Long Mengmeng's eyes took on a peculiar expression, realizing that she had only celebrated her 17th birthday last month, and this foolish boy was unaware, thinking he was her elder. A subtle smile graced her lips. At that moment, the captain's booming voice broke the delicate atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our return journey. Please ensure your safety. Understood, Captain. Wang Long replied, casting one last wistful glance at the stunning seascape, where golden sunlight shimmered upon the waves like a sheet of golden silk. How he wished this moment could last forever. Clenching his fist, he silently vowed to become a football superstar. His past battles were for Huaxia, but now, it was to prove himself worthy of Long Mengmeng. The gentle sea breeze brushed his face, carrying a hint of briny flavor, while the sunlight sparkled on the water, resembling golden satin unfurling before him. As the boat docked, the cacophony of voices jolted Wang Long back to reality. Long Mengmeng gathered her windswept hair and turned to Wang Long, saying, The company has just been established, and I will be quite busy moving forward. I must head back now." Her bright eyes reflected a touch of reluctance, yet more so a steadfast hope for the future. "All right, go take care of business," Wang Long replied, feeling a twinge of sadness but understanding her pursuit of ambition. He watched her slender figure disappear into the crowd. A gentle wave of melancholy washing over him, yet it was laced with determination. He knew he, too, must strive for his dreams. He turned towards the Sporting Portugal training camp, his silhouette resolute and filled with hope. Meanwhile, in a tavern named Descendants of the Dragon in Lisbon, the air was thick with the scent of tobacco. Long Chinlin furrowed his brow as he listened to Long Yu's report. The police only apprehended those at the Meissen casino. No action was taken elsewhere, and all the tailing agents have been withdrawn. It appears to be merely a warning. Long Chinlin lightly tapped his fingers on the table, contemplating for a moment before saying, informed Long that his people should be released soon. Long Yu hesitated, asking, "Is the news from Mengming's side true? Are we really sacrificing her feelings to forge connections?" Long Chinlin exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze penetrating. "Of course not. However, we can seize this opportunity to investigate the forces behind it. We can ascertain that these individuals are not our potential adversaries. Moderate cooperation is feasible. As for those who have not approached Mengming," he paused, choosing not to elaborate further. Long Yu understood his father's implication. Though still somewhat apprehensive, he trusted his father's judgment. After taking his leave, Long Chinlin stood alone by the window, shrouded in swirling smoke, his expression weary. He understood that thrusting Long Mengming into the public eye, while ostensibly to find her a partner, was in truth a demonstration of the Long family's strength, intended to deter those with ulterior motives. Yet, such actions also placed Long Mengming under the scrutiny of all. Sighing, he hoped that Mengming's agency would flourish. "If problems arise on my end, this company may be her only refuge," he murmured, picking up his phone to dial a mysterious number, whispering a few words. Back in his dormitory, Wang Long felt fatigued from the afternoon's events. Just as he lay down, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. "Hello?" he answered. "I wish to meet you outside the Sporting Portugal training facility regarding the earlier incident involving young Leo." The unfamiliar voice mentioned Leo, immediately raising Wang Long and Apos' guard. "Who are you?" Sensing Wang Long's wariness, the voice responded calmly, "I am Raphael Luo." Upon hearing this name, Wang Long instinctively thought Raphael might be a relative of young Leo in Lisbon, seeking to plead for him, considering that Leo had already been dismissed from the team, and there was no need for further hostility. Yet, the next statement on the line left Wang Long astounded. "I am from AC Milan in Italy. I am young Leo's brother, and I have come specifically for this matter." Portuguese star Leo. Wang Long's mind reeled, scarcely able to believe his ears. The voice on the other end was deep, seemingly reluctant. "I know my brother has caused you considerable trouble with his past actions, and I apologize on his behalf. If it is convenient, could you come to the training camp entrance? There are matters I wish to discuss with you in person. Of course, if you do not trust me, then forget it." With that, the call ended. Wang Long approached the training camp entrance, still filled with skepticism. The training camp is separated from the outside world by an iron gate, through which players must undergo facial recognition before passing through a small adjacent door. This explains why. For the most part, individuals like Long Mengming can only observe the game from outside the camp. The player's safety is thoroughly ensured. The sky has not yet fully darkened, and the dim streetlights cast elongated shadows of the surrounding trees. Wang Long approached the iron gate, peering through the bars into the outside world. Indeed, beneath a sycamore tree by the gate, he spotted little Leo and a middle-aged man with blonde hair. Both appeared dejected, their heads drooping like frost-bitten eggplants, lacking vitality. Beside them stood a tall, exceptionally robust man, his broad trench coat obscuring his form, while a black wide-brimmed hat concealed his features. Wang Long cautiously scanned the area, confirming the absence of others, and then glanced at the two security guards stationed at the gatehouse before feeling somewhat reassured. He pushed open the small door and stepped outside. Noticing Wang Long's emergence, the man approached him. The dappled shadows of the sycamore swayed under the dim streetlight, and a faint earthy scent permeated the air. As he drew closer, the stranger removed his wide-brimmed hat, revealing his face. Wang Long was taken aback. It was none other than the star he usually saw on television. Raphael Luo. His chiseled features, profound gaze, and distinctive small braids exuded the aura of a superstar. To Wang Long's astonishment, he noted that Raphael Luo's eyes bore a resemblance to those of little Leo. At that moment, Wang Long's attention was captivated by the shimmering descriptors floating above Luo's head. 3 golden descriptors: counterattack blade, high-speed charge, and strong and sturdy, gleamed like dazzling metals. Two purple descriptors, goal-side scent, and precise cross, radiated a brilliant glow. Wang Long couldn't help but gasp in awe. Luo's prowess was indeed legendary. Are you Wang Long? Luo's voice was deep and commanding, laced with a hint of pride yet resonating with sincerity. Wang Long frowned and nodded, inwardly questioning why Luo had not come to apologize, as he had implied. You two, come over here and apologize to Wang Long. Luo suddenly barked at the two individuals behind him, his voice echoing like thunder in the stillness of the night. Little Leo and the blond middle-aged man trembled in fear and approached with their heads bowed, resembling two defeated roosters, too intimidated to meet Wang Long's gaze. They hurriedly expressed their remorse, their voices trembling and incoherent. Observing their fearful demeanor, Luo angrily declared, "This blonde was originally my agent, but after his misdeeds, I terminated our contract. I intended to give him a chance to assist my brother, yet he incited my brother to commit such a foolish act. I leave his handling to you." With that, Luo mercilessly kicked the blonde toward Wang Long. The unprepared man stumbled and collapsed at Wang Long's feet, clutching his legs and pleading with tears and snot, expressing his regret and helplessness, begging for Wang Long's forgiveness. Wang Long gazed at the weeping figure before him, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Just as he was about to help him up, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. "Wang Long, what are you doing here?" Chapter 38, Ascending to U18, Facing Provocation Again? The person approaching was none other than Coach Jay Regen, who regarded Wang Long with a puzzled expression. His gaze shifted to young Leo, and he immediately frowned, saying, "Young Leo, what are you doing here? You have been dismissed by Sporting Lisbon. You are not welcome here." "Is my brother also unwelcome?" Leo responded nonchalantly from the side. It was then that Coach Jay Regen noticed Leo's presence and hesitantly inquired, "You are Raphael Leo?" Although taken aback, Coach Jay Regen cautiously asked, "What brings you here? Are you here to confront young Leo?" Leo smiled slightly and remarked, "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Coach Jay Regen. It is unfortunate that such an exceptional coach like you was dismissed by the coaching staff of the Portuguese national team." At that moment, Wang Long realized that Coach Jay Regen had nearly been selected for the national team coaching staff. Jay Regen's expression darkened as he retorted, "Leo, this is the training ground of Sporting Lisbon. Many who have exited through this gate are far superior to you. If you wish to flaunt your star status, do it elsewhere. You are not worthy." His words seemed to provoke Leo, whose expression grew fierce, ready to retaliate. Just then, a security guard at the entrance finally noticed the commotion and approached. Seeing this, Leo appeared reluctant to create too much disturbance. He donned a wide-brimmed hat and glared at Jay Regen, saying, "As for those you just mentioned, I, Leo, have never bowed to them. I will surpass them in due time, especially Cristiano Ronaldo." With that, he turned and led young Leo away. Halfway through, he glanced back at Wang Long with a sneer, proclaiming, "You too. Since Ronaldo values you, I shall ensure my brother defeats you on the field, tramples you underfoot, and makes Ronaldo aware that the Leo family is superior to him." Wang Long was at a loss for words, wondering why he was being dragged into this. However, he felt no fear. As long as it was on the field, he could defeat young Leo once, and he could do it again. Coach Jay Regen lamented, "So young Leo is indeed influenced by his brother, which explains his combative nature. After all, Raphael Leo aspires to secure a leading attacking position in the national team, yet has been unable to compete with Ronaldo. His youthful spirit must harbor resentment." Jay Regen continued, "You were recommended by Ronaldo. Many high-ranking officials in the club are aware of this. Young Leo must have learned about it through his own channels, which is why he targeted you from the outset." Wang Long suddenly understood. He had thought that enemies from Manchester United had instigated young Leo against him, only to realize it was due to Ronaldo's influence. It seemed that prominence attracted attention. Wang Long glanced at the downcast blonde-haired individual and said, "Coach, this person." Coach Jay Regen, evidently losing patience, called for the security guard at the entrance and coldly commanded, "Take this individual to the club's security office." The guards promptly approached and escorted the blonde-haired man away from the training ground. Wang Long followed behind Coach Jay Regen as they returned to the training base of Sporting Lisbon. Jay Regen halted, turned to Wang Long, and said, "You and a few other U16 players will stay in the U18 dormitory for a few days. It will also allow you to familiarize yourselves with your new teammates. The U18 players exhibit greater agility than their U16 counterparts. As most players in this age group are capable of competing in first-team matches, they merely lack the opportunity." Wang Long nodded, attentively absorbing the coach's insights. Jay Regen continued, "Whenever a player in the team has the chance, They either temporarily supplement the first team or are directly loaned to smaller clubs in the third or second division for experience. Those who remain in the team long-term tend to exhibit a dichotomy in skill levels. They are either slightly less skilled or exceptionally talented players whom the club is reluctant to part with. Wang Long recalled the previous batch of U18 players who had been ruthlessly discarded after losing a match in U16. Though he had excelled in U16, he could only be considered a decent player in U18. He dared not let pride cloud his judgment, fully aware that he still had a long journey ahead. Coach Jay Rajin patted Wang Long on the shoulder, encouraging him. The players who once played alongside young Leo were indeed of average ability and were nearing expulsion from the youth training system due to age. You possess talent, but such is common in U18. It is more ruthless here than in U16. You must continue to strive. Wang Long nodded, looking at the coach with gratitude, his heart igniting with a firmer resolve. After bidding farewell to Coach Jay Rajin, he turned towards the dormitory. After the events of the day, Wang Long felt an unprecedented fatigue, as if every muscle in his body protested against the day's encounters. He lacked the appetite for dinner, yearning only to collapse onto his bed and escape the clamor surrounding him. He hastily washed up and then plunged into bed, swiftly succumbing to a deep sleep, as if the entire world had become irrelevant to him. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtain seams, gently illuminating Wang Long's face and awakening him from his slumber. Although it was Sunday, his good friends, Ender, Moda, and Patran, had yet to return, leaving Wang Long with a tinge of melancholy. After a quick wash, he made his way to the cafeteria and quickly finished breakfast. On the empty training ground, only Wang Long was silently practicing. Coach Jay Rajin's words from yesterday echoed in his ears like a clarion call. He realized that he could not afford to be complacent. To stand out amid the fierce competition in U18, he must seize every training opportunity to bridge the gap between himself and the true prodigies. Visions of those young talents already making their mark in the top 5 leagues filled Wang Long's mind. Mgu of Saint Etienne, Kane and Yildiz of Juventus, Moscato and Emery of Paris, Wirtz of Bayer Leverkusen, and fellow 17-year-olds Yamal and Kabasi. These names shone like brilliant stars, igniting Wang Long's ambition. They had already stepped onto the stage of professional football, captivating fans worldwide with their talents. Behind them stood even more hidden gems in various youth training camps, such as Manchester United's Jim Switz and Euro, poised to break into the first team, waiting for their moment. In comparison, Wang Long understood he had a long road ahead and must exert more effort than others. The scorching sun beat down upon the earth. Sweat trickled down Wang Long's cheeks, soaking his jersey. He mechanically repeated each maneuver, dribbling, passing, shooting, striving for perfection with every attempt. He felt the ache in his muscles. Yet the desire within him burned even more fiercely. He yearned to prove himself, to keep pace with those prodigies, and to etch his own legend on this verdant pitch. He trained relentlessly, undeterred by fatigue, until the sun dipped low, painting the horizon in hues of orange and red. After a day of training, Wang Long trudged wearily along the path back to the dormitory when a familiar voice broke through the air. Wang Long, we're back. The familiar voice, infused with the joy of reunion, shattered the evening's tranquility. Wang Long turned towards the sound and saw Moda, Patran, and Ender waving at him, their faces radiant with smiles. The sunset's remnants cast a golden glow upon them, stirring a warmth within Wang Long's heart that dispelled the fatigue from training. You have finally returned. Wang Long swiftly approached, and the weariness in his heart dissipated significantly. Indeed, we have missed you dearly. Patralong excitedly embraced Wang Long, his laughter resonant and brimming with vitality. The four of them walked side by side toward the dormitory, and along the way, Wang Long recounted verbatim the words of Coach Jay Rajin from the previous day. Upon hearing this, both Patralong and Moda displayed a hint of concern. Is the competition in U18 truly that fierce? Patralong furrowed his brow and inquired. Although he possessed exceptional talent, he could not guarantee his ability to stand out in U18. Indeed, from the coach's words, it appears that the prodigious players in U18 are not ones we in U16 can compare with. Moda also expressed his unease. Despite being a talented defender, he felt slightly insecure in the face of higher-level competition. In contrast, Andre remained his usual boisterous self. He pounded his chest confidently and declared, "What is there to fear? I, Andre, am destined to become a world-class goalkeeper. U18 is hardly something I would regard with concern." Andre's optimism was infectious, and the previously somber atmosphere was rejuvenated. They encouraged one another and vowed to make a name for themselves in U18. Subsequently, the four returned to their rooms to rest, concluding the day. In the days that followed, Wang Long and Andre commenced an intensive training regimen. They understood that the competition in U18 was even more brutal than anticipated. To establish themselves here, they would need to exert more effort than ever before. On Wednesday, the U18 staff informed Wang Long and the others that they could move into the dormitory and subsequently train with the U18 players. Upon receiving this news, the four erupted in excitement, eager to experience the intensity of U18 training. They quickly packed their belongings and gathered at the iron gate between the U18 and U16 areas, awaiting the staff to escort them to their new dormitory. Wang Long managed to fit all his belongings into a single suitcase, while Petrolong and Moda, with slightly more items, each utilized 2 suitcases. However, Andre struggled with 2 large bags in hand, 2 suitcases in tow, and a backpack on his back, barely managing to transport all his possessions. Observing his cumbersome state, Wang Long, Moda, and Petrolong exchanged bemused glances, utterly perplexed by the sheer quantity of his belongings. "You Haven team moved your entire home here. Have you?" Petrolong couldn't help but jest. Andre chuckled, scratching his head, but offered no response. After a while, under the guidance of the U18 staff, the four arrived at their new dormitory. The accommodations were shared by 4 individuals, perfectly accommodating their group. As they made their way to the dormitory, Wang Long keenly observed the surrounding players, noting that their identifiers were uniformly green, indicating a significant enhancement in overall strength compared to the U16 players. An intangible pressure enveloped Wang Long's heart, deepening his awareness of the fierce competition within U18. Upon entering the dormitory, a faint scent of disinfectant mingled with the aroma of perspiration greeted them. The room was modest, featuring 4 neatly arranged beds, each adorned with a small lamp above. A narrow aisle separated the beds, making the space feel somewhat cramped. The walls were decorated with a few posters of the sporting CP emblem, and no other embellishments were present. Wang Long placed his suitcase beside the window-side bed and glanced around, a wave of unfamiliarity washing over him. He realized that, from this day forth, this would be his new battleground. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his apprehension and began to organize his belongings. Once they completed their arrangements, Wang Long and his companions proceeded to the dining hall. Throughout the journey, Andre enthusiastically detailed the specialties of the U18 dining hall, listing everything from Portuguese egg tarts to seafood paella, as well as various international cuisines, as if recounting a cherished collection. Wang Long couldn't help but think that Andre's enthusiasm for food even surpassed his passion for football. Chuckling to himself at the thought of this fellow being a true gourmand. I tell you, the U18 dining hall features different foreign cuisines each week. Last week it was Italian, this week it's Brazilian, and I heard next week will be Indian. Andre exclaimed animatedly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indian cuisine? Isn't that just a lot of curry? Petrolong scrunched his nose in disdain. What is wrong with curry? Curry is delicious, Andre retorted defiantly. At that moment, a shorter player with dark skin blocked their path. He scrutinized Wang Long and the others with a hostile tone, demanding to know, who among you is Wang Long? His thick eyebrows knitted together, and complex emotions flickered in his deep-set eyes, seemingly laced with animosity. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Chapter 39. Encountering disputes. Upon realizing that trouble had found him, Wang Long let out a sigh. Fully aware that evading it was futile, he stepped forward and declared, "I am Wang Long." The individual before him scrutinized him from head to toe, a scornful smile curling his lips. "Oh, an Asian? You appear to be nothing remarkable. What gives you the right to seize my spot?" Wang Long was momentarily taken aback. "What spot?" The opposing figure, seeing Wang Long as confusion, sneered, "Stop pretending. You've taken my place in the veteran charity match and now act oblivious?" He paused, his tone dripping with arrogance. "The reason Sporting Portugal has 4 spots is that Portugal's U18 team clinched the league title. Don't think it's due to your U16's efforts. Only the U18 can truly represent the club's youth training prowess, not your U16. These words ignited fury not only in Wang Long, but also in Petrolong and Andre. It was an outright dismissal of their hard-earned achievements. Andre retorted sharply, "If the U18 represents the club's youth training strength, then aren't the players we thoroughly defeated your U18 as well? If your players can't even outplay those 2 years younger, there's little merit in your U18 championship. Don't you dare compare us to that bunch of useless second-stringers." The man bellowed, his voice rising, his gaze fierce enough to suggest imminent violence. By now, a crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Upon recognizing the U16 players, Their expressions turned wary and hostile. After all, this U16 team had made a name for themselves by defeating the U18 players, and these newcomers seemed to be their standout performers. Although most present were stronger than the U16, they were still teammates of that U18 squad, and the recent expulsion of those players left a bitter taste. Whispers swirled around them like countless needles, pricking at Wang Long and his companions, aggravating their spirits. The U18 players were relentless, circling like hyenas around their prey. Sosa, don't waste your breath on them. They have no idea of your standing in the team. You are the one most likely to join the Sporting Portugal first team from our U18. A voice piped up, laced with overt flattery. Indeed, Sosa, don't stoop to their level. We'll approach Coach Jurgen together to reclaim that spot for you. They've contributed nothing. Why should they reap the rewards? Another voice echoed, brimming with resentment and indignation. These remarks struck Wang Long and his friends like daggers, piercing their vulnerabilities. After enduring rigorous training and fierce matches to showcase their abilities, they were now rendered insignificant by the U18 players. The feeling was utterly disheartening. Mota, observing the escalating agitation among the U18 players, gently nudged Andre with his elbow, signaling him to retreat with Wang Long and Patrolin. Andre understood immediately. Exchanging glances with Wang Long and Patrolin, the four of them synchronized their movements and swiftly exited the hostile environment. Behind them, the raucous laughter of the U18 players echoed, reminiscent of a victor's revelry, reverberating across the vast training ground. Wang Long clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost digging into his flesh. He recognized that he could not allow these provocations to break him. He must grow stronger. Upon returning to their dormitory, the atmosphere was stifling. Although they had anticipated potential hostility from the U18 players towards the newcomers, the extent of the animosity was unexpected. Not only were they coveting spots in the veteran match, but they also seemed resentful about previous victories, as if they desired to trample them underfoot. Andre, usually the cheerful optimist, now frowned deeply, sighing. It seems we'll have to be discreet when dining out. It's best to avoid drawing attention from these guys. Patrolin patted Andre on the shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right, Andre. We haven't done anything wrong. Silence enveloped the dormitory, punctuated only by a few subdued sighs. Wang Long sensed that his teammates were all holding their breath, the atmosphere akin to the calm before a storm. At that moment, Mota spoke up. There is no need for anxiety. They can't do anything to us. Although we've triumphed over their former teammates, they still look down on us. Our only course of action is to prove ourselves on the field. After all, we will be teammates in the future. If we earn their respect through our abilities, they will surely refrain from making things difficult for us. Mota's tone was calm, yet his eyes sparkled with determination as he surveyed his companions, seemingly imparting strength. Wang Long found Mota's words compelling and nodded in agreement. Yes, let us maintain a low profile and showcase our prowess during training. He clenched his fist, the joints cracking softly. We should keep a low profile for now and unleash our capabilities during training, ensuring they remain unaware of our potential. Patrolin still looked uneasy, furrowing his brow as he nervously tapped his fingers on the table. Wang Long, what about the spot you took? Wang Long frowned at this, recognizing it as a genuine concern. That spot was a special reward from Coach Jurgen, hard-earned and not easily relinquished. Andre, sensing the tension, waved his hand decisively. Patrolin, don't worry too much. We'll face whatever comes our way. If we retreat at the first sign of competition, then what are we even doing in professional football? We might as well retire. His words resonated with authority, lightening the mood in the dormitory. They all reflected on it and decided to take things as they came. Let us go, I'm hungry. Time for a meal, Andre announced, stretching and breaking the silence. Let us check out the U18 cafeteria. Didn't Andre say their food is much better than ours? Patrolin suggested. Let us go. Wang Long and Mota agreed, and the four of them headed towards the U18 cafeteria. As they reached the cafeteria entrance, the enticing aromas were far richer than those of the U16 meals. An array of dishes presented itself, including several exotic cuisines Wang Long had only ever seen on television. U18 players gathered in small groups, engaging in lively discussions, their diverse colors and languages blending into a vibrant tapestry. Although the glances cast towards Wang Long and his friends were still scrutinizing and hostile, the four had shed their earlier anxieties and quietly savored the delicious food. After satisfying their hunger, an assistant coach approached them, announcing a training session at 2 o'clock and stating that they would be formally introduced to the other U18 players. The four exchanged looks, sensing an odd tension in the air. Introduced? They feared the players would not welcome such an introduction. However, they said nothing, nodding in agreement before returning to their dormitory to rest. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the sun blazed down upon the earth. Wang Long and his companions arrived early at the outdoor training field. The U18 training ground was significantly larger than that of the U16, featuring a standard soccer pitch and 2 open grassy areas filled with various training equipment. As they arrived early, the field was deserted, allowing them to warm up and practice passing the ball among themselves. At that moment, 3 young players approached them. In the midst, there stood a tall figure with short golden hair, radiant and smile. To the left was a dark-skinned athlete, muscular and sharp-eyed. To the right, a somewhat slender individual with short black hair, appearing rather reticent. The golden-haired player spoke up, inquiring, "Are you the talented U16 players who have just ascended to U18? Andre, initially suspecting a confrontation, retorted with a brusque tone, "And if we are you seeking trouble in front of everyone on the field?" He deliberately raised his voice, exuding an air of unyielding confidence. To his surprise, the golden-haired player remained unfazed, offering a friendly smile. "You've misunderstood. We wholeheartedly welcome your arrival. At least, that is how we 3 perceive it." With that, the trio departed in a carefree manner, leaving Andre in a state of bewilderment. This was utterly different from his expectations. Wang Long, however, appeared contemplative. He noticed that each of the 3 bore a blue label above their heads, indicating their status as the occasionally mentioned prodigies in the first team's rotation and training. Yet, Wang Long chose not to elaborate to his companions, simply stating that not everyone in the training camp despised them. Andre and his companions nodded skeptically. Perhaps Wang Long was about to articulate his thoughts when a sharp whistle sliced through the air, heralding the arrival of Coach Jurgen, accompanied by several assistant coaches. At the center of the field, the players quickly assembled, and Wang Long and his group hastened to join, their sweat glistening under the sun. Coach Jurgen gestured for the 4 to step forward. "Everyone, these 4 are the new additions to U18. From left to right, we have Wang Long, Andre, Morta, and Pat Long. They led U16 to a league championship, and their prowess should not be underestimated. I hope you all can support each other and progress together." Having concluded his brief introduction, Coach Jurgen's gaze swept over the players on the sidelines, capturing the dissatisfaction and hostility etched on their faces. He understood their sentiments, yet a modicum of competition was not detrimental to the team. Rather, it could ignite their fighting spirit. After Wang Long and his companions returned to the group, Coach Jurgen was preparing to announce the afternoon's training agenda when Sosa, who had previously confronted Wang Long, suddenly stood up. "Coach Jurgen, I have some reservations regarding the allocation of spots for the veteran match." Sosa's voice, though soft, resonated clearly among the crowd. "Oh, please, elaborate." Coach Jurgen replied with a bemused expression. "I have no qualms about Gon Alves and his companions securing their spots. Their abilities are evident to all. However, I find it utterly unacceptable to grant the last spot to a newly promoted U16 player." Sosa's tone was firm, leaving no room for doubt regarding his displeasure. "Why shouldn't they be considered? They are also among the elite of U16, and their skills may rival those of the others." Coach Jurgen countered. "I have participated fully in every match this season, contributing to many goals, and my efforts have not gone unnoticed. Awarding a spot to a newcomer would be disheartening for us." Sosa surveyed the crowd, seeking allies. Indeed, his words sparked hushed conversations among the players, some even nodding in agreement with his perspective. Andre and his companions silently cursed the situation, casting worried glances at Wang Long. Meanwhile, Wang Long remained composed, internally chastising. What a nerve! He too led U16 to victory. In terms of merit, he is no less deserving than Sosa. Coach Jurgen observed the players' reactions, and once the atmosphere had thickened, he addressed them. "It seems there is discontent. How about this? We have practical training scheduled for the afternoon, and we shall determine the allocation of spots based on the outcomes of our scrimmage." Wang Long glanced at Coach Jurgen, realizing he had anticipated a competitive trial. Coach Jurgen continued, "I will divide you into 2 teams, centered around Sosa and Wang Long respectively. Let your abilities speak for themselves, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Sosa immediately agreed, a cold smile gracing his lips as he turned to glare at Wang Long. Wang Long, undeterred, returned the glare, their eyes locking in a fierce exchange of sparks. Chapter 40, High-Intensity Match. Skill Upgrade. Coach Jurgen cleared his throat and pointed to the whiteboard beside the training field, where the starting lineups for both teams had been meticulously prepared. Team A featured goalkeeper and defenders Mota, midfielder Wang Long, winger Pat Lang, and shadow striker Joe Bezerra. Team B comprised goalkeeper Firth, defenders Landers, midfielder Sosa, right winger Venacunda, and left winger Gonzalez. Upon finishing the list, Coach Jurgen clapped his hands and declared, "All right. Positions everyone, the match is about to begin." The other players on the sidelines observed the groupings, and discussions erupted like a pot boiling over. This grouping is exceedingly unbalanced, isn't it? Team A has 4 players just promoted from U16, aside from João Bezerra. Isn't this a clear invitation for Team B to win? Indeed. Sosa, Venacunda, and Gonzalez. Each of them possesses near-professional skill. What can Team A possibly counter with? I fear the outcome of this match has already been decided. Sosa is bound to prevail. Even the assistant coach shook his head in resignation, muttering, "This match seems rather unfair, doesn't it?" The coach is truly something. João Bezerra looked at his younger teammates with resignation, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, thinking to himself, "It appears this match is going to be a challenge." Nevertheless, he rallied his spirits, patting Wang Long on the shoulder, encouraging, "Little brother, give it your all. You might just surprise everyone." Wang Long smiled and nodded. Undeterred by the negative murmurs from the sidelines, his fighting spirit ignited. The scorching sun bathed the green pitch, and the air was filled with the fragrance of fresh grass, mingling with the faint scent of sweat. Wang Long felt his heart race, adrenaline coursing through his veins. Opening the skill system, his gaze swept across his teammates and opponents. Ender, with a white skill entry steady save, was somewhat lacking in ability yet reliable. Padlang and Moto were also bolstered by green entries, making them competitive against Team B's players. The other teammates matched Team B's average strength, possessing 1 or 2 green entries each. The crucial player was João Bezerra, armed with a blue skill entry phantom positioning. 2 green entries 1 step ahead in goal sense, along with 2 white entries. This relatively short shadow striker would be the key to Team A's victory. The opponents were formidable, and Wang Long felt a tinge of unease. Apart from Venacunda and Gonzalez, each possessing a blue skill entry, the other players also boasted 1 to 2 green entries, making them a force to be reckoned with. Particularly concerning was Sosa, Wang Long's direct competitor, who wielded 4 green entries: midfield strangler, efficient anticipation, best covering, and precise long pass. This left Wang Long feeling the weight of pressure. He had never encountered such a pure defensive midfielder, a perfect executor of high-press tactics. Wang Long pondered, given Sosa's exceptional skills and Coach Jurgen's own high-press tactic entry, it would seem fitting for him to align with Jurgen's tactical framework. Why then? Would Jurgen grant this opportunity to himself? Before he could delve deeper into thought, the assistant coach's whistle pierced the air, signaling the match's resumption. Team A initiated the kickoff, striving to orchestrate an attack, while Team B employed their relentless high press, intent on creating chaos in Team A's backline. The ball was exchanged among Team A's defenders as Team B's players pursued them like hounds on a scent. Andrew, unwilling to falter, launched the ball with a powerful kick before the pressing players could close in. The ball landed perfectly at Patlang's feet. Patlang executed a signature feint, evading a defender, and surged forward. Wang Long's heart leaped with joy as he prepared to make a run for support, only to see Sosa materialize behind Patlang like a specter, executing a clean slide tackle to clear the ball. What swift defensive recovery! On the sidelines, several assistant coaches expressed their admiration. They were well aware of Sosa's capabilities. At the match's outset, his skills could instill despair in any forward. Team A's throw-in saw the ball tossed to João Bezerra, but Team B's goalkeeper anticipated his teammates' run too well, charging out to intercept the ball. However, his kick lacked power, failing to clear the ball far enough. After a series of aerial duels, the ball fell to Wang Long. He quickly activated expert vision, only to discover the opponent's defensive formation was impenetrable. With Sosa already closing in, left with no choice, Wang Long opted for a back pass. Under Team B's high-pressure tactics, Team A found themselves in a rather passive position. On the sidelines, the players not on the field were abuzz with comments. Indeed, Sosa's defensive prowess in the midfield is too strong. Team A struggles to mount an effective offense. However, Team A's defense held firm, with Ender making several crucial saves to keep the scoreline intact. As time ticked away, Team B maintained their relentless pressure, the sensation of oppression washing over Team A like a tangible wave, each touch of the ball feeling like a battle against immense force. Moda, under intense pressure from multiple opponents, felt beads of sweat cascade down his forehead, his gaze fixated on the ball, desperately seeking a safe outlet. Gritting his teeth, he finally made a pass, but as his foot slipped, the ball veered off course as if enchanted. Oh no! Moda felt a chill in his heart. Team B's attacking players pounced on the opportunity like a pack of hungry wolves. Gonçalves darted forward like a flash of lightning, intercepting the ball, followed closely by Vanaconda and Sosa, creating a perfect numerical advantage. Gonçalves skillfully maneuvered past one of Team A's defenders before passing to Vanaconda. Upon receiving the ball, Vanaconda's eyes sparkled with determination as he charged towards the goal. Just before reaching the goal, he unleashed a powerful shot. Bang! The ball soared into the net with a resounding echo. What a goal! The players watching from the sidelines erupted in excitement, leaping from their seats in jubilant cheers. The assistant coaches exchanged satisfied glances, one nodding in approval, remarking, Team B's coordination is truly impressive. The score now stood at 0-1. On Team A's side, Ender pounded the grass in frustration, his hands trembling from exertion, his eyes filled with resentment. Joe Bezerra sighed in resignation, hands on hips, gazing at the celebrating Team B players, his heart heavy with helplessness. Mota hung his head low, engulfed by waves of self-reproach. The weight of guilt nearly consumed Mota. His body trembled slightly, his eyes clouded with dismay. Observing Mota's demeanor, Wang Long approached and firmly patted his shoulder, saying, "It's all right. Adapt quickly to the U18's competitive pace and elevate your skills to match theirs. You can do this." Mota lifted his head, meeting Wang Long's determined gaze. A warm surge of encouragement filled him, and he nodded slightly. Wang Long took a deep breath, his mind racing with new strategies. He began to drop back to receive the ball, his eyes fixed intently on its movement, skillfully weaving through the gaps between the opposing players. His teammates actively supported him, creating space for him to receive the ball. Finally, Wang Long successfully carried the ball past the halfway line. Yet, Sosa loomed once more, an unshakable shadow, closing in again. Without hesitation, Wang Long activated the white skill, dribbling elf. His feet seemed to possess a will of their own as they swiftly transitioned through movements, attempting to breach Sosa's defense. However, Sosa's defense stood resolute like an impregnable fortress. He was not deceived by the dazzling footwork, and instead, effortlessly intercepted the ball from Wang Long and Oppo's possession. Seizing the opportunity, Team B launched another counterattack. Following the interception, Sosa executed a long pass, and Vanaconda received the ball. Racing towards Team A's goal, Modu gritted his teeth, and just as Vanaconda prepared to change direction, Modu seized the moment, executing a clean and decisive slide tackle that successfully disrupted Vanaconda's advance. "Well done, Moda," exclaimed an assistant coach from the sidelines. Some neutral players joined in the applause, waving their arms in celebration of Moda's splendid defensive effort. Andre exhaled a sigh of relief, a look of contentment gracing his face as he gave Moda a thumbs up. Joao Bezerra approached, giving Moda a hearty pat on the back, proclaiming, "You did brilliantly." At last, a smile broke through Moda's expression, dispelling the frustration from his earlier mistake. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense, with the score still at 0-1. Team A struggled to advance past the halfway line. As if an invisible force confined them within their own half, Moda clenched his fists, determination glimmering in his eyes as he silently vowed to level the score for his team. Meanwhile, Wang Long furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on the opponent as he contemplated the next offensive strategy. Team B's onslaught persisted like an unrelenting tide, transforming Team A's half into their hunting ground. Vanaconda wreaked havoc along the right flank. Each touch of the ball was akin to a bolt of lightning slicing through the night sky, rendering Team A's defenders impotent before him. Even when closely marked, he effortlessly found gaps, employing exquisite footwork to evade defenders or relying on his astonishing speed to force his way through. Each breakthrough sent Team A's defense reeling, necessitating assistance from other players to mitigate the crisis. On the left flank, Gonçalves exhibited a contrasting style. He eschewed personal glory in favor of intricate teamwork, orchestrating rapid short passes that tore at Team A's defensive fabric. Like a conductor, he directed his teammates with pinpoint accuracy, each touch brimming with threat. The moment he found an opportunity to strike, Team A's goal would face a dire test. The assistant coaches on the sidelines engaged in hushed discussions. One murmured, "Team A's defense is far too passive. At this rate, they will inevitably crumble." Another coach shook his head. "There's nothing to be done. The disparity in skill is too great. We can only strive to minimize the damage." Just then, Jurgen, who had remained silent during the discussions, spoke up. "Isn't it a bit premature to draw conclusions?" The other assistant coaches looked bewildered, glancing at the unfolding situation, perplexed by the head coach's remark. The players who had not taken the field were also abuzz with chatter. "Team B is too strong. Team A simply cannot withstand their pressure." Vanaconda's speed is blistering. No one can keep up with him. Gonzalez's passing is impeccable, always finding space. Team A's players exerted every ounce of effort on the pitch, with Mota repeatedly launching himself into tackles, while other defenders threw themselves in front of shots. Andre, in particular, leaped to block attempts, using both hands and feet to safeguard the goal. Each successful defense brought them a flicker of hope. Yet they were acutely aware that they teetered on the edge of a precipice. One misstep could lead to their downfall. Andre continued to make valiant saves, sweat soaking through his jersey, his gloves fraying, yet he persevered, fortifying the last line of defense with his very body. Encouraged by one another, Team A gradually regained their composure, while Team B's pressure began to wane. They started to organize counterattacks. Though infrequent, each was laden with potential danger. Patrong leveraged his speed advantage, breaking down the flank before delivering a cross. João Bezerra made a timely header, but it narrowly missed the target. After intercepting the ball at midfield, Wang Long executed a precise long pass, and Patrong surged into the penalty area, only for his shot to be parried by the opposing goalkeeper. Witnessing Team A's counterattack, the assistant coaches displayed expressions of relief. Finally, Team A found their rhythm, commencing effective offensive maneuvers. Although they had yet to score, their counterattacks posed a genuine threat, leaving Team B on high alert. The players on the bench were equally invigorated by Team A's performance. Go Team A. That Patrong is incredibly fast, such a sharp breakthrough. That midfielder, Wang Long. His passing is so precise, creating significant trouble for Team B. Team B's players appeared somewhat rattled, their offensive momentum stalling and their defense revealing cracks. Sosa vocally reminded his teammates to stay focused and bolster their defense. Following a successful interception, the ball was passed to Wang Long, who swiftly advanced. With Sosa hot on his heels, Wang Long executed a sudden stop and turn, eluding the defender, then delivered the ball to João Bezerra, who struck without taking a touch, the ball grazing the post and going out of play. On the sidelines, Coach Jurgen had maintained a stoic demeanor, but at this moment, a hint of a smile graced his lips as he turned to his assistant coaches, stating, "See? I told you, it was too early to make judgments." With just a few minutes left in the first half, Sosa from Team B abandoned his collaborative defense to closely mark Wang Long. Cautious after previously losing possession to Sosa, hesitated to attempt another breakthrough. The tension on the field escalated, and just then, the whistle signaled the end of the first half. During the halftime break, Wang Long observed that the team's mood remained relatively calm. Despite conceding a goal, players like Andre were showing marked improvement. And even João Bezerra approached to commend Andre's remarkable saves. It seemed that the older U18 players on Team A were quite satisfied with Wang Long and his teammates' performance during the latter half of the first half, harboring considerable confidence for the second half. At that moment, Wang Long inadvertently glanced up at Andre and the others, suddenly noticing that the previously white skill indicators, Andre's swift reaction, Patrong's defensive ability, and Mota's right leg block had transformed into green. Wang Long was taken aback. Chapter 41. Back and forth. Wang Long realized that Andre and his companions had ultimately adapted to the intense competition. Their well-honed white skill tags had now been elevated to a level commensurate with the U18 matches. He glanced at his own white skill tags, none had changed, let alone transformed into green ones. He began to ponder the reasons. His several white skill tags had been refined for a considerable duration, and logically, he should have been able to break through with ease. Recalling the first half of the match, he noted how Andre had gradually mastered the rhythm amidst countless shots from the opponents, enhancing his reflexes, which ultimately led to the upgrade of his swift reaction skill tag. Patran, too, had surrendered his offensive pursuits to assist his teammates in defense under relentless pressure, resulting in the improvement of his cooperative defense skill tag. As for Morta, being primarily a right-footed player, he had successfully blocked several crucial shots with his right foot, leading to the upgrade of his right leg obstruction skill tag. In contrast, Wang Long had attempted just one breakthrough using the dribbling skill tag, and after failing, he completely abandoned its use. Thus, in this high-pressure environment, he felt like a phantom. Though he had not committed any errors, he had also been of no use. He clenched his fists, determined to make a change in the second half. He resolved to bravely attempt breakthroughs, accepting that even if he was dispossessed, he would actively return to defend, as long as he did not lose the ball in a precarious position. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze resolutely on the center of the field. Petrin approached him, gently patting his shoulder, and encouraged him to join in the effort to turn the score around in the second half. Wang Long nodded, a confident smile gracing his lips, of course. The referee blew the whistle to commence the second half. Before stepping onto the field, Wang Long leaned into Patran and whispered, "Patran, please pass the ball to me as much as possible in the second half. I want to attempt breakthroughs. When I have the ball, stand a little behind me to provide a protective option." Patran paused for a moment, then met Wang Long's determined gaze and nodded in agreement. João Bezerra was also energetically rallying the team, showing no signs of frustration despite trailing by 1 goal. For him, the outcome of this match held little significance. He merely aimed to perform well and showcase his abilities. In the second half, Team B, led by Sosa, initiated the kickoff. This time, they played with greater caution, refraining from hastily launching an attack. They patiently circulated the ball in their midfield and defense, probing Team A's defenses. At the moment Team A's formation momentarily loosened, Sosa executed a precise long pass, attempting to find forward Vanaconda directly over the midfield. The ball arced through the air, speeding towards Vanaconda. "Morta!" Andre shouted, alerting Morta to focus on defense. Morta had already been tracking Vanaconda closely. He anticipated the ball's landing point, launched himself ahead of time, and extended his right foot with all his might to intercept the ball. The ball struck his shoe, sending a tingling sensation through him. The stop was successful. Morta let out a long sigh of relief and returned the ball to a teammate in midfield. On the sidelines, the assistant coach closely monitored the situation on the field, holding a tactical board and continuously jotting down notes. The players on the bench watched the match nervously, occasionally voicing their encouragement. The ball changed possession repeatedly in midfield, with both teams engaging in a back-and-forth struggle, neither yielding ground. Team A attempted to penetrate Team B's defense through short passes, but Team B's high-pressure defense remained steadfast, thwarting several attempts. Meanwhile, Team B leveraged their speed and strength to relentlessly assault Team A's defense. Yet Team A's goalkeeper, Andre, displayed remarkable prowess, repeatedly averting danger. As the match reached the 60-minute mark, the tension remained palpable. Coach Jay Regen furrowed his brow, seemingly dissatisfied with both teams' performances, pacing back and forth while occasionally lowering his head in contemplation. At this rate, Team A will falter. Their midfield control is too weak to effectively organize an attack. The assistant coach remarked, "Indeed, the player I had the highest hopes for today is underperforming and failing to showcase his strengths," Coach Jay Regen sighed, his gaze settling on Wang Long. At that moment, Wang Long stood near the center circle, feeling like an outsider unable to integrate into the rhythm of the match. He continuously adjusted his breathing, striving to maintain his composure. Just then, the ball arrived at his feet. Glancing at the opponent's goal, he felt it was time to contribute something significant for his team. He murmured to himself. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he propelled the ball forward as if it were glued to his foot, skillfully maneuvering it with agile turns. Sosa rushed forward to press him, a smirk of disdain creeping onto his lips. "What? You still want a breakthrough? Ready to be dispossessed again?" Wang Long ignored Sosa's taunts, his focus unwavering as he activated his white skill tag, agile dribbling. The ball danced beneath his feet like a sprite, swaying side to side, eluding capture. Sosa attempted to intercept, but he missed, his balance faltering and nearly stumbling. However, being a seasoned U18 player, Sosa quickly regained his footing and approached Wang Long once more. This time, he timed his move perfectly, executing a precise tackle to dispossess Wang Long of the ball. Just as Sosa prepared to seize control, a figure darted past him from behind. Patran, having anticipated the play beside Wang Long, touched the ball first and executed a deft flick pass, creating a brilliant 2-on-1 combination. The ball sailed over Sosa's head, landing perfectly at Wang Long's feet as he surged into the penalty area. The attention of Team B's defense was fixated on João Bezerra, with only a single defender sent forward to pressure Wang Long. They had anticipated blocking João Bezerra's run, inadvertently leaving an opening for Wang Long. The defender, evidently underestimating Wang Long's capabilities, was caught off guard. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Long unleashed his green skill tag, long-range shot. He inhaled deeply, positioned his leg, and fired. The ball soared like an arrow towards the goal, tracing a perfect arc as it evaded the goalkeeper's fingertips and nestled into the corner of the net. It was a goal, a world-class strike. The score was equalized. Sosa's face turned ashen, disbelief etched across his features as he witnessed the scene. Meanwhile, Wang Long raised his arms triumphantly, celebrating with Patran and João Bezerra. On the sidelines, neutral players erupted in excitement, cheering for the stunning goal. The assistant coach could not help but applaud, his face alight with surprise. Coach Jay Regen maintained a serious demeanor, yet a glimmer of admiration flickered in his eyes. Just 10 minutes into the second half, the score stood at 1-1. With the score leveled, Team B resumed play with renewed vigor. No longer content with a draw, they actively sought to attack, unwilling to settle for a stalemate, especially given that Team A boasted for U16 players, who were 1 to 2 years younger than them. Team B and Oppo's offensive endeavors intensified, their left and right wingers exhibiting exceptional individual skills as they repeatedly challenged Team A's defense. Team A's defense began to compress, but the relentless waves of Team B's attacks proved difficult to withstand. In a mere 10 minutes, Team B created 3 golden opportunities for scoring. The first, a teammate's close-range shot, narrowly missed the goal. The other 2 were thwarted by Andre's heroic saves. On the sidelines, the assistant coach responsible for goalkeeper training stood up in excitement, witnessing Andre's remarkable saves, exclaiming, "This kid is a real talent. I am determined to cultivate him into the next professional team's goalkeeper." The players on the sidelines erupted in applause for Andre's performance, while his teammates on the field cast grateful glances in his direction. The score remained tied at 1-1. Team B launched relentless assaults, leaving Team A scrambling to defend. Following an unsuccessful offensive attempt by Team B, Mota valiantly cleared the ball with a powerful kick, sending it to Wang Long near the center circle. Team B's midfielder, Sosa, swiftly closed in, attempting to intercept. Time seemed to freeze. Wang Long could feel Sosa's hurried breaths and even catch a whiff of his sweat. In a critical moment, Wang Long deftly nudged the ball with the tip of his shoe, allowing it to glide between Sosa's legs before pivoting and sprinting past him like a gust of wind. What a spectacle! Cheers erupted from the substitutes bench. The assistant coach couldn't help but commend. This young man is remarkably quick. After evading Sosa, Wang Long charged down the sideline, forming a 2-on-2 situation with Joao Bezerra. Joao, understanding the unspoken communication, adjusted his pace to maintain a delicate distance from the last defender, ensuring he would not be caught offside. Wang Long, with a swift glance, initiated a precise through ball, curving around the defenders and landing perfectly at Joao Bezerra's feet. What a splendid pass! Andre shouted from the back, sensing the hope of a goal. Joao, without a moment's hesitation, struck the ball decisively. It rocketed toward the center of the net. However, the goalkeeper for Team B reacted with remarkable agility, sprawling to deflect the ball away. The defenders quickly converged to clear it. Alas, a collective sigh arose from the substitutes bench. Joao Bezerra felt frustrated, having squandered what should have been a certain goal, an effort uncharacteristic of his usual prowess. The players on the sidelines lamented, recognizing this as a golden opportunity lost. "Don't be disheartened. There will be more chances." Wang Long and Patran immediately advanced to offer encouragement. Undeterred, Wang Long rallied his teammates to press on with the attack. Team B forced the ball out of play. A corner kick. Team A was awarded a corner. Wang Long positioned himself at the corner flag, taking a deep breath, aware that they lacked a tall striker. He knew headers were not their forte. He exchanged a knowing glance with Patran, silently acknowledging their plan. If a header wouldn't do, then they would try something creative. Wang Long pondered. The players of Team B stood ready, tightening their defense. Yet, instead of delivering a traditional cross, Wang Long executed a short pass to Patran, initiating a tactical corner. Patran, understanding the play, nudged the ball forward, drawing in 2 defenders, then flicked it back to Wang Long with a deft heel pass. Observing the disarray in the opposing defense, Wang Long activated his expert observation skill. His vision sharpened, revealing Joao Bezerra ghosting into the penalty area, completely free from markers. Now was the moment, Wang Long thought to himself. He decisively struck the ball, sending a precise pass into the box. Joao Bezerra's speed and awareness were on full display as he beat the defenders to the ball, deftly tapping it into the net. A world-class run, a world-class instinct. Team A surged ahead with a score of 2-1. Wang Long, Patran, and Joao Bezerra embraced tightly, reveling in their triumph. Mota and the other teammates rushed over to join the celebration. The spectators erupted in excitement, unable to believe that Team A had taken the lead, while the assistant coach appeared visibly stunned. Meanwhile, the players of Team B wore expressions of disbelief. They had not anticipated being overtaken despite their earlier advantage. Damn it! Sosa slammed his fist into the ground, his eyes filled with frustration. As the second half reached the 60-minute mark, the match remained intensely contested. Team A, buoyed by the splendid performances of Wang Long and Joao Bezerra, held a narrow lead of 2-1. Nevertheless, Team B refused to concede. Knowing there were still 20 minutes left to equalize or even reclaim the lead, Sosa stood in midfield, hands on hips, gazing resolutely at his teammates. Listen up, everyone. We must not give up. There are still 20 minutes left, and we have the ability to equalize or even take the lead. Now, let us push forward, enhancing our offensive efforts. The left and right flanks need to switch positions quickly and coordinate our attack to establish our rhythm. His teammates nodded in agreement. Their eyes ignited with determination. Sosa began to abandon his conservative defensive stance, positioning himself further forward to orchestrate the team's offense with his passing. One moment, they shifted rhythm on the left. The next, they launched a powerful breakthrough on the right. Team A's defense grew increasingly strained. As the match progressed, Team B's assaults intensified, putting Team A's defense under significant pressure. At one point, Sosa delivered a precise cross from the left wing, the ball tracing a perfect arc as it soared toward the penalty area. Team A's defenders quickly converged, bracing for the incoming threat. In the ensuing chaos, the ball fell to a Team B center-back, who seized the moment and unleashed a shot that rocketed toward the goal like a cannonball. Andre reacted swiftly, leaping to make a valiant save, deflecting the ball out of play. However, the referee's whistle suddenly pierced the air, pointing to the penalty spot. What was happening? Wang Long and the others were taken aback. It turned out the referee believed that in the midst of the chaos, Mota's arm had inadvertently brushed the ball, slightly altering its trajectory, thus awarding a penalty kick. Mota rushed forward to argue, but his protests fell on deaf ears. Team B chose to send their most skilled player, Gonçalves, to take the penalty. Taking a deep breath, he steadied himself, fully aware of the crucial nature of this opportunity for Team B. Meanwhile, Andre stood resolutely in front of the goal, attempting to employ psychological tactics to unsettle Gonçalves, incessantly chattering to disrupt his rhythm. Hey, Gonçalves, you're quite the player. You've made it to the professional league, so don't mess it up against a mere 16-year-old like me. Andre's voice echoed across the field. Gonçalves, a prodigy selected for the Sporting Portugal roster, exhibited remarkable mental fortitude, ignoring Andre's taunts as he focused intently, beginning his run-up. As he neared the penalty spot, he suddenly altered his pace and struck the ball. The shot soared like lightning, aimed for the upper right corner. Andre, despite his best efforts to save, misjudged the direction and could only watch helplessly as the ball found the back of the net. Goal! The players of Team B erupted in jubilant celebration, Gonçalves waving his arms as he sprinted toward his teammates. In contrast, Team A's players stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief. The score was once again tied at 2-2. With just 10 minutes remaining, the atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense. Coaches rose from their seats, intently observing the unfolding drama, while substitutes stood up to witness the final exchanges of attack and defense. Despite their differing allegiances, it was undeniable that this was an extraordinary match, and the outcome would be determined in these final 10 minutes. Who would emerge victorious? The suspense endures, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the final moment. Chapter 42. Achieving recognition and complete integration in the final 10 minutes of the match, time seemed to stretch infinitely. The onslaught from Team B surged forth like a relentless tide, yet Team A, under the stalwart defense led by Mata, stood firm as an impregnable fortress. Gonçalves showcased his artistry on the left flank, each feint leaving Team A's fullback in a state of bewilderment. However, the fullback was well acquainted with Gonçalves' repertoire. His task was not to intercept, but to apply slight pressure at the moment of the opponent's pass, thereby denying them the luxury of a comfortable play. Nevertheless, Gonçalves managed to deliver several exquisite crosses with his precision. Yet, the synergy between Mata and another center-back was seamless. Their robust physiques and disciplined positioning ensured that even if the opposing players made contact, the awkward angles caused by their stances sent the ball soaring off course. An assistant coach, peering from the sidelines, remarked to his companion, "This is indeed a contest between the strongest spear and the most formidable shield." Team A's defense had fully adapted to Team B's attacking rhythm. Andre, with each successive save, displayed an ever-increasing level of skill. He began to take bold initiatives, orchestrating the defense and gradually pushing the defensive line further up the pitch, distancing it from the penalty area. This shift instilled a sense of pressure among Team B's players, prompting them to attempt more breakthroughs and intricate passing combinations. Yet Team A's defense appeared impenetrable. Vanaquinda's breakthroughs down the right side were nothing short of astonishing in their speed. Each acceleration left Team A and Oppo's defenders struggling to keep pace. However, Patron abandoned his attacking pursuit and swiftly retreated to defend. Although he lacked Vanaquinda and Oppo's pace, his objective was not to catch up but to force Vanaquinda towards the touchline. Should Vanaquinda attempt to cut inside, he would undoubtedly find himself pursued by Patron. Moreover, Vanaquinda's passing accuracy was subpar, indicating that under the dual scrutiny of Patran and the central defending player, he would be unable to fully exploit his dribbling prowess. The assistant coach, witnessing this unfold, nodded in satisfaction. Patran's cover was impeccably timed. Team A's overall defense has reached a new pinnacle. The players on the sidelines rose to their feet, applauding and cheering for their teammates on the pitch, creating a vibrant atmosphere. As the match entered its final minutes, both teams exchanged attacks with fervor, the transitions between offense and defense occurring with remarkable frequency. Team A's every defensive maneuver exuded resoluteness, while Team B's every offensive attempt was fueled by passion and determination. Coach Jay Rugen stood at the edge of the field, his gaze fixed intently on each player, striving to discern their unique strengths and weaknesses. In those closing moments, Andre received the ball within the penalty area. He lifted his gaze to assess his teammates ahead. And suddenly, inspiration sparked in his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he lofted the ball into the air and, with all his strength, sent a long pass soaring. The ball traced a graceful arc through the air, heading straight for midfield. Andre's long pass was akin to a bolt of lightning, slicing through the stadium's atmosphere. And it landed perfectly at the feet of Joe Bezerra, who lay in wait within Team B's half. Bezerra sprang forth like a wild stallion, his speed reminiscent of a cheetah, striking fear into the hearts of Team B's center-backs. Realizing they could no longer rely on conventional means to thwart him, Team B's defenders swiftly entertained the thought of committing a foul. Without hesitation, one defender reached out, grasping Bezerra's shirt and yanking him to the ground with such force that it contorted the fabric. The referee's whistle pierced the silence almost simultaneously, the sharp sound reverberating across the field. A yellow card was raised without mercy, signifying that Team B had paid a heavy price to thwart Team A's final offensive endeavor. With little time remaining, chances were scarce. The head referee placed the whistle to his lips and then blew sharply, the clear and resonant sound announcing the conclusion of this fiercely contested intra-squad match, ending in a draw. Immediate applause erupted from the sidelines, and the players on the substitutes bench rose, cheering for their teammates who had battled valiantly on the field. Though merely a training match, both sides had displayed unwavering enthusiasm and skill, showcasing a high level of play in both offense and defense. Particularly noteworthy were the performances of the newly promoted U18 players, Wang Long, Mata, Patran, and Andre, whose displays dazzled everyone. They not only exhibited technical prowess but also demonstrated a maturity and composure beyond their years, earning widespread recognition. Everyone understood that the recent yellow card could have been avoided. In a training match, such tactical fouls were entirely unnecessary. However, Team B's center-back had unflinchingly chosen to commit the foul, knowing that without it, the outcome might very well have seen Team A reverse their fortunes. At that moment, Team B, led by Souza, gradually approached Wang Long and his companions. Wang Long felt a sudden tightening in his chest, his muscles tensing instinctively as he glanced at Mata and Patran, who had also braced themselves for a potential confrontation. As Joe Bezerra prepared to step forward to shield Wang Long, he caught a glimmer of complexity in Sousa's eyes. Momentarily taken aback, he halted his advance and curiously observed the unfolding situation. Sure enough, Sousa approached Wang Long, his expression devoid of anger, instead bearing a hint of sincerity. In this match, we lost. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present, devoid of bitterness or defiance, instead imbued with a sense of acceptance. After a brief pause, he continued, that last yellow card was indeed unnecessary in a training match, but, I must admit, had it not been for that foul, we might have lost. Sousa's gaze was honest, absent of any pretense, as he placed a hand on Wang Long's shoulder. You are strong, truly. Wang Long was momentarily stunned. He had never anticipated Sousa would so candidly acknowledge their defeat. Gazing into Sousa's sincere eyes, his tension dissipated, replaced by admiration. He nodded earnestly in response. You are strong as well. We have much to learn from you. With that, he extended his hand. After a moment's hesitation, Sousa reciprocated, and their hands clasped firmly together. On the verdant pitch, this moment transformed into a symbol of competition and respect, representing their mutual acknowledgement of one another. Other Team B players soon gathered around, enthusiastically engaging with Mata, Patran, and Andre. Vanaquinda excitedly patted Patran on the shoulder, exclaiming, Your speed is incredible, and your defense is formidable. I could hardly shake you off. It nearly suffocated me. Patran, slightly flushed, sheepishly scratched his head, although he had shown no fear during the match. Being praised by a talent who had been listed for the main team of Sporting CP was an honor he cherished deeply. Gon Alves approached Andre and Mata, giving a thumbs up. Your defense is extraordinarily solid. Despite my numerous attempts to create opportunities, you thwarted them all. Truly, you are remarkable. Keep it up. Andre and Mata responded with smiles, the intense atmosphere of the match having long since dissipated. At that moment, Coach Jay-Jin sensed the opportune moment had arrived and approached, clapping his hands to capture everyone's attention. With a contented smile gracing his face, he remarked, in this match, all of you have performed exceptionally well. Especially these 4 young lads from U16. You have earned the respect of everyone through your remarkable abilities. Subsequently, Coach Jay-Jin solemnly announced the formal inclusion of Wang Long, Mota, Patran, and Andre into the U18 team. This time, the players shed their previous animosities and wholeheartedly applauded these 4 young talents. The sound of thunderous applause resonated throughout the training ground, echoing for an extended period. The prowess of the 4 had ultimately garnered the respect of all. The newly inducted U18 players found themselves surrounded by their teammates, engaging in animated conversations, with hearty laughter reverberating in the air. Sunlight cascaded over everyone's faces, illuminating their youthful smiles. Wang Long experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and joy. This was his first encounter with the team's cohesion, even in U16. The camaraderie had not been as relaxed, compounded by the constant irritation from the younger Leo and his crew. Now, he could distinctly feel the sincere acceptance from his teammates, dispelling the previous indifference and hostility. They exchanged playful banter, reminiscing about the thrilling moments of the match, their words imbued with mutual recognition and respect. A warm current surged within him, as he genuinely felt himself becoming an integral part of this collective. The assistant coaches observed these 4 young individuals with glimmering eyes, increasingly convinced of their boundless potential. At that moment, Coach Jay-Jin cleared his throat and announced, I have good news. The focus of all players converged upon him, as the clamor of the training ground gradually subsided, an atmosphere of anticipation enveloping the air. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the curious gazes of the young athletes. I have exciting news to share. Coach Jay-Jin's voice resonated with clarity and authority. Due to the U16 team from Sporting Portugal clinching the league championship, the Football Association has granted the U18 team a spot in the upcoming Veterans Charity match. As the coach's words settled, a deafening cheer erupted on the training ground. It should be time for Sousa now, someone mused. Indeed. Sousa is the most seasoned brother in U18, and he has always looked out for everyone. It would truly be a pity if he couldn't participate in the charity match, but fortunately, there is an additional spot. The young players engaged in animated discussions. Sousa, overwhelmed with excitement, clenched his fists, his heart racing. He realized he had another opportunity to partake in this significant event. The qualification he had almost lost due to the stellar performances of Wang Long and others was now regained, and the joy was beyond words. He took a deep breath, savoring this hard-won chance. Wang Long also exhaled in relief, his earlier discomfort dissipating. He admired Sousa's gentlemanly demeanor. Had he been the reason for Sousa losing this precious opportunity, he would have felt remorseful. In that moment, he truly sensed his complete integration into this collective, becoming an indispensable member. Mota, Patran, and Andre shared in the exhilaration, exchanging glances that required no words to convey the joy within. At the same time, Coach Jay-Jin raised his voice, regaining everyone's attention. All U18 players can attend the Veterans Charity match for free. This undoubtedly added to the excitement, prompting another wave of cheers. The Veterans Charity match was the pinnacle stage for all young players, an unparalleled honor to compete alongside legendary stars of yesteryears. Even those without participation qualifications would be able to experience the atmosphere of this grand event, cheering for their teammates and perhaps obtaining autographs from their idolized players. Coach Jay-Jin gazed at the vibrant young individuals before him, nodding in satisfaction. He recognized that this good news not only validated their efforts, but also served as motivation for their future endeavors. He believed these young athletes would emulate legendary players, striving to achieve even greater accomplishments on future fields. As the cheers gradually subsided, the players regrouped around the coach, anticipating the forthcoming instructions. Sunlight bathed them, delineating the contours of their youth. Chapter 43, Tailored Training Plans. As the cheers gradually subsided, the players regrouped around their coach, awaiting further instructions. Coach Jay-Jin nodded in satisfaction and announced in a resonant voice, "Next, we will conduct the second round of internal scrimmage training. Those who have just played a match, please go and change, take some time to relax." Wang Long, along with Andre and others, made their way to the locker room. While showering, as was his custom, Wang Long activated the skill entry system. The panel displayed a plethora of selectable entries, such as Sosa and Opos, defensive prowess and Gonzalez and Opos, rhythm-changing ability, which piqued Wang Long and Opos' interest. He yearned to enhance his own capabilities, yet upon realizing that these abilities belonged to his teammates, he swiftly dismissed the notion of appropriating them. Instead, he opted for a skill lottery, gently tapping the screen, and the results soon flashed before him: a white entry, sprite dribbling. Although he had drawn a white entry this time, Wang Long noticed an upgrade option beneath sprite dribbling. Perplexed, he pondered whether 3 identical entries were required for an upgrade. With a sense of curiosity, he clicked the upgrade button. The white entry, sprite dribbling, transformed in a dazzling display of light, ultimately solidifying at the green level. Wang Long felt a surge of delight. Evidently, his proficiency in dribbling had reached a commendable height, requiring merely an additional identical entry for an upgrade. His gaze fell upon his earliest white entry, precise through ball, and an intuition struck him. Perhaps this entry was nearing an upgrade as well. After finishing his shower and changing clothes, Wang Long emerged from the locker room. Andre, Patran, and Moto were already waiting for him at the door. Wang Long, let us head to the field to watch the other players match and familiarize ourselves with everyone, Andre suggested. With nothing else to occupy his time, Wang Long readily agreed. Upon arriving at the field, the match had already entered the second half. Standing at the sidelines, Wang Long noted the scoreboard displaying a score of 1-0, with Team D currently in the lead. He observed the players intently, beginning to contemplate each individual's characteristics and abilities based on the entries above their heads. Suddenly, he spotted Sosa cheering for his teammates from the sidelines. This guy certainly has boundless energy, Wang Long mused, wondering what kind of prowess Sosa would exhibit in this veteran charity match. At that moment, Sosa seemed to catch Wang Long's gaze, offering him a slight smile and a nod. Wang Long courteously returned the gesture before redirecting his focus to the match. Only a handful of players boasted 3 green entries, indicating that possessing 2 green entries was merely the average standard for the U18 level, while 3 marked one as exceptional. Sosa, with 4 green entries, was undoubtedly a prodigy within the team. As for those with blue entries, they were clearly qualified for training with the senior team. Wang Long glanced at his own entries and realized he, too, belonged to the prodigy tier, yet it was still premature for him to join the senior training sessions. The game was fiercely contested, but it was evident that their coordination surpassed that of Wang Long's team. The players relied more on their teammates' passing and interplay to breach the opposing defense, rather than on individual prowess. While the previous match between Team A and Team B was more exhilarating, with a back-and-forth spectacle that may have entertained the audience more, such an approach posed significant challenges in real competition. This was primarily due to Team A's 4 newcomers and Team B's 2 established talents who frequently trained with the main squad, resulting in a lack of cohesion. Currently, the match was characterized by midfield battles, where players built their strategies on ball control while seeking opportunities. This has become the prevailing style in contemporary football. Ultimately, the final whistle blew, sealing the score at 1-0 in favor of Team D. Upon inquiring, Wang Long learned that the sole goal was scored via a cross following a breakthrough down the flank, with Team D's striker heading it home. Lost in thoughts about the match's details, Wang Long was suddenly roused by Coach Jae-Jin's voice. Wang Long, be sure to rest early tonight. Tomorrow's training will be more intensive than that of the U16s. Wang Long turned to see the anticipation in the coach's eyes and nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Coach Jae-Jin cleared his throat and called all the players together once more. The golden hues of the setting sun bathed the green field, casting a warm glow on each face. Beside him, the assistant coach swiftly scrolled through a tablet, seemingly reviewing some data. I have observed everyone's performance today. There have been improvements as well as areas needing attention. Coach Jae-Jin's gaze swept across every young face, his tone serious yet encouraging. Overall, the creativity in our attacking play is commendable, but the cohesiveness of our defense requires enhancement. Particularly in midfield, we must not solely rely on individual skills. We must learn to utilize teamwork to control the rhythm of the game. He paused, signaling the assistant coach to project each player's performance evaluations onto the screen behind him. I hope you can gain a clearer understanding of your strengths and weaknesses through these assessments. Tomorrow, we will tailor or adjust personalized training plans based on today's data. It is imperative that you all dedicate yourselves fully in the upcoming sessions to enhance your skills. With that, Coach Jae-Jin waved his hand, dismissing the players. They dispersed in small groups, heading back to the locker room. Wang Long walked alongside Andre, Moda, and Patran, engaging in a lively discussion about the day's match. Wang Long. Do you think the coach and Oppo's remarks were accurate? I feel like I mishandled several balls today. Although I cleared them, there might have been better ways to handle the situations. Andre said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Indeed, you had some passing angles that were a bit low, making them susceptible to interception, Wang Long acknowledged, thoughtfully analyzing. However, overall, your saves were quite steady. I sense you are improving rapidly. Andre chuckled. Of course, the future Portuguese national goalkeeper is not to be underestimated. With laughter and banter, they soon returned to the dormitory. After a brief respite, they eagerly resumed sharing their insights from the day's match and the coach's feedback, their spirits exceptionally high. Following a lively discussion, their growling stomachs prompted them to head to the cafeteria for dinner. In the cafeteria, the enticing aroma of steaming dishes wafted through the air, dispelling their fatigue. As Wang Long dug into his bowl of rice, he suddenly recalled the earlier conversation about Long Ming. He set down his chopsticks and, glancing at Andre and Moda across the table, curiously inquired, by the way, you mentioned signing with that agent company. How has that progressed? Andre put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and responded excitedly, you won't believe it. Your friend Long Mingming's company is incredibly efficient. We finalized the contract last weekend, and they were truly professional. They spoke with us at length, recommending some clubs that suit my characteristics and position, saying they would help us connect once we establish ourselves in the U18s. Moda nodded in agreement, adding, yes, they seem to understand us very well, and the clubs they suggested are exactly my preferred type. I'm quite looking forward to it. Listening to their enthusiastic recounting of the signing process, Wang Long felt a sense of disbelief. If the company was so professional, why had they not contacted him? Was the contract he signed with Long Mingming merely a facade? Is it still a matter of one's own worth, unrecognized by the management company? Long Mingming's agency is indeed commendable. It seems I must inquire about the situation when I next see her. Wang Long spoke calmly. Yet an undercurrent of emotion stirred within him. After dinner, everyone returned to their dormitories, completed their evening routines, and retired early for the night. Tomorrow, a new training regimen was set to commence, and they needed to recharge their energies to meet the forthcoming challenges. What will the training plan entail tomorrow? Andre murmured softly before turning over and drifting into a deep slumber. As night fell, the training base fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the distant chirps of insects, breaking the tranquility. Within the dormitory, the young athletes had already succumbed to sleep, their weary bodies in need of ample rest to prepare for the more rigorous training that awaited them the next day. Only Wang Long, lost in thought, tossed and turned before finally succumbing to slumber. The next day, the morning sun filtered through the curtain seams, casting a bright glow upon the dormitory floor. Wang Long opened his bleary eyes, instinctively checking his phone, discovering it was only 7 o'clock. He recalled that training was not scheduled to begin until 10, but decided to rise quietly nonetheless. After freshening up, Wang Long made his way to the dining hall, having a simple breakfast before heading to the indoor training facility alone. He was acutely aware that his physical fitness was a significant weakness. On the court, he often sought to evade physical confrontations, particularly on the defensive end, where he felt particularly inadequate. This rendered him more akin to a classic attacking midfielder, concentrating on offense while neglecting defense. He understood that to become a top-tier player, he must excel in both offensive and defensive aspects, and that abundant stamina was fundamental to achieving this balance. Inside the training facility, it was deserted, with only the faint sounds of equipment scraping against the floor. Wang Long took a deep breath and commenced the physical training regimen prescribed by his U16 coach. He began with a session of aerobic exercise on the treadmill, quickly becoming drenched in sweat. Following this, he engaged in strength training, lifting weights, performing bench presses and squats, executing each movement with utmost precision. Gritting his teeth, he felt the burn in his muscles and the growth of his strength. Each droplet of sweat served to sharpen his awareness of his inadequacies and solidify his commitment to improvement. After an indeterminate amount of time, the door to the training facility swung open, and several assistant coaches entered. Upon witnessing Wang Long diligently training alone, they wore expressions of approval. Wang Long, you're here remarkably early. What a dedicated young man you are, one assistant coach remarked with a smile as he approached Wang Long. Morning training yields better results, and I indeed need to improve my fitness, Wang Long replied, wiping the sweat from his brow with a calm demeanor. It's commendable that you can recognize your shortcomings. Another assistant coach nodded in agreement. Today, we will devise a special training plan for you and a few others. Please take a moment to rest. Before long, the U18 players began arriving at the training ground, initiating their respective training sessions. Andre and the others arrived a bit late, chiding Wang Long for not calling them. Wang Long simply smiled, knowing full well the habits of these three brothers. Waking them at this hour would surely incur their morning grumpiness. At that moment, Wang Long, Andre, Mota, and Patran were called aside by the coaching staff. Coach Jurgen regarded the four young athletes with an approving gaze. Based on the feedback from the previous U16 coaches and our observations during this period, we have discerned that you four possess remarkably prominent potential among the U18 players. Yet you also exhibit considerable deficiencies. Thus, we have decided to formulate a specialized training plan for you. He paused briefly before continuing, Wang Long. Your technical abilities are beyond question. However, your physical fitness and ability to withstand confrontations require enhancement. Therefore, your training regimen will primarily focus on stamina and combat training. Andre, your reflexes for saves are commendable, yet your footwork lacks agility. We will intensify training in this area. Mota, your defensive awareness is strong, but your physical confrontations are somewhat lacking. We will increase your combat training. Patran, your wing breakthroughs are exceptionally sharp, but your passing accuracy needs improvement. We will augment training in this aspect. Your training plans will be tailored according to your individual characteristics. We hope you will give your all and continuously push your limits. Coach Jurgen stated with a serious tone. Wang Long listened intently to the coach's directives, filled with anticipation. He understood this would be a grueling challenge. Yet he believed that perseverance would lead to greater progress. At this juncture, Coach Jurgen instructed the assistant coaches to retrieve their training plans. The assistant coaches distributed the plans to each player. Wang Long accepted his training schedule and perused it carefully. His regimen predominantly centered on stamina and confrontation, clearly indicating that Coach Jurgen had recognized his deficiencies and physical attributes. It seems I must dedicate more time in the gym, Wang Long remarked wryly to Andre beside him. I too, Andre shrugged helplessly. My plan is to enhance my foot speed and saving techniques. At that moment, U18 player Sosa approached and patted Wang Long on the shoulder. Wang Long, as a fellow Huaxian native, you must know that young talent from Benfica, Francisco Wang, right? Francisco Wang? Wang Long was intrigued. He had previously read about this name in the news, reputed to be an exceptionally gifted attacking midfielder. I know a bit about him, though we've never met. I heard he is quite formidable, but only 14 years old. Indeed, he represented Benfica in the alumni charity match and was recently selected for the U15 Portuguese national team. His future is boundless, Sosa replied with a sigh, envy glimmering in his eyes. Wang Long felt a jolt. Sosa, who usually exuded arrogance, had never been swayed by the talents of the three players training with the first team. Yet, the mere mention of this 14-year-old, whom Wang Long had only heard whispers of, elicited such admiration from him. Both our U18 and U16 teams have clinched league championships. Yet only by stepping outside do you realize there exists a realm of genuine prodigies. Our talents seem almost laughable in comparison, Sosa remarked, his demeanor turning somber as he departed. Wang Long's mood suddenly grew heavy. Indeed, since joining the youth ranks of Sporting Lisbon, he had continuously compared himself with the other players. The team's championship victories had even led him to overlook the exceptional talents of others. Wang Long recalled the other teams he had faced. Although they had won, there were certainly prodigies far superior to them. He sighed inwardly. It appeared this charity match would feature a congregation of talents, igniting a fierce competitive spirit within him. He believed this would be a thrilling contest. Chapter 44. The first encounter with the spiritual dragon. In the ensuing days, the sun of Lisbon blazed down upon the Alvarado training base. Wang Long clenched his teeth, sweat saturating his training attire, clinging to his skin. The training regimen devised by Coach Jurgen was nothing short of brutal. On the very first day, he was subjected to endurance training. Following a 10-kilometer interval run, he was thrust into sprint drills and shuttle runs. Wang Long felt as though his lungs were aflame. His legs weighed down by lead, each step a monumental struggle. Yet, he pressed on, the words of Sousa echoing in his mind, those true geniuses. Those extraordinary talents who made him feel almost comical in comparison, spurring him ever forward. The second day brought an even harsher reality during the scrimmage training. In his encounters with players from the U18 team, Wang Long profoundly grasped the disparity in skill. Vanakunda's speed was akin to lightning, a mere change of direction rendering him off balance. Gon Alves exhibited exquisite footwork, his feints leaving Wang Long dizzy. Joe Bezerra's positioning was unpredictable, always appearing in the most perilous spots. Time and again, he was bested, his confidence shaken, yet he refused to yield. Rather, it ignited his fighting spirit. He replayed his mistakes from training repeatedly, seeking avenues for improvement. He began to emulate Patra O and Amp, Oppos. S dribbling techniques, study Mata and Amp. Oppos. S defensive posture, and even discreetly observe Souza and Amp. Oppos. S defensive maneuvers. The third day was dedicated to strength training. Wang Long lifted the barbell repeatedly, feeling the burn in his muscles. He recalled Figo's agile form on the pitch and Costa's formidable strikes, compelling him to intensify his training regimen, refusing to stop until he reached the brink of exhaustion. The discomfort he felt was trivial in comparison to the goals he was pursuing. Days of grueling training left Wang Long fatigued, yet he distinctly sensed his strength increasing, his speed quickening, and his reflexes sharpening. His resolve to persevere solidified, and even after training concluded, he voluntarily engaged in additional practice, honing his shooting, passing, and dribbling, striving for perfection in every movement. Before he knew it, the weekend approached, with only 3 days remaining until the Veterans Charity Match. Wang Long opened his phone, perusing news related to the event. This time, the match would take place at the Bright Stadium, featuring not only superstars like Figo and Costa, but also Paul Souza, a figure whose prowess far surpassed his renown. The vision of sharing the field with such legendary players filled him with anticipation. He yearned to perform alongside these icons, to receive their guidance, and to showcase his abilities on a grander stage. Wang Long, what are you looking at? Pater O's voice interrupted his thoughts. The lineup for the Veterans Charity Match had already been released online. Wang Long lifted his head, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Figo, Costa, Paul Souza. So many legendary players would participate. Pater O patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him to perform well, suggesting he might even secure a signature from Costa for him, as it was Costa who inspired him to pursue a career in professional football. Wang Long chuckled, assuring him he would certainly try to get it if the opportunity arose. A powerful premonition surged within him. This Veterans Charity Match would mark a pivotal turning point in his life. He closed his phone, grabbed his backpack, and prepared to leave. I'm heading to Long Mingming's company, he informed Patro. As Patro was also set to visit his parents, they exchanged farewells. Wang Long hailed a cab to Long Mingming's company. Previously, in accordance with the requirements of the U18 training coach, he had submitted his identity and passport information. He estimated that the club would soon issue his salary card, alleviating the need for his parents to send him pocket money each month. Arriving at the base of Long Mingming's company, he found himself familiar with the routine, having visited this place multiple times. Ascending to the floor of Long Mingming's company, he encountered the same security guard who had come to recognize Wang Long. Upon seeing him, the guard warmly approached. Hey, you're here to see our Ming again? Though the guard had previously looked down on Wang Long, he maintained his politeness in greeting him. Accompanied by the guard, Wang Long approached the electronic access point. Just as the guard prepared to swipe him in, a voice interrupted. Wait, who are you? A young Asian man, dressed casually in athletic wear and sneakers, approached. Wang Long noted the faint outline of a black dragon tattoo on his hand. Understanding dawned upon him. This individual was likely associated with the Hong Men, just like Long Zhua. The guard immediately stepped forward to explain, Feng Ge, this is Ming's good friend. Wang Long. Ming specifically instructed that whenever Wang Long comes, he should be allowed entry. You are Wang Long? Before Wang Long could respond, the young man continued. Ming is still young. Some people are not as simple as they appear. It's crucial to understand them deeply. What if he is just like those local aristocrats, drawn to Ming's family background? His tone was laced with palpable hostility. Wang Long sensed the animosity, but, grasping the familiarity in the young man's address of Long Ming and the guarded expression, he surmised the underlying tension. However, Wang Long was no pushover. He promptly countered, while I may not know your connection to Ming, you should be quite familiar with her. Ming is far more astute than either of us. She doesn't require our protection. The young man, momentarily taken aback, shot Wang Long a fierce glare before turning to leave. Once the young man had distanced himself, the guard leaned closer to Wang Long, whispering, he is Zhang Lingfeng, Feng Ge, a trusted associate of Ming's father, voluntarily tasked with ensuring Ming and Oppo's safety. Wang Long regarded the guard with curiosity, inquiring, ISN and Oppo's. It your responsibility to protect Ming and Oppo's safety? The guard straightened, asserting, of course. Though I may be middle-aged now, I trained in Taekwondo. I could easily take down a few local ruffians. He demonstrated a few moves, seemingly eager to prove his enduring prowess, but his demeanor shifted quickly. With a hint of awe, he added, but Feng Ge is different. I once sparred with him. And despite having 3 of my men alongside me, he dispatched us in under a minute. He must practice some form of Chinese martial arts. He's incredibly formidable. With him around, Ming will be much safer. The guard's expression bore both admiration and resignation. Wang Long found the guard's words resonant. The last time Long Zhuo had come to his and Long Mingming's aid against armed assailants, he had swiftly neutralized the threat. It appeared that Zhang Lingfeng was another elite akin to Long Zhuo, which would explain why Long Qinlin had entrusted him with Mingming's protection. Intrigued by the guard, Wang Long inquired about his name. The guard scratched his head and replied with an honest smile, "My name is Hank." Wang Long thanked Hank, and after Hank swiped him in, he entered the office area. The corridor was lined with thick carpeting, muffling his footsteps, while abstract artworks adorned the walls, lending an air of sophistication. Approaching Long Mingming's office door, he gently knocked. A clear voice from within beckoned, "Come in." Wang Long opened the door. Revealing a mountain of documents, Long Mingming was seated at her desk, diligently reviewing them. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on her focused profile, enhancing her gentle demeanor. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Long Mingming lifted her head, and, upon recognizing Wang Long, her face instantly blossomed with a radiant smile. She set aside her work, rose, and beckoned Wang Long to sit on the sofa, her tone filled with surprise. "Wang Long, what brings you here? Has training concluded?" After Wang Long settled down, he glanced at the documents on Long Mingming's desk and inquired with curiosity, "What are you looking at? There is so much here." "It's the analysis reports of several players. I need to finish them promptly. I feel like my head is about to explode," Long Mingming replied, rubbing her temples. Revealing a hint of fatigue, she picked up the coffee from the table, took a sip as if to awaken herself, and then, with a cheerful smile, turned to Wang Long and asked, "What brings you here today? How has training been lately?" "I came to discuss a few matters with you," Wang Long responded, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, infused with excitement. "Recently, Wang Long shared with Long Mingming that he had been promoted to the U18 team, explaining that the competition there was fiercer, yet his teammates were quite amiable. He continued with enthusiasm, "Moreover, I will be participating in the Portugal Legends charity match next Tuesday evening. Are you free to come and watch? Many legendary players like Figo, Costa, and Paul Souza will be there." Long Mingming's heart soared at this news, her joy for Wang Long evident and sincere. She quickly checked her phone's calendar. Furrowing her brow as she said, "Let me see. Next Tuesday evening, I have a dinner appointment with a renowned agent that night, so I might not be able to make it." However, noticing the disappointment on Wang Long's face, she quickly added, "I will have Linglong Gu come to cheer you on." Wang Long was taken aback. "Who is Linglong Gu?" Realizing her oversight, Long Mingming apologized. "Oh dear. I've been so busy that I forgot you don't know him. He is one of the most trustworthy individuals by my father's side." With that, she picked up her phone and made a call. Shortly after, a young man with a Han Chinese appearance entered the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Long was stunned. Wasn't he this the person he had inadvertently offended at the front desk moments ago? Wasn't he called Zhang Lingfeng? Why was it now Linglong? Once inside, Linglong directly inquired about the matter at hand. Ignoring Wang Long, Long Mingming introduced Wang Long to Linglong, saying, "This is Wang Long, the talented player I personally signed. I mentioned him to you before. He has now ascended to the U18 team and will soon participate in the charity match." Linglong did not pretend otherwise. He looked at Wang Long and scoffed, saying, "I've already met him at the door. He is quite the sharp-tongued lad." Wang Long was taken aback by Linglong's bluntness in front of Long Mingming, his expression darkening. However, Long Mingming seemed unfazed, clearly accustomed to Linglong's demeanor. She attempted to smooth things over, stating, "Wang Long is one of us. He has met my father, Long Qinlin. Moreover, Old Master Vega holds him in high regard. He is indeed one of the company's most valuable assets." Though Linglong possessed formidable skills, he recognized the weight of Long Mingming's words. Thus, he retorted harshly to Wang Long, "In the future, mind your words. And about that pathetic match of yours, I have no interest." With that, he exited the room. Long Mingming, feeling helpless, turned to Wang Long and said, "I will ask Long Zhuo if he is available to attend the Legends match on Tuesday." Although Wang Long yearned for Long Mingming to be present in person, he resignedly accepted her arrangements. Suddenly, he recalled the purpose of his visit and asked, "Mingming, after signing with me, do you have any plans or insights regarding my future in football? From what you said to Linglong, it seems you hold me in high esteem. Yet why haven't you mentioned any future plans?" Upon hearing this, Long Mingming fell silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and began, "Wang Long, there are certain things that I must now disclose to you." Chapter 45, The Objective, Becoming a Demon Star. Wang Long observed the sudden seriousness that enveloped Long Mingming's face. a flicker of doubt stirring within him, akin to a small stone cast into a placid lake, creating ripples that disturbed the stillness. He was unaware of what secrets Long Mingming was concealing from him. Have you been playing football for nearly 10 years? Long Mingming and Appo's voice, tinged with contemplation, shattered the tranquility of the room. Wang Long paused momentarily, mentally calculating. At 17, having arrived in Portugal at the age of 10 after receiving professional training in his homeland, it indeed approached a decade. Thus, he replied earnestly, approximately, nearly 10 years. A hint of confusion clouded his eyes, as he could not fathom why Long Mingming suddenly posed such a question. Without immediate explanation, Long Mingming continued. Clubs from both the Portuguese Premier League and the Segunda Liga have reached out, expressing interest in you playing professionally. Although your current market value is zero, these clubs are willing to cover your salary, which far exceeds your earnings in the U18 league. Upon hearing this, Wang Long's heart skipped a beat, an uncontrollable thrill surging within him. He had long yearned to step onto the professional stage, and now the opportunity lay before him. Eagerly, he inquired, which teams? Which clubs are they? Yet, Long Mingming's expression remained composed as she replied coolly, I have already declined their offers. What? The excitement on Wang Long's face instantly froze, replaced by incredulity and confusion. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, chilling him to the bone. Declined? To play in a professional league was an opportunity he had dreamt of. Even if it were in the second tier, securing a foothold would allow for gradual improvement, eventually leading to a chance in the top league. The door to the professional realm had swung open, only for Long Mingming, his agent, to close it again, which was utterly illogical. He pressed urgently, Why? Why did you refuse? This is a professional competition. Long Mingming gazed at him, her eyes a complex tapestry of emotions. Rather than providing a direct answer, she countered, Are you the strongest player in your U18 team? Wang Long was taken aback, unsure why she posed such a question. Yet he answered truthfully, Of course not. There are players like Vanaquinda, Joao Bezerra, and Gon Alves who are superior to me. They can train with the first team. And even Sosa is not inferior. Long Mingming continued, Do you believe they lack opportunities in professional teams? Why do they choose to remain in the U18 squad? Wang Long fell into contemplation, a question he had never pondered before. Indeed, many of his talented teammates surpassed him. If professional teams were truly in need of players, those prodigies would undoubtedly be more appealing than he. So why did they stay in the U18? Seeing Wang Long deep in thought, Long Mingming led him to her desk. Pointing to a document, Take a look for yourself. Wang Long picked up the file, discovering it contained his profile. Every match, every statistic since he joined Manchester United's U10 was recorded within. Long Mingming recited his journey. At 10, you exhibited extraordinary talent, catching the attention of numerous clubs' youth academies. And you chose Manchester United's U10. Over the subsequent years, while your skills steadily improved, your rate of progress lagged behind your peers, and the once gifted talent began to fade into mediocrity. However, at 16, according to your usual data and match performance, you were likely to be eliminated. Your assessment data remained average, yet in competitive evaluations, you seemed to have an epiphany, consistently identifying opponents' weaknesses and maximizing your own strengths, even outmaneuvering U16 prodigies by exploiting their vulnerabilities. Long Mingming paused, her gaze piercing into Wang Long's eyes as she articulated, Do you comprehend what this signifies? Her eyes bore into Wang Long's, akin to two sharp searchlights, seemingly aiming to unveil the depths of his soul. Feeling somewhat uneasy under her scrutiny, he refrained from divulging the truth about the system that had struck him like a bolt from the blue, which felt utterly absurd. He feigned calmness, shrugging with a nonchalant smile, Perhaps I just had a sudden insight. Sometimes, when the moment strikes, it cannot be hindered. Long Mingming did not respond immediately. A flicker of doubt crossed her beautiful eyes, as if she harbored reservations about his answer. Slowly nodding, she remarked, Very well, let us assume you experienced a sudden enlightenment. She then shifted her tone, infused with excitement. In fact, numerous professionals have scrutinized extensive player data, analyzing situations like yours. While instances of sudden enlightenment are not unheard of, they are rarely as abrupt as yours. However, players who experience such breakthroughs often demonstrate remarkable growth. As she spoke, a glint of determination sparkled in her eyes, her delicate fingers tapping lightly on the desk, producing a crisp sound. She continued, This is also one of the reasons I did not disclose your situation and declined the offers from lower-tier clubs. Multiple agents in our company, including Mr. Vega, believe you possess great potential for growth. You are akin to an uncut gem, brimming with possibilities. Since joining Sporting Lisbon, your visible progress in each match has been remarkable. Within just 6 months, you have advanced to the U18 level, becoming one of its standout players. Remember, just half a year ago, you were nearly eliminated from Manchester United and Oppo's SU16. She paused, seemingly gauging Wang Long and Oppo's reaction. At that moment, he stood as still as a statue, her words striking his heart like a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily speechless. He finally grasped why he lacked a comprehensive career plan like Andre and others, and why Long Mengmeng had declined those professional clubs' invitations. They were not abandoning him. They were waiting, orchestrating a grander future for him. Long Mengmeng rose and approached the window, gazing out at the vibrant cityscape of Lisbon at night, her arms crossed, allowing Wang Long the space to reflect. Silence enveloped them, yet internally, Wang Long was engulfed in a tempest of emotions, his mind racing through the myriad experiences of the past 6 months, contemplating the rapid pace of his improvement, which seemed to defy logic. Suddenly, he realized that his progress had accelerated remarkably since acquiring the mysterious system. Each training session and match felt as though he absorbed the essence of football, knowledge, and skills, like a sponge. This rate of advancement far surpassed any previous understanding of this world. A wave of concern washed over him. Had he become too conspicuous? Would this abnormal rate of progress draw unwanted attention? Yet, he quickly countered himself. To follow in the footsteps of great predecessors and reach the pinnacle of the football world was inherently not a humble ambition. Every great star had displayed astounding talent and prowess from a young age. Since the goal was set, why should he hesitate, faltering in fear? As he contemplated this, the unease within him dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Long Mengmeng gazed at the dazed Wang Long, her eyes, brimming with wisdom, reflecting a hint of concern. She gently approached him, her voice soft as she inquired, "What troubles you, Wang Long? Are you all right?" Returning from his reverie, Wang Long lifted his head, his eyes shining with determination as he replied, "I'm fine, Sister Mengmeng. I realize now that I was short-sighted, merely content with the prospect of playing in the professional league. Moving forward, I will strive diligently to secure a position in the first-team rotation of Sporting Lisbon." "No," Long Mengmeng interrupted firmly. "What we desire is for you to establish yourself as a starter in the first team by the age of 18 and to carry the banner of the team." Wang Long was taken aback by her words, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had not anticipated such lofty expectations from Long Mengmeng and the others. To be a mainstay in the starting lineup of a top-tier league and to bear the weight of the team's aspirations was a rare achievement in the footballing world. Currently, only a handful of young talents like Yamal and Wirtz had accomplished this, while the majority played in lower-tier leagues or in nations with less robust football cultures. Such a goal seemed almost unattainable. Instantly, an unprecedented pressure enveloped him, akin to a colossal weight pressing down on his shoulders, rendering him somewhat breathless. Long Mengmeng noticed the shift in his expression and gently smiled, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Do not burden yourself excessively, Wang Long. Our expectations are merely projections based on your remarkable growth over the past 6 months. This is simply a target. An athlete's development is unpredictable, and no one can sustain such rapid growth indefinitely. However, if you strive towards this goal, even if the outcome falls short of expectations, it shall not be disheartening. By the time you make your choices, you may find yourself not in the lower leagues of Portugal, but potentially with other teams in the Premier League or even in one of the top 5 leagues." After pausing momentarily to allow Wang Long to absorb her words, the atmosphere in the room grew quiet, punctuated only by the distant sounds of traffic and her steady breathing. Wang Long nodded slowly, finally grasping the vision and plans that Long Mengmeng and the others had for him. He nodded vigorously, her words stirring a tempest of resolve within him. He understood the immense expectations placed upon his shoulders and recognized that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Without saying more, he stood to bid farewell to Long Mengmeng and exited the office. The cool night breeze of Lisbon caressed his face, awakening his senses. He gazed up at the starry sky, which seemed to illuminate his path. Silently, he vowed to himself, "I shall become a prodigy in the realm of football." Illuminating the entire world of the sport, he hastened towards the Sporting Lisbon U18 training camp, with a singular thought in mind: to train harder. His current abilities were still far from his goals. Every moment was precious, and he could afford no slackening. Long Mengmeng observed Wang Long's retreating figure from the window and sighed softly. She was acutely aware that the goals she had set for him were exceptionally high, perhaps even harsh. Yet, She had her reasons. Her father, Long Lin, was the second in command of Lisbon's Home Inn, but his position had recently become precarious. She hoped her management agency would rise swiftly, becoming a solid support for her father. Wang Long was her most vital asset. Approaching the window, she gazed at the twinkling neon lights outside, silently praying, "Wang Long, you must succeed. For yourself, for me." And for my father. She knew she had placed all her hopes upon Wang Long, a gamble that weighed heavily on her. Yet, she had faith that he would not disappoint her. Chapter 46. A gathering of geniuses. The Portuguese fans eagerly awaited the long-anticipated charity match featuring legends. The online buzz had reached a fever pitch, with major forums and social media platforms inundated with news of the event. Enthusiastic supporters fervently discussed the legendary stars set to grace the pitch, analyzed the potential course of the match, and even made light-hearted predictions about which veteran might achieve a hat trick. The official promotion of the charity match further heightened the excitement, with exquisite posters and thrilling promotional videos captivating the hearts of fans, heralding what promised to be a grand football feast. After lunch, the bus carrying the U18 players of Sporting CP slowly rolled into the parking lot of the Stadio de Luz. Wang Long gazed through the window, experiencing the enchantment of this legendary stadium up close for the first time. Sunlight bathed the field, and through the architectural crevices, he caught a glimpse of the emerald grass reflecting a dazzling brilliance, resembling a vast green ocean. The enormous stands rose like a slumbering giant, waiting to awaken at the moment the match commenced. The air was infused with a faint aroma of fresh grass, intermingled with the unique essence of the stadium, stirring a wave of excitement within Wang Long. Once the bus came to a halt, Wang Long and his teammates disembarked and entered the hallowed grounds of the stadium. Inside, staff members were making final preparations, while a massive electronic screen played the promotional video on loop, with stirring music echoing throughout the arena. As Wang Long surveyed his surroundings, he was engulfed by a palpable sense of anticipation. Memories of countless matches he had watched on television flooded back to him. And now he found himself standing on this sacred turf, a feeling of immense honor and pride washing over him. "Hey lads, follow me." A booming voice interrupted Wang Long's reverie. He turned to see a team leader clad in Sporting CP attire beckoning them over. "Come on, Wang Long. Let's head to the stands." Patrolin patted him on the shoulder. The staff guided Wang Long and his companions to the exclusive area designated for Sporting CP supporters. The view from this prime location was breathtaking, offering a panoramic perspective of the entire stadium. And the proximity to the pitch made it feel as though one could feel the wind created by the players' swift movements. Wang Long glanced around, noticing the sections for Porto and Benfica nearby, with the two prominent team crests standing out distinctly. The Porto section was still empty, likely due to their long journey, while Benfica, as half the host, was filled to capacity, with an estimated number of spectators roughly double that of Sporting CP. Other team sections varied in attendance, some sparsely populated, while others, like Porto's, remained vacant, yet none had a greater number of supporters than Sporting CP. As the Stadio de Luz was the home ground for Benfica's senior team, Wang Long mused to himself, "It seems even this free viewing opportunity has its limitations." Before Wang Long could settle into his seat, a staff member dressed in charity match attire approached the Sporting CP seating area and called out, "Sosa, João Bezerra, Vanacunda, Gon Alves, Wang Long, those named, come with me." The individuals called were the selected players for the exhibition match. Wang Long, along with Sosa and the others, made their way out of the stands, following the staff member to a lounge. Once inside, they were instructed to register and collect their exclusive charity match jerseys. Wang Long swiftly completed the registration and changed into his uniform before returning to the lounge. Inside, several players were already present in small groups, and one youthful boy with a cherubic face caught Wang Long's attention. The boy, of Asian descent, had 4 green labels floating above his head: Precise Cross, Breakthrough Expert, Connection Specialist, Visionary. Recognizing these labels, Wang Long immediately discerned that this was an attacking midfielder with attributes and position strikingly similar to his own. Furthermore, given the boy's Asian features, Wang Long was almost certain he was Francisco Wang, the prodigious player of Chinese descent who had already caught the eye of the Portuguese national team and had been elevated to the U15 squad. Wang Long couldn't help but marvel. True genius indeed. At just 14 years old, he already possessed 4 green labels. As Wang Long's gaze fell upon Francisco Wang, the latter also looked up, their eyes meeting in the air. In those profound eyes, there lingered a hint of scrutiny, curiosity, and an indefinable quality. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Francisco's gaze, Wang Long rubbed his nose, thinking that as a senior, it was only polite to initiate a greeting. He stepped forward, wearing a friendly smile and a casual tone. "Hello, I'm Wang Long from China." Wang Long anticipated a look of surprise or curiosity from Francisco, given their shared heritage and the familiarity of encountering a compatriot in a foreign land. However, Francisco Wang's response was unexpectedly aloof. His expression remained indifferent, merely raising an eyebrow, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. "You are Wang Long from Sporting CP U16? I've heard of you." An attacking midfielder who led Sporting CP U16 to victory. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this young boy recognized him. It seemed he was indeed keeping a keen eye on his fellow compatriot, leaving Wang Long feeling slightly embarrassed for being so engrossed in his own training that he had overlooked equally remarkable peers. Just as he was about to respond, Francisco Wang's next words doused his enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. "Though I am of Chinese descent, I hold Portuguese nationality." There was a tinge of pride in his tone. "I will soon surpass you." Wang Long's smile froze on his face. He finally understood that Francisco Wang harbored little sense of identity regarding their shared heritage, even exhibiting a hint of resistance. Just as Wang Long was about to engage further to understand Francisco's perspective, the latter turned on his heel and departed, leaving behind a cold silhouette. Wang Long watched him retreat, his brow furrowing slightly. He found it perplexing why Francisco Wang would hold such an attitude towards him. He had intended to inquire more, but not wanting to impose, he abandoned the thought. In that brief exchange, the lounge began to fill with more players. Wang Long pulled his thoughts back and began to observe the talented individuals from the Portuguese club around him. They varied in age, with some akin to Francisco Wang, while many were older, around 17 or 18. Without exception, each of them possessed a minimum of 4 green labels, with most boasting a blue label as well. Wang Long even spotted one player with 3 blue labels. He finally grasped the meaning behind Sosa's earlier remark. One must step out and explore to truly comprehend what it means to be a genius. These gifted individuals tended to be quite reserved, only engaging in conversation with their teammates. They exuded an aura of formidable presence, a confidence and composure that could only be cultivated through countless hours of training and competition. At that moment, Sosa, Joe Bezerra, Vanacunda, and Gonalves approached, having changed into their striking red and blue striped uniforms, which appeared particularly vibrant under the lounge's lighting. Wang Long beckoned them to sit down and rest. Sosa plopped down directly beside Wang Long, while the other 3 gathered around them, curiously observing the other individuals in the lounge. Sosa's gaze flitted among the players from various teams until Gonzalez broke the brief silence, inquisitively asking, "Sosa, you have interacted with players from other teams longer than us. Who are these individuals?" Although Gonzalez and the others had been training regularly with the main team, they were merely 18 years old, while Sosa was already 19. Having spent the most time in the U18 category and possessing greater familiarity with players from other clubs, Sosa chuckled and, without further ado, pointed at a tall, long-haired man, saying, "His name is Moreira, the goalkeeper for Benfica U18. However, since he was ascended to U18 last year, he has scarcely played there, mostly training with the first team, and even made a starting appearance in a friendly match against a weaker opponent." Wang Long followed Sosa's finger and beheld Moreira, whose imposing stature and flowing hair exuded an aura of composure and confidence. Above his head hovered 2 blue traits and 3 green ones, exceptional wingspan and counterattack initiator, alongside godly saves, superhuman reflexes, and guardian of the goal line, all traits associated with goalkeeping. The others were equally astonished. They understood the significance of starting in a professional match, even if it was deemed unimportant, as it highlighted Benfica's regard for Moreira. These U18 prodigies, who often took pride in their own abilities, now realized the existence of such extraordinary talents outside their circle. Sosa then pointed to a curly-haired man, his tone tinged with reverence. "This is Salvador, the talented defender from Braga. He seems to have been sidelined by injuries for the past 6 months, but prior to that, he was the top defender in the league. If my defensive style is fierce, his is downright monstrous." Wang Long looked in the direction Sosa indicated. Salvador was tall and muscular, his wild curls adding to his feral appearance. He sat there expressionless, resembling a statue, yet his gaze was sharp and piercing, akin to that of a hawk, making one hesitant to meet his eyes. Above him hovered 2 blue traits, defensive mauler and anaerobic endurance king. Wang Long felt a pang of trepidation at the names of those traits, pondering the level of prowess required to possess such capabilities. Salvador is indeed formidable. With muscles like that, is he aiming to bulldoze opposing forwards? Gonçalves couldn't help but exclaim. João Bezerra furrowed his brow, realizing why Braga was renowned for its defense. With such a freakish talent, who could breach their goal? Vanaconda nodded in agreement, adding, "It seems we must tread carefully today and avoid a head-on confrontation with him." Seeing that the others were awestruck by Salvador, Sosa smiled with satisfaction, knowing this was merely an appetizer, with even more impressive talents to come. He cleared his throat and began to introduce the remaining players with fervor. He recounted the names and attributes of these athletes with the familiarity of one recounting cherished memories. Wang Long observed that each of these prodigious players possessed at least one blue trait, marking them as notable talents. Some traits boasted extraordinary speed, akin to a cheetah's swiftness. Others exhibited technical finesse, dazzling like a magician, while others reflected a robust physicality, as resilient as steel. Listening to Sosa's descriptions, Wang Long felt a surge of emotions. He had once believed himself to be diligent and gifted, equipped with a trait system. However, he now perceived himself as a mere frog in a well, realizing the vast expanse of the world beyond his previous understanding. Yet, rather than feeling disheartened, this revelation ignited within him a fierce ambition. He yearned to compete alongside these geniuses and gauge the extent of his own abilities. Wang Long scanned the crowd, and ultimately, his gaze settled on a golden-haired youth. This young man, tall and handsome, radiated an air of elegance. He sat alone in a corner, seemingly out of place amidst the surroundings. Strangely, despite Sosa's thorough introductions, this individual had been overlooked. Wang Long clearly saw that above the golden-haired youth hovered 3 blue traits, though the distance prevented him from discerning their specifics. A player with 3 blue traits was the most distinguished in the room, and surely should not be disregarded. Wang Long felt perplexed and couldn't resist stealing a few more glances at the golden-haired youth, eager to uncover his identity. Perhaps sensing Wang Long's scrutiny, the golden-haired youth suddenly looked up, their eyes meeting. A subtle smile graced his lips, emanating warmth akin to the sun on a winter and Opos day. Wang Long was taken aback, never expecting the young man to perceive his gaze. This only deepened Wang Long's curiosity. Who could this remarkable individual be? Chapter 47. The foremost of Portugal's youth generation. Sunlight streamed through the lounge windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor as time ticked away. After half an hour had passed, the players participating in the veterans match arrived as expected, entering the lounge one by one. Wang Long's gaze swept across the youthful faces, stirring a wave of emotions within him. These teenagers, without exception, radiated a dazzling brilliance. Some were promising young stars with 3 or 4 green attributes at such a tender age, while others were gifted players adorned with blue attributes. Wang Long had initially thought that João Bezerra, Vanaconda, and Gonçalves were the cream of their age group, a class apart. However, it now appeared that a plethora of hidden talents thrived within this age bracket in Portugal, leaving Wang Long in a state of awe. He felt particularly mediocre, akin to 2 dim stars lost amidst a constellation of brilliance, along with Sosa. In the lounge, the majority of the players were 17 or 18 years old, with only a few, like Wang Long and Sosa, being slightly older yet possessing merely green attributes. Of course, apart from Wang Long, no one else possessed the attribute system, rendering them oblivious to the true disparities. The 2 older youths stood out conspicuously, appearing to be around 17 or 18, engrossed in a boisterous discussion about their goals and dribbles, their tone brimming with arrogance and disdain. Their glances occasionally swept over the others in the lounge, revealing a rebellious demeanor. Sosa observed their behavior, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Were these 2 newcomers? Yet their tone suggested they were quite formidable. Wang Long felt a sense of incredulity. He could clearly see that these 2 possessed only 3 green attributes, even inferior to the 14-year-old Francisco Wang. In the entire lounge, they were among the least accomplished. However, Wang Long chose not to expose them, instead discreetly glancing at the nameplates on their lockers. An axe-shaped emblem caught his eye, and he recognized it as the logo of the Famalic OU18 team. This youth training team had rapidly risen in recent years, with its most notable player being Pedro Gonçalves, who had become a regular rotation player for Sporting Lisbon. At that moment, the door to the lounge swung open. "Hello, everyone. You seem to be in good spirits," boomed a resonant voice. The event organizer, beaming with a smile, entered the lounge, gesturing for silence with a gentle hand motion. "Good evening, gentlemen. I know you are all eagerly anticipating meeting the stars, but first, we need you to take the field and enliven the atmosphere, allowing the fans to appreciate the future of Portuguese football." As his words echoed, a buzz of murmurs filled the lounge. The organizer raised his hand for silence and continued, "We have divided you into 2 teams, A and B, each consisting of 16 players. Apart from the goalkeeper, the starting positions will be determined by a draw. Since this is a friendly match, there are not many rules. It is more about providing you with a platform to showcase your individual abilities." As he finished speaking, the staff began calling out names, sorting the players into 2 teams. Wang Long and Sosa were fortunate to be placed in Team A, while Joao Bezerra, Kante, and Gon Alves found themselves in Team B. Once the teams were finalized, the thrilling draw commenced. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, as each young player yearned to start and display their prowess before the stars. Wang Long took a deep breath, reached into the box held by the staff, and slowly unfolded a slip of paper. Starter. A surge of joy filled his heart as he turned to Sosa, who also bore a satisfied smile, clearly having drawn a starting position as well. Surveying the lounge, Wang Long noticed that Kante and the mysterious blonde man wore displeased expressions, indicating they had drawn substitutes. Several players from Team A also appeared disheartened. At this moment, the organizer's staff spoke up. "At the start of the second half, we will immediately substitute in the 5 players who drew substitutes, so rest assured. Everyone will have an opportunity to showcase their skills." "Have those stars arrived yet?" the blonde man abruptly interjected, interrupting the staff member. "Of course, they are here," the organizer replied cheerfully. "They will be watching your match from the bench, and the substitutions will be determined by a temporary coach selected from among them." Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the lounge grew even more charged. What had initially seemed like an ordinary friendly match was now transformed by the presence of stars who would be watching closely, even taking on the role of coaches. The blonde man appeared unfazed, yet his expression darkened further. "All right, everyone," the organizer clapped his hands. "Please take a short break." The organizer instructed everyone to relax momentarily before being guided onto the field. In the lounge, the air felt thick with tension, pressing down on each individual like a heavy weight. Wang Long's palms began to sweat, his heart pounding incessantly. He struggled to breathe deeply, attempting to calm himself. Images of legendary stars filled his mind. Figo, Costa soon, he would see them in person. The sensation was both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. As time ticked by, the door to the lounge opened once more. "Everyone, please follow me." The staff member's voice broke the silence. Wang Long and the others followed closely, traversing a long corridor to the entrance of the players' tunnel. The tunnel was dim and narrow, permeated by a faint scent of disinfectant. Wang Long could hear his own hurried breaths and the anxious whispers of his teammates. "Now, please welcome the future stars of Portuguese football. Take the stage." The announcer's voice boomed through the loudspeaker, accompanied by thunderous applause. Wang Long felt his legs grow weak, but he persevered, stepping out of the players' tunnel. Blinding light suddenly illuminated his face, causing him to squint. A massive cheer erupted, overwhelming his eardrums with its intensity. He looked up to see a sea of people in the stands, colorful flags and banners fluttering in the air, transforming the entire stadium into a fervent cauldron. He had never played in such a formal and crowded setting, and the experience was both unfamiliar and exhilarating. Standing in the center of the pitch, Wang Long endeavored to control his emotions. The announcer began introducing the names and respective clubs of Team A players, his voice resonating throughout the stadium. From Sporting Lisbon U18, Sosa, playing as a defensive midfielder, renowned as the hexagonal warrior. From Sporting Lisbon U16, Wang Long, hailing from the mysterious eastern land of Huaxia, previously trained at Manchester United, and this year led Sporting Lisbon U16 to victory in the league. Manchester United? Wang Long noticed his teammates glancing at him with curiosity. And finally, the last one. He, as the announcer paused, as if searching for the right words. Rodrigo Mora. The name struck a chord with Wang Long, evoking a sense of familiarity. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the stands, akin to a torrential flood, instantly engulfing the entire stadium. Wang Long turned in astonishment toward the spectators, witnessing fans frantically waving their scarves, with some even tossing them onto the pitch. Rodrigo Mora! Rodrigo Mora! The deafening chants soared into the heavens, nearly shattering Wang Long and Appo's eardrums. He glanced at his teammates, only to find them staring at Rodrigo Mora as if he were a mythical creature, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. As he pondered the identity of this blonde-haired individual, Sosa beside him gasped, whispering in a trembling voice, He is actually Rodrigo Mora from Porto." Wang Long was taken aback. It was indeed him. The name Rodrigo Mora resonated profoundly, having joined Porto's U18 team at the tender age of 15. Swiftly ascending to the B team within 6 months, and by 16, already representing Porto's first team in the Premier League. He was heralded as the brightest star in Portugal for the next decade, a prodigious talent capable of rivaling Cristiano Ronaldo, with extraordinary speed and explosive power. His dribbling skills were nothing short of mesmerizing, often evading defenders with a mere change of direction, and his shooting was impeccably precise, frequently resulting in spectacular goals. It turned out that Moura had long since established himself in the senior ranks, barely spending time in the U18 squad, which explained why Sosa, who had played in the U18s for nearly 2 years, did not recognize him. He was, after all, the foremost among Portugal's younger generation at just 17 years of age. Sosa's voice quivered slightly, infused with both reverence and excitement. Wang Long felt a surge of exhilaration, his blood racing. Although not on the same team as Moura, it meant he could face him on the field. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to compete alongside such a gifted player, and the thought alone ignited his enthusiasm. He surveyed his teammates, discovering that they too were brimming with eagerness, their eyes sparkling with fierce determination. It seemed that no one was willing to forfeit this rare chance to test the mettle of the one who had earned the title of the finest among Portugal's youth. The host's voice resonated once more, imbued with a hint of mystery and excitement. Next, let us extend the warmest applause to the legendary figures of Portuguese football present today. No sooner had the words left his lips than the stadium lights dimmed abruptly, followed by a convergence of spotlight beams at the entrance of the players' tunnel. The first figure to emerge was a familiar sight, a robust physique with pronounced muscles and sharp, hawk-like eyes. It was none other than the ironclad Portuguese defender, Pepe. He strode in with the confidence of a triumphant general, each step emanating an aura of unassailable authority. The stands erupted in deafening cheers as fans wildly waved their flags and scarves, chanting his name. Following him was Nani, his trademark smile radiant as ever. Clad in a sports jacket, gracefully acknowledging the audience, his movements light as if he were dancing, inciting a flurry of excited screams from female fans. Next, the composed Elisu made his appearance, nodding at the fans, which triggered another wave of cheers. When Deco stepped into view, the atmosphere surged to new heights. The midfield maestro had once captivated countless fans with his exquisite passing and elegant dribbling. He smiled and waved to the audience, exuding an aura of refinement with every gesture. One by one, other retired football stars, once formidable in the sport, made their way out of the tunnel. Suddenly, the music crescendoed, and the stadium lights flickered once more, as if heralding the arrival of someone significant. The host raised his voice, imbued with magnetism. Finally, let us welcome the two legendary superstars, legendary playmaker Rui Costa, and the representative of Portugal's golden generation, Luís Figo. As the host's words echoed, Costa stepped forward, maintaining his steady demeanor, his eyes radiating determination. He merely nodded at the audience, yet the ensuing cheers threatened to pierce the sky. The last to emerge, the focal point of the crowd's anticipation, Figo, appeared before them. With a smile, he slowly waved to the audience, igniting a fervor that resonated throughout the stadium, cheers and screams intertwining in a cacophony of excitement. Countless flashes illuminating him as if he were a celestial being. Wang Long gazed at these legendary players he had only seen on television. Exhilaration coursing through him like a child, joining the throng in raucous applause, his eyes alight with joy. Moura also fixated intently on Figo, his gaze imbued with a peculiar intensity. The stars smiled as they exchanged high-fives with the young players on the field, offering encouragement and support. When Figo approached Wang Long, he paused momentarily, a warm smile gracing his face as he reached out to slap Wang Long's hand, gently patting his shoulder. Wang Long felt as though his heart might leap from his chest, speechless with excitement. Then, Figo surprisingly gestured for Wang Long to stand beside him for a group photo. Wang Long felt as though he were in a dream, overwhelmed with happiness. However, as everyone reveled in the joy of taking pictures with the stars, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed, and the clamor gradually subsided. Dear guests and football fans, the host's voice took on a somber yet solemn tone. Today, we gather not only to celebrate the allure of football, but to honor the children who lost their lives in war. War is a scar on humanity. It robs countless innocent lives and shatters families. We hope that through this charity match, we can extend a helping hand to those displaced children, allowing them to feel love and care and rediscover hope in life. Now, let us observe a minute of silence for the children who perished in war. As the host's words faded, the stadium fell into a profound silence. The people on the pitch bowed their heads in unspoken prayer, mourning the lost lives. Wang Long also lowered his head deeply, paying tribute to those innocent souls. He recalled the images of children struggling amidst the chaos of war, their helplessness and despair piercing his heart. A minute felt like a century in its length. After the silence, the host spoke again, his voice brimming with strength and hope. Thank you all for your participation and support. Next, we will donate all the ticket proceeds from this charity match to children's foundations in war-torn regions, aiding them in rebuilding their homes and returning to school. A wave of applause erupted, resounding continuously. The host then announced that in 5 minutes, the match featuring the young prodigies would commence, with legendary players rallying support for the talented athletes. Figo also encouraged Wang Long to play well, and Wang Long nodded eagerly. Mr. Figo, at that moment, Morris suddenly called out, "May I have a brief exchange with you after the match?" Wang Long was taken aback. Even the top talent in Portugal couldn't be so brazen. This was Figo after all. Figo, surprised, scrutinized Mora before smiling and replying, "Give it your all. If you can win this match, I'll grant you that opportunity." Having spoken, he turned away without a backward glance. Wang Long felt a twinge of irritation. How could one speak so presumptuously to their idol, especially when the idol had promised an opportunity contingent upon his victory? As he watched Mora gradually recede into the distance, a fierce determination ignited in his eyes. He murmured to himself, "We shall meet on the battlefield." Chapter 48. A significant lead before the match commenced, the legendary stars had already conferred on the field. Figo, acting as the temporary coach for Team A, and Costa, serving in the same capacity for Team B, gathered their players around them. Figo first assessed the formation and noted an excess of players in attacking positions, while the defensive line consisted solely of one authentic left back and 2 center backs. He swiftly made adjustments, opting to reposition the fullback as a left center back, thereby adopting a 3 center back system. The midfield area appeared relatively well staffed. Attention! We are implementing a 3 center back system. The fullback will transition to left center back. Everyone must maintain tight coordination, particularly in the connection between the midfield and defense. Figo's voice resonated with authority, each word etched into the atmosphere. Wang Long watched in awe as his idol laid out the tactics, his heart racing with disbelief at the reality unfolding before him. Secretly activating his skill system, he gazed at Figo, noticing a red skill tag reading sprite-level dribbling, hovering above his head, accompanied by a dimly lit golden tag marred by cracks. This was a first for Wang Long. Turning his attention to Costa of Team B, he observed only a red skill tag reading King's Pass, similarly dull and on the verge of vanishing. These once dominant stars were now witnessing their abilities gradually fade, even shatter. Wang Long speculated that this was likely a consequence of prolonged inactivity following retirement. Just as he prepared to seek validation from other stars, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the players to take their positions. Reluctantly, Wang Long set aside his inquiries, focusing instead on the imminent match. Figo handed the captain's armband to the winger Lecaville, who possessed a blue skill tag reading Wing Dancer. Wang Long perceived that this winger was of considerable age, likely comparable to Sosa. Captain Lecaville accepted the armband, his eyes brimming with determination. He advanced to call the coin toss, and the referee promptly arranged the sides and kickoff order, granting Team A the first kick. Following Figo's instructions, Wang Long and his teammates positioned themselves as the referee's whistle signaled the official start of the match. The opening whistle sliced through the air, and Team A surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Once in possession, Carlisle, a midfielder with a blue skill tag reading, Midfield Maestro, assumed the role of field commander. Upon receiving the ball, his gaze sharpened, surveying the positions across the field. Noticing the compact formation of the opposing team, he initially passed back to the holding midfielder Sosa. Sosa, confronted by an incoming forward, calmly returned the ball to a defender. The ball circulated among Team A's defenders, operating with the precision of a finely tuned machine, seeking gaps for an offensive breakthrough. On the sidelines, Figo stood with arms crossed, his keen eyes scanning the unfolding events on the pitch, nodding occasionally and vocally directing the players' movements. Meanwhile, Coach Costa paced back and forth with a grave expression, evidently unsettled by Team A's assertive start. In the stands, the fans' fervor ignited, cheers and chants reverberating throughout the arena. Supporters of Team A waved their flags passionately, celebrating the team's exhilarating performance. After several passes, the opposing formation finally exhibited a hint of vulnerability. The ball found its way to Wang Long's feet, prompting him to activate his skill tag, expert-level observation. Instantly, his vision sharpened, allowing him to perceive the movements of his teammates and the positioning of his adversaries in their entirety. With an exquisite pass, he pierced through Team B's defense, perfectly locating Lecaville, who was darting in from the wing. Lecaville, as agile as a cheetah, seized the opportunity, deftly redirecting the ball inward. penetrating the penalty area before striking the ball with unwavering resolve. Bang! The ball rocketed toward the side of the goal like a cannonball. Team B's goalkeeper, Hanks, made a valiant effort to intervene, yet the powerful shot eluded his grasp. Goal. In the 8th minute, the ball found the net, putting Team A ahead 1-0. The crowd erupted. The supporters of Team A unleashed deafening cheers as Lekaville raised his arms high, reveling in his moment of glory. Wang Long beamed with satisfaction. However, Team B was far from ordinary. After a brief moment of disarray, they quickly regained their composure. On the sidelines, Costa shouted instructions to Francisco Wang, who nodded in acknowledgement. In the 25th minute, Team B launched a counterattack. The ball reached Francisco Wang's feet, where he showcased his exceptional footwork, skillfully delivering a pass to the wing without breaking stride. Gonzalez became the blade of Team B's counter, sprinting with astonishing speed, evading Team A's defenders as if they were mere shadows, before delivering a precise cross from the byline. In the penalty area, the shadow striker João Bezerra ghosted in, appearing like a wraith, creating a one-on-one opportunity. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were glued to the scene. Time seemed to freeze. The shot. The crowd erupted in a collective roar. João Bezerra, facing the advancing Team A goalkeeper Moreira, calmly released the shot. However, Moreira's approach exerted enough pressure for João Bezerra to miss slightly, the ball striking the post. A collective sigh swept through the audience. Team B had squandered a golden opportunity to equalize. Costa stomped his foot in frustration, his expression one of disappointment. The situation shifted rapidly as Team A countered. Wang Long, in possession, executed a feint, evading the defending midfielder, then accelerated, with a deft interplay with the forward. The ball was sent into the penalty area just as Wang Long made his run. Joy surged within Wang Long. It was a prime opportunity. Yet, suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his foot. Ah! He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, clutching his ankle. One of Team B's midfielders, previously boastful in the locker room and the very player Wang Long had just outmaneuvered, had tripped him from behind during the defensive scramble. The referee's gaze was resolute as he decisively pointed to the penalty spot. The sharp whistle echoed ominously across the field. At that moment, the atmosphere was so tense one could almost hear a pin drop. Team B's players surrounded the referee, vociferously contesting the decision, but the ruling was irrevocable. Costa was livid on the sidelines, vocally reprimanding the offending player, insisting the foul should have occurred earlier. Meanwhile, Figo, arms crossed, observed Wang Long's remarkable performance, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Team B naturally conceded the penalty kick to Wang Long. Standing before the fateful spot, he took a deep breath, his gaze intense, as if he intended to pierce the net. The crowd fell silent, save for Wang Long's rapid breaths and pounding heart. He approached, struck the ball. It zipped into the net like a bolt of lightning. Hanks was unable to react in time. 2-0. Team A had doubled their lead. The stadium erupted once more. The fans of Team A exploded with thunderous applause, waving their flags, reveling in their elation. Meanwhile, Team B supporters fell silent, struggling to accept the harsh reality of their team's deficit. Wang Long exuberantly rushed to the sidelines, embracing his teammates in celebration. Yet, the match was far from over. In the face of a 2-goal deficit, Team B found renewed determination. They began to press vigorously, striving to quickly reclaim the score. In the 35th minute, Carlisle received a pass from a teammate and calmly surveyed the field. Suddenly, with pinpoint precision, he launched a long pass to the sprinting Lekaville, who, faced with the advancing Hanks, expertly chipped the ball into the net. 3-0. Team A was now 3 goals ahead. Lekaville scored the second goal. Splendid. Figo on the sidelines excitedly waved his fists, overwhelmed with pride for his team's remarkable performance. After the assist from Carlisle, he refrained from excessive celebration, quietly returning to his position, ready to face the upcoming challenges. As the first half progressed, both teams were fiercely engaged, exchanging blows without yielding. Team A and Oppo's attacks were relentless, each assault piercing the heart of Team B like a dagger. Meanwhile, Team B steadfastly defended, striving to withstand the onslaught while seeking opportunities for swift counterattacks to narrow the deficit. The midfielders exerted themselves, executing exquisite passes in tight spaces and displaying tenacious tackling. Each touch of the ball was accompanied by the clash of muscles and the sound of hurried breaths as sweat soaked their jerseys. The forwards danced on the edge of the penalty area like graceful performers, searching for the perfect moment to strike. The spectators anxiously observed every move on the field, their heartbeats rising and falling with the rhythm of the match. Pass, pass, shouted the fans of Team A, cheering for every offensive endeavor. Defend! Defend! The supporters of Team B hoarsely urged their team, hoping they could withstand the pressure. On the sidelines, Figo remained focused, occasionally directing loudly, at times murmuring to himself. As if engaged in intricate calculations, Costa paced nervously beside him, clenching his fists tightly. Team B's defender, Salvador, successfully intercepted Gonzalez's breakthrough during a defensive play, earning applause from the crowd. "Well done, Salvador," cheered the fans of Team B. Captain Lecaville of Team A utilized his wing dancer blue trait, making consecutive breakthroughs along the flank. After evading two defenders, he delivered a pass to the center of the penalty area. Unfortunately, Sosa's shot went slightly astray, missing the goal. "What a pity," sighed the supporters of Team A. Time ticked away, and the match reached the 40th minute. Wang Long received a pass from the defensive midfielder Sosa at midfield. He glanced up to assess the situation and noticed that Team B's defenders were concentrated near the penalty area, while he was within striking distance of the goal. "I'll go for it," Wang Long silently resolved. Taking a deep breath, he activated the green trait long-range shot. With a powerful strike from his right foot, the football soared towards the goal like a cannonball, tracing a beautiful arc. Hanks leaped to save but could not touch the ball. Goal. The ball found the net. For a clock, Team A extended their lead once more. The crowd erupted. The fans of Team A rejoiced, cheering loudly as they celebrated this magnificent goal. Wang Long also clenched his fist excitedly, leaping high in elation at the achievement. Figo on the sidelines waved his arms, immensely proud of Wang Long's stellar performance. Meanwhile, Costa sat despondently on the bench. The players of Team B did not give up. They continued to fight valiantly, attempting to score before the end of the first half. However, Team A's defense was impenetrable, thwarting every attack. In the stoppage time of the first half, Team B was awarded a prime free-kick opportunity. Francisco Wang stood over the ball, taking a deep breath, preparing to take the shot. The stadium fell silent, everyone holding their breath, awaiting this critical moment. Francisco Wang took his run-up, struck the ball. It sailed over the wall, heading straight for the goal. Bang! The ball struck the crossbar once more. Alas, the fans of Team B sighed in disappointment. Throughout the first half, Team B had hit the woodwork twice. Finally, the whistle sounded, marking the end of the first half. The score settled at 4 o'clock, with Team A leading temporarily. Wang Long and his teammates followed Figo back to the locker room, where Figo offered encouragement and prepared to make substitutions for the second half. At that moment, the locker room door swung open forcefully, revealing the golden-haired youth, Mora. Chapter 49. A clash of geniuses. The door to the changing room was abruptly flung open with a resounding bang, drawing the attention of everyone present to the entrance. Mora stood there, his golden hair shimmering under the lights. He did not enter but instead cast a cold glance around the room before fixing his gaze on Figo. "If it were you in your youth, Mr. Figo," he said, his tone polite yet imbued with undeniable arrogance, "would you have been able to overturn this score?" Listening to these words, Wang Long felt a surge of anger within him. It was a clear provocation toward his idol. He could not tolerate anyone addressing Figo in such a manner, even if the speaker was hailed as Portugal's finest talent in a decade. Of course he could. Wang Long retorted defiantly, his chest heaving slightly. "Though we may be formidable, Mr. Figo is a legendary figure of his era. What is it? Are you planning to come off the bench in the second half and turn the game around?" Mora paid no heed to Wang Long's challenge. As if only Figo mattered in his eyes, Wang Long's fury intensified, ready to counter again, but he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Figo gestured for him to calm down, then spoke slowly, a hint of curiosity lacing his voice. "So, you wish to surpass my former self, do you?" Mora maintained his polite demeanor, yet his tone carried a fervent enthusiasm. "Mr. Figo, you have been my guiding light in football, the beacon illuminating my path. All I have achieved thus far is a result of my relentless pursuit of your footsteps. Yet now, I am hailed as Portugal's finest talent in a decade, and the bids from prestigious clubs exceed those offered to you at my age. I find myself in a state of confusion, uncertain of how to proceed." Mora paused momentarily. Wang Long could no longer bear it. He found Mora insufferably pretentious, masquerading as a challenger while attempting to use a retired legend to bolster his own status. He stepped forward again. "Enough of your nonsense. Perhaps you should focus on how to prevent the score from widening in the second half." Finally, Mora regarded Wang Long with a dismissive glance, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "In the second half, I shall show you the caliber of a first-team player from the Premier League." With that, he turned and departed the changing room without a backward glance. Figo surveyed the room, his expression encouraging. "Do not feel pressured. It is merely an exhibition match. Just play to the best of your abilities. He paused before adding. As for Mora, I trust you will not underestimate him. Just play normally. If he can indeed turn the score around, it would certainly indicate he is a world-class talent. If this old fellow, can contribute to the emergence of another world-class genius, it would be a fortunate event. The group fell silent, their expressions grave. They had not anticipated the emergence of Mora as a formidable competitor, and they could not dispute his prowess. While they struggled in the U18 and U19 levels, Mora had already been showcasing his talents in the first team. As the time to take the field approached, Figo signaled for everyone to prepare and announced the lineup changes for the second half, substituting 5 players from the midfield and forward positions, including the captain, Lecaville, who had scored 2 goals. When Figo handed the captain's armband to Wang Long, he was taken aback. He believed many within the team were more suited to the role and could not fathom why Figo had chosen him. Wondering if it was due to his recent defense of Figo, Wang Long dismissed the thought. Seeing no dissent among his teammates, he resolved to shoulder the responsibilities of captaincy. Just then, Figo's voice rang out again. All right, let us get on the field. The whistle blew, and the second half commenced. Wang Long glanced up and noticed the opposing team had indeed made substitutions, replacing their lackluster forwards and midfielders with the formidable Mora and Vanikunda. The opposing team kicked off, their spirits high, banishing any remnants of their 4-goal deficit from the first half. In the stands, the home fans, previously subdued by the lopsided score, were now invigorated as cheers, drums, and whistles merged into a deafening crescendo. On the sidelines, Figo crossed his arms, his brow furrowed, his gaze fixed intently on Mora. Team A refused to relent, aiming to extend their lead. Midfielder Sosa became a moving fortress, repeatedly thwarting the opponent's advances. The ball shifted rapidly between the two teams, the pace of attack and defense quickening to a dizzying speed. In the 50th minute, Sosa intercepted the ball and delivered a precise long pass to Wang Long, who intended to exploit his elf dribbling once more. However, he found Mora effortlessly intercepting the ball as if he had predicted Wang Long's next move. A chill coursed through Wang Long as he realized the gravity of the situation. After regaining possession, Mora surged forward like a cheetah, deftly maneuvering past Team A's defense. Faced with a defender and Oppo's challenge, he skillfully redirected the ball to the advancing Vanikunda. Vanikunda struck the ball fiercely, and it found the back of the net. 4-1. The roar of the commentator pierced through the air, and the jubilant cheers of the home fans crashed over the stadium like a tsunami. On Team A's bench, a heavy silence enveloped the players, with Lecaville, now sidelined, voicing his anguish. With the score now closed, the mindset of Team A's players shifted subtly. The once relaxed atmosphere evaporated, replaced by tension and anxiety. Mora emerged as the focal point of the match, constantly threatening from the right flank, compelling Team A to devote more attention to containing him. Yet, Mora consistently found ways to slip through their defenses. In the 62nd minute, he received a pass from a teammate and, with dazzling footwork, evaded the defenders, cutting into the edge of the penalty area. Surrounded by multiple defenders, he composed himself and unleashed a powerful shot that nestled into the corner of the net. 4-2. The stadium erupted. The home fans and Oppos cheers reached a fever pitch, as if they might lift the very ground beneath them. On the sidelines, Figo's expression turned grim, his silence palpable. Lecaville leaped to his feet on the bench, incredulously staring at the field. He is a monster. Sosa gasped, panting beside Wang Long. Wang Long gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with determination. Wang Long. Sosa began, hesitating. Wang Long inhaled deeply, placing a reassuring hand on Sosa's shoulder, and declared solemnly, "It's fine. We can still win." At that moment, Figo's voice rang out from the sidelines. Wang Long. Wang Long turned to see Figo gesturing for him to push forward and join the attack. Understanding the cue, Wang Long rallied Team A, transitioning their formation into an aggressive stance, leaving their defense somewhat exposed. In the stands, the cheers from Team B's fans swelled in intensity, resonating painfully in the ears of Team A supporters, who felt a sense of loss over the recent goal conceded and an undercurrent of worry for the remainder of the match. On the sidelines, Figo crossed his arms tightly, his brow knitted in concern as he observed the evolving dynamics of the game, feeling both discontent and helpless. He realized that Mora's emergence had completely disrupted his strategy, rendering the match unpredictable. He glanced at the bench, where Lecaville paced anxiously. Despite the fervor of Team A's attacks, they appeared somewhat hasty, resulting in an increase in passing errors. During one defensive encounter, Sosa was deceived by one of Mora's feints, nearly conceding another goal. Frustrated, He struck the ground but quickly regained his composure. Just as teammates' offense faced obstacles, Mora seized yet another opportunity. In the 73rd minute, he received a return pass from a teammate near the midfield, effortlessly evading his marker like a phantom. His gaze was icy, resembling a cheetah locked onto its prey. With astonishing power emanating from his muscular legs, he moved with lightning speed, the ball seemingly glued to his feet as he deftly maneuvered left and right, evading interception with remarkable ease. His pace quickened, reminiscent of a tempest, as he surged past Team A's midfield defense. The players of Team A scrambled to pursue. Yet their speed and reflexes were distinctly lacking, leaving them to watch helplessly as Mora charged into the penalty area, confronted by Team A's last line of defense. Goalkeeper Moreira had already initiated a save, yet Mora's shot was executed with such precision that it was appallingly clever. He struck the ball with a powerful spin, sending it gliding past Hank's fingertips and into the net. 4-3. The stadium erupted in a frenzy, the cheers from the stands resonating like thunder, leaving ears ringing. The supporters of Team B waved their flags frantically, chanting Mora's name as if he were a deity of boundless capability. Meanwhile, Team A's players appeared as though they had been dealt a heavy blow, their faces pale and lips pressed tightly together. Sosa gasped for breath. Watching Mora celebrate in the distance, sweat cascading down his cheeks like desperate teardrops onto the grass. Wang Long's expression darkened, his teeth clenched and fists tightened. Feeling as if a great weight pressed upon him, the fire within his chest flickering as if it might extinguish. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. Recognizing that now was not the time for despair, the match was not yet over, and they still had a chance. Just then, Figo shouted from the sidelines, "Wang Long, stay calm, maintain your composure." Wang Long lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Figo. He felt the trust and encouragement from his idol reignite the flame within him. He turned to his teammates and proclaimed loudly, "Trust me, we can win." However, the more chaotic Team A became, the more prone to error they were. In their attempts to defend against Mora, the players seemed to be toyed with at his whim. Easily outmaneuvered once more. Fortunately, Sosa was positioned strategically and executed a fierce tackle, sending the ball out of bounds. Sighing in relief, Sosa panted heavily, his shirt drenched in sweat. He glanced at the scoreboard. 4-3. Although they were leading, there was no room for complacency. He felt as if an invisible hand was tightening around his heart, filling his chest with a sense of helplessness. Team B took a throw in, and as the fullback launched the ball, Team A's players advanced to mark, yet the defense had become utterly distorted, with even the ordinary players of Team B able to dribble past them. Once again, Sosa timely intervened along the sideline, clearing the ball out of play. Defend. Defend. Watch your positioning." Figo could no longer maintain his composure, his voice tinged with urgency as he shouted instructions to his players. On the bench, the replaced players wore grave expressions, anxious for their teammates' plight while feeling the weight of their own inability to contribute. Licaville paced back and forth in agitation, his fist clenched. Eyes glued to the field, brimming with frustration over his early substitution, yearning to join his teammates in battle. "Mora! Mora! Mora!" The home crowd erupted in a deafening roar, waving their team flags, reveling in the spectacle Mora provided, as if victory were within their grasp. In the 82nd minute, Team B earned a corner kick on the right side, with Mora taking the set piece. He stood in the corner, inhaled deeply, and then sprinted forward to deliver a deceptively curved in-swinger. The ball arced beautifully through the air, akin to a bolt of lightning, bypassing Team A's defenders and finding the striker lurking by the far post. The latter leaped high, glancing the ball with his head, which effortlessly nestled into the net. The goal was scored. The commentator's exuberant shout nearly shattered eardrums as the stadium erupted in a volcanic frenzy. 4-4. The score had been equalized. The home supporters leaped and cheered wildly, pouring every ounce of energy into their shouts, as if to overturn the very stadium itself. On Team A's bench, a heavy silence fell, the players appearing as though their souls had been siphoned away, pallid, and with arms hanging limply at their sides. Wang Long felt on the verge of collapse, fixating on the celebrating Mora, as if trying to see through him. He struggled to recall every move, every detail of Mora and Apo's play, only to find him flawless, devoid of any weakness. Observing Mora and Apo's attributes revealed a perfect blend of passing, dribbling, physicality, and shooting. He appeared invulnerable. The realization that even his own attribute system could not detect any flaws in Mora left Wang Long in deep despair. Taking a deep breath, he sought to regain his composure, realizing that they could no longer follow Mora's lead. He glanced at Mora and suddenly, an idea struck him. Seizing the moment while Mora celebrated, he quickly called Sosa, and the three center-backs together, whispering his strategy. His gaze was unwavering, his tone imbued with undeniable confidence. As a new flame ignited within him, signaling the onset of a renewed battle. Chapter 50. You are merely a genius in the center circle. Tima commenced the match, with Wang Long's foot firmly propelling the ball forward. As the ball was set in motion, the players swiftly dispersed, adjusting their positions. Wang Long did not retreat immediately. Instead, he resolutely advanced towards the opponent's goal, followed closely by two forwards who abandoned their defensive duties. Sosa lifted his gaze, observing for a moment. Noticing that the opposing defense was not yet fully consolidated, he opted for a powerful pass. The ball flew like a cannonball towards the flanks, and the speedy Porto U18 forward, Winkles, surged forward from the side. The defender tasked with marking him hurried to keep pace but was evidently lagging behind in speed. After receiving the ball, Winkles deftly maneuvered it back, skillfully creating space between himself and the defender before delivering a cross. Though Wang Long was not the fastest, his astute judgment allowed him to outpace the defender by half a body length. Just as the opposing defender prepared to interfere physically, Wang Long had a sudden flash of inspiration and let the ball slip through his legs. At that precise moment, another teammate, Perlo, arrived on the flank, and without hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous shot that rocketed towards the goal. The goalkeeper, Hanks, initially anticipated a strike from Wang Long and had positioned himself in front of him, completely unprepared for Wang Long's clever maneuver. Perlo's shot struck the goal with the force of thunder, causing the net to ripple, and the crowd erupted in a frenzy. 5-4. The score had swung once more. The cheers of the home supporters were deafening, as they sensed the dawn of victory approaching. On Team A's bench, the coach and players celebrated exuberantly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. This was Team A's first goal of the second half, finally turning the tide amidst such adversity. Wang Long embraced his teammates passionately, celebrating this pivotal goal. Meanwhile, Mora from Team B observed Wang Long's celebration with a hint of a cold smirk. He recognized that Wang Long's strategy was indeed clever, yet it also exposed their vulnerabilities. He mused inwardly, realizing they cannot defend against me, they seek to widen the score through counterattacks. Not foolish, but still underestimating my capabilities. As Team B prepared to restart the match from the center circle, Perlo stationed himself in the opposing half while the others rapidly retreated, assuming a 5-4-1 defensive formation. Wang Long proactively confronted Mora, diligently marking him to prevent easy possession. Sosa remained vigilant, ready to thwart any sudden offensive from Mora's side. The player in possession sought to find an opening to pass to Mora, but their attempts were thwarted by the resolute defense of Wang Long and Sosa, forcing them to cautiously recycle the ball in the center circle. Just as everyone believed Team B's attack would falter, Mora suddenly pivoted and accelerated past Wang Long. Realizing the impending danger, Wang Long exerted every ounce of effort but was unable to halt Mora's explosive advance. Mora's breakthrough was as swift as lightning, instantly bypassing Wang Long's defense. Wang Long understood that allowing Mora to succeed would have dire consequences. Gritting his teeth, he resorted to a desperate measure, tightly gripping Mora's jersey, causing him to tumble to the ground, muddying his uniform. The referee decisively blew the whistle, signaling a foul and issuing a yellow card to Wang Long. Quite clever, aren't you? Mora taunted as he stood before Wang Long, a mocking smile gracing his lips. However, such trivial cleverness will not secure victory against me. Wang Long remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Mora. Mora positioned himself for the free kick, his cold eyes scanning the opposing defense. He murmured, "It appears your defense is riddled with gaps." Positioned at a distance from the goal, Mora opted for a quick execution. He swiftly played the ball and dashed into the penalty area, his teammates intuitively following suit, preemptively passing the ball back to him as he sprinted forward. Wang Long, rather than retreating, lingered near the center circle with two forwards, quietly observing the unfolding scenario. Commentators voiced their confusion. Is Tima truly abandoning their defense in favor of an all-out attack? Figo, watching from the sidelines, furrowed his brow at Wang Long's apparent inaction but refrained from issuing commands, believing Wang Long must have a strategic plan in mind. Mora had completely evaded Wang Long, a smug smile spreading across his face as he thought, with such a level of play, they think they can defend against me? As he advanced with the ball, he encountered a defender, the center-back Salvador. How did he end up here? Mora wondered, but dismissed the thought. Regardless of who it was, he felt unconcerned. Mora, exuding confidence, intended to outmaneuver him with his footwork. Even the talented center-back Salvador could not match Mora's rhythm. Salvador could only try to use his imposing physique to block Mora. but Mora deftly executed a skillful feint, the ball gliding past Salvador as he nimbly slipped through. Salvador, unable to contest the ball, could only attempt to obstruct Mora's acceleration with his body. Mora, with a smirk of disdain, had already positioned himself beyond Salvador. Even if the latter managed to impede him for a second, it would not alter the inevitable outcome of Mora successfully bypassing him. With a calm demeanor, Mora surged towards the ball. In the stands, Team B supporters roared in anticipation of Mora's spectacular display. Yet, at that moment, Sosa unexpectedly materialized in front of the ball. Mora's expression changed dramatically. How is Sosa everywhere? Had he switched positions with the center back? Sosa disregarded such thoughts, utilizing his precise passing ability to deliver a long ball without breaking stride. Mora glanced back, assuming Wang Long would be tailing him to provide support, only to find him already in their half. The ball landed perfectly at Wang Long's feet. With ease, Wang Long controlled it with his chest before employing the skill-labeled Elven dribble. He suddenly felt a newfound mastery over the technique. Unbeknownst to Wang Long, had he checked his abilities at that moment, he would have discovered that his Elven dribble had advanced to a green tier. From the sidelines, Figo watched as Wang Long executed his former style of play with effortless grace, elegantly bypassing the defenders and advancing into the penalty area. His eyes shimmered with a long-forgotten brilliance. Faced with the towering defender, Wang Long deftly flicked the ball over him, finding the unmarked Kyle at the far post. Without hesitation, Kyle struck the ball, sending it soaring into the corner of the net. Goal. 6-4. The fans on the sidelines erupted in sheer ecstasy. Regardless of their allegiance to Team A or Team B, the match had already witnessed a total of 10 goals, with 8 minutes still remaining. The scoring frenzy was far from over. Supporters from both sides felt their journey to the match had been worthwhile. B Team's coach, Costa, and the players on the bench wore expressions of disbelief, while Team A's players celebrated exuberantly as if victory was within their grasp. Mora's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that Team A would switch Sosa and Salvador's defensive roles, utilizing Salvador to slow him down and employing the more agile Sosa to intercept the ball and launch a rapid counterattack. At that moment, Wang Long approached, mercilessly taunting Sosa. "You are impressive, but you are merely a genius. I, however, can connect and activate genius." Mora's expression soured further as he regarded Wang Long, his eyes flashing with anger and resentment. Clenching his fists, he reminded himself that the match was not over. Team B still had a chance. Chapter 51. The young prodigy of Portugal. In a moment of breathtaking intensity, Wang Long's precise through ball found its mark with Karl, who, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a shot that curled into the net's far corner. The score now stood at 6-4, igniting the stadium into a fervent uproar. The thunderous cheers, chants, and whistles intermingled, surging through the arena like a wave of exhilaration. The A-team supporters were ecstatic, waving their banners and scarves, while the B-team fans, though disheartened, applauded the thrilling contest. With just 8 minutes remaining, a team's coach, Figo, maintained his composure, seemingly confident of victory. In contrast, B-team's coach, Costa, barked commands from the sidelines, striving to alter the match's course. On the field, a team executed a robust and agile defensive strategy. Salvador stood like a fortress before Mora, relentlessly disrupting his rhythm through physical confrontations and aggressive pressing. Meanwhile, Sosa, akin to a poised predator, awaited his moment to strike, ready to seize any error from Mora with lightning speed. Mora's repeated attempts to break through were met with failure, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Clenching his teeth, he abandoned his solitary pursuits and began collaborating with his teammates. After a series of intricate passes, his comrades found shooting opportunities. Yet, a team's tri-defensive formation swiftly contracted, rendering the penalty area impenetrable, with B-team's shots consistently thwarted. Mora's teammates, heads in hands, pounded the grass in despair, their squandered chances igniting their anxiety. The spectators mirrored their tension, holding their breath lest they miss a moment of brilliance. As the match entered its final 5 minutes, a team mounted an offensive, but Sosa suddenly collapsed in agony, clutching his calf. The team doctor rushed onto the field and signaled for a substitution. All eyes turned to Sosa, as the team's coach and bench players anxiously watched. Yet, Sosa resolutely declined to leave the pitch. He understood the critical nature of the moment, aware that every player was indispensable, and he played a vital role in countering Mora. Gritting his teeth, he managed to rise, limping after the doctor's brief treatment. Seizing the opportunity, B-team launched a fierce counterattack. A penetrating pass pierced the team's defense, and as B-team's forward advanced toward goal, Sosa emerged from the shadows. executing a near-slide tackle to divert the ball away. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, celebrating Sosa's indomitable spirit. Inspired by his tenacity, the team's players united in resolute defense, determined to protect their goal. With a sharp whistle piercing the air, the final score settled at 6-4. Sosa, supported by his teammates, wore a victorious smile as the match concluded. The final whistle echoed sharply, akin to a dagger piercing Moraes' heart. The glaring 6-4 on the scoreboard mocked his impotence. For goals, each tied to his efforts. He had valiantly carried the offensive burden yet still faced defeat. Mora stood frozen, drenched in sweat, his jersey clinging to him uncomfortably. He felt his arms drop helplessly, fingertips brushing against the coarse grass. The bitterness of failure washed over him, akin to swallowing a bitter pill, stirring turmoil within his stomach. Sparse applause from the stands felt like needles pricking at his already fragile psyche. Teammates approached to console him, offering gentle pats on the back and encouraging words. Even the opponents came to pay their respects, their eyes reflecting admiration for his skill. Only Wang Long stood distantly, observing with a cold gaze. Mora noticed the lack of sympathy, comfort, or even a trace of respect in his eyes, only indifference tinged with subtle mockery. His heart sank further, weighed down as if filled with lead. Suddenly, a large hand rested on his shoulder. He looked up to see the familiar face of Figo, his former idol. The one who had always guided him forward, now smiling warmly at him. "Child," Figo's voice resonated with depth and strength, "even in my youth, I could not achieve what you have accomplished today, 2 goals in the second half, even turning the tide momentarily. You have done remarkably well." Mora was taken aback, not expecting such praise. Figo continued, "Do not fixate solely on your predecessors. Instead, focus on your contemporaries. Though their overall prowess may not match yours, they are formidable in their own right. As you witnessed in this match, your superiority is not guaranteed. You merely possess a slight edge and talent." Figo's words rang like a clear bell, dispelling the gloom that had enveloped Moraes' heart. He suddenly recognized that he had been overly fixated on surpassing his predecessors, neglecting the competition around him. With newfound clarity, Mora turned to Figo, who smiled and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat before walking away. As Mora followed Figo's retreating figure, a surge of inexplicable strength welled within him. He inhaled deeply, straightening his posture, determination rekindling in his eyes. He scanned the field, noting the concerned gazes of his teammates and the respectful looks from his opponents. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Wang Long. His eyes swept across the team, finally resting on Wang Long, a player who appeared inconspicuous yet played a crucial role within the squad. This realization perplexed him. He then glanced at Sosa, a diligent worker whose talent may always fall just short of the elite. Yet in this match, he had exerted himself to the point of exhaustion, his vast coverage instilling a sense of trepidation in Mora. Next, Mora surveyed his teammates, those he had once overlooked. Suddenly, he recognized their strengths and the brilliance they possessed. The radiance he had once taken pride in now felt considerably dimmed, and his mindset gradually shifted toward that of an ordinary player, relinquishing lofty ambitions. He smiled gently, casting his gaze once more over the verdant pitch, the land he cherished most. At last, without a backward glance, he departed the field, his silhouette betraying a touch of melancholy. Meanwhile, in the commentary booth, the announcer's voice conveyed regret. "Incredible. We have witnessed what many have dubbed the future of Portuguese football. Mora, falling to his contemporaries. What an astonishing turn of events." The incredulity in the announcer's tone seemed to question the very reality of the outcome. In the stands, fans struggled to comprehend the outcome. They had once held high hopes for the future of Portuguese football, viewing Mora as the spearhead of that promise. Now, however, their aspirations seemed to have suffered a grave blow. In the stands, some scratched their heads in confusion, others shook their heads in disbelief, and murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. The media, akin to sharks sensing blood, swiftly began to sensationalize the story. Exaggerated headlines dominated the news, proclaiming, "The myth of Mora shattered. What lies ahead for Portuguese football? A prodigy falls. Mora's disheartening defeat to peers, who will bear the blame? From heaven to hell overnight. Mora's loss provokes reflection. Sosa's indomitable spirit, Mora's introspection, a true reflection of the new generation of Portuguese football." These headlines brimmed with sensationalism, as if Mora's defeat heralded the end of an era for Portuguese football. On social media, a tempestuous discussion surrounding Mora has erupted, with an overwhelming barrage of comments and shares flooding in. Some fervent fans have even resorted to personal attacks against Mora. At the sidelines, Figo began to celebrate this hard-won victory with the players of Team A. His face radiated joy as he exchanged high fives with each teammate, reveling in the euphoria of triumph. After a moment, the host began to usher the players off the field while announcing the forthcoming legendary star match. As Figo made his way toward the locker room, he suddenly cast a glance at Wang Long, his gaze imbued with an inscrutable meaning. "Watch closely how I maneuver past defenders." Figo's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Wang Long's ears. With that, he turned and strode into the locker room without a backward glance. Wang Long was left in a state of astonishment. Why had Figo directed those words solely at him? Did he perceive that Wang Long's agile dribbling was a mere imitation of his own, or was it merely a casual remark? A whirlwind of questions filled Wang Long's mind as he gazed at Figo's departing figure, lost in contemplation. Chapter 52. The veteran match commences as the once boisterous stadium gradually fell into a hushed anticipation. The fervent voice of the host resonated throughout, introducing the legendary players soon to grace the field. In the stands, fans erupted in cheers, brandishing flags and chanting the names of their idols. The young players on the sidelines, unable to contain their excitement, gazed intently at the pitch, eagerly awaiting this visual spectacle. With a passionate signal from the host, the legendary stars entered one by one. Figo shed his outer jacket, revealing the team jersey beneath, as the players had already been divided into their respective teams. Streaming onto the field, the stars acknowledged the audience with applause, and the crowd responded with rapturous screams. Without delay, following Figo's coin toss to represent his team, both sides positioned themselves at the center circle. With the sound of the whistle, the match officially began. Team A initiated the kickoff, with Deco seizing the ball in midfield, striving to dictate the rhythm of the game. A long pass ensued, yet it was slightly overhit, sending the ball sailing out of bounds. A collective sigh emanated from the stands, and the young players shook their heads. Time had not been kind to the once mighty midfield maestro, whose passing now faltered. Team B launched their counterattack, with Quaresma receiving the ball on the left flank. His dazzling footwork and feints still mesmerized, but his speed and explosiveness were evidently diminished. Ultimately, his attempt to break through concluded with a feeble pass, easily intercepted by Team A's defender. The commentator lamented, "Quaresma's dribbling remains splendid, yet time waits for no one." Team A regrouped for another offensive move, with Nani sprinting down the right wing. Alas, his pace had waned, and he was swiftly positioned against by Team B's defender. An attempt to cross the ball fell short in quality, easily collected by Team B's goalkeeper. Wang Long on the sidelines sighed. Nani's speed has greatly diminished, indeed. Time is a merciless blade. At that moment, Team B intercepted the ball in their defensive zone, with the illustrious defensive vanguard LSU advancing briskly. As the match reached the 15-minute mark, Team A earned a favorable free kick. Costa stood over the ball, inhaled deeply, and prepared to take the shot. He approached, striking the ball which arced over the wall towards the goal, but lacked the necessary power, falling into the assured grasp of Team B and Oppo's goalkeeper. "Oh, Costa's free kick prowess has faded," lamented an elderly fan. Just then, Team B's LSU surged forward after reclaiming the ball. His steps remained light, though his acceleration appeared somewhat sluggish. The audience held their breath, fixated on every detail of the unfolding drama. LSU advanced along the sideline, but Team A and Oppo's defenders swiftly regrouped, disrupting his rhythm. He managed a forced cross, which flew into the penalty area where frontline Blade Gomez attempted to make a point-blank shot, but his jump lacked height, allowing Team A's goalkeeper to palm the ball onto the crossbar. A wave of disappointment swept through the stands, with the commentator noting, "Gomez's explosiveness is clearly not what it once was, yet his competitive spirit remains commendable." As the clock ticked to 25 minutes, Renato Sanchez, adorned with the vibrant engine accolade, sprinted through midfield. His relentless high-intensity efforts had left him breathless, leading to an increase in errors, culminating in a misplaced pass directly to the opponent. While his stamina had evidently declined, his fighting spirit was still worthy of respect, as the commentator spoke with reverence. Wang Long observed the scene from the sidelines, reflecting, "Even legends experience fatigue." At that moment, Figo, bearing the Elfin dribble title, received the ball and endeavored to slice through the defense with his signature dribbling. His footwork remained exquisite, yet he struggled against physical challenges, losing possession to Team B's defenders. Wang Long's gaze remained fixed on Figo's movements, although his speed had waned. The artistry was still palpable, prompting Wang Long to recognize the gap in his own dribbling skills. As the first half approached the 30-minute mark, a delightful incident unfolded. Deco, the midfield commander, clashed with Ricardo Carvalho, the iron wall of Team B, resulting in both players tumbling to the ground. They exchanged a smile, reminiscing about their years as teammates now turned adversaries, helping each other to rise. The audience chuckled in unison, as if time had momentarily suspended, evoking cherished memories for countless fans. Wang Long, witnessing this, felt a surge of emotion, contemplating the profound allure of football. Soon after, Team B earned a corner kick, with the formidable Pepe charging into the box to replicate his former aerial prowess. The atmosphere in the stands surged with anticipation as the crowd collectively held their breath. However, upon leaping, Pepe struggled, failing to connect with the ball and nearly losing his footing, saved only by a teammate's timely support. A chorus of disappointed sighs filled the air, with the commentator reflecting, Pepe's headers were once unstoppable, yet time has proven unrelenting. Seizing the confusion following Team B's corner, Team A swiftly launched a counterattack. Nani, though slower than in his prime, endeavored to showcase his dribbling finesse. Young players on the sidelines rose to cheer him on. However, halfway through his run, fatigue set in, leading to an inaccurate pass that sailed out of bounds. A wave of disappointment washed over the audience as the commentator regretfully stated, Nani's decline in speed is evident. And this counterattack ultimately faltered. As the first half neared its conclusion, both teams exhibited clear signs of fatigue, and the rhythm of the match grew disordered. Each challenge appeared laborious, with once fluid teamwork now marred by hesitation. During one pass, Team A's midfielder faltered, allowing Team B to intercept the ball and swiftly initiate a counterattack. Look, Team B is on the offensive, exclaimed the commentator as spectators rose, eyes glued to the rolling ball. Team B's Fabio Cointro, with the dynamic left flank title, advanced rapidly, attempting to exploit Team A's defense with his speed. Yet, his once razor-sharp breaks now seemed somewhat sluggish. Team A's defense contracted quickly. The seasoned Carvalho, embodying the iron wall, expertly anticipated Cointro's moves, effectively blocking his route and clearing the ball out of bounds. Carvalho is indeed a veteran. His experience is unmatched, the commentator exclaimed, brimming with admiration. The young players clapped for Carvalho, and Wang Long nodded in approval, his respect for the veterans deepening. He noticed Carvalho taking a moment to catch his breath after successfully defending, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, a testament to the indelible marks left by time. With a piercing whistle, the first half concluded, the scoreline starkly displaying 0-0. The players from both sides made their way to the substitutes bench, their fatigue and sweat clearly visible upon their faces. Although their skills and physical prowess may no longer reflect their prime, they relentlessly exerted themselves in pursuit of victory, embodying a fighting spirit that inspired everyone present. Thunderous applause erupted from the stands as fans rose to pay heartfelt tribute to these legendary athletes. Though they may no longer possess the youth, speed, and strength of their peak, they remain eternal heroes in the hearts of their admirers. Despite the absence of goals in the first half, the match was nothing short of exhilarating. The tenacity displayed by the veterans was truly moving. The commentator's voice, still brimming with passion, summarized the first half with a hoarse tone, acknowledging that while they may not possess their former vigor, they continued to deliver a splendid football spectacle, deserving yet another round of applause. The young players on the sidelines joined in the clapping, their eyes filled with admiration. They recognized that these veterans had once been their role models, and even now, they served as motivation for their own journeys. Wang Long gazed at these legendary figures, his heart swelling with emotion. He understood that football transcends mere competition. It embodies a spirit and a legacy. The second half of the match was bound to be even more intense. Wang Long privately anticipated this, sensing an invisible force igniting within him, yearning for a day when he could, like these legends, pour his sweat and passion onto the field. Just then, a commotion erupted in the stands behind the substitutes bench, as if something significant had occurred. Chapter 53, Cristiano Ronaldo sparks excitement. A wave of commotion swept through the stands, followed by a sudden gasp. Wang Long and his teammates instinctively turned to look, revealing a group of imposing men in suits amidst the throng. Protecting them was a remarkable figure, none other than Cristiano Ronaldo. Wang Long's heart raced. He could hardly believe his eyes. The young players on the bench stood up in astonishment, their faces a canvas of shock and admiration. Sousa's mouth fell agape, as if he could fit a fist inside, his gaze fixated on Ronaldo, trying to discern whether this was merely an illusion. Francisco Wang wore an expression of disbelief, a hint of a wry smile gracing his lips, as if contemplating the marvels of fate. Mora clenched his hands tightly, his breath quickening with excitement, tears glistening in his eyes. For him, Ronaldo's presence was not just the arrival of an idol, but a profound source of inspiration and encouragement. As the tumult in the stands gradually subsided, Ronaldo began to enthusiastically engage with the fans. He descended from the stands, walking slowly along the touchline, high-fiving each fan who drew near. With every stop, thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Ronaldo's smile was warm and genuine, as though he expressed gratitude to each supporter with every gesture and grin. When he reached a position closer to the pitch, he first glanced at the ongoing match before turning his attention to the legendary players standing at the sidelines. Figo, Costa, Deco, and others nodded in acknowledgement. Ronaldo hurried over, embracing each of them in turn. "I told you, you would return one day, Cristiano," Figo chuckled, his voice tinged with playful mockery. "Indeed, this will always be my home," Ronaldo replied, embracing Figo fervently, as if thanking this former mentor. He then turned to Deco, the once magnificent midfield maestro. Their eyes met. No words were necessary. A simple handshake spoke volumes. Ronaldo continued to greet Costa, Nani, Elisu, and others, each face radiating warmth and joy. "You look slimmer than before, yet still so powerful," Nani jested, patting Ronaldo on the shoulder. "Do not forget, I have always been the epitome of divine discipline," Ronaldo replied with a smile, provoking laughter from those around him. Though these legendary players were no longer young, they retained their passion for football and their camaraderie. Ronaldo's presence seemed to invigorate them, rekindling the essence of youth. Just as Ronaldo finished greeting the legends and prepared to turn away, his gaze fell upon the young players on the bench. His expression held a mix of curiosity and anticipation, as if searching for something. "Are you ready?" Ronaldo's voice resonated, sweeping across the young players before finally settling on Wang Long, and Appos. As heart skipped a beat, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Ronaldo winked at him, as if sending a jolt of energy his way. In that moment, Wang Long felt an exhilarating current coursing from head to toe and nodded slightly in response to Ronaldo. "Wow, Ronaldo just winked at me. He must think I'm as handsome as he is to greet me like that," Sousa exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Keep dreaming," a player further away chuckled. Francisco Wang chimed in, "He is winking at me. Seeing such a young talent must remind Ronaldo of his own youth." Wang Long interjected, "Actually, Ronaldo was greeting me. I met him as soon as I arrived in Portugal. He was the one who introduced me to Sporting Lisbon." "Keep dreaming." Sousa and several players laughed in unison. At that moment, the previously silent Mora surprisingly countered, "Ronaldo was looking at me. I even went to watch him play in the Saudi League and got his autograph." With Mora's statement, others chimed in, recounting their own encounters with Ronaldo. Wang Long, silenced by the flood of anecdotes, began to doubt whether Ronaldo had truly been addressing him. Just then, the sponsors at the sidelines presented charity hot dogs, a rich aroma wafting through the air, reminding everyone that the match was still underway. The hot dogs, steaming and golden brown, were generously topped with a variety of sauces, tangy ketchup, spicy mustard, and rich mayonnaise, tempting everyone with their delightful scent. Wang Long and his teammates eagerly indulged, savoring the soft bun, the savory sausage, and the medley of flavors. Even the resting legends could not resist sampling a few bites. Wang Long chuckled inwardly, knowing it was a charity exhibition match. Under normal circumstances, the coach would surely have been furious. The spectators also joined in, purchasing the charity hot dogs, knowing that 2/3 of the proceeds would be donated to help children displaced by war. As they feasted on hot dogs and sipped sodas or beers, the atmosphere was filled with laughter and relaxation. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle, surprising everyone as he held up a half-eaten hot dog. It turned out to be a jest, as he raised the hot dog like a cup, toasting with the entire audience in celebration, elevating the joyful ambience to its peak. After finishing the hot dog, the referee wiped his mouth and finally blew the whistle to signal the start of the second half. As the second half commenced, a player from Team A surged forward like a cheetah towards the ball, which was at the feet of a player from Team B. Just as the B player was about to pass the ball, a teammate from Team A shouted, "Be careful, he is a master passer." In an instant, the ball was passed, but it was intercepted, granting Team A a splendid opportunity. At midfield, Costa appeared like a bolt of lightning, renowned as the king of passing. His every delivery was precise. He swiftly assessed the situation on the field, then executed a brilliant pass that sliced through Team B's defense, heading straight for the penalty area. At that moment, everyone held their breath. The forward, Gomez, surged forward with the swiftness of a crimson lightning bolt, piercing into the penalty area in an instant. The fans of Team A erupted into thunderous applause and cheers, as if victory was within their grasp. The commentator, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "What a magnificent pass from Costa!" Gomez is now one-on-one. If he can find the net, Team A will take the lead. However, time is relentless. Although Gomez retained his passion and skill for football, his explosiveness had significantly waned. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, his shot lacked power and direction, allowing the keeper to secure the ball with ease, prompting a collective sigh of disappointment from the stands. The fans of Team A raised their hands in a long lament, as if their hopes had been shattered in that moment. The young players on the sidelines also exhibited expressions of dismay. Wang Long furrowed his brow, pondering. Gomez is still the same Gomez, yet time waits for no one. Sosa shook his head, remarking, such is the allure of time. Although Gomez is no longer in his youth, he can still deliver exquisite passes. Mora quietly added, we all wish to see the former blade of the forward line, yet he has given his all. Just as the disappointment of Team A's fans began to linger, Team B swiftly launched a counterattack. Fabio Cointreau raced down the flank, and though his speed had diminished from his prime, his wealth of experience allowed him to deftly evade a defender from Team A. The crowd erupted once more with exhilarating shouts. As the commentator's voice rose in fervor, what a splendid breakthrough by Fabio Cointreau. He still possesses top-tier dribbling skills. After successfully bypassing the defense, Cointreau delivered a cross that arced beautifully through the air, heading for the penalty area. Team A's defenders reacted quickly, leaping high to clear the ball with their heads. However, Team B's players swiftly seized the second ball, with Ricardo Carvalho joining the attack. He attempted a long-range shot from outside the box, sending the ball soaring. Yet it ultimately veered away from the goalpost, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Oh no, Ricardo Carvalho's shot has gone wide of the post. However, this attempt still showcased his determination and prowess, as the commentator's voice resonated with both admiration and regret. The young players on the sidelines appeared increasingly anxious. Wang Long clenched his fists, intently observing each movement on the field. Sosa's brow was furrowed as he murmured, Team B's counterattack is too swift. We must remain vigilant. Mora reassured, it's all right, there is still plenty of time. We have opportunities ahead. Meanwhile, Luo Kai calmly analyzed, these veterans possess immense experience. We need more teamwork to navigate this situation. The referee's whistle sounded once more, and the match continued. The atmosphere in the stands grew increasingly tense, with everyone holding their breath, fixated on the trajectory of the ball. Even the slightest shift could provoke applause or sighs. Yet on this verdant pitch, each individual was striving for their dreams. Chapter 54, The Legends Finale. A new era emerges. The whistle sliced through the air, heralding the commencement of the second half. The blazing sun cast its golden rays upon the verdant pitch, generating a thin veil of heat that lingered in the atmosphere, infused with the aroma of freshly cut grass and the scent of perspiration. In the stands, the fervent cheers of fans surged like ocean waves, resounding with deafening intensity. Dear spectators, welcome back. The teams have switched sides for the second half. Let us observe the adjustments made by both coaches. The commentator's impassioned voice echoed throughout the stadium. On the sidelines, Wang Long's heart raced in rhythm with the unfolding match. He noticed the team's legendary coach, Scolari, approach Renato Sanchez, patting his shoulder, signaling him to exit the field. It appeared that Coach Scolari intended to make a substitution. Sosa squinted, his tone tinged with concern. Renato Sanchez seems to be in good form. Why is he being substituted? Perhaps it's due to fatigue, Rokai speculated. He was quite active in the first half, which must have taken a toll. As they conversed, another legendary player entered the fray, replacing Renato Sanchez. Simultaneously, Scolari whispered a few words to Nani, seemingly orchestrating a new strategy. The match resumed, and a team noticeably intensified their offensive efforts along the flanks. Nani frequently seized possession on the wing, leveraging his extensive experience and exceptional dribbling skills to relentlessly challenge B team's defense. Nani has the ball. He cuts in. Nani, employing a familiar tactic, maneuvered inward, cleverly using his body to shield off the defender, creating a sliver of space before unleashing a shot. The ball, imbued with a vigorous spin, traced a beautiful arc as it hurtled toward the goal. Beautiful. The shot, the commentator's voice abruptly ceased, and the entire audience held their breath, their gaze fixated on the soaring sphere. At the critical moment, B team's goalkeeper, like a bolt of black lightning, leaped into action, using his toes to deflect the ball. Oh no, the commentator lamented, his voice reverberating throughout the stadium. The goalkeeper has thwarted the attempt. What a pity. Nani's shot was powerful, and the angle was acute. Yet B team's keeper reacted even more swiftly. On the sidelines, Wang Long felt a heavy sinking in his heart, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Sosa slapped his thigh in frustration. So close. Rokai sighed in agreement. That goalkeeper is incredibly quick. Nani shook his head in resignation, the fatigue preventing him from making a quick follow-up, helplessly watching as the ball was cleared by B team's defender. The sunlight illuminated his face, yet it could not conceal the desolation in his eyes. Wang Long shared in Nani's disappointment, clenching his fists, palms slick with sweat. He yearned for a team to score, to witness firsthand the glorious moments of these legendary stars. B team swiftly launched a counterattack, with Fabio Cointreau, who possessed the trait, dynamic left wing, racing down the sidelines. Though his speed was no longer at its peak, his experience allowed him to deftly maneuver past an 8-team defender before delivering a cross. The ball soared through the air, carving an arc accompanied by the whistling wind, heading toward a team's penalty area. Cointreau, a splendid cross. The commentator's voice soared once more. Dangerous. A Team-S defender leaped with determination, successfully heading the ball clear. They averted the crisis. The commentator exhaled in relief. However, B team players quickly seized the opportunity from the second ball, with Ricardo Carvalho, who held the iron wall trait, pushing forward to join the attack. His towering figure loomed outside the penalty area, and without hesitation, he unleashed a long-range shot after receiving a pass from a teammate. Carvalho. The long-range shot, the commentator's voice elongated once again. The ball, spinning with fierce energy, shot toward the goal like a cannonball, yet it soared high, missing the goalpost and eliciting gasps from the crowd. Oh dear. What a shame. Carvalho's shot veered just off target. The commentator's tone carried a hint of regret. As time wore on, the match escalated into a feverish intensity. Players exchanged attacks in rapid succession, the atmosphere on the field thickening with tension. At the 75-minute mark, Figo, possessing the red trait, elusive dribbler, collided with an opposing player during a midfield tussle, collapsing in pain. He clutched his ankle, his brow furrowed in distress. Figo is injured. The commentator's voice brimmed with concern. The hearts of the audience surged to their throats, anxiously fixated on the fallen Figo. The team medic rushed onto the field, and after a brief examination, Figo exhibited the resilience of a seasoned veteran, signaling his intent to continue. He slowly rose, cautiously testing his ankle. Though he returned to the match, it was evident that his movements had become significantly more cautious, his speed and agility greatly affected. Wang Long, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with admiration. These legendary players, despite having passed their prime, remained deeply passionate and dedicated to football. Their spirit was truly inspiring. B team, seizing the moment of a team's disarray following Figo's injury, attacked ferociously like sharks sensing blood. They intensified their offensive, engaging in more vigorous midfield battles. Their passes becoming swifter and more precise, aiming to capitalize on a team's moment of vulnerability. B team is ramping up their attack. They seem to sense an opportunity. The commentator's voice grew tense, the pace quickening. A team's defense is under immense pressure. They must stabilize quickly. On the sidelines, Wang Long could distinctly hear the roars of B team supporters crashing against his eardrums like relentless waves. He observed B team players darting across the field, resembling a pack of black leopards, exuding an aggressive demeanor. His palms instinctively tightened into fists. Pepe, endowed with the defensive trait steel defense, leapt high during a defensive set piece, attempting to clear the ball. His robust physique arched gracefully through the air, akin to an eagle soaring. However, perhaps due to an eagerness to win, or perhaps the toll of age, he landed awkwardly, his knee absorbing a tremendous impact, producing a muffled crack. Pepe grimaced in pain. Clutching his knee, his face contorted in anguish. He tentatively took a few steps but found his knee incapable of supporting his weight. After limping a few steps, he was forced to be assisted off the field by his teammates. The entire crowd, regardless of their allegiance, erupted into warm applause, honoring the veteran's fighting spirit. Pepe is injured. This is a tremendous blow for a team. The commentator's voice resonated with sorrow. Pepe is the backbone of a team's defense. His absence will significantly impact their defensive capabilities. As the match entered its final 10 minutes, both teams' players were severely fatigued, their jerseys drenched in sweat, breaths becoming labored. Their muscles ached, and their legs felt heavy, yet their desire to win remained undiminished. A team pressed forward, striving to score in the dying moments. Deco, the possessor of the organizational trait midfield commander, orchestrated the attack from midfield, utilizing his exquisite footwork and precise passing to repeatedly tear through B team's defense. Yet, B team's players remained resolute, blocking a team's shots with their bodies and intercepting passes with speed. Deco has the ball. He attempts to pass to Gomez. The commentator's voice rose once more. Oh no. The pass has been intercepted. Team B counterattacks. Seizing the opportunity, Team B swiftly advanced the ball into the attacking zone, orchestrating a highly threatening offensive. On the sidelines, Wang Long felt his heart leap into his throat as he envisioned Team B scoring. Just at this critical juncture, a team's newly substituted legendary midfielder, Viana, surged forth like a bolt of black lightning from the backfield, timely disrupting the play. "Brilliant!" exclaimed the commentator, relieved as Viana averted the crisis. In the final 5 minutes, a team put all their chips on the table, pressing every player into Team B's half, desperately attempting to carve out a last opportunity. At last, during an offensive push, a team earned a corner kick. Wang, tasked with delivering the ball to Costa, stood resolutely at the corner spot, taking a deep breath as he assessed the situation in the penalty area. He executed a tactical corner, collaborating cleverly with aerial dominator Bruno Alves. Alves leaped high, overpowering the B team defender, and headed the ball towards the goal. Alves, a header. The commentator nearly lost his voice in excitement. The ball was blocked by Team B's goalkeeper, who deflected it with his body. A team players followed up for a shot. In the end, during the final frantic exchanges of attack and defense, a team's efforts still failed to break through. The ball was cleared by a B team defender, soaring far beyond the sidelines. The ball boy promptly tossed the ball back into play, but the referee's whistle had already sounded. The match concluded in a 0-0 stalemate. On the field, despite the fact that these legendary stars no longer possessed their former vigor, they poured every ounce of effort into the game. Figo, gripping his ankle with bandages wrapped around his leg, persevered until the end. Nani's attempts down the flank, though fruitless in terms of goals, showcased his past brilliance. Deco's orchestration and passing in midfield, while unable to penetrate B team's ironclad defense, still left spectators in awe with his precise short passes and tactical control. These once mighty giants of the game, though their physical strength had waned, inspired everyone present with their indomitable spirit and profound love for football. In the stands, applause surged like a tide, the cheers, shouts, and whistles of fans melding into a breathtaking symphony. Some waved the flag of the Portuguese national team. Others held aloft large posters of these legendary stars, while some leapt in excitement, tears glistening in their eyes. Fans eagerly documented this unforgettable moment on their phones, etching the scene into their memories. The commentator's voice grew fervent. "Dear viewers, this has been an unforgettable match. Although the score is 0-0, the tenacity and perseverance of these legendary players reveal the true charm of football. Their performances transcend mere victories or defeats, embodying a legacy of spirit. Let us once more extend our applause to them." Amidst it all, Wang Long felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He gazed at these legendary players who, despite having passed their prime, continued to exhibit an unwavering passion and dedication to the sport. The host then invited the young prodigies to join, and the legendary stars approached the bench to invite the young players onto the field together. Figo patted Wang Long on the shoulder, signaling him to prepare to step onto the field and bask in the audience's cheers. Wang Long inhaled deeply, igniting a fierce determination within. Just as he was about to step onto the pitch, Figo suddenly paused, turning to gaze at the distant stands. His eyes, resolute and profound, seemed to be contemplating something. Suddenly, he spoke. "Kid, remember, football is not merely about technique and tactics. It is a battle of the spirit. You are the hope for the future. But never forget those who inspired you along the way." Wang Long nodded, understanding that Figo's words were not just a lesson for him, but a message for all young players. On the path ahead, he would cherish the fighting spirit of these legendary players and carry forth this love through his actions. The host stepped to the center of the field and announced loudly, "Dear fans, this nostalgic and passionate veterans match has come to a close, yet our hearts remain stirred. In the past 90 minutes and over the many years of football, each legendary player on the field has sketched the glorious chapters of Portuguese football for us." The audience erupted in applause once more, collectively chanting the names of these legendary stars in tribute. The host continued, "They were once the talents we all admired. Today, they demonstrate through their actions that true legends never fade away. Thank you for the glory and emotion you have brought to football." The legendary stars on the field embraced, tears shimmering in their eyes. Figo, Deco, Nani, Pepe. They once basked in glory on the pitch, and today, they continue to set an example for the younger generation through their perseverance and dedication. Wang Long looked at these legends with immense respect and gratitude, knowing that this night would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. "Kid," Figo's voice echoed in Wang Long's ear, "the road ahead is long, but you can certainly go further. His words trailed off, yet a new hope ignited within Wang Long. He realized he was witnessing the conclusion of an era and the dawn of a new one. Figo smiled slightly and said, "Kid, the match is over." But wait for a moment. Wang Long paused, filled with curiosity. What could Figo want with him? Chapter 55. Figo and Oppo's training program. As the ceremony concluded, the players gradually vacated the field, and the once boisterous stadium returned to a serene calm. In the locker room, Wang Long found Figo, the legendary Portuguese star, calmly organizing his gear. He said little, merely instructing Wang Long to wait. With fewer people in the locker room, the air became infused with a faint scent of sweat and herbs. Eventually, only the two of them remained. Figo then pulled Wang Long aside and fixed him with an intense gaze. "Young man, you have been emulating my playing style, haven't you?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Wang Long. Figo had indeed noticed. He hesitated, unwilling to attribute his skills to the system, and instead replied, "Yes, Mr. Figo. I have been studying your match footage, trying to learn your dribbling techniques." Figo nodded, a hint of approval gracing his features. "You have imitated it quite well. But it remains merely a semblance, not the essence." He paused, his tone tinged with regret. "I am now older, and my body cannot keep pace with my mind. I cannot demonstrate my dribbling techniques on the field." Figo then produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Long. "How about this? Come find me every weekend, and I will guide you properly." Wang Long accepted the card, which bore the address of Long Meng Meng Company. Confused, he looked up at Figo, who seemed to read his thoughts. "Yes, you are not mistaken. It was old Master Vega who requested me to mentor you." He chuckled softly. "I initially intended to refuse, but after watching your matches, I saw a reflection of my younger self in you. Thus, I changed my mind." Figo patted Wang Long on the shoulder. "Work hard, young man." With that, he turned and left the locker room, leaving Wang Long standing alone, clutching the card tightly. Taking a deep breath, warmth surged within him. Wang Long returned to the training camp with the Sporting CP bus, where spirited discussions about the legendary star ensued among the players, some even managing to obtain photographs and autographs. Although Andre, who had not played, felt fulfilled. It was evident that Wang Long was the one to gain the most, having received Figo's invitation for special training. However, he chose to keep this news to himself, as it sounded rather implausible. With the team soon to break for a holiday, everyone would return home to rest. Wang Long had not planned to return to Huaxia due to the expensive airfare, which could cover his living expenses for an entire month. Now, with Figo's invitation, he had even more to focus on. When the weekend arrived, the other players had returned home, and Wang Long rose early in his dormitory. After a simple breakfast, he made his way to the entrance of Long Meng Meng Company. On the empty street, a black business vehicle stood silently parked. Upon seeing Wang Long, the driver promptly exited and signaled for him to enter. The vehicle glided smoothly, eventually stopping beside a lush green field on the outskirts. This pitch, unlike modern stadiums, resembled an elderly sage, quietly narrating tales of the past. The weathered wire fences, rusted goals, and aged wooden benches in the stands all bore witness to the passage of time. Towering eucalyptus trees surrounded the field, and a gentle breeze carried the refreshing aroma of grass and foliage. Walking on the slightly dry grass, Wang Long could feel the earth's weight beneath his feet, as if each step resonated with the echoes of history. He could almost envision the many great players who had once poured their sweat onto this very ground in pursuit of their dreams. In the center of the field, Figo had long been waiting, clad in simple athletic attire, a football at his feet, seeming to meld with the very essence of this pitch. Under the warm Portuguese sun and gentle breeze, this hallowed ground, steeped in football history, bore witness to a unique training session. The prodigious Wang Long stood alongside the legendary Figo on this verdant expanse. Hailing from China, Wang Long had ventured far from home in pursuit of his football dreams, seizing this rare opportunity with his talent and passion. At this moment, he stood nervously before Figo, his heart racing, almost audible in the stillness of the morning. Sunlight illuminated Figo's face, accentuating his chiseled features, while his profound gaze sparkled with wisdom. "Have you warmed up?" Figo's deep, commanding voice shattered the morning tranquility. "Yes, Mr. Figo," Wang Long replied, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves. Figo nodded, gesturing to the slightly worn football beneath his feet. "Do you know how many great players have emerged from this very field?" Without waiting for an answer, he continued, "Cristiano Ronaldo, Rui Costa, and myself. This training ground has witnessed the growth of many legendary figures." Figo's eyes rested on Wang Long. "Today, The first lesson I wish to impart is to respect history and honor this land that has nurtured countless legends. He paused, a fierce glint in his eyes. Only then can you truly comprehend the essence of football. Bending down, Figo picked up the football and juggled it effortlessly, the ball appearing to unite with him. Now, let me see your fundamentals. He gently nudged the ball towards Wang Long's feet. Juggle it 1,000 times. Wang Long accepted the ball, inhaled deeply, and began juggling. 1, 2, 3. The football danced beneath his feet like an obedient sprite. Yet, upon reaching 800, the ball unexpectedly leapt away, rolling aside. Embarrassed, Wang Long smiled sheepishly, aware of the gap between his skills and Figo's. Without a word, Figo silently retrieved the ball and resumed juggling. 1, 2, 3. The football stuck to his feet as if glued, soaring gracefully in rhythm with his movements, never straying from his command. 100, 200, 300. Figo's motions were light and fluid, akin to a graceful dance. Sunlight illuminated him, highlighting his aged yet still athletic physique, with beads of sweat glistening as they trickled down his forehead. Wang Long watched in awe, having never witnessed such exquisite skill. Figo's juggling was not merely a display of technique, but an expression of artistry. Each movement radiated power and beauty, every touch impeccably timed, as if the football were an extension of his very being. In the 1966 World Cup, Portugal emerged prominently, ultimately securing third place. Upon reaching 1,000 juggles, Figo ceased, steadying the ball beneath his foot. Do you know why? He looked at Wang Long, who shook his head, genuinely at a loss. Because of solid fundamentals. Figo's voice resonated with strength. Back then, Portuguese players may not have possessed the physical prowess and technical levels of today's athletes, but they had unwaveringly sound fundamentals. Their understanding of football and mastery of the ball were unmatched by many contemporary players. Figo approached Wang Long, gently placing the ball at his feet. Touch is the rapport between a player and the ball. It is not merely about technique. It embodies a feeling, a comprehension. He pointed to Wang Long's feet. When you were juggling earlier, you focused too much on technique and neglected the communication with the ball. You have not truly engaged with the weight of the ball, its rotation, and its trajectory. Figo picked up the ball and demonstrated, feeling it, understanding it, mastering it. His voice was deep and magnetic, reminiscent of an ancient incantation. Wang Long took the ball once more, this time closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, and attempting to sense the ball as presence. He gently touched the ball, feeling its texture, temperature, and weight. He slowly began to juggle the ball, once, twice, thrice. This time, he did not seek to achieve a high number, but rather to genuinely connect with the ball. Gradually, he sensed a marvelous bond forming between himself and the ball. He could perceive every subtle movement of the ball, anticipate its landing, and control its spin. The football beneath his feet transformed from a mere cold object into a vibrant spirit, dancing gracefully according to his intent. Figo observed silently from the side, a hint of approval gracing his features. He recognized that Wang Long was beginning to grasp the essence of ball control. Indeed, Figo nodded, yet this was merely the beginning. He moved 20 meters away, came to a halt, and instructed, "Now, pass the ball to me." Wang Long inhaled deeply, gently nudging the ball into the optimal striking position. He recalled Figo's demonstration, his gaze fixed on the spot on Figo's chest, and with a sudden burst of energy, he struck the ball. However, it floated aimlessly into the air, tracing an awkward arc before landing 5 meters to Figo's right. Figo refrained from speaking immediately. Walking over to the ball, picking it up, and placing it at his feet, he lifted his gaze to Wang Long, his eyes filled with a hint of exasperation. "Are you passing the ball, or merely letting it stray?" Figo's voice, though soft, bore a sharp edge. "Look at this ball. It is weak and directionless, like a headless fly." Wang Long felt his face flush. His passing skill was only at a novice level, and he was unable to control such precision. Knowing full well how poor his last pass had been, he bowed his head, unable to meet Figo's gaze. Figo sighed, stepping closer to Wang Long, patting his shoulder. "I recognize your effort, but the direction of your effort is misguided." He pointed to the spot where Wang Long had struck the ball. "Your force was uneven, resulting in a completely erratic trajectory." Figo bent down, picked up a stick, and drew a simple diagram on the ground. "See, a proper pass should transmit force from the heel to the thigh, then to the waist, and ultimately release that energy through the instep into the ball." As he spoke, he illustrated with the stick, emphasizing that the entire process should be fluid and seamless, akin to drawing a bow to shoot an arrow. Figo paused before continuing. "In the 2004 European Championship, Although our Portuguese team lost to Greece in the finals, our passing coordination was still world-class. We moved like a finely tuned machine. Each component perfectly synchronized. Figo's gaze returned to Wang Long. The greatest flaw in your previous pass was the lack of a target. You merely kicked the ball without considering where it ought to go. He pointed to his chest. Passing, like shooting, requires a clear objective. You must anticipate the ball's landing spot in your mind, and then use your foot to control its trajectory. Once more, Figo placed the ball back at Wang Long's feet. Remember, maintain fluidity in your force and aim precisely. Wang Long inhaled deeply. This time, he focused intently. He adjusted his breathing, locked his gaze on Figo's chest, pulled his right foot back slightly, then unleashed his power. The football soared forth, tracing a beautiful arc and landing accurately at Figo's feet. Figo nodded in satisfaction, much improved. Both power and direction have significantly enhanced. He returned the ball to Wang Long, encouraging him to continue practicing. Remember the principles I just shared. For the next stretch of time, Wang Long diligently practiced passing while Figo patiently guided him, consistently correcting his mistakes. The sunlight bathed the green field, sweat soaking Wang Long's shirt, yet he felt no fatigue, only an invigorating drive. He knew he was inching closer to his dream. Once more, Figo's voice resonated across the pitch. Wang Long mechanically repeated the passing motion, his legs growing heavier and his breath becoming increasingly labored. The sun in Lisbon seemed to grow more intense, causing him to feel lightheaded. He felt his body nearing its limit. Each pass drained the last vestiges of his strength. Stumbling, Wang Long nearly fell, clutching his knee and gasping for air. Figo approached, offering him a bottle of water. Take a break. Figo's tone was laced with concern. Training must be progressive. We cannot rush. Wang Long accepted the water, drinking deeply until he felt somewhat revitalized. He looked up at Figo. Mr. Figo, why does today's training feel so intense? Figo smiled. Because this is true specialized training. He explained, regular team practices focus on overall coordination and tactical drills, whereas my specialized training hones in on your individual skills. Figo paused, continuing, moreover, the intensity of your training is set to professional standards. Wang Long suddenly realized that his previous training had been systematic rather than specialized. The intensity of true specialized training was indeed considerable. No wonder so many prodigies had dedicated trainers and nutritionists. He looked at Figo. Thank you, Mr. Figo. I will strive to improve. Figo patted his shoulder. I believe in you. He pointed toward the distant goal. Once you're rested, we will commence shooting practice. Wang Long was momentarily taken aback, bitterly amused to realize that the training was far from over. Chapter 56. The Devils' training. As the shooting practice commenced, Figo positioned the ball casually at the penalty spot. He refrained from his usual run-up, merely nudging the ball lightly, and it soared like an arrow, striking the corner of the net. The crisp sound of the ball hitting the net echoed across the training ground, and Wang Long barely caught a glimpse of Figo's actions. This was the most fundamental instep shot. Figo pointed towards the goal, explaining that power, angle, and speed are all essential components. He gestured for Wang Long to step forward and attempt a shot. Taking a deep breath, Wang Long mimicked Figo's stance, believing he could easily score based on his usual habits, although accuracy towards the corner eluded him. Determined to follow Figo's guidance, he took a few steps back to begin his run. At the moment of contact, he felt he was executing the shot as Figo had instructed. Yet it felt particularly awkward, and indeed, the ball soared high over the goal. Your point of force is incorrect. Figo approached him, indicating the middle of his instep. The contact should be here, not near the toes. As he spoke, he demonstrated the correct striking posture. Wang Long nodded and tried again. This time, although the ball did not sail over the goal, it veered off target, narrowly missing the post. Your leg swing is too wide. Figo patiently corrected him. You must maintain your body's balance to ensure accuracy. After countless attempts and repeated failures, beads of sweat began to form on Wang Long's forehead. He felt his legs growing heavier and his breathing quickening. Figo, however, did not rush him, quietly observing and occasionally offering guidance. He understood that mastering the proper shooting technique requires both time and patience, especially since Wang Long had his own ingrained shooting style, making correction even more challenging. Finally, after numerous trials, Wang Long's shooting began to show improvement. He started to control the direction of the ball, and his power became more calibrated. Although he had yet to reach Figo's level of precision, he was now able to score with the correct form. Good, Figo encouraged. Keep it up. After a brief respite, Figo resumed teaching Wang Long other shooting techniques. He demonstrated a driven shot with the instep, the ball curving beautifully over the wall and into the net. He also showcased a flick with the outside of his foot, the ball darting through the air like a sprite, perplexing the goalkeeper. Each movement was meticulously explained, accompanied by classic goal examples from Portugal's past tournaments, illustrating the timing and angle of shots. For instance, he recalled the memorable match in the 2000 European Championship where Portugal faced England, highlighting Nuno Gomez's exquisite strike in the penalty area, and the 2004 Euro match against the Netherlands, where Manish's long-range goal secured victory. Wang Long listened intently, feeling as though he were transported to those iconic matches, experiencing the thrill and glory of scoring. Shooting is not merely a combination of power and technique, Figo stated. More importantly, it is about understanding the game and seizing the moment. After the passing drills concluded, Figo led Wang Long to the side of the training field, where several marker cones were arranged. Next, we will practice dribbling, he said. The essence of Portuguese football lies in agile dribbling and quick passing combinations. He began to demonstrate various dribbling techniques, such as the bicycle kick, the Marseille turn, and the nutmeg. His movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dancer weaving through the cones. The key to dribbling is rhythm and variation, Figo explained. You must learn to use your body movements to deceive your opponent and create space for breakthroughs. He mentioned the legendary Portuguese midfielder Rui Costa, a master of dribbling whose passes always enlivened the team's attack. Wang Long watched in awe, eager to try it himself. However, as he began to practice, while he could control the ball fluidly like Figo, the latter shook his head disapprovingly. Navigating around a stationary opponent and maneuvering past one with rhythm are entirely different challenges. Your rhythm is too fast, Figo advised from the sidelines. First, control the ball's speed, then adjust your rhythm according to the situation on the field. He emphasized that dribbling is not about showboating but about creating opportunities. Figo slowed his movements, meticulously breaking down each technique and guiding Wang Long to feel the rhythm of his body and the trajectory of the ball. He informed Wang Long that dribbling encompasses not only footwork but also requires keen awareness of the surroundings and the movements of opponents. With each repetition, Wang Long's movements gradually became more coordinated, his feet increasingly agile. His dribbling began to earn Figo's nod of approval, although he had yet to reach Figo's level of mastery. Wang Long could sense the joy in dribbling. How does it feel? Figo inquired. Wang Long wiped the sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, "It's fantastic. I feel as if I'm a sprite dancing." Figo smiled. That is the allure of football. Glancing at the time, he declared, "That will be all for today." Wang Long seemed eager to continue. Figo patted his shoulder, recognizing his fatigue yet still evident enthusiasm for training. "I know you wish to practice more, but haste makes waste. Today's training has been sufficient. Rest is essential for better progress." He pointed to a nearby bench. "Come, let us sit for a while." The two sat side by side on the bench, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of fresh grass. It was then that Wang Long felt the ache in his legs and the tightness in his muscles, a sense of satisfying fatigue washing over him. "You know, Wang Long." Figo gazed at the young players running on the field, his expression distant. "I still remember several matches that hold profound significance for me." Wang Long perked up. "Which matches do you mean?" he asked eagerly. "The semi-final of the 2000 European Championship, Portugal against France," Figo's voice lowered, as if he were transported back to that fateful match filled with regret. "We played exceptionally well. Nuno Gomez opened the scoring, and we glimpsed the hope of reaching the final." He paused, but Zidane's penalty changed everything. Wang Long sensed the helplessness in Figo's tone, a poignant reminder of victory slipping away. "The penalty shootout in extra time shattered our hopes," Figo continued, bitterness lacing his words. "We had a chance to make history, but fell short at the threshold of the final." He vividly recalled every detail of that match, the cheers of the French players, the sighs of Portuguese fans, and the indescribable sense of loss that enveloped him. "From that match, I learned a great deal," Figo continued. "Football is not merely a contest of skills and tactics. It is also a test of psychological resilience. In critical moments, we must remain composed to make the right choices." He turned to Wang Long. "You must remember this lesson." "Yes." Wang Long nodded earnestly, committing Figo's words to memory. "There is one more match that left a lasting impression on me." Figo's demeanor grew more relaxed as he reflected on the 2004 European Championship final. "Although we suffered a defeat against Greece, that tournament allowed us to showcase the essence of Portuguese football." He reminisced about the arduous journey from our initial loss to Greece in the group stage to our eventual rematch in the final, highlighting the struggles and determination that accompanied us. "We triumphed over formidable opponents such as Spain, England, and the Netherlands, ultimately gracing the grand stage of the final. While the outcome may not have been flawless, we poured our hearts into the endeavor. A spark illuminated Figo's eyes as he recalled that tournament, where we revealed the promising future of Portuguese football to the world. It felt as though he was transported back to that fervent summer, basking in the Lisbon sun. Amidst the roars of fervent fans and the mutual encouragement shared among teammates. You were right, Wang Long inhaled deeply. The essence lies in savoring the journey of the game rather than fixating solely on the result. Well, the time is right. Allow me to take you to a place that will surely pique your interest, Figo declared before turning and walking away. Exhausted, Wang Long could only follow, unsure of what other mysteries Figo might unveil. Chapter 57. Entry Upgrade. Figo glanced back at Wang Long, who had followed closely behind, and nodded in satisfaction. Let us go? I shall take you to savor my favorite hot dog, which the coach forbids us from eating. Wang Long followed Figo to a restaurant steeped in history, situated beside the football field. The establishment was adorned with an array of photographs of various sports stars and signed jerseys, exuding a profound sense of nostalgia. Figo expertly ordered 2 hot dogs and handed one to Wang Long. These hot dogs are my absolute favorite. I used to indulge in one after every training session, he remarked with a smile. Wang Long took a bite of the hot dog, the rich aroma of meat combined with the sweet and tangy sauce igniting his appetite. Delicious, he exclaimed. As he relished the flavors, he pondered silently. If training only occurred on weekends, wouldn't that mean merely 4 sessions during this holiday? For someone eager to enhance his skills swiftly, that was grossly insufficient. Setting down his hot dog, he summoned his courage and cautiously inquired, Mr. Figo, do you have time during the week? I mean, aside from weekends, are you available at other times? Figo raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Wang Long's question. Yet he refrained from answering immediately, observing Wang Long with interest. After wiping the corners of his mouth with a napkin, he spoke slowly. What? Do you find weekend training inadequate? Wang Long nodded vigorously, fearing Figo might misinterpret his intent. I just feel the time is too limited. I genuinely wish to improve my skills as quickly as possible. If feasible, I would like to have additional training time. His tone carried a hint of pleading. Figo regarded the determined young man before him, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. He sensed Wang Long's fervor for football, reminiscent of his own youthful passion. With a smile, he replied, All right, I see your determination. From now on, you shall come here every Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday morning, and I will be waiting for you. Upon hearing Figo's response, Wang Long was elated, nearly leaping from his seat. Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Figo. His excitement rendered him somewhat incoherent. He had forgotten to continue eating his hot dog. Figo waved his hand dismissively, indicating he need not be so formal. However, be prepared. Training during the week will not be as easy as on the weekends. His tone held a note of warning, yet it brimmed with expectation for Wang Long, rest assured. Mr. Figo, I will not disappoint you, Wang Long declared earnestly, clenching his fist tightly. In the ensuing weeks, Wang Long's life became extraordinarily fulfilling. He was like a wound-up spring, dedicating every moment outside of school to training. He absorbed Figo's teachings and experiences like a sponge, witnessing a remarkable enhancement in his skills at an astonishing pace. 2 training sessions stood out vividly in his memory. One was a physical conditioning session. That morning, when Wang Long arrived at the training ground, panting and out of breath, Figo was already dressed in athletic attire, awaiting him by the track. The training agenda for the day was somewhat different. Rather than commencing with technical drills as usual, Figo immediately led Wang Long into physical training. Without uttering much, Figo merely gestured for Wang Long to keep up. He began running, not fast, but with a pronounced rhythm. Initially, Wang Long managed to match Figo and Oppo's pace. But as time progressed, he began to struggle. His legs felt as if they were weighed down with lead, and he gasped for air, each breath accompanied by a burning sensation in his chest. Figo, running ahead, sensed Wang Long's labored breathing intensifying behind him. He did not stop but slightly slowed his pace. Glancing back at Wang Long, he observed the sweat streaming down Wang Long's face and the pallor of his lips, yet Wang Long gritted his teeth, striving to keep up. Persevere, Figo shouted, his voice resonating like thunder across the training field. Think of the effort exerted by the Portuguese players during the 1984 European Championship in extra time. Their fighting spirit is something you must embody. Wang Long felt Figo's words infuse him with renewed vigor. He gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. Images of the Portuguese players from the 1984 European Championship flooding his mind. Their relentless pursuit of victory left a profound impact on him. He felt as if he could sense their breaths and heartbeats, their unwavering resolve to fight for national honor. Under Figo's guidance, Wang Long completed high-intensity shuttle runs and sprint drills, pushing his physical limits to the brink. Yet, his spirit soared. Each run felt liberating, as if he were an unbridled stallion, and he sensed his body's potential surging forth, each breath accompanied by a rush of strength. Eventually, he collapsed onto the grass, panting and utterly exhausted, yet his face bore a victorious smile. He understood that this training had not only fortified his body, but had also honed his willpower. On another occasion, after the physical training ended, Figo notably did not proceed with technical drills. Instead, he retrieved a notebook from the sidelines, filled with dense data and complex charts. He gestured for Wang Long to sit beside him and commenced explaining the details recorded within. His tone was serious, akin to that of a dedicated scholar. This data chronicles the specifics of each training session, encompassing your speed, explosive power, endurance, and even your respiratory and heart rate variations. Figo patiently elucidated, pointing to the information in the notebook. This information will enable us to gain a more comprehensive understanding of your physical condition and assist in developing a more scientific training regimen. His voice carried an air of conviction, as if he were discussing something sacred. Wang Long listened, somewhat bewildered. He had never encountered such a scientific approach to training. The information before him felt like a foreign language, yet he remained focused on Figo's explanations. Training is not merely about repetitive practice. It requires scientific analysis and guidance. Figo remarked, his eyes gleaming with wisdom. Only by mastering scientific training methods can you advance further along the path of football. Closing the notebook, Figo's demeanor turned solemn. Starting with the next training session, your training regimen will undergo adjustments. Wang Long's body tensed slightly, confusion etched on his face as he gazed at Figo, who offered no further explanation and simply walked away, leaving Wang Long alone in contemplation. On the second training day, Figo announced, "Today, we shall practice juggling the ball with your head." He pointed to an inflatable ball the size of a basketball. Wang Long stared at the ball, somewhat incredulous. "Juggling with my head? What does this have to do with football?" He was tempted to voice his skepticism, but upon seeing Figo's serious expression, he obediently commenced the exercise. The trajectory of the inflatable ball was erratic, making it even more challenging to control than a football. Wang Long leaped repeatedly, using his head to juggle the ball, sweat soaking his hair, yet he persevered through the discomfort. Figo observed quietly from the sidelines, offering guidance intermittently. In addition to head juggling, Figo also had Wang Long practice juggling with his toes, knees, and even his back. These astonishing training methods left Wang Long in despair. Yet he was astonished to discover that they significantly enhanced his ball handling skills. His touch became more refined, and his control over the ball grew increasingly precise. Not only did Figo alter the training regimen, but he also adjusted the training schedule. He arranged sessions during the sweltering midday heat, the refreshing coolness of the evenings, and occasionally conducted impromptu drills in the dead of night. "Young man, do you think becoming an exceptional player is a simple endeavor? You must adapt to various environments and challenges," Figo would consistently remind Wang Long. Although Wang Long frequently voiced his grievances, he harbored a deep sense of gratitude within. He understood that Figo's intentions were rooted in his best interests, aimed at facilitating his rapid development. After a month of Figo's nearly relentless training, Wang Long's attributes experienced a remarkable surge. All three of his white attributes transformed into green, and four of his green attributes saw significant enhancement, bringing him tantalizingly close to a breakthrough. Gazing at the radiant green attributes on his panel, Wang Long's lips curled into a confident smile. The goal of dominating the Portugal U18 League was now within his grasp. Chapter 58. Preseason friendly matches. A month had passed in the blink of an eye, and the sunlight in Lisbon seemed to shine even more brilliantly. The players of the Sporting CP U18 team returned to the training ground one after another, bringing life back to Wang Long's dormitory. Mota entered with a bag full of homemade Portuguese egg tarts from his mother, and the sweet aroma quickly filled the room. Andre was as usual, hauling an assortment of odd trinkets into the dorm, leaving everyone curious about where he had sourced such peculiar items. Patro also contributed by bringing local specialty cookies, their crispy texture paired with a rich milky flavor that tempted everyone to indulge. Observing this familiar scene, a warm wave surged within Wang Long. Although a month of intense training had been arduous, it made him cherish the moments spent with his teammates even more. The journey for the new season was about to commence, and they would once again fight side by side to pursue their shared dreams. The following day's training was relatively light, as everyone had just returned and needed time to adjust. For Wang Long, who had already endured a month of grueling training, it felt like a piece of cake. After training, Coach Jurgen gathered everyone together to outline the arrangements for the new season. First, I would like to congratulate several players who have attracted the attention of other clubs. After discussions, they have decided to join clubs in lower-tier leagues to further their development. Coach Jurgen's voice resonated with enthusiasm, prompting a round of applause as teammates expressed their congratulations to their departing friends. Some players, if they performed well, might have the opportunity to ascend to higher leagues in the future. Naturally, others were not envious, as their aspirations were loftier. They yearned to leap directly into top-tier or secondary leagues to showcase their talents on a grander stage. Coach Jurgen gestured for silence and announced, "Next season's U18 league will be more competitive. To better acclimatize you to the pace of the matches, the club has decided to arrange an overseas training session. With Asia as our destination." He paused, his gaze intense as he looked at everyone. "This training camp is a remarkable opportunity for you. Make sure to seize it." As soon as he finished speaking, the training ground erupted with excitement. "Asia? Is it Japan or South Korea? Wow, this is fantastic. We finally get to compete abroad." The players eagerly discussed their upcoming Asian journey. "Coach, who will be our opponents in this friendly match?" Sosa asked impatiently, his eyes shining with excitement. Coach Jurgen smiled enigmatically. "As for our opponents, that will remain a secret for now. However, I can tell you that they are among the top youth teams in Asia, with formidable strength. Whoever they are, we will surely triumph," João Bezerra declared confidently, recalling their previous victory against Porto U18. "Exactly. We need to win again," Benaquinda echoed, his tone brimming with determination. Wang Long listened quietly, his mind racing. He understood the significance of this training camp, as it represented an opportunity to showcase his abilities on a higher platform and prove his worth to the first team. Yet, what concerned him more was the mention of Asia. Could it be? Observing the passionately animated players, Coach Jurgen raised his hand to calm them. "During this training camp, we will use matches as practice to assess the results of our training thus far. I hope you will give your all and exhibit the spirit of sporting CPU18. "Coach, when do we depart?" Gonalves asked, already eager to set foot on Asian soil. Coach Jurgen paused, scanning the faces of his players before settling on Wang Long. As for the departure time, he deliberately elongated his words. "It will be in 3 days." 3 days? Wang Long silently repeated, a peculiar premonition washing over him. Asia? Where exactly? Could it be the Middle East? He had heard that the league in Saudi Arabia was quite impressive, with Cristiano Ronaldo playing there. And the intensity of their league was not inferior to that of Portugal. Listening to his teammates' discussions, Wang Long felt a tightening in his chest. Could there be a chance to play in Huaxia? The sudden thought quickened his heartbeat and made his palms sweat slightly. Coach Jurgen soon revealed the answer. Japan, South Korea, and Huaxia. Wang Long's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. Huaxia. A complex mix of emotions swirled within him, excitement, apprehension, and an indescribable anticipation. He had not expected to return to his homeland in such a manner, to a place both familiar and foreign. Upon hearing the name Huaxia, his teammates gathered curiously around him, bombarding him with questions about the Huaxia U18 team. Wang Long, how strong is the Huaxia U18 team? Do they have any standout players? What is their tactical style? Wang Long felt somewhat overwhelmed by the inquiries. Struggling to articulate his thoughts, he realized his knowledge about the Huaxia U18 team was woefully inadequate. I'm not entirely sure," he said, awkwardly scratching his head. "I've only gathered some information online. I haven't had any real contact with them." "Come on, share what you know." His teammates pressed on, their curiosity intensifying. Wang Long reluctantly shared what little he knew, mentioning that the overall strength of the Huaxia U18 team was mid-tier in Asia, but their players generally lacked technical skills, speed, and stamina, and their tactical style emphasized teamwork. "Sounds rather average. Why are we playing against them?" Wang Long, a Huaxia native himself, felt a bit embarrassed. He wished to boast about his national team, but there was little to commend, especially with a friendly match approaching where such exaggerations would quickly unravel. Coach Jurgen clapped his hands, signaling for silence. "All right, lads. Go back and rest well. We leave the day after tomorrow, and the schedule is tight. I hope you can relax while also learning from our opponent's strengths." "There is one more thing I need to share about our trip to Asia," Coach Jurgen said, feigning mystery as he glanced at each player, finally landing on Wang Long, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The opportunity for this friendly match came about thanks to the connection of a first-team player who will accompany us to Asia. As soon as the words escaped his lips, the training ground erupted in raucous chatter. A first-team player? Who could it be? Is it Captain Pereira? Or the newly signed forward Paulinho? Speculations ran rampant, with players excitedly whispering to one another. More importantly, Coach Jurgen raised his voice to quell the murmurs. Thanks to this player's efforts, our airfare and accommodation expenses will be fully covered by the football associations of Japan, South Korea, and Russia. How about that for good news? Another wave of cheers erupted as players applauded, thrilled by this unexpected boon. This trip to Asia would not only allow them to face high-level opponents, but also provide a free travel opportunity, truly marvelous. Now, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome our mysterious guest. Coach Jurgen clapped his hands, directing attention to the entrance of the training ground. All eyes were fixed on the entrance, speculating which star player from the first team would soon make an appearance. Gradually, a slender figure clad in athletic attire approached. He wore sunglasses and a cap, its brim pulled low, obscuring much of his face. Although his features remained elusive, the visible contours of his chin and lips suggested he was of Asian descent. With a light step, he exuded a distinctive confidence and composure as he approached the other players. His short black hair framed a chiseled visage and sun-kissed skin, though not towering in stature. He emanated a formidable presence. Wang Long's gaze was riveted upon him. The dark hair, the familiar Eastern features, combined with this trip to Asia, invoked a name that flickered in his mind. Could it be him? Wang Long's heart began to race, an indescribable thrill and anxiety coursing through his chest. Could it truly be him? Chapter 59. The first battle in Japan. The man in sunglasses slowly removed his hat, revealing a chiseled Eastern face adorned with a hint of a friendly smile. Greetings, I am Hidemasa Morita. Wang Long gasped in astonishment. Indeed, it was he, the sole Asian player on the first team of Sporting CP, the iron-willed defensive midfielder who commanded the midfield. Hidemasa Morita had made his way from Kawasaki Frontale to Sporting CP, step by step, proving his worth on the European stage through sheer talent. Wang Long quickly activated his entry system, and indeed, 3 dazzling purple entries appeared before him: field adhesive, rhythm regulator, and iron-willed defensive midfielder. The U18 prodigies like Gon Alves, Vanakunda, and Joe Obasera each possessed only a single purple entry, whereas Morita boasted 3. This disparity elucidated why he had firmly established himself in the first team. Wang Long glanced at his own 7 green entries, a wave of confidence surging within him. The purple entries were within reach. The first team was not far off. Morita briefly outlined the key points of their Asian tour, which primarily revolved around safety, maintaining a positive mindset, and the importance of experiencing and learning. Coach Jay Regen reiterated the significance of discipline before announcing the team's dispersal. A number of players gathered around Morita, seeking autographs and photographs, and Wang Long could not resist joining them. Sharing the same Asian visage in a foreign land evoked a peculiar sense of familiarity. When it was Wang Long's turn to take a photo with Morita, the latter patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Young man, I have high hopes for you. Work hard and strive to join the first team soon to fight alongside me." Wang Long was taken aback. A star from the first team had noticed him. "I will," he replied excitedly. Morita cast him a meaningful glance and whispered in his ear, "Actually." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The bustling Lisbon airport was alive with voices as over 30 members of the Sporting CP U18 team surged into the departure hall like a battalion on a mission. Ender remained as he always was, laden with bags, resembling a mobile luggage rack. Wang Long shook his head in resignation, thinking that this guy would likely empty half a mall in Japan. As the airplane roared through the skies, the contours of Lisbon gradually shrank to the size of a toy model. Wang Long gazed out the window, his heart a tumult of emotions. This was his first overseas competition since joining Sporting CP, and the destination was his homeland, Japan, near Huaxia. He sent a brief message to Long Mengmeng, informing her of his participation in the match in Japan. Long Mengmeng seemed busy, merely reminding him to stay safe, especially to be cautious against the South Korean team and avoid injuries. The mention of the South Korean team sparked a memory of their renowned playing style, and Wang Long felt a surge of vigilance. He chose not to inform his parents, planning to surprise them upon his arrival in Japan. After a lengthy journey filled with flights and layovers, they finally reached Saitama City in Japan. Upon exiting the airport, a refreshing breeze carrying the scent of cherry blossoms enveloped him. The clean streets and orderly traffic presented an atmosphere starkly different from Europe. Ender and Moda eagerly urged Wang Long to explore. The bustling heart of Saitama City was vibrant, with towering buildings contrasting sharply against the tranquil Saitama Stadium in the distance. Ender immediately entered shopping mode upon entering a mall, filling his bags with various quirky items. Wang Long, captivated by Japan's exquisite craftsmanship, carefully selected a few small gifts to bring back for his parents. Considering the match scheduled for the following afternoon, Coach Jay Regin strictly limited their outing time. So the trio returned to the hotel before long. Back in their hotel room, Wang Long carefully placed the gifts in his backpack and lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, his thoughts swirling. Wang Long tossed and turned on his hotel bed, unable to find sleep. The unfamiliar mattress, the strange room, and the impending match stirred a sense of unease within him. He took a deep breath, striving to relax. Closing his eyes, the encouraging gaze and words of Morita surfaced in his mind, filling him with warmth. He clenched his fists and silently motivated himself. Wang Long, you can do it. Tomorrow, let the Japanese fans witness your strength. The next morning, Wang Long rose early. After freshening up, he joined his teammates for breakfast in the hotel dining area. The spread was lavish, featuring both Western-style bread and milk, as well as Japanese sushi and ramen. Wang Long sampled a few pieces of sushi, finding the taste agreeable, though he still preferred a Western breakfast. After the meal, the team boarded a bus bound for Saitama Stadium. The sun shone brightly, with not a cloud in sight. From a distance, Saitama Stadium resembled a massive pearl glimmering in the sunlight. With 3 hours remaining before the match, throngs of fans had already gathered around the stadium, creating a lively atmosphere. Supporters donned jerseys of both teams, waving flags and banners while singing chants of encouragement. Wang Long was astonished. He had not anticipated that a friendly U18 match would attract such a large crowd. Entering the stadium, he was greeted by the fresh scent of grass. Taking a deep breath, he felt the softness of the turf beneath his feet, gradually calming his nerves. His teammates had already begun their warm-up, and he quickly joined in. Passing, shooting, dribbling, each movement aimed for perfection. He could almost feel the eager gazes of the fans upon him, filling him with fighting spirit. In the stands, the cheers of the fans grew increasingly fervent. The flags of Portugal and Japan fluttered together, transforming the stadium into a sea of red. Wang Long looked up at the stands, a swell of excitement rising within him. He understood the significance of this match. He aimed to prove his worth and earn glory for Sporting CP U18. Wang Long, a familiar voice called out. He turned to see Coach Jay Regin standing at the sidelines, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Coach Jay Regin patted Wang Long on the shoulder, speaking with conviction, "Young man, give it your all. Show the Japanese fans your strength. As fellow Asians, they will undoubtedly pay more attention to you." Wang Long nodded vigorously as the players began to take the field, shaking hands with their opponents. Discreetly activating his entry system, Wang Long quickly scanned the Japanese team players. White entries? Green entries? Is this it? He was inwardly surprised. The abilities of the Japanese U18 players seemed considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Most players possessed merely a single green entry, and a few even had only white entries. Only a select few boasted 2 green entries. And possessing 3 green entries was an exceptional rarity. Only one player fit that description. It appeared that the strength of Asian football indeed. Wang Long mused, a subtle smile creeping onto his lips. He was confident that Sporting CP U18 was destined for victory in this match. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the lively atmosphere of the stadium as the referees signaled for the players to take their positions. In this friendly match, the method for determining kickoff was rather casual, with Sporting CP U18 granted the first choice of direction. "We choose to attack," Coach Jay Regin decisively stated. The players of Sporting CP U18 swiftly took their positions, their eyes alight with excitement. They are eager to showcase their prowess on this verdant pitch to the fans of Asia. With a sharp blast of the referee's whistle, the match commences. The sun of Lisbon bathes the lush grass of Alvalade Stadium, enveloping the air in a palpable tension. The friendly match between Sporting CP U18 and Japan U18 is about to unfold. Wang Long stands in the players' tunnel, inhaling deeply, feeling the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat in his chest. This marks his debut for the U18 team after joining the youth academy of Sporting CP. And with the Japanese team renowned for their technical skill and discipline, he feels both exhilarated and anxious. As the whistle pierces the air, the match officially begins. The players of Sporting CP U18 spring into action like arrows released from a bow, racing to their positions, displaying an intense desire to win. The game kicks off at the center circle, where Joe Bezerra deftly nudges the ball to Vanakunda. Vanakunda receives the pass and, like a cheetah, dashes down the right flank, advancing the ball forward. However, Japan's midfielders, Nakao and Takasu, prove to be formidable opponents. They closely shadow Vanakunda, their faces adorned with scornful smirks. Is that the best speed you can muster? Trying to show off in front of us? Nakao taunts as he attempts to intercept. Save your breath, kid. Takasu joins the ambush with an exaggerated slide tackle, sending grass flying as he narrowly snatches the ball from Vanakunda's feet. Well done. Cheers erupt from the Japanese bench. And the coach nods in satisfaction. In the stands, Portuguese fans exhale in disappointment. The sunlight of Lisbon illuminates the field, reflecting the players' sprinting figures. The commentator and Oppo's excited voice reverberates. Japan showcases formidable defensive capabilities right from the start. Sporting CPU 18 and Oppo's attack is thwarted. The young players on the sidelines sweat for Vanakunda. Patron clenches his fists, murmuring, "These guys are tough cookies." After regaining possession, the Japanese team swiftly organizes a counterattack. Captain Yamamoto receives the ball and, instead of launching an immediate offensive, directs his teammates' movements. While gesturing, he provocatively makes a shushing motion towards the Portuguese team, loudly declaring, "Don't waste your energy. We're here to teach you how to play." This arrogant display ignites the ire of the Sporting CP U18 players. Gon Alves roars, "Let's talk. If you have the guts, show us what you've got." Sosa adds indignantly, "Don't think that will intimidate us." Wang Long, stationed at the forward position, gazes coldly at Yamamoto. He takes a deep breath, suppressing his anger within. He understands that now is not the time for impulsive reactions. Wang Long calmly gathers his teammates around, whispering, "Don't let them affect us. Let our skills do the talking." His teammates nod in agreement, their eyes reflecting resolve. In the 5th minute, Sporting CP launches an attack, and the ball finds its way to Wang Long's feet. Japan's Nakajima rushes to defend, attempting to disrupt Wang Long with a barrage of taunts and strange noises. Initially taken aback, Wang Long almost bursts into laughter at the ridiculous antics, but he quickly regains his focus, skillfully evading Nakajima and executing a brilliant Marseille turn, earning a wave of applause from the crowd. The cheers surge like a mighty tide from the stands, with shouts of "What a play! Brilliant dribbling!" echoing throughout. The young players of the Portuguese team leap excitedly along the sidelines, high-fiving each other, their eyes shimmering with hope for a goal. The commentator's voice rises in excitement. "Look at Wang Long. He remains unfazed by Japan's provocation, and that Marseille turn was simply magnificent." Sporting CP's opportunity has arrived. In the 15th minute, Sporting CP U18 seizes a golden chance. Winger Gon Alves receives a pass from Wang Long on the left flank and, like lightning, breaches the defense, delivering a cross. Inside the penalty area, forward Joe Obizera leaps high for a powerful header, but alas, the ball veers slightly off the post. Japan's goalkeeper, Kikuchi Yuto, sprawls on the ground, flailing his arms skyward while exclaiming, "You think that shot could find my net? How naive." His antics leave the audience dumbfounded. A chorus of boos erupts from the stands, with Portuguese fans angrily waving their flags and voicing their discontent. "This guy is insufferable." The jeers sweep across the pitch like a biting wind. The young players clench their fists, with Patron frowning, visibly displeased. This goalkeeper is utterly shameless, reveling in a mere save. The commentator, with a hint of regret, remarks, "What a pity. Joe Obizera's header was powerful, but just slightly off target." And Kikuchi Yuto's reaction is rather unbecoming of sportsmanship. Japan's players seem invigorated, running even more fervently across the field, occasionally throwing provocative gestures towards the Portuguese squad. Their coach stands at the sidelines, arms crossed, a smug smile gracing his face, as if victory is already assured. Despite their frustration, the Portuguese players, under Wang Long's leadership, regain their composure. Wang Long's determined gaze sweeps over his teammates. He senses the indomitable spirit burning within them. "Focus. We will seize the next opportunity." His voice is steady and powerful, like a shot of adrenaline for his teammates. The match continues, with Sporting CP intensifying their offensive efforts, while Japan commits fully to defense, seizing every chance to taunt verbally. As the Portuguese players advance, they are met with a chorus of cold jeers from their Japanese counterparts, yet they grit their teeth, determined to respond with goals. In one particular attack, Wang Long receives a pass from a teammate and swiftly charges towards the Japanese goal. The shouts of the Japanese players ring in his ears, but his eyes remain fixed on the net. He feels his heartbeat quicken, the grass beneath his feet seeming to spring with renewed energy. He can distinctly hear the rhythm of his footfalls and the roars of the surrounding crowd. The Japanese defenders close in on him, sensing impending danger. Wang Long suddenly halts, changes direction, evading one defender and continuing his advance towards the goal. The crowd's cheers swell in intensity, and the commentator exclaims with excitement. Wang Long has once again breached Japan's defense. Can he create a superb shooting opportunity? The young players of Sporting CP watch Wang Long intently, their eyes fixed, as if afraid to miss a single moment of brilliance. Just as Wang Long approaches the shooting zone, a Japanese defender charges in from the side, executing a fierce tackle. Wang Long feels a sharp pain in his ankle, his body losing balance as he tumbles to the ground. The referee's whistle sounds, signaling a foul against the Japanese team. Slowly rising from the grass, Wang Long rubs his ankle, his eyes betraying a flicker of anger. He gazed at the Japanese player who had committed the foul. Yet the player displayed no remorse, and even made a face at Wang Long. "You won't be proud for long," Wang Long said coldly, positioning himself in front of the ball, ready to take the free kick. The audience fell silent, their attention riveted on Wang Long drawing a deep breath. He focused on the goal, calculating the angle and force in his mind. It felt as if the air around him had solidified. With only the sound of his heartbeat echoing in his ears, Wang Long took a running start and struck the ball with great force. The football soared toward the goal like a cannonball, and although Uchida Yudo made a valiant effort to save it, the ball grazed his fingertips and found the back of the net. Goal. The Portuguese bench erupted in jubilation, players rushing onto the field to embrace Wang Long. The Portuguese fans in the stands cheered ecstatically, their roars resonating like thunder throughout the stadium. The commentator exclaimed with excitement, "What a magnificent goal!" Wang Long has answered the Japanese team's provocation with sheer skill. The score is now 1-0. The Japanese players stood frozen on the field, astonished that the Portuguese team, whom they had just taunted, had scored so swiftly. Their coach, standing on the sidelines, wore a grim expression, muttering incessantly. However, Wang Long remained unfazed by his goal, aware that the match was far from over. He stood on the field, gazing at the opposing Japanese team, silently vowing, "Today, I shall ensure your defeat is resounding." As the match progressed, the competition intensified. The Portuguese team, buoyed by their lead, relentlessly attacked the Japanese goal, while the Japanese side was equally determined to equalize the score. Players from both sides battled fiercely, leaving no stone unturned in their pursuit of victory. Just as the match was reaching a fever pitch, a dark cloud suddenly drifted across the sky, obscuring the sunlight of Lisbon, casting a shadow over the entire field. This unexpected shift caused everyone to pause. As if it were a mystical omen, Wang Long glanced upward at the sky, then clenched his fists, his resolve solidifying. "No matter what happens, victory shall be ours," he murmured to himself. His teammates sensed his determination and gathered around him, the chilling darkness casting an air of tension over the stadium. The cacophony of the crowd gradually subsided, every individual holding their breath, fixated on the unfolding drama. Receiving a pass from a teammate in midfield, the football danced beneath Wang Long's feet like a sprite. He raised his head to assess the situation on the field and commenced his performance. Faced with the aggressive pursuit of a Japanese defender, Wang Long opted not for brute force but instead relied on his exquisite footwork to defuse the crisis. With a deft flick of his left foot, the ball rolled to the right, followed swiftly by his right foot executing a feint that left the Japanese defender off balance, nearly tumbling to the ground. A gasp erupted from the stands as Portuguese fans erupted in cheers for Wang Long's dazzling display, while the Japanese supporters sighed in disappointment. At that moment, Inoue Akira charged forward, attempting to thwart Wang Long's advance. As he ran, he showcased a flashy display of footwork, tauntingly asking, "Want to learn, little brother?" This is true dribbling technique. His tone dripped with provocation and disdain, as if mocking Wang Long's skills. Wang Long's lips curled into a slight smile. Unfazed by Inoue Akira's taunt, he merely cast a nonchalant glance at him before accelerating like an arrow, darting past Inoue Akira. The defender, caught off guard, could only watch helplessly as Wang Long left him in his wake, frustration and regret swelling within him. Having evaded Inoue Akira's clutches, Wang Long delivered a dangerously precise through ball. The pass sliced through the Japanese defense like a scalpel, heading straight for the two forwards of the Portuguese U18 team. "What a beautiful pass!" the commentator exclaimed, his voice echoing across the pitch. The young players on the sidelines cheered for Wang Long and Oppo's brilliance. Petrin raised his fist, shouting excitedly, "Well done, Wang Long." Just like that, the Portuguese fans erupted in fervor, waving flags and chanting Wang Long's name. However, fortune was not on their side. As Kiyama Rihu and Doikawa Haruto swiftly intercepted Wang Long's pass, the ball cleared by the Japanese defense. "What a pity. So close," the commentator lamented. Despite this missed opportunity, Wang Long's performance earned him resounding applause from the crowd. He had demonstrated his prowess, instilling a sense of pressure in the Japanese players. Do not get cocky. This is merely the beginning. Inoue Akira glared at Wang Long, gritting his teeth. Wang Long ignored the taunt, quietly returning to his position, ready to face the next challenge. He inhaled deeply as the match approached the 35th minute. The commentator's voice rang out once more, but suddenly, a figure appeared on the sidelines, interrupting the flow of the game. It was Morita Hideki, who, witnessing the dismal performance of the Japanese U18 team, was infuriated. He marched directly towards the U18 coach, pointing an accusatory finger and berating him. The coach, taken aback by this unexpected barrage, stared blankly at Morita Hideki. Although he held the title of coach, he was still subordinate to Morita Hideki's status and could only attempt to placate him while bellowing at his players to maintain their formation and cease their antics. Indeed, after the coach's reprimand, the Japanese players fell silent, abandoning their mischief and focusing on playing seriously. Only then did Morita Hideki cease his tirade, glaring at the coach with a murderous gaze before turning to leave, unable to bear the humiliation of being associated with such disgrace, especially when the Portuguese U18 was a team he had helped connect. With a whistle, the first half concluded. Coach Jurgen observed the dramatic turn of events both on and off the field with a faint smile, unconcerned about the Japanese team, even if they were ranked as the best in Asia. Chapter 60, a resounding victory over Japan in the locker room during halftime. The atmosphere among the young players of Sporting CP U18 was relaxed. Although the Japanese team's petty antics and the referee's favoritism were exasperating, they evoked more of an absurd sense of humor. Coach J. Regen surveyed the room, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Young men, he began. While it is good to stay relaxed, we must not become complacent. He clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention. I know you may find this match somewhat ludicrous, and the opponent's behavior, well, less than honorable. Yet, I must remind you that the Japan U18 team should not be underestimated. They have previously faced the Portugal U18 national team and lost by just a single goal. A few gasps echoed in the locker room, clearly indicating that this information prompted some players to reassess their opponents. Moreover, this was their home ground. Coach J. Regen's tone shifted to one of seriousness. The referee, the fans, various factors may work against us. This is not like our domestic leagues, where we can lodge complaints about unfairness. Such occurrences are commonplace on the international stage, particularly in Asia. This is not merely a contest of individual honor, but a battle for national pride, and thus, anything can happen. His gaze swept across each player's face, his tone resolute and encouraging. We must learn and adapt. In the second half, I expect you to withstand the pressure, showcase your skills, and demonstrate the spirit of Sporting CP to the world. He then announced a substitution, bringing all the first-team starters onto the field. Wang Long, Mota, and Patrao felt the weight of responsibility, having only recently ascended to the U18 ranks, their eyes shimmering with excitement. As the second half commenced, players surged towards the midfield like arrows released from a bow. The pace of the match quickened dramatically, with fierce tussles unfolding continuously in the center. The Japanese team seemed to have received some directive, their challenges becoming increasingly aggressive, and fouls were on the rise. In the stands, the cheers of Japanese fans reverberated, waving flags and rejoicing with each successful tackle. On the substitute bench for Sporting CP U18, the young players clenched their fists, cheering for every effort made by their teammates on the field. At the 50th minute, Sporting CP U18 pressed forward. The commentator's voice brimmed with enthusiasm as Wang Long received a pass from Vanaquinda at midfield, confronting two Japanese defenders. On the field, Wang Long felt a violent jolt beneath his feet, a consequence of a vicious tackle from a Japanese player. Anticipating the challenge, he sidestepped the malicious foul. Following this, he executed a deft feint to evade the first defender, then, utilizing his speed, maneuvered past the second defender's interception. Beautiful! Wang Long's individual breakthrough, the commentator exclaimed, his voice rising in pitch. Wang Long did not seek personal glory. Instead, he swiftly passed the ball to Gon Alves on the left flank. Gon Alves surged towards the baseline, delivering a precise cross into the penalty area. João Bezerra leapt high, heading the ball towards the goal. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the ball was valiantly parried away by Japanese goalkeeper Yuto Kikuchi. The stands erupted with a tremendous cheer from the Japanese fans, as if they had narrowly escaped disaster. On the substitute bench for Sporting CP U18, the young players sighed, lamenting the missed opportunity. What a pity! João Bezerra's header was saved. That was a golden chance. The The commentator noted with a tinge of regret. Coach Jay Regen, his brow furrowed, moved to the sidelines and shouted, "Don't rush. Keep attacking. Maintain your patience." His voice cut through the cacophony of the stadium, reaching every player's ears. Revitalized, the young men of Sporting CPU 18 continued their relentless assault on the Japanese goal. Wang Long glanced skyward, the sunset casting a golden hue over the field. At the 55th minute, a glaring error occurred as Japan's Sato misfired a pass to Watanabe, sending the ball careening out of bounds. The commentator's tone dripped with sarcasm. It seems the Japanese players are experiencing some mental fluctuations. In the stands, the Portuguese fans erupted like a tidal wave, waving flags in celebration of their team's stellar performance. In stark contrast, the Japanese supporters fell silent, with many even beginning to exit prematurely, as if foreseeing the match's outcome. On the substitute bench for Sporting CPU 18, young players sprang to their feet, excitedly embracing one another, celebrating the awarded throw-in opportunity. With the throw-in, Sporting CP seized the moment to intensify their offensive. "Let us see if they can capitalize on this chance to extend their lead," the commentator stated. Patrao stood at the sideline, expertly throwing the ball back into play. His nimble footwork and incisive breakthroughs left the Japanese defenders scrambling, unable to halt his advance. "Vanaquinda, a splendid breakthrough," the commentator exclaimed with fervor, attracting the attention of three Japanese defenders. Vanaquinda suddenly returned the ball to Wang Long in the center. Wang Long controlled it with his chest, then executed a perfect through ball into the penalty area for João Bezerra, facing the advancing goalkeeper. João Bezerra calmly nudged the ball, sidestepping the keeper before effortlessly sliding it into the empty net. "Goal! Goal! Goal!" The commentator nearly shouted hoarsely, "João Bezerra. He has added another for Sporting CPU 18. The score swelled to 2-0. In the stands, the cheers of Portuguese fans reached a crescendo, joyfully expressing their elation. Meanwhile, the Japanese fans appeared despondent, seemingly having surrendered all hope of resistance. On the substitute bench for Sporting CPU 18, young players excitedly rushed to the sidelines to embrace and celebrate with the goal scorer, João Bezerra. Coach Jay Regen swiftly orchestrated tactical adjustments, directing his players to apply increased pressure on the Japanese midfield. The commentator noted, "This adjustment is yielding evident results as Portugal gradually seizes control of the match, continually creating threatening attacking opportunities." Standing at the sidelines, Coach Jay Regen's penetrating gaze fixated on the unfolding contest. He incessantly issued directives, orchestrating the team's offensive maneuvers. Under the intense pressure from Portugal, the Japanese players faltered repeatedly. At the 65th minute, Gon Alves received a pass from Wang Long just outside the penalty area, unleashing a powerful shot that found the back corner of the net. Another goal. Gon Alves. A spectacular strike. The score is now 3-0. The commentator declared with unbridled enthusiasm, as Sporting CPU 18's attack became unstoppable. In the stands, the Portuguese fans' cheers crescendoed, their flags waving vigorously in celebration of the team's remarkable performance. The Japanese players, thoroughly demoralized, had lost their fighting spirit, allowing Portugal to attack at will. At the 75th minute, Patrao received a pass from Vanaquinda on the right flank and delivered an accurate cross, finding Mota in the penalty area. Mota leapt high, heading the ball into the net. Goal. Mota. What a cherry on top. The score is now 4-0. The commentator's voice was nearly thunderous, as the jubilant cheers of the Portuguese fans resonated throughout the stands, celebrating a resounding victory. As the match approached its conclusion, the players of Sporting CPU 18 began to slow the pace, controlling the rhythm of the game. It seemed that the outcome of the match was no longer in doubt. The commentator's tone calmed as Sporting CPU 18 was on the verge of a significant triumph. With the final whistle, the score settled at 4-0. The players of Sporting CPU 18 embraced each other excitedly, reveling in their hard-earned victory. Coach Jay Regen approached Wang Long, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, and remarked, "Well done, lad." Wang Long smiled modestly, replying, "Coach, it was a team effort." Suddenly, Coach Jay Regen's expression shifted as he pointed towards the distance. "Look. Over there." Following his gaze, Wang Long saw a group of men clad in black suits approaching them, their expressions stern and their strides resolute, exuding an air of authority. Concurrently, the atmosphere in the stadium shifted subtly. The once boisterous Portuguese fans gradually quieted, as they too seemed to sense something amiss, their collective gaze turning toward the group of dark-clad figures. The commentator's voice deepened. "It appears that some unexpected developments are unfolding post-match." On the bench of Sporting CPU-18, the young players exchanged puzzled glances, their faces painted with confusion and unease. What is happening? Who are those people? Whispered substitute goalkeeper Andrew. I don't know, but they seem unfriendly, Morta replied, shaking his head with a furrowed brow. Surely they aren't here to cause trouble? Patron's voice held a hint of worry. Coach Jay Regin, his face grave, swiftly approached the group of black-suited men, seeking to ascertain their intentions. Who are you? What is the matter? He inquired in a low, firm voice. The leader of the men halted, his sharp gaze sweeping over Coach Jay Regin and the players behind him, coldly stating, "We are the relatives of these U18 players, and we vehemently protest the outcome of this match." As his words fell, a commotion erupted in the stands. The Japanese fans seemed to find an outlet for their frustrations, rising en masse to vocally express their discontent with the match result. Protest? What issues have arisen in this match? Coach Jay Regin, suppressing his rising anger, asked calmly. Humph. This match was riddled with injustice. The referee's decisions clearly favored the Portuguese team. We demand a rematch. The leader asserted with a fierce tone. A rematch? That's preposterous. We won this match fair and square. Without any issues. Patron interjected, unable to contain himself. Silence. You have no right to speak here. The man retorted angrily. Patron's face flushed red with indignation. But he restrained himself from further comment. Taking a deep breath, Coach Jay Regin endeavored to maintain his composure. Sir, I implore you to calm down and speak civilly. The outcome of this match is just and fair. We have committed no violations. Just and fair? Are you insulting our intelligence? We have already reviewed the match footage, and the referee's decisions are clearly flawed. The man persisted obstinately. If you have grievances regarding the referee's calls, you may file a formal complaint through the proper channels. Rather than causing a scene here, Coach Jay Regin responded assertively. A complaint? Humph. It's merely AF Wang Long gazed up at the sky, his heart brimming with hope and yearning. He understood that their journey in football had only just begun, and that a multitude of challenges awaited them in the future. Chapter 61. Arrival in Seoul. A mysterious visitor. The final whistle reverberated throughout the stadium, igniting a euphoric celebration among the players of Sporting Lisbon U18. Cheers and shouts intertwined, creating a deafening chorus. They embraced and high-fived, releasing pent-up emotions with unrestrained joy. Each face radiated the elation of victory, their sweat-soaked jerseys clinging to them. Yet fatigue was a distant thought. In stark contrast, the Japanese U18 players hung their heads, their expressions as somber as the clouds that signal an impending storm. The arrogance displayed during the match had vanished, replaced by profound disappointment and disbelief. Wang Long took a deep breath, striving to quell his excitement. He understood that this victory was hard-earned, yet in the realm of sports, the spirit of camaraderie must prevail over competition. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed his teammates still reveling in their triumph, and he clapped his hands to signal for silence. Guys, I know we won, and what a splendid victory it is. However, let us not forget that this is a friendly match. We should demonstrate our grace and offer a handshake to our opponents. Hearing Wang Long's words, his teammates gradually quieted down, realizing that their exuberance was perhaps excessive, especially on the home turf of their rivals. Thus, under Wang Long's guidance, the players of Sporting Lisbon U18 approached their Japanese counterparts. Though we emerged victorious, your fighting spirit is commendable and worth emulating, Wang Long sincerely stated, extending his right hand. The captain of the Japanese team hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reciprocated Wang Long's gesture with a firm handshake. Other players followed suit, and the tension on the field eased considerably. Meanwhile, Coach Jay Regin observed this spirited gathering of young athletes with a smile of contentment. He strode towards the Japanese coach, extending his right hand and congratulating them on a splendid match. The Japanese coach's countenance remained grim. After being reprimanded by Hidetaka Momota, he had lost his earlier bravado. He managed a strained smile while shaking hands with Jay Regin. Your team is formidable. With that, he turned to leave the field, his demeanor tinged with melancholy. Jay Regin watched the retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile, pondering the coach's lack of resilience. Soon after, he too turned away from the pitch, heading towards the locker room. Come on, boys, let's return to the locker room to celebrate. Jay Regin's booming voice echoed through the players' tunnel. Inside the locker room of Sporting Lisbon U18, the atmosphere was as fervent as boiling water. The cacophony of cheers, whistles, and mutual compliments rose and fell in a vibrant symphony. Coach Jay Regin stood at the center, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features as he occasionally pointed out details from the recent match. Joe, your shot was magnificent, but with a bit more composure and a more cunning angle. You could have scored directly. He patted Joe Obizera on the shoulder, who sheepishly scratched his head. And Vanakunda, your speed is our advantage, but remember to coordinate with your teammates. After all, football is a team sport. Vanakunda nodded earnestly, committing the coach's words to memory. Just then, the locker room door swung open, revealing Hidetaka Momota, followed by a group of Japanese U18 players with bowed heads. The jubilant noise in the room ceased abruptly, and the Portuguese lads exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was unfolding. The Japanese goalkeeper, a short yet sturdy young man, stepped forward to Wang Long and bowed deeply. I am sorry. We apologize for our previous behavior. The other Japanese players followed suit, bowing in unison. We are sorry. Wang Long and his teammates were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected apology. Coach Jay Rajan also paused, then approached the Japanese captain, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Young man, the match is over. Winning and losing are part of the game. No need to dwell on it. However, Hidetaka Momota raised his hand, interrupting Jay Rajan. Coach, this is our way. We must apologize for our mistakes and demonstrate the proper attitude. Even if you do not mind, we care about it ourselves. His tone was resolute, and his gaze conveyed an undeniable sincerity. Jay Rajan and Wang Long, along with the others, were profoundly struck by the Japanese team's steadfastness and earnestness. The locker room fell into a hushed silence, with only Hidetaka's voice echoing. This lesson will remain etched in our hearts. Pausing to meet Wang Long's gaze. I hope we will have the opportunity to compete again. Wang Long looked at the bowing Japanese players, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled their fierce tackles and provocative stares during the match, and now, witnessing their sincere contrition, he could not help but admire their unwavering spirit. While their physical attributes may not rival those of European players, this very tenacity is what has propelled them to the quarterfinals in recent World Cups. It and Oppos, that's quite all right. Friction is inevitable in matches. We accept your apology, Wang Long replied, his tone genuine and amicable. As his words settled, his teammates stepped forward, engaging in conversation with the Japanese players. The atmosphere in the locker room gradually transformed into one of warmth and camaraderie, as if the earlier tension had never existed. Your passing coordination is so fluid. We could hardly keep up with your rhythm, a slightly bashful Japanese player remarked to Patran, seeking advice. There's no secret. Really, just practice and cooperation to find mutual understanding, Patran replied with a smile, demonstrating a few passing techniques. Wang Long, your dribbling is incredible, as agile as an eel. Another Japanese player exclaimed, filled with admiration. Haha, you flatter me. It's all through hard work. Wang Long humbly waved his hand, sharing some dribbling tips. The friendly exchanges continued until Hidetaka reminded them it was time to depart. Both teams shook hands once more, this time adorned with genuine smiles. Upon returning to the hotel, a weary Wang Long collapsed onto his bed. The grueling schedule had taken a toll on him. He opened his mobile device's entry system, instinctively tapping the lottery button. As expected, he drew another green entry he already possessed. Sigh, another duplicate, Wang Long lamented, his gaze drifting over his collection of green entries. An inkling in his heart suggesting that following this friendly match, an entry would surely upgrade to blue. Just then, he noticed the entry was still illuminated, shimmering with enticing allure. What is happening? Wang Long mused, extending his finger to tap the wheel. A prompt box materialized on the screen. Congratulations. You have accumulated 3 victories, unlocking the entry plundering function. Plundered entries may only be used by others. Wang Long was momentarily stunned. Plunder? Suddenly, he recalled the previous system and Oppos, as friendly task. Upon completion, he would gain the ability to assist others in plundering entries. This meant Wang Long could utilize this ability to fortify his friends, preventing them from being cast aside by the ruthless selection mechanism of football. With determination, Wang Long clicked on the plunder option, revealing the list of entries belonging to the Japanese players from the match. Wang Long hesitated, feeling that such an action might lack integrity. Yet, upon reflection, he reasoned that since the system had provided this feature, it ought to be utilized, otherwise it would be a squandered opportunity. His gaze swiftly traversed the list until it was halted by a striking green entry, Dominion over the Forbidden Zone. A jolt of realization surged through Wang Long. Was this not precisely what Mota required? Although Mota excelled in defensive techniques, his aerial prowess was somewhat lacking. Acquiring this entry would render his defense nearly impenetrable and pose a greater threat to the opponent's goal during offensive plays. No pain, no gain, he resolved. Gritting his teeth and clicking the plunder button, a progress bar materialized on the screen, and moments later, a notification appeared. Plunder successful. An indescribable exhilaration coursed through his body, as if he had seized the reins of destiny itself. However, a new dilemma soon emerged: how to transfer the entry to Moda. He scoured the system documentation but found no guidance on the method of usage. Just as anxiety began to take hold, the system seemingly sensed his distress and prompted, engage in physical contact with the target individual while simultaneously accessing the entry system to facilitate the transfer. Enlightenment washed over Wang Long, yet he was swiftly engulfed by disappointment. Due to the hotel arrangements, he and Moto were not sharing accommodations. It appeared he would have to await another opportunity. With a sigh, he closed the system interface. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room as Wang Long stretched, heralding the dawn of a new day. They were set to travel to Seoul, South Korea, for their next friendly match. The plane gradually descended at Incheon International Airport, and Wang Long peered through the window, taking in the towering modern edifices and bustling thoroughfares, which stood in stark contrast to the quaint elegance of Osaka. The air in Seoul was imbued with a subtle aroma of grilled meat, igniting Wang Long's appetite. After checking into their hotel, they savored authentic Korean barbecue and kimchi, delighting their taste buds immensely. Following dinner, the team members returned to their rooms to rest, preparing for the impending match. As Wang Long lay in bed, reflecting on the past 2 days, his heart brimmed with anticipation and excitement. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure clad in a fashionable Korean coat and mask stealthily approached the hotel where Wang Long and his companions were staying. Communicating in halting Korean with the hotel front desk, the individual seemed to be inquiring about something. The front desk staff appeared uncertain of the figure's identity and hesitated to respond until the mysterious person removed their mask, revealing their face. Upon recognizing the individual, the front desk staff was taken aback, instantly adopting a warm demeanor, and gestured toward the elevator. The enigmatic figure donned the mask once more, their expression now tinged with gravity as they made their way to the elevator. Unbeknownst to Wang Long, who was on the verge of slumber in his hotel room, these events were unfolding just beyond his awareness. Chapter 62. Referencing the Lin Emperor, Secrets of Manchester United. In a tranquil atmosphere, Wang Long gradually succumbed to slumber, when suddenly, a series of light, yet urgent knocks on the door roused him from his dreams. Lying in bed, he pondered who could be visiting at such a late hour. Could it be the gluttonous Anderson bringing late-night snacks? However, at this hour, Wang Long had no appetite. Curiosity piqued, he approached the door and opened it. Standing at the threshold was a mysterious figure clad in a coat and wearing a mask. Wang Long regarded him with suspicion, preparing to inquire about his identity, only for the stranger to speak first. "Are you Wang Long?" Wang Long, feeling a tinge of wariness, did not respond directly. To his surprise, the mysterious individual forcefully entered his room, as this time he had been assigned a solitary accommodation. Increasingly alert, Wang Long lingered at the door, hesitating to close it, and demanded, "Who are you, and what do you want from me?" Without hesitation, the stranger plopped down on the sofa and removed his mask. Upon seeing the man's face, Wang Long felt a flicker of recognition before exclaiming in astonishment, "Lingered? You were Lingered?" The enigmatic visitor nodded. Indeed, he was Lingered, the former Manchester United star who had recently joined the K-League. Lingered urged Wang Long to close the door, imploring him not to let others discover his presence. Realizing that Lingered bore him no ill will, Wang Long complied, shutting the door before taking a seat beside the former player. His curiosity about Lingered's unexpected visit was palpable. Lingered got straight to the point, revealing that he had learned of Wang Long's existence through his friend, Cristiano Ronaldo. Initially indifferent, his interest was piqued when he found himself in Asia for a friendly match and took note of their performances. He had not anticipated the media frenzy that had erupted following their recent friendly in Japan, where Wang Long's on-field prowess had captivated Lingered's attention. Wang Long was acutely aware of the uproar surrounding the match in Japan, where they had decisively defeated their opponents, only to encounter an irate group of parents afterward. Yet, he could not fathom why this warranted a personal visit from Lingered. Sensing Wang Long's confusion, Lingered refrained from answering directly, opting instead to share a story about his time at Manchester United. Intrigued by the mention of Manchester United, Wang Long listened intently, as the club's rejection had long planted a seed of discontent within him. Lingered recounted his beginnings at Manchester United's youth academy, where he was once considered a prodigious talent, eventually making his way to the first team. Despite the wealth of talent at the club, he struggled to secure a stable position. However, Lingered continued, he retained a deep affection for that era of Manchester United. Acknowledging his own limitations, he expressed gratitude for the role he had carved out for himself as a reliable substitute. Wang Long understood the context. It was a period referred to as the decline of the Red Devils. Yet they still managed to secure a top-4 finish in the Premier League and remained a formidable presence in the Champions League. Wang Long recognized Lingard's capabilities, having observed him play as a system player reliant on tactical support and strong teammates to excel. Curiosity sparked, he accessed the information system, discovering 3 distinguished attributes linked to Lingard: dynamic movement, exceptional goal-scoring instinct, and loyalty of the Emperor. It was evident that despite his transition to the K-League, Lingard maintained a commendable level of competitive prowess. The meanings of the attributes intrigued Wang Long, especially the last one, which seemed less related to football. Suddenly, he recalled a popular online meme, causing his expression to shift. Could it be a reference to the phrase "your emperor, infinitely unrestrained"? Did it signify Lingard's unwavering loyalty? "Are you even listening to me?" Lingard questioned, observing Wang Long's distracted gaze. "My apologies, it's just my first time encountering a real-life idol," Wang Long fibbed nonchalantly. Lingard remained skeptical, noting Wang Long and Oppo's nonchalant demeanor upon learning his identity. "Since you seem uninterested in my past, I shall directly address the matter at hand," Lingard declared. Wang Long nodded, indicating his intent to focus. Lingard continued, "Let us rewind to 4 years ago. At the onset of that season, Manchester United's transfer activities left many astonished. Funds that should have strengthened the squad mysteriously vanished. It turned out that the club's higher-ups were colluding with certain agencies, embezzling significant transfer funds through kickbacks and unethical dealings. The truly talented players were left out, unable to generate sufficient profit for the executives. Lingard and Ronaldo held high hopes that the club would bring in reinforcements, believing that with the effort of veteran players, they could contend for the championship. However, they witnessed the team's performance decline instead. Ronaldo, observing his struggling teammates, lamented to Lingard that this was not the Manchester United they envisioned, and under such conditions, they had no chance of winning titles. Lingard concurred. As the season progressed, Manchester United's fortunes fluctuated. In a crucial Champions League match, the team, lacking depth, suffered a last-minute defeat. The atmosphere in the locker room was suffocatingly tense. Ronaldo furiously directed his anger toward the club's management, suggesting that they collectively draft an open letter addressed to the higher-ups, demanding that they prioritize the team's competitive needs, cease unethical dealings, and invest in the squad. Otherwise, the championship would remain out of reach. Yet, this letter fell on deaf ears, receiving no response. The combination of defeats and player dissatisfaction placed immense pressure on the club's executives. In a bid to deflect attention, they targeted Lingard and Ronaldo. During a press conference, the management insinuated that the two were insubordinate and undermined team unity. This statement ignited an uproar, as the media and fans, misled by the higher-ups, began to cast blame on them. Wang Long felt a deep resonance with this narrative, having sensed the changes at Manchester United over recent years. Despite having demonstrated the requisite performance to remain at the club, he found himself unceremoniously ousted by a favored associate. Suddenly, he recalled Sir Alex Ferguson's significant influence within the club and inquired, "What about Sir Alex? He seemed to have considerable authority. Didn't he intervene?" "Of course he did. Without Sir Alex, Manchester United might have already slipped from the Premier League," Lingard noted, continuing with stories of Ferguson. The legendary manager was deeply troubled upon hearing of the situation. He approached the executives, demanding to know what was transpiring. Ferguson admonished the management. "Are you unaware of the caliber of players Lingard and Ronaldo are? They have given everything for the club, and now you wish to scapegoat them for your corrupt actions?" A senior executive, feigning a smile, rose to his feet, attempting to ease the tension. "My lord, please do not be agitated. This is merely a necessity of team management. Their actions have indeed affected the unity of the squad." Sir Alex Ferguson glared fiercely, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Do not attempt to obfuscate. The true disruptors of team unity are you self-serving individuals. The transfer funds have been siphoned off to line your own pockets, resulting in a fragmented squad, which is the fundamental reason for our defeats. You refuse to reflect upon your own faults, yet seek to dismiss these two outstanding players. How can you face the Manchester United fans?" Another executive, frowning with impatience, interjected, "My lord, times have changed. Your management style is outdated. We have our operational strategies, and we cannot alter our decisions based on your words alone." Sir Alex, trembling with rage, slammed his hand on the table, scattering documents across the floor. "You are destroying Manchester United. Lingard and Ronaldo are the core of this team. Dismissing them jeopardizes the future of the club." Those of you blinded by greed will ultimately drive Manchester United into oblivion. Yet, the executives remained unmoved, exchanging resolute glances. Sir Alex looked at them helplessly, his heart brimming with indignation. Wang Long questioned the atmosphere. Will you allow the team to be slandered? After all, they are Ronaldo and Lingard. Wang Long, unable to contain his emotions, directly referred to Lingard as Ling Huang. Lingard's mouth twitched as he turned to Wang Long and responded, "Of course we resisted. We cannot endure this humiliation." Faced with baseless accusations, both Ronaldo and I felt immense anger and disappointment. We held a small press conference to clarify the facts, reiterating our dissatisfaction with Manchester United's current state while subtly alluding to the corruption within the upper management. However, this action enraged the Manchester United hierarchy. And as you can see, they disregarded Sir Alex's vehement protests and forcibly dismissed Ronaldo and me on the grounds of serious violations of club discipline. To them, I was merely a secondary offender, which is why I was first loaned to West Ham. Despite my commendable performance there, they still refused to allow West Ham to secure my permanent transfer. Wang Long was well aware of this history during my time at West Ham. I had impressive statistics and nearly helped the team qualify for the Champions League. He had wondered why West Ham did not purchase me, and now he understood the underlying issue. So upon your return to Manchester United, the club also prohibited you from playing, effectively benching you for an entire season, leading to your decline to the point of being without a team until you arrived in the K-League last year, Wang Long speculated. Indeed, you are correct. For us professional players in the top leagues, an entire year without play is a terrifying prospect. Wang Long understood that in such a fiercely competitive environment, even a year away from the game in their U18 team would significantly diminish one's competitiveness upon return. Seeing Lingard's agitation, Wang Long felt pity for him and intended to share his own experiences to offer some comfort. However, before he could speak, Lingard, as if anticipating his words, waved his hand. Wang Long, I am aware of your journey. You are a spark abandoned by Sir Alex. Whether the future of Manchester United can find its way back on track depends on whether you and your fellow sparks can ignite the decaying mire. I did not come to you merely to lament. I am here to introduce you to someone, an opponent you will encounter during this friendly match in Korea. He is the spark I found on behalf of Sir Alex. Wang Long inquired if this individual had a background in Manchester United's youth academy. Lingard smiled mysteriously. He has never been part of Manchester United's youth setup, nor has he had any experience abroad. Wang Long's expression lightened. It seemed Lingard had discovered a local talent in the K-League, hoping to leverage him for a return to Manchester United. Wang Long recognized the merit in this idea but remained skeptical, for Manchester United is no ordinary club. Not just any prodigy could gain entry. Even someone of his current caliber would find it challenging to break into Manchester United, let alone an ordinary Asian player. Lingard appeared to sense Wang Long and Oppo's doubt and merely stated, "You will meet him tomorrow during the match, and then you will understand his capabilities." Wang Long remained unconvinced. And seeing this, Lingard decided not to press further, as he had already achieved his purpose of meeting this promising young talent valued by Sir Alex. As Wang Long watched Lingard walk towards the door, Lingard suddenly turned back. "Kid, don't you dare lose tomorrow. My judgment is no less keen than Sir Alex's." He added as an afterthought, "By the way, after this match, that individual will head to the Premier League. He has already been selected by a Premier League team." Wang Long was taken aback, freezing in place. Just as he was about to ask Lingard the name of the team, he realized that Lingard had vanished down the corridor. Taking a deep breath, Wang Long's eyes sparkled with determination, silently vowing, "It seems tomorrow will be a fierce battle." Chapter 63. We'll talk next time. The following day arrived swiftly, and the weather in Seoul remained as unpredictable as ever. The morning had begun with sunshine. Yet as noon approached, the sky transformed into a gloomy overcast. After enjoying lunch, Wang Long and his teammates boarded the team bus and made their way to the Seoul World Cup Stadium, a venue steeped in history. This football arena, resembling a kite in its architecture, was completed in 2001 and is reputed to be the largest football-specific stadium in Asia. It served as the host for the opening ceremony in the inaugural match of the 2002 World Cup between France and Senegal, as well as the semi-final clash between South Korea and Germany. Following the conclusion of the 2002 World Cup, it continued to be the battleground for the South Korean national football team and the home ground for FC Seoul. Despite this match being merely a friendly encounter for the U18 teams, the South Korean side placed great significance on it by choosing such a prestigious venue. Upon disembarking, Wang Long's gaze was immediately drawn to two large posters hanging at a distance. One featured the South Korea U18 team. With a striking young man sporting a blunt fringe at its center, he appeared rather handsome. Wang Long couldn't help but smirk slightly, bemused by how the Koreans sported such long hair, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of it obstructing their vision while playing. Turning his attention to the other poster, he noted it depicted the players of Sporting CP U18. However, it was evident that the quality of its production paled in comparison to that of the Korean U18 poster. Wang Long observed that, rather surprisingly, he was placed front and center rather than Gon Alves, a player who had already made appearances for the first team. The other teammates soon noticed this anomaly, glancing back and forth between Wang Long and Gon Alves. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Wang Long scratched his head. He wasn't keen on drawing attention to himself without sufficient prowess to back it up. In contrast, Gon Alves, with his jovial nature, chuckled and remarked, "They are quite astute. Wang Long, you are indeed the pillar of our team's transition from defense to attack." Wang Long offered an awkward smile but remained silent. Having participated in numerous matches, they had grown familiar with one another. He understood that Gon Alves was a carefree individual, not one to be concerned with matters such as poster placements. However, this train of thought prompted Wang Long to reflect on his identity as a Chinese and an Asian. He felt it was only fitting to extend the courtesy of a host during the final match, which would be held in the bustling metropolis. He contemplated where to take his teammates for a delightful meal. With this thought in mind, Wang Long sought a secluded corner to call his mother. After his previous match in Japan, he had informed his father of his imminent return to play in China. His father, brimming with excitement, had promised to rally the extended family to attend his match in the city. He also mentioned introducing Wang Long to a French child who was studying sports rehabilitation at a university in Shanghai, intending for them to meet. Wang Long found himself at a loss for words, managing only a vague response to his father's plans. When the call connected, Wang Long requested his mother to prepare some local delicacies, specifically hand-pulled rabbit, to share with his teammates from Sporting CP. His mother joyfully agreed, assuring him she would prepare plenty of portable treats. Suddenly, a cacophony of cheers erupted from the entrance where Sporting CP was arriving. Wang Long noticed Souza and the others eagerly jostling to get inside, as if something exhilarating awaited them. Curiosity piqued, he quickly informed his mother and ended the call, making his way toward the commotion. Upon reaching the outskirts of the crowd, he stood on tiptoes to catch a glimpse. But the throng was too dense to discern what was happening within. At that moment, he recognized a familiar figure, Patro. His relatively slender frame struggled to navigate through the mass of youth players, providing him no advantage. After several attempts to push through, he was ultimately shoved back by a more robust teammate. Wang Long approached him, jesting, "Patro, don't exhaust yourself, conserve your energy for the match later." Yet, he was genuinely curious about what could be so captivating that everyone was clamoring to get closer. Initially ignoring Wang Long, Patro continued to push forward. But after realizing he was unable to penetrate the crowd, he finally turned to Wang Long with a look of dejection. "Wang Long, you seem so composed, but then again, it makes sense, considering you come from Manchester United's youth academy. You probably see their stars every other day." Wang Long raised an eyebrow, contemplating the mention of a Manchester United star. "All right, I want to keep you. I'm off to get a photo with Lingard," Patro declared, and indeed, it was none other than Lingard himself. Wang Long found himself pondering the unexpected popularity of Lingard. He felt indifferent towards stars of that caliber, akin to his feelings for the likes of Morita. To him, they were not particularly impressive, merely seasoned figures in the sport. After all, he was a product of the youth academy, having garnered Sir Alex Ferguson's attention and even conversed with Ronaldo, recently receiving personal training from Figo. When compared to these distinguished figures, Lingard's stature seemed diminished, especially after their more profound discussions the previous night, which rendered him anything but enigmatic. Furthermore, in the Chinese football landscape, Lingard's moniker of King Ling bore a somewhat dismissive connotation. After a lengthy interval, the crowd finally began to disperse. Wang Long decided it was time to retreat to the locker room to rest before the impending match. He noticed Lingard still gleefully posing for photos with the players from Sporting CP. Not wishing to intrude, Wang Long opted to quietly slip past, keeping to the wall. Just as he neared the photo area, he heard a voice call out to him. "Hey, Wang Long, come take a picture with us." It was Lingard, waving him over. Wang Long quickly shook his head, explaining that he needed to prepare for the match and would have to pass this time, promising to seize the opportunity on another occasion. With that, he darted into the tunnel, disappearing from sight. Those players from Sporting CP, who had been eagerly snapping photos with Lingard, were left astonished. It seemed as though Wang Long believed himself to be the star, with Lingard playing the role of a fan. They had practically elbowed their way through the crowd just to capture a moment with Lingard. Lingard, too, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Recalling the previous night's conversation where Wang Long had seemed somewhat distracted. What a cheeky lad. Does he think he is too good for me just because he has Sir Alex's favor? Lingard mused bitterly. Lingard continued to wear a friendly smile as he took photos with the fans of Sporting CP. Once all the pictures were taken, he wished everyone a stellar performance in the match and departed. The players from Sporting CP watched Lingard's retreating figure, marveling at the rarity of a star hailing from a prestigious background who bore no airs of superiority. Lingard, overhearing the fans' remarks, smiled subtly. This was precisely the effect he desired. He thoroughly relished the adoration of the crowd, much like when he chose to forego a lucrative offer in Saudi Arabia to play in the Korean K-League. Here, he was truly the kingling. However, thoughts of Wang Long's earlier dismissal clouded his good spirits. Lingard sought out a secluded spot, retrieving his phone to make a call. Hello, Minga? It's me. Do not hold back in today's match. A youthful voice, tinged with confusion, responded from the other end. Master, didn't you tell me yesterday to take it easy? You mentioned that there was a disciple of an old acquaintance of yours on the Sporting CP U18 team. Ahem. Lingard found himself in a rather awkward position, choosing not to provide a direct response before skillfully shifting the conversation. Midjay, refrain from asking too many questions. This afternoon, immerse yourself fully in the game. Next season, you will be joining Tottenham. Consider this match as your final performance on Korean soil. Do not disappoint your mentor, nor the fans of Korea. After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, a resolute voice emerged. Rest assured, Master, this afternoon I shall give my utmost effort. I will certainly not let anyone down. Chapter 64. A hat trick in 20 minutes. The weather in Seoul, much like the human heart, is fraught with unpredictability. By afternoon, as the match was on the cusp of commencing, the earlier overcast sky began to clear. Sunlight cascaded down like golden threads, illuminating the grand, modern stadium that serves as the home ground for South Korea's U18 team. The entire arena resembled a furnace ignited with passion, emanating an exhilarating atmosphere. Tens of thousands of Korean fans surged in from all directions, adorned in meticulously prepared, unified cheering attire, reflecting the colors of the national team, red, white, and blue. The grandstands transformed into a vivid sea of fervor, undulating with excitement even before the match had begun. The fans infused their unwavering support for the team into the national flags they waved vigorously, their voices rising in a deafening chant. Korea, victory is ours. Korea, victory is ours. The roar of the crowd reverberated like rolling thunder, crescendoing in intensity, intertwining and clashing, almost threatening to lift the very roof of the stadium. This fervor ignited the atmosphere to a fever pitch. According to Coach Jae Ri-jin's strategy, the second-string players were to take the field first, as South Korea's nominal strength was still inferior to Japan's. Given that this was merely a friendly match, if Sporting CP were to secure a substantial lead, it could potentially lead to dramatic repercussions akin to those witnessed in the match against Japan. Sitting on the bench, Wang Long observed the fervent atmosphere created by the home crowd, sensing a more direct expression of emotion. Unlike the subtlety often found among Japanese fans, the Korean supporters seemed to revel in unabashed displays of loyalty for their team. Wang Long had an inkling that this intimidating home advantage would pose a significant challenge to the psychological resilience of the Sporting CP players. He glanced over at Coach Jae Ri-jin, who, after the previous friendly match's resounding victory, appeared to be treating this Asian tour as an opportunity to refine the second-string members and experience the diverse cultures of different nations. Coach Jae Ri-jin chose not to personally dictate tactics, instead allowing his assistant coaches to manage the game plan while he stood lost in thought. Wang Long, feeling somewhat reassured by the coach's relaxed demeanor, turned his attention to the Korean bench. The head coach of the South Korean U18 team was also a foreigner. Surrounded by a circle of youthful players, Wang Long activated his entry system, trying to discern the players' attributes, though the distance made it difficult to see the specifics clearly. However, from the color of the entries, it was evident that they were indeed weaker than their Japanese counterparts. Half of the players sported white entries, while the few with green entries mostly possessed just one, with only 2 players boasting 2 green entries each. Wang Long scrutinized these 2, speculating which might be the prodigious Korean talent that Lingard had mentioned. Yet, based on the color of their entries, it seemed that Korean talent was not as formidable as suggested, raising doubts about whether Lingard had leveraged connections to elevate their status in the Premier League. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the referee at center circle that the match was about to commence. Players streamed onto the pitch. And Wang Long looked at his Sporting CP teammates, who were primarily second-string members, including Ender, Patran, and Mata. He had yet to assign the heading attribute to Mata, waiting for an opportune moment, intending to do so during halftime, as achieving a breakthrough during the match would carry more weight. The captain of Sporting CP was a midfielder of similar age to Sosa, while the opposing captain was the standout player featured prominently in promotional materials. Wang Long was taken aback. He recalled that this player had not participated in the tactical briefing. Instinctively, he activated the entry system and was shocked to discover that the Korean U18 captain possessed 3 blue entries, matching the level of Sporting CP's core defensive midfielder, Morita. Despite Morita's recent decline due to age, he remained a mainstay for a team frequently competing in the Champions League. How could a U18 player, especially a Korean, exhibit such prowess? Wang Long's thoughts raced as he turned to the spectators behind the Korean bench, and there he spotted Lingard. It seemed Lingard sensed Wang Long's gaze, turning to him with a broad, trademark grin. Unable to endure Lingard's insincere smile, Wang Long quickly averted his gaze. Though he was struck by a revelation, Lingard was indeed not idle in the K-League, having uncovered a remarkable talent. Nevertheless, Wang Long felt a twinge of concern for his teammates on the field, who remained oblivious to the formidable presence opposing them. Even coach Jae Rejin seemed unaware, mistaking the Korean side for an ordinary Asian team, never anticipating that they would field a prodigy capable of gracing the Premier League at merely 18. Wang Long silently offered prayers for Patran and the others, hoping their teamwork would withstand the onslaught from their rivals. The referee's whistle signaled the start of the first half, marking the beginning of the clash between South Korea and Oppo's SU-18 and Sporting CP and Oppo's SU-18 second team. Following the customary practice of friendly matches, Sporting CP kicked off first. The Sporting CP U18 second team, leveraging their fluid coordination and solid individual skills, sought to seize control of the match right from the outset. Wing player Patran darted along the flanks like a nimble cheetah, searching for opportunities to penetrate the Korean defense. However, just 2 minutes into the match, the Korean U18 team's prodigious talent, Lee Min-kyu, showcased his extraordinary capabilities. As Sporting CP's midfield linchpin and captain, Rivas, attempted to pass to Patran on the wings, Lee Min-kyu appeared like a wraith, expertly predicting the ball's trajectory and executing a clean sliding tackle to intercept it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lee Min-kyu launched a counterattack, sprinting down the midfield with astonishing speed. The defenders from Sporting CP hurriedly pursued, but they found themselves outpaced and outmaneuvered by Lee Min-kyu's agility. With deft feints, he evaded 2 defenders attempting to thwart his progress. Spotting a teammate surging forward, Lee Min-kyu delivered a perfectly timed through ball, piercing the Sporting defense like a cannon shot. The teammate, now in possession, faced the advancing goalkeeper, Ender, and calmly delivered a low cross into the box. Lee Min-kyu had already arrived at the goal, leaping high into the air, stretching his body, and delivering a powerful header into the net. The ball sailed into the unguarded goal, granting the Korean U18 team a 1-0 lead just 2 minutes into the match. In an instant, the Korean fans erupted like a volcano, rising to their feet, waving their flags, and cheering hoarsely, chanting, "Lee Min-kyu, Lee Min-kyu." The roar of the crowd was deafening, as if it could overturn the entire stadium. The South Korean commentator, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "Wow, just 2 minutes into the match, Lee Min-kyu, the prodigy of the Republic of Korea, has done it. This counterattack is simply magnificent. The Korean team has made a dream start." On the bench, Wang Long observed the scene with unease, realizing that conceding early would make the next several minutes exceedingly challenging. Coach Jurgen, shedding his previous nonchalance, stood up from the sidelines and shouted commands to his players, directing their positioning. The trailing Portugal U18 team found themselves rattled by this early goal, compounded by the fervent atmosphere created by the fans. However, under the organization of their captain, Rives, they swiftly adjusted their tactics to enhance midfield pressure and defensive organization. Center-back Mata often pushed forward to join the attack, seeking opportunities to equalize. Rives was actively orchestrating play, continuously creating chances for his teammates, while Patran on the wing became increasingly dynamic, frequently breaking through to deliver crosses. Yet, under Lee Min-kyu's leadership, the South Korean U18 team maintained a solid defense while launching incisive counterattacks. As the game reached the 20th minute, an error during a Portuguese offensive play allowed Lee Min-kyu to seize the opportunity and intercept the ball. He swiftly pivoted and ignited another rapid counterattack. This time, his extraordinary dribbling skills enabled him to evade 3 Portuguese defenders, advancing towards the opponent's penalty area. Mata was left sprawled on the ground, having been deftly outmaneuvered by Lee. The remaining Portuguese defenders, wary of his prowess, converged on him. Just at the edge of the penalty area, Lee Min-kyu spotted a teammate positioned on the right flank and cleverly passed the ball to him. After a brief adjustment, the teammate delivered a cross that arced beautifully through the air towards the goal. Lee Min-kyu, with his keen sense of positioning, had already launched himself into the box, chesting the ball down before it could touch the ground, and unleashed a powerful shot that rocketed into the net's corner. Although Andre attempted to save, the speed of the shot was too much for him. He could only watch helplessly as the ball found the back of the net. The South Korean U18 team led 2-0. Marvelous. Another goal by Lee Min-kyu. His dribbling, his shooting, absolutely phenomenal. The South Korean commentator erupted in joy, as if he were playing on the field himself. The fans celebrated wildly, their faces beaming with pride and elation. Yet, the drama was far from over. Nearly 5 minutes later, Lee Min-kyu orchestrated another offensive move. Receiving a pass in midfield, he skillfully evaded Rives' challenge with his exceptional ball control. He then spotted a gap in the Portuguese defense and executed a long pass to a rapidly advancing left winger. The teammate received the ball, swiftly maneuvered to the byline, and delivered a triangular back pass to the edge of the penalty area. Lee Min-kyu, following closely, struck the ball powerfully without letting it bounce, sending it spinning into the net. 3-0. Lee Min-kyu had completed his hat trick. Remarkably, only half of the first half had elapsed. Coach Jurgen, witnessing the grim scoreline, wore a serious expression, fully aware that his players had exerted themselves. Yet, they were facing an opponent, more precisely, Lee Min-kyu, who single-handedly challenged the entire Portuguese U18 defense. At that moment, Lee Min-kyu transcended the limitations of effort and tactics. As the ball flew out of bounds, Coach Jurgen seemed to make a heavy decision. Approaching the assistant referee, he resolved to make substitutions with nearly 20 minutes remaining in the first half. Jurgen signaled for Wang Long, Sosa, and Gonzalez to enter, despite them not having warmed up yet. Nevertheless, they understood the dire situation on the field, not just the score, but the psychological state of their teammates. The commentator, noticing Jurgen's impending substitutions, remarked, "Portugal is making significant personnel changes in the first half, evidently pressed by our Lee Min-kyu." However, would these last-minute substitutions truly yield results? The commentator's words sparked wild cheers from the spectators. Lee Min-kyu, Lee Min-kyu. The crowd's chants surged like waves. Sosa and Gonzalez seemed somewhat intimidated by the atmosphere, their faces paling slightly. In contrast, Wang Long, upon entering the field, received the captain's armband from Rives and calmly gazed at Lee Min-kyu, who returned his look with intrigue. As if a silent spark ignited between them,